Hey there, welcome back to the channel. Today I have a bunch of new stories for you. Let's start right away with the first one. It is titled, My Wife Said She and My Daughter Were Spending Christmas with Her Ex-Husband. She Needs a Real Father Figure. If you don't like it, divorce me. I didn't argue. I took the Japan transfer I'd refused for years. 1 week later, she came home and called me in a panic. The snow was falling the night, she told me. Big slow flakes that caught the light from our kitchen window and turned the world outside into something soft and silent, deceptive. I remember thinking how beautiful it looked, how peaceful. While my wife sat across from me at the table we'd picked out together 7 years ago and told me our daughter would be spending Christmas with another man. Mark and I have been talking, Sarah said, her voice steady in that way that meant she'd rehearsed this about Emma, about what she needs. I sat down my coffee. It had gone cold anyway. Okay. She needs stability. She needs a father figure who's actually present. If you've ever felt the moment before impact, that split second when you see the car running the red light, when you hear the ice crack beneath your feet, when you realize the ground is closer than it should be, you know that time doesn't actually slow down. Your brain just suddenly has room for 1,000 thoughts at once. I thought about the school play I'd missed last month because of the Henderson acquisition. I thought about Emma's soccer games, how I'd made it to maybe half of them this season. I thought about the Japan offer sitting in my email inbox, the one I'd turned down 3 times because I couldn't imagine being that far from my family. Present, I repeated. Sarah's fingers wrapped around her wine glass. Her nails were painted a deep red, fresh from the salon. I'd given her my credit card that morning when she asked. I always gave her my credit card when she asked. Mark's been spending time with Emma, taking her to the park, helping with homework, showing up for her recital, the things a father does. Mark. I let the name sit there between us. Her ex-husband, the man she divorced 8 years ago for growing apart. The man who'd paid child support but rarely used his visitation rights until I realized with a cold clarity about 6 months ago. He's changed, Sarah said. And there was something in her voice, something warm. He's really stepped up. Emma adores him. Emma was 10 years old. She'd been 2 when Sarah and I got together, 3 when we married. I'd been the one to teach her to ride a bike. I'd been the one holding her hand on the first day of kindergarten. I'd been the one she called Dad for 7 years until recently. So, what exactly are you telling me? I asked, though I already knew. I could feel it in the air, heavy as the snow piling up outside. Sarah took a long sip of wine. Emma's spending Christmas with Mark. I'm going too. She needs both of us there. And honestly, David, you work through every holiday anyway. I don't work through every. Last Christmas, you took 3 conference calls on Christmas morning. The Tokyo markets don't close for American holidays. Exactly. She leaned forward and I saw something in her eyes I hadn't seen in months. Certainty, decision. The look she got when she'd made up her mind and nothing I said would change it. That's exactly the problem. Emma needs a father who puts her first. Mark is offering to do that. The rational part of my brain, the part that had made me one of the youngest senior analysts at Mercer & Klein, was already running calculations. Sarah's increased spending over the past 6 months, the new highlights in her hair, the gym membership she'd suddenly taken an interest in, the way she'd started dressing nicer for coffee with friends, the subtle shift in how she looked at me, or rather how she'd stopped looking at me at all. The other part of my brain, the part that still remembered our wedding day, the part that still loved her despite everything, was trying to find the words that would fix this. Sarah, I said carefully. We can talk about this if you feel like I'm not present enough. I can make changes. I'm not asking for permission, David. Her voice cut through the kitchen like a blade. I'm telling you how it's going to be. Emma and I are spending Christmas at Mark's cabin in Aspen. 2 weeks. We leave on the 23rd, 2 weeks, Christmas, and New Year's. The holidays I'd specifically kept clear this year, the time I'd fought to protect from work obligations because last year had been so fragmented. And if I say no, I asked quietly. Sarah's laugh was short and cold. Emma's my daughter. Legally, I mean, you never adopted her. We agreed it wasn't necessary since Mark was still in the picture. So, legally, you don't have a say. There it was. The truth beneath the truth. The ground falling away. But beyond that, she continued, her voice taking on a harder edge. If you have a problem with this, David, we can make it simple. Divorce me. The word hung in the air between us like a challenge, like a dare. She stood up, smoothing her designer sweater, the one I'd bought her for her birthday. I'm going to bed. Early morning tomorrow. Mark and I are taking Emma to look at private schools. I sat there in the kitchen for a long time after she left, watching the snowfall, listening to the silence of our house. A house I'd bought with a signing bonus I'd earned by working 100-hour weeks. A house Sarah had decorated with furniture and art and things that cost more than most people made in a month. A house that had somehow somewhere along the way stopped feeling like home. My phone buzzed. An email. I almost ignored it. It was past 11 and nothing good came from checking work email after 11 o'clock. But maybe that was the problem. Maybe that was exactly what Sarah meant when she said I chose work over family. I opened it anyway. Subject: Tokyo transfer final offer. David, I know we've discussed this 3 times now, and each time you've declined. I respect your commitment to your family. However, this is the last time I can extend this offer. The Tokyo office needs a senior analyst who understands both the American and Asian markets. You're our first choice. The package is comprehensive. 40% salary increase, executive housing in Shibuya, full relocation assistance, and most importantly, a 4-day work week with protected weekends. The Japanese office culture we've built values balance in ways our New York office hasn't mastered yet. This offer expires on December 15th. If we don't hear from you by then, we'll be offering the position to another candidate. Best, Richard Chen, Managing Director, Mercer and Klein Tokyo. I read it twice, then 3 times. 40% increase. 4-day work week. Protected weekends. Tokyo, half a world away from watching my marriage disintegrate in slow motion from being told I wasn't enough while being everything I knew how to be. If you've ever stood at a crossroads in your life, you know that some decisions are made in the moment, and some are made in all the moments leading up to it. Every missed recital, every late night at the office, every time Sarah's voice had that edge, when she asked if I'd be home for dinner, every time Emma called Mark instead of calling me, I opened my laptop. The response took me 20 minutes to write. I kept it simple, professional, the kind of email that didn't reveal that I was making one of the biggest decisions of my life while my wife slept upstairs dreaming of Christmas in Aspen with her ex-husband. Richard, thank you for your patience with my previous hesitation. I'm writing to formally accept the Tokyo position. I understand the start date would be January 2nd, and I'm prepared to relocate on whatever timeline works best for the transition. Please send over the contract and relocation details. Best, David. I hit send before I could second guess it. The snow was still falling. The kitchen was still silent, but something had shifted, like a weight I'd been carrying had finally been set down. I didn't go upstairs to bed. Instead, I opened a new browser window and searched for flights to Tokyo. One way, departing December 23rd, the same day, Sarah and Emma would be heading to Aspen. There was a seat available, first class. I didn't hesitate. Then, I did something I hadn't done in years. I closed my laptop, turned off my phone, and sat in the quiet of my kitchen, watching the snow fall and thinking about what it meant to be present, really present, not just physically there, but emotionally invested, mentally engaged, spiritually connected. I thought about the last time Emma had really looked at me. The last time she'd run to me instead of past me. I thought about when Sarah had stopped kissing me goodbye in the mornings. When her I love you had become automatic instead of intentional. I thought about how I believed that providing was the same as loving, that working hard was the same as showing up, that paying for a life was the same as living one. And I realized, sitting there in the expensive kitchen of my expensive house, with my expensive coffee gone cold in my expensive mug, that Sarah was right about one thing. I hadn't been present. But the question that kept me awake until dawn wasn't whether I could change. It was whether she'd been telling the truth about what Emma needed or whether she'd been telling the truth about what she wanted because I'd seen the way she said Mark's name. I'd heard the warmth in her voice when she talked about him. I'd noticed the things a husband notices when he's losing his wife, even if he's been too busy to admit it. The snow stopped falling just before sunrise. The world outside was pristine, untouched, white, and clean and new. I made fresh coffee and watched the sun come up over our neighborhood, over the houses full of families who maybe had their own secrets, their own silences, their own versions of coming apart. My phone buzzed at 6:30. An email from Richard. Contract attached. Welcome to Tokyo, David. You're making the right choice. I wondered if that was true. I wondered if there was a right choice in any of this or just different kinds of endings. Upstairs, I heard Sarah's alarm go off. Heard her moving around, getting ready for her day, getting ready to take our daughter or my daughter, even if not legally, to look at private schools with her ex-husband. I saved the Tokyo contract to my desktop without opening it. There would be time for that later. For now, I had exactly 7 days to figure out how to disappear for my own life, 7 days to pack up 8 years of marriage, 7 years of fatherhood, and everything I thought I knew about who I was supposed to be. 7 days before Sarah would come home to an empty house and a note on the kitchen table. Before she would finally understand that some ultimatums don't go the way you expect. 7 days before she would call me in a panic, her voice breaking in ways I'd never heard before. Saying words I'd never imagined she would say. But I didn't know that yet. All I knew was the snow had stopped falling. The sun was coming up and I had a flight to book. The thing about dismantling a life is that it's remarkably easy when no one's paying attention. I started on Monday morning, the day after Sarah's ultimatum. She left early coffee with Mark to discuss Emma's school options, she said. Like that was perfectly normal, like my input wasn't needed. Emma had already left for school. The house was mine. I stood in my home office, coffee in hand, and looked at 8 years of accumulated existence. Degrees on the wall from Columbia and Wharton, photos from corporate events, the Crystal Award I'd gotten for closing the Henderson deal. All of it carefully curated, professionally framed, meaningfully meaningless. My phone rang. Richard Chen, David, got your acceptance. Fantastic news. His voice had that early morning energy of someone calling from 13 hours ahead. I'm sending over the relocation team's contact info. They'll handle everything. Shipping, housing setup, visa processing. When were you thinking of arriving? I looked at my calendar at the red block Sarah had marked for December 23rd through January 6th. Aspen holiday, it said in her handwriting, like I was invited, like I was part of it. December 23rd, I said. I'd like to be settled before the new year. There was a pause. Richard was smart enough to read between lines. That's quite soon. Are you sure the holidays can be? I'm sure. All right, then. I'll have the team reach out today. David, I know this is a big move, but Tokyo is going to be good for you. Different pace, different priorities. The office culture there, we actually go home at reasonable hours. Family time is protected. Weekends are sacred. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was running away from a family that didn't want me there, to a place that valued family time. That sounds perfect, I said, and meant it. After we hung up, I opened my laptop and started making lists. The rational part of my brain, the analyst part needed structure. Needed to break this impossible thing into manageable pieces. Things to do, contact lawyer, separate finances, pack essentials, arrange storage for everything else, close joint accounts, transfer utilities to Sarah's name, update will and beneficiaries, write the letter. That last one sat there on the screen, blinking at me. The letter. What do you say to someone who's already left you? Even though she's still sleeping in your bed. What do you say to a child you've loved as your own who's already chosen someone else? My phone buzzed. The relocation team. I spent 2 hours on the phone with them, arranging for movers to come on Friday, the day Sarah and Emma would be out looking at that private school in Connecticut. Everything I wanted to keep would go into a storage unit. Everything else would stay in the house for Sarah to deal with however she wanted, and the timeline is firm. The coordinator asked. You'll be ready to fly out on the 23rd. Firm, I confirmed. Excellent. We'll have your apartment in Shibuya ready. 3-bedroom? As requested. Actually, make it a 1-bedroom. I won't need the space. Another pause. Another unasked question. Of course, I'll update the request. I spent Monday afternoon at my lawyer's office. Jonathan Park had handled our estate planning when Sarah and I got married. He looked older now, grayer, but his eyes were still sharp. Divorce? He asked when I explained why I was there. Eventually, right now, I just want to protect myself. Separate the finances cleanly. Jonathan leaned back in his chair studying me. You know, I have to ask. Is there someone else? Because if Sarah's going to claim, there's no one else, I said. There's barely been me and her for the last year, if I'm being honest. He nodded slowly. And the child, Emma, not legally mine. Sarah made that very clear. But you've been her father figure for 7 years. You could make a case for visitation. Maybe even partial custody depending on no. The word came out harder than I intended. Sarah's right. Emma needs stability. A custody battle would destroy that. I'm not going to put her through that. Jonathan's expression softened. That's admirable, David. Stupid, maybe, but admirable. I laughed short and bitter. Story of my life. We spent the next hour setting up a legal framework. Separate bank account in my name only. Transferred from our joint savings. My contributions over the years. Tracked and documented. Updated beneficiaries on all my accounts. Removing Sarah. A new will. A power of attorney that didn't include my wife. The house? Jonathan asked. It's in both our names. I'll sign over my half. Consider it settlement in advance. David, that house is worth close to $2 million. You're just going to give her your half. I thought about Emma's room painted purple because it was her favorite color. I thought about the backyard where I'd taught her to ride a bike. The kitchen where we'd made pancakes on Saturday mornings before I started working Saturdays, too. Yes, I said. I'm just going to give her my half. Jonathan made notes, his pen scratching across legal pads. What about alimony? You've been the primary earner. She could let her try. I've kept records of every deposit into our joint account, every bill I've paid, every expense I've covered. If she wants to go that route, we can talk about how much of my income went to funding her lifestyle while she rekindled things with her ex. That got his attention. You have proof of an affair. I have proof of patterns, unexplained absences, increased spending on appearance, a sudden interest in activities that align with Mark's interests, text messages on the phone bill. Nothing explicit, but frequent. Very frequent. Jonathan was quiet for a moment. You know, if you wanted to fight this, I don't want to fight. I want to leave cleanly. I want her to wake up one day and realize what she threw away. And I want to be too far away for her to reach me when she does. He studied me with something like respect. Tokyo, you said. Tokyo. Well then. He gathered his papers. Let's make sure you leave with everything you're entitled to. I left his office with a folder full of documents and a strange sense of clarity. The kind of clarity that comes from accepting the inevitable. From stop fighting against the current and just letting it carry you wherever it's going to go. Tuesday, I worked from home. Sarah barely noticed. She was busy with her own preparations, packing for Aspen, texting constantly with someone who made her smile in ways I couldn't remember her smiling at me. Emma came home from school and found me in my office. Dad, she said, and my heart broke a little because she still called me that. Still didn't know this was all ending. Can you help me with my math homework? I looked at the spreadsheet on my screen, a financial analysis that could wait, that would always wait because there would always be another one. I looked at my daughter standing in the doorway with her backpack and her earnest expression in her mother's eyes. Of course, I said, and closed my laptop. We sat at the kitchen table, working through word problems about trains leaving stations and fractions of pizzas. She was smart, quick with numbers, and I felt a surge of pride that I had no right to feel because I wasn't really her father, was I? I was just the man who'd been there, the man who'd been convenient, the man who was about to disappear. Emma, I said carefully when we finished the last problem. You know I love you, right? She looked up at me with those serious 10-year-old eyes. I know. And you know that sometimes adults have to make difficult choices, but that doesn't mean the love goes away. Something flickered across her face. Uncertainty, maybe even fear. Are you and Mom getting divorced? The question hit me like a physical blow. Kids always know. They always sense when the ground is shifting beneath them. I don't know, I said honestly. Maybe. But whatever happens, I want you to know that these years with you have been the best years of my life. She was quiet for a long moment. Then Mom says Mark is my real dad. Mark is your biological father. That's true, but you're my dad, too, aren't you? I pulled her into a hug. This child who I'd loved and raised and failed in ways I was only beginning to understand. I'll always be your dad, sweetheart, no matter what. She hugged me back tight and fierce. And I wondered if she knew somehow that this was goodbye. If some part of her understood that when she came back from Aspen, I'd be gone. Sarah found us like that when she came home carrying shopping bags from Nordstrom. Her expression went cold. Emma, go do your homework in your room. Emma pulled away from me reluctantly, gathering her books. She looked back once before heading upstairs, and I tried to memorize that look, that moment, because I didn't know when I'd see it again. Don't, Sarah said when Emma was gone. Don't what? Don't confuse her. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. I stood up slowly, carefully, keeping my voice level. I was helping her with math homework. Is that not allowed now? You know what I mean? Don't try to guilt her about Aspen. Don't make her feel bad about wanting to spend time with Mark. I would never do that, wouldn't you? Sarah set her bags on the counter. Thousands of dollars worth of new ski clothes charged to our joint credit card. You're so good at the quiet martyr act, David, the long-suffering provider. But we both know the truth. You chose this. You chose work over us over and over again. If you've ever wanted to scream at someone to unleash years of frustration and hurt and anger, you know how it feels to swallow all of that down and stay calm. Stay rational. Stay controlled. You're right, I said quietly. I did choose work. I chose to build a career that could give us this life, this house, those clothes, that car in the driveway. I chose to provide because I thought that's what a husband does. What a father does. A father shows up, David. And what does a wife do, Sarah? Does she honor her commitments? Does she communicate when she's unhappy? Or does she reconnect with her ex-husband? Spend months laying groundwork and then issue an ultimatum on a Sunday night over cold coffee, her face flushed. This isn't about Mark, isn't it? This is about you never being here. About Emma, needing more than a bank account and a distracted nod when she tries to talk to you. You're right, I said again, and watched her blink in surprise. You're absolutely right. I wasn't present enough. I prioritized wrong. I made mistakes. She opened her mouth, closed it. She'd been ready for a fight and I wasn't giving her one. So that's it. She said finally. You're just admitting it. What would you like me to do, Sarah? Beg you not to go to Aspen? Forbid you from seeing Mark? Issue an ultimatum of my own? I picked up my coffee cup, rinsed it in the sink. You said if I didn't like it, I should divorce you. You made your position very clear. And what's your position? I dried my hands on the dish towel, taking my time, choosing my words carefully. My position is that I hope you and Emma have a wonderful Christmas. That I hope you find what you're looking for in Aspen. That's it. She sounded almost disappointed, like she'd wanted the fight, wanted the drama, wanted me to give her a reason to justify what she was doing. That's it. I walked past her, heading toward my office. She caught my arm. David, she stopped, searching for words. I didn't want it to be like this. I looked at her hand on my arm at the rings. She still wore the engagement ring with the 2-carat diamond I'd saved for months to buy the wedding band we'd chosen together. I looked at her face, still beautiful, still familiar, still the face of a stranger who happened to share my last name. How did you want it to be? I asked softly. She let go of my arm. I don't know. Different. Me too, I said, and meant it. That night, I slept in the guest room. Sarah didn't comment on it. Maybe she was relieved. Wednesday, the movers came to give an estimate. I showed them what would go to storage, my clothes, my books, my personal items. Not much, really. For 8 years of marriage, everything else could stay. You're not taking the furniture? The foreman asked, looking around my office. No, just what's mine and the art? Some of these pieces look valuable. I glanced at the walls. An abstract piece Sarah had bought at a gallery opening. A landscape from our honeymoon in Tuscany. None of it meant anything to me anymore. Leave it all. Thursday, I went into the office to tie up loose ends. My team was surprised when I announced I was transferring to Tokyo. Effective immediately. But the Henderson follow-up, Janet said, her face falling. We were supposed to present in February. You'll present in February. You've done most of the work anyway. I paused, searching for the word. Overshadowing you. This is your chance to step up. She looked uncertain but pleased. When do you leave? Monday. The shock rippled through the conference room. Monday. 5 days. Impossible. Except it wasn't impossible. It was just decisive. I spent Thursday afternoon writing transition memos, delegating responsibilities, ensuring nothing I'd been working on would fall through the cracks. The work that had consumed so much of my life, that had cost me so much, turned out to be remarkably transferable, replaceable, just like me. Friday morning, Sarah and Emma left early for their Connecticut school tour. Sarah barely said goodbye. Emma hugged me tight. See you Sunday, Dad. She said, see you Sunday, sweetheart. It was a lie. By Sunday, I'd be 30,000 feet over the Pacific. The movers came at 9. By 3 o'clock, everything that was mine was in storage or packed for shipping to Tokyo. The house looked exactly the same, except for the empty spaces in my closet. The bare spots on my bookshelf in the office, the missing toiletries from my bathroom. Sarah probably wouldn't even notice. I spent Friday night in a hotel near JFK. Saturday, I ran final errands, closed the joint accounts, transferred utilities, signed the house over to Sarah with Jonathan witnessing. Everything legal, everything documented, everything clean. Saturday night, I sat in that hotel room with a glass of whiskey and wrote 2 letters. The first one was for Sarah. I kept it simple, factual. No accusations, no bitterness, just information. I'd accepted the Tokyo position. I'd be gone indefinitely. Here were my lawyer's contact details. Here was my new email address. The house was hers. I wished her well. I didn't mention Mark. I didn't mention the affair that wasn't quite an affair, but was close enough to count. I didn't mention the months of distance. The careful way she'd engineered this whole situation. I just gave her what she'd asked for. An exit. The second letter was for Emma. That one was harder. That one took 3 drafts and a second glass of whiskey. Dear Emma, I want you to know that leaving has nothing to do with you. You are smart and kind and funny, and being your dad has been the greatest honor of my life. Sometimes adults make choices that are hard to understand. Sometimes we have to go far away to figure out how to be better. That's what I'm doing. I love you. I will always love you. No matter how far away I am, no matter how much time passes, that will never change. Be good for your mom. Work hard in school. Keep being exactly who you are. Love always, Dad. I sealed both letters in separate envelopes. Left them on the hotel desk where I'd find them in the morning where I wouldn't lose my nerve. Sunday morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. Sarah. I almost didn't answer. Then I thought maybe something had happened to Emma. Hello, David. Hi. Her voice was strange, tight. I just wanted to check you're still okay with us leaving Monday morning for Aspen, because if you've changed your mind about the divorce thing, I haven't changed my mind. Have a wonderful trip. Oh, okay. She sounded almost disappointed. You'll be here when we get back. January 6th. I looked at my plane ticket on the desk. Japan Airlines Flight 006 departing Monday at 6 p.m. Sure, I lied. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see you then. Have a good flight, I said and hung up. I sat there for a long time, looking at those 2 letters, thinking about the family I'd built and lost and failed, thinking about the man I'd been and the man I was about to become. Then, I ordered room service breakfast and started preparing for the last day of my old life. Tomorrow, I would drive to my house at noon while Sarah and Emma were still packing for Aspen. I would leave the letters on the kitchen table. I would take one last look at the home I'd bought and the life I'd built. And then I would drive to JFK, board a plane, and disappear into the sky. But I didn't know yet what would happen after that. I didn't know about the phone call that would come a week later, about Sarah's voice breaking in ways I'd never heard before. All I knew was that I'd made my choice, and there was no going back. Monday morning arrived cold and crystalline, the kind of December day that looks beautiful in photos but cuts right through you when you step outside. I checked out of the hotel at 10 o'clock. The clerk asked if I'd enjoyed my stay and I said yes, because that's what you say even when you've spent the weekend dismantling your entire existence in a corporate hotel room that smelled like generic air freshener and other people's disappointments. The drive to my house to Sarah's house now really took 40 minutes. I kept the radio off. Silence felt appropriate. Final. If you've ever returned to a place that used to be home but isn't anymore. You know that feeling, that strange displacement, like you're a ghost haunting your own life. I pulled into the driveway at 11:30 and the house looked exactly the same. Same wreaths on the door that Sarah had hung the week before. Same icicle lights along the roof line. Same Mercedes SUV parked where it always was. Waiting to take my wife and daughter to the airport and then to Aspen and then to whatever came next. I used my keys, soon to be just a piece of metal with no purpose, and stepped inside. The house was chaos. Suitcases everywhere. Emma's ski gear piled by the door. Sarah's voice floating down from upstairs, sharp with stress. Emma, I said, pack warm pajamas. Not every stuffed animal you own, but Snowball needs to come. And Mr. for Whiskers. They'll be lonely, normal family sounds. The kind of sounds that happen in houses across America every day. The kind of sounds I would have found annoying 2 weeks ago when I still thought I was part of this. I stood in the foyer listening, memorizing. Then I walked to the kitchen. The kitchen where I'd received Sarah's ultimatum. The kitchen where I'd made my decision. The kitchen where I was about to end everything. Without a single raised voice. I set the 2 letters on the table, white envelopes, crisp and official, Sarah's name on one, Emma's on the other, my handwriting, careful and clear. For a moment, I considered adding more. A longer explanation, a defense of my choices, a list of all the things I'd sacrificed, all the hours I'd worked, all the ways I'd tried to build a life worth living. But what was the point? Sarah had made up her mind. Emma was 10 years old and caught in the middle of adult complications. She shouldn't have to navigate. More words wouldn't change anything. I heard footsteps on the stairs. Sarah's voice closer now. Emma, go make sure you have your charger and your headphones. You know how you get on long flights without. She stopped when she saw me. We looked at each other across the kitchen, across 8 years of marriage and months of unraveling in a gulf that had become too wide to bridge. She was dressed for travel. Designer jeans, cashmere sweater, her hair pulled back in that effortless way that actually took effort. She looked good, happy, even lighter than I'd seen her look in months. David, she said. You're home. Just came to get a few things I forgot. Her eyes went to the letters on the table. What's that? Just some paperwork. Nothing urgent. Emma bounded into the kitchen before Sarah could ask more questions, her backpack trailing behind her. Dad? She crashed into me with the full force of a 10-year-old who hadn't learned to be guarded yet. I didn't know you'd be here. Are you coming to the airport with us? I hugged her tight, breathing in her strawberry shampoo, the fabric softener smell of her favorite hoodie, trying to memorize the weight of her in my arms. Can't, sweetheart. Work call. But I wanted to say goodbye. It's just 2 weeks, she said, pulling back to look at me. We'll be back before you know it. 2 weeks? She didn't know that. 2 weeks from now, I'd be 10,000 miles away. That by the time she came back from Aspen, the only father she'd really known would be gone. You're going to have such an amazing time, I said, keeping my voice steady. Promise me you'll be careful on the slopes and listen to your mom. And Mark, Sarah interjected. Mark's an expert skier. He'll make sure she's safe. Of course he would. Mark, the expert skier. Mark, who had time for ski trips and school tours. Mark, who was everything I apparently wasn't. And Mark, I agreed. Emma studied my face with that uncanny perception kids have. Are you okay, Dad? You look sad. Just going to miss you, I said truthfully. But I'm happy you're going on this adventure. Sarah checked her watch. Emma, go do one final check of your room. Make sure you didn't forget anything. Emma hesitated, looking between us. That look again like she knew something was wrong, but couldn't quite name it. Go on, I said gently. I'll still be here when you come down. She hugged me once more, quick and fierce, then bounded back upstairs. Sarah and I stood in the kitchen, silent. The refrigerator hummed. The clock ticked. Outside, a neighbor's dog barked. You didn't have to come, Sarah said finally. We talked yesterday. You said you were fine with everything. I am fine with everything. Then why are you here? I looked at her. Really looked at her maybe for the last time. Tried to remember when I'd fallen in love with her. Tried to remember the woman who'd laughed at my jokes. Who'd said yes when I proposed on that beach in Maui. Who'd promised forever and meant it. At least in that moment. I wanted to say goodbye, I said simply. Something flickered in her expression. Guilt maybe or uncertainty. David, it's just 2 weeks. You're being dramatic. If you've ever swallowed words that would change everything, you know how they feel in your throat. Heavy, necessary, impossible to keep down, but terrifying to release. I almost told her then. Almost said, I'm leaving. I'm going to Tokyo. By the time you land in Aspen, I'll be gone. Those letters on the table will explain everything. But Emma was upstairs. Emma would hear. Emma would be hurt in ways I couldn't predict or prevent. So instead, I said, you're right. Just 2 weeks. Sarah's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and her whole face changed, softened. That smile I used to inspire but hadn't seen in months. Mark's at the airport, she said. He wanted to make sure we had plenty of time for security. Of course, he did. Thoughtful Mark. Present Mark. Mark who showed up. You should get going then, I said. She looked at me and for a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw something like regret, like she was realizing this was a threshold. And once crossed, there would be no going back. David, she stopped. Started again. I know this year has been hard. I know we've grown apart, but maybe when we get back, we could try counseling. If you're willing to make some changes, if you can commit to being more present, Sarah, I interrupted gently. Go to Aspen, spend Christmas with Mark, figure out what you want, really want, and then we'll talk when you get back. It wasn't a lie. We would talk. It just wouldn't be the conversation she was expecting. Emma came thundering back down the stairs, dragging her suitcase. Ready? Sarah looked at me for another long moment, then nodded. Okay, we'll talk when I get back. I helped them load the car, made small talk about flight times and weather in Aspen and whether Emma had her motion sickness medicine. Normal things, dad things, last things. When everything was packed, Emma hugged me one more time. Love you, Dad, she said into my chest. Love you too, sweetheart, so much. Sarah got in the driver's seat, started the engine. I stood in the driveway watching them back out, watching Emma wave from the window, her smile wide and excited and unknowing. I waved back until they turned the corner and disappeared. Then I stood there in the December cold in the driveway of a house that wasn't mine anymore and felt the finality of it settle over me like snow. I went back inside, walked through the rooms one last time, the living room where we'd hosted dinner parties, the office where I'd spent so many late nights working, the guest room where I'd been sleeping for the past week, Emma's room, purple walls and posters of pop stars, and a shelf full of books we'd read together. I didn't take anything. Everything I needed was already in storage or on its way to Tokyo. Everything else was just things expensive, meaningless things that had somehow become substitutes for actual connection. I locked the door behind me at 115, put my key in the mailbox, got in my car, not the Mercedes, just the practical Honda I'd bought years ago and kept because it was reliable, and drove away. I didn't look back. There was nothing to see. The drive to JFK took 90 minutes. I checked in at 3:30 for my 6:00 p.m. flight. The agent looked at my single carry-on bag with surprise. "Just the one bag for Tokyo?" she asked. "I travel light," I said. She upgraded me to business class. Some algorithm had flagged me as a priority passenger, probably because of how much I'd flown over the years for work. The irony wasn't lost on me. I went through security, bought a coffee I didn't drink, and sat at the gate watching people, families heading to Christmas vacations, business travelers like me, or like I used to be. A young couple holding hands, excited about some adventure. My phone buzzed. A text from Sarah made it through security. "Flight boards in 20. Thanks for understanding about Aspen. I think this will be good for all of us." I stared at that message for a long time. Good for all of us. Like my absence was a gift. Like removing me from the equation would solve everything. I typed back, "Safe travels. Give Emma a hug for me." Then I turned off my phone. Not just silenced. It actually powered it down. In 12 hours, I'd be in Tokyo in a different time zone, a different life, a different version of myself. They called my flight at 5:30. I was one of the first aboard. Settling into my business class seat while other passengers filed past. I accepted champagne from the flight attendant. Declined the warm nuts. Stared out the window at the darkening New York sky. The flight attendant came by with a warm towel. "First time to Tokyo?" she asked in accented English. "Yes," I said. Then, "No, I don't know." She smiled kindly like she'd heard stranger answers. "Well, welcome aboard." The plane pushed back from the gate at 6:05. We taxied to the runway while the safety video played on screens, showing us how to brace for impact, where the exits were, how to survive a crash into the ocean. Survival instructions. How appropriate. If you've ever left everything behind, not just a place, but a whole identity, a whole understanding of who you were supposed to be, you know that moment when the wheels leave the ground. That moment when it becomes real, irreversible, done. We lifted off at 623. New York fell away beneath us. Light spreading out in every direction. Millions of people living their lives, having their own quiet dramas and loud disasters and everything in between. Sarah and Emma would be in the air too by now, flying west to Aspen while I flew east to Tokyo. Both of us leaving, neither of us knowing we were moving in opposite directions in more ways than one. I pulled out my laptop once we reached cruising altitude, opened the folder with the Tokyo contract, read through it properly for the first time, seeing the details I'd been too numb to process before. The salary was absurd. The benefits were generous. The apartment in Shibuya was fully furnished. I'd have a corporate car service, a relocation specialist to help me navigate Japanese bureaucracy, language lessons, cultural training, everything I needed to start over, everything except a reason why. A message popped up in my inbox. "Richard Chen, even though it was morning in Tokyo and he should have been in the office, David saw you're en route. Welcome. Kenji from our team will meet you at Haneda. He'll get you settled. Take a few days to adjust to the time difference before coming in. Looking forward to working with you," I typed back. "Thank you. See you soon." The flight attendant brought dinner. Some gourmet thing with too many components. I pushed it around my plate, ate a few bites, gave up, accepted more champagne, even though I shouldn't. The bubbles felt appropriate, celebratory, even though there was nothing to celebrate. Or maybe there was. Maybe freedom was worth celebrating even when it felt like failure. Around hour 3 of the flight, somewhere over Alaska, I pulled out the leather notebook I'd bought at the airport, opened to a blank page, stared at it. What do you write when your whole life has just ended? What wisdom do you record? What lessons have you learned? I wrote day 1. Then I stopped because what did that even mean? Day 1 of what? Day 1 of running away? Day 1 of Tokyo? Day 1 of figuring out who David Chen was when he wasn't someone's husband or someone's father or someone's employee. I closed the notebook, looked out the window at the darkness, at the wing, cutting through the night at the tiny lights below that might have been cities or stars or just reflections in the glass. My seatmate, a Japanese businessman who'd been working on his laptop, glanced over. "First trip to Japan?" he asked in perfect English. "Yes," I said. "Business or pleasure?" I considered the question. "Escape," I said finally. He laughed, thinking I was joking. "Ah, yes. Tokyo is good for that. Very easy to disappear there. 13 million people. You can be anyone. Anyone." The word hung in the air between us. "That's exactly what I'm hoping for," I said. He nodded sagely like he understood, though he couldn't possibly. Then he went back to his laptop and I went back to staring out the window. The flight passed in that strange timeless way long flights do. I slept in fits and starts, waking to see other passengers sleeping or watching movies or reading. Anonymous people on an anonymous flight. All of us suspended between places, between versions of ourselves. They served breakfast somewhere over the Pacific. Miso soup and rice and grilled fish. It was good. Better than the dinner. Or maybe I was just hungry enough to appreciate it. The pilot announced our descent into Tokyo at what my body insisted was the middle of the night, but was actually early morning local time. The sun was rising as we broke through the clouds, painting everything gold and pink and new. Tokyo sprawled below us, massive, dense, overwhelming. A city so big that my problems would be microscopic in it. A place where nobody knew my name or my story or the ways I'd failed. We touched down at 7:15 a.m. Tuesday, December 24th. Christmas Eve in Tokyo. Though Christmas wasn't really celebrated here the way it was in America. Just another day, just another beginning. I cleared customs, collected my bag, and found Kenji waiting with a sign that said, David Chen, Mercer, and Klein. Chen's son, he said, bowing slightly. Welcome to Tokyo. How was your flight? Long, I said, but you must be tired. I'll take you to your apartment. You can rest. Settle in. Tomorrow is Christmas. The office is closed. So, you have time to adjust. Christmas. I'd almost forgotten. Sarah and Emma would be waking up in Aspen tomorrow morning, opening presents under someone else's tree, making memories with Mark, the real father figure, living their best lives without me. And I would be here alone in a Tokyo apartment half a world away. Kenji drove us into the city through morning traffic. Tokyo was overwhelming neon and concrete and crowds even at this early hour. Everything was in Japanese. Everything was foreign. Everything was exactly what I needed. The apartment was in a modern high-rise in Shibuya. 23rd floor, minimalist and clean and empty in the best way. No history, no memories, no ghosts. The fridge is stocked with basics. Kenji said, here's my card. Call if you need anything. Really, anything. That's my job. He left me there in the silence, in the emptiness. In the aftermath of the biggest decision I'd ever made, I stood at the window looking out at Tokyo, spreading in every direction. Millions of lives, millions of stories. Mine just one more. And not even an interesting one. My phone was still off. I'd turned it back on when we landed, just long enough to text Richard that I'd arrived safely, then back off. I didn't want to know if Sarah had texted. Didn't want to see messages asking where I was, why I wasn't answering, what was going on. Let her land in Aspen first. Let her settle in with Mark and Emma. Let her have a few days of her perfect Christmas before reality caught up because it would catch up. She'd call the house and I wouldn't answer. She'd worry. She'd call my cell and it would go to voicemail. She'd drive home early to check on me and she'd find those letters on the kitchen table. But that was days away, maybe a week. For now, I was just tired, jet-lagged and heartsick and free in a way that felt more like falling than flying. I unpacked my single bag, took a shower in the pristine bathroom, collapsed into the bed that smelled like nothing. In the apartment that held no memories, in the city where no one knew my name, and for the first time in weeks, I slept. I woke up disoriented, my body insisting it was the middle of the night while sunlight streamed through unfamiliar windows. The clock on the nightstand said 2:47 p.m. I'd slept for 6 hours. Outside, Tokyo hummed with afternoon energy traffic. Voices, the constant white noise of a city that never quite stops moving. Christmas Eve, December 24th. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, waiting to feel something. Regret, guilt, panic, relief, anything. Instead, I felt hollow, like I'd left so much of myself behind that what arrived in Tokyo was just a shell, a placeholder, a man-shaped space waiting to be filled with something new. My phone sat on the nightstand, still powered off. I looked at it like it was a bomb. Schortinger's phone, as long as I didn't turn it on, Sarah both had and hadn't found the letters. Both was and wasn't in Aspen wondering where I'd gone. Both did and didn't know her marriage was over. I left it off. Instead, I got up, showered again. The hot water felt like absolution and explored my new apartment properly. It was beautiful in that deliberate curated way. Everything matched. Everything was new. The kitchen was fully equipped with appliances I didn't know how to use. The living room had a couch I'd never sat on, a TV I'd never watched. The second bedroom was set up as an office with a desk and ergonomic chair and a view of the Shibuya crossing. I stood at that window for a while watching the famous intersection. Hundreds of people crossing every time the light changed. Moving in organized chaos. Everyone knowing where they were going. Everyone except me. The fridge, as Kenji had promised, was stocked. Japanese staples I didn't recognize. Rice, miso paste, fish, vegetables, also some Western concessions, eggs, milk, bread, butter, provisions for a man starting over. I made coffee in the high-tech coffee maker, got it wrong twice before producing something drinkable, and sat at the kitchen counter watching Tokyo move beneath me. If you've ever experienced that strange displacement of jet lag combined with emotional upheaval, you know how reality gets soft around the edges. How time stops making sense. How you can't quite believe you're where you're doing what you're doing. I'd left New York 30 hours ago. In that time, I'd crossed an ocean in 13 hours and the boundary between one life and another. And now here I was drinking mediocre coffee in a pristine apartment while somewhere over the Pacific or maybe already in Aspen. My wife and daughter were living their lives without me. My phone stayed off. I spent the afternoon doing nothing, staring out windows, unpacking and repacking my single bag, reading the employee handbook Mercer and Klein had left in the apartment. Learning that Tokyo office hours were 9 to 5, that overtime was discouraged, that there was a company gym and subsidized lunch and mandatory vacation days, a different world, a different culture, a different understanding of what it meant to work, to live, to balance everything I'd thought I wanted while destroying my marriage by not having it. Evening came early. It was winter and Tokyo was dark by 5. I ventured out, mostly because staying in the apartment felt like hiding, and I wasn't ready to admit that's what I was doing. Shibuya at night was overwhelming. Neon everywhere, people everywhere, sounds and smells and stimulation that my jet-lagged brain couldn't quite process. I walked without direction, letting the crowd carry me. A foreigner in every sense. Alone in a sea of people, I found a small restaurant down a side street, the kind with a curtain over the door and no English on the menu. The chef looked up when I entered, nodded, gestured to a seat at the counter. I pointed at what the person next to me was eating ramen, it turned out, and he nodded again. Went to work. The ramen came 10 minutes later. It was the best thing I'd eaten in months, maybe years. Rich broth, perfect noodles, pork that melted on my tongue. I ate in silence, surrounded by people speaking a language I didn't understand and felt more at peace than I had in my own home. When I finished, I tried to pay, fumbling with yen I'd exchanged at the airport. The chef waved away my attempt at, thanks, just nodded again with that same quiet courtesy. I walked back to my apartment through streets that were still crowded at 9 p.m. Bought a beer from a vending machine because you could do that here. Buy beer from machines on street corners and rode the elevator up to the 23rd floor. The apartment was exactly as I'd left it, silent, clean, empty. I drank the beer, standing at the window, watching Tokyo live its life below me. Somewhere in that sprawl of lights were 13 million stories. Marriages and divorces and births and deaths and everything in between. My story wasn't special. It was barely worth noting. That thought was somehow comforting. I turned on my laptop, not my phone. Not yet, and checked my email. Work stuff mostly. Richard welcoming me again. The relocation team confirming everything was satisfactory. HR sending onboarding documents and one from Jonathan, my lawyer, with a subject line that said simply, ready when you are. I opened it. David, all documents are prepared and filed. When you're ready to proceed with the divorce paperwork, just give me the word. Everything is in order. The house transfer is recorded. Your accounts are separate and secure. You're protected. For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. Sometimes the bravest choice is the quietest one. Best, Jonathan. I read it twice. Then I wrote back. Jonathan, hold everything for now. Let's see what happens when she finds the letters. I'll be in touch, David. Because I wasn't a coward. Despite evidence to the contrary. I'd left. Yes. I'd disappeared. Yes. But I'd left those letters. I'd left an explanation. I'd given her the truth, even if I delivered it in the most passive way possible. I finished my beer, took another shower the third of the day, but the hot water helped ground me, put on clean clothes, stood at that window again, watching the city lights blur into constellations. And then at 11 p.m. Tokyo time, which was 9 a.m. Eastern, which meant Sarah and Emma would have landed in Aspen hours ago, I turned on my phone. It took a moment to connect, to sync, to download the inevitable flood of messages. Then it started texts from Sarah. 23 of them. I read them in order, watching my marriage end in real time in short bursts of increasingly frantic text. 9:47 a.m. landed. Flight was smooth. Emma slept most of the way. 10:15 a.m. Mark picked us up. He rented an amazing SUV. Very thoughtful. 11:23 a.m. just got to the cabin. David, it's gorgeous. You would love it. Well, if you ever took time to actually vacation. That last parenthetical hit different when you knew what was coming. 2:34 p.m. settled in. Going to hit the slopes for a few hours. Emma is so excited. 6:47 p.m. Great first day. Emma did amazing. Mark is such a good teacher. 7:15 p.m. Making dinner. Tried calling you. Go straight to voicemail. Everything okay? 9:30 p.m. David, seriously, why isn't your phone on? I'm starting to worry. 10:45 p.m. Called the house. No answer. Are you working late on Christmas Eve? Really? Then nothing for a few hours. I imagined her going to bed annoyed, but not truly worried. Irritated at my typical behavior. My typical absence. Then this morning, Christmas Day in Aspen. 7:12 a.m. Merry Christmas. Still can't reach you. This isn't funny. 8:33 a.m. David, I'm actually getting worried now. Can you please just text me back? 9:15 a.m. Called your office. They said you took leave. Leave? Since when? 102 a.m. I called Janet. She said, you transferred to Tokyo. Tokyo? What the hell is going on? 10:47 a.m. I'm coming home. Something is wrong. This isn't like you. 11:15 a.m. Mark thinks I'm overreacting, but I know you. You wouldn't just leave without telling me. Did something happen? Are you in the hospital? 12:23 p.m. On my way to the airport. Emma is staying with Mark. I'm coming home to check on you. 1:45 p.m. Flight leaves at 3. I'll be home by midnight. David, please, if you get this, just let me know you're alive. I looked at the timestamp on that last message. She'd sent it 4 hours ago. She was probably boarding now. Would be in the air soon. Would land at JFK around midnight Eastern, which was tomorrow afternoon, Tokyo time. She'd go to the house. She'd find the letters and then she'd know. My hands were shaking. I set the phone down, picked it up again, set it down. I should call her. I should text her back. I should tell her I was fine. That she didn't need to fly home on Christmas. That everything would be explained when she got there. But I couldn't. The words wouldn't come. The courage wouldn't materialize. Instead, I did what cowards do. I waited. I opened a browser and searched for flights from Aspen to New York. Found the one she must be on. United 1847. Scheduled to land at 11:47 p.m. Eastern. I did the math. That was 1:47 p.m. tomorrow, Tokyo time. In about 14 hours, she'd land. In 15 hours, she'd be home. In 16 hours, she'd read my letter, and then my phone would explode. I poured myself a whiskey from the bottle I'd bought at duty free. Sat at that window again with my phone in one hand and my drink in the other, watching Tokyo celebrate Christmas in its understated way. The phone buzzed. A voicemail notification from an hour ago when I'd had it off. I played it. Sarah's voice tight with worry. David, I don't know what's going on, but I'm scared. This isn't like you. Please, please, just call me. I don't care if you're angry about Aspen. I don't care about any of it. I just need to know you're okay. I'm coming home. I'll be there tonight. Just please be there. The message ended. I played it again. Heard the fear in her voice, the genuine concern. If you've ever wanted to take something back, to undo a decision, to rewind time and choose differently. You know how it feels. That desperate, impossible wish. But time only moves forward. Planes only fly one way. Letters once left can't be unwritten. I thought about Emma spending Christmas with Mark while her mother flew home in a panic. I thought about Sarah on that plane, imagining worst-case scenarios. I thought about the letter waiting on our kitchen table. The words I'd written in a hotel room that felt like years ago now. Sarah, by the time you read this, I'll be in Tokyo. I've accepted a transfer that I should have accepted years ago. Except I thought I had something here worth staying for. I was wrong. Not about Emma. She's the best thing that ever happened to me, even if she was never legally mine. And not about you. At least not at first. I loved you. I probably still love you in the way you love something you've lost. But you were right. I wasn't present. I chose work over family. I prioritized wrong. I failed. And you chose Mark. Maybe you never stopped choosing Mark. Maybe I was just the convenient option, the stable one, the one who paid the bills while you figured out what you really wanted. I'm giving you what you asked for. A divorce, freedom, the house, everything in it. I've already signed over my half. My lawyer will be in touch with the paperwork. Tell Emma I love her. Tell her this wasn't her fault. Tell her whatever you need to tell her to make this easier. I hope you find what you're looking for in Aspen. I hope Mark is everything I wasn't. David, reading it now from half a world away, it seemed harsh, cold, not at all what I'd meant to convey. But it was too late. The letter was there. Sarah was in the air. The clock was ticking toward a moment I couldn't stop and wasn't sure I wanted to. I finished my whiskey, poured another, watched Tokyo blur into abstract light. My phone buzzed again. A text from Emma. Dad, where are you? Mom left really fast and won't tell me what's wrong. She said you're okay, but she looked really scared. Are you okay? Merry Christmas. I miss you. I stared at that message for a long time. Sweet Emma. Confused Emma. Emma, who'd been looking forward to Christmas in Aspen and now had her mother flying home in a panic and her father, her not legally father, gone silent. I wrote back, I'm okay, sweetheart. I'm sorry your Christmas got complicated. This is between your mom and me. You didn't do anything wrong. I love you. Have fun with Mark. I sent it before I could reconsider. Before I could add more, explain more, make promises I didn't know if I could keep. The message showed as delivered, then read. Then 3 dots appeared as she typed. Are you and mom getting divorced? Kids always know. They always see through the adult lies and complications to the simple truth beneath. I don't know yet, I wrote. Maybe. I'm sorry. It's okay. I kind of knew you guys haven't been happy for a while. Out of the mouths of babes. 10 years old and already more perceptive than either of her parents gave her credit for. You're very smart. I texted back. I get it from you, she wrote. And mom says, I get my stubbornness from you, too. I laughed. Alone in my Tokyo apartment on Christmas night. She's probably right about that. Where are you? Mom said something about Tokyo. Yeah, I got a new job in Japan. That's so far away. Yeah. Will I ever see you again? The question broke something in me. Something I'd been holding together through sheer willpower and geographical distance. Of course you will. I promise. When things settle down, we'll figure it out. Another promise I didn't know if I could keep. Another assurance built on hope and uncertainty. Okay, I should go. Mark is making hot chocolate. Enjoy it. I love you, Emma. Love you too, Dad. The conversation ended. I sat there with my phone and my whiskey and my view of Tokyo, feeling the weight of what I'd done settle more heavily. I'd left. I'd run. I'd chosen the quiet exit over the loud fight. And now a 10-year-old girl was spending Christmas making hot chocolate with her biological father while her mother flew home in a panic. And her stepfather, former stepfather, drank alone half a world away. If you've ever questioned every choice that led you to a moment, you know how it compounds. Every decision, every priority, every time you chose wrong, stacking up like evidence against you. I should have fought for my marriage. Should have recognized the signs earlier. Should have made different choices about work-life balance. Should have been present. Really present. Not just physically there, but emotionally available. Should have. But I hadn't. And now here I was. I set an alarm for 3:00 p.m. the next day, midnight Eastern, when Sarah would be landing at JFK. I wanted to be awake for that. Wanted to be ready for whatever came next. Then I went to bed in my new Tokyo apartment on Christmas night, alone and free and terrified and relieved all at once. I didn't sleep well. Jet lag, yes, but also anticipation. Dread. The knowledge that in less than 12 hours, Sarah would know everything. Would read that letter, would understand that I hadn't just gone quiet, I'd gone completely. When I did sleep, I dreamed of Emma, of teaching her to ride a bike in our backyard, of her first day of school, of all the moments I'd been there for and all the ones I'd missed. I woke up at 2:47 p.m. to my alarm, groggy and disoriented. Made coffee, stood at my window, watching Tokyo move through its afternoon while half a world away. Sarah's plane descended toward JFK. My phone was silent. No new messages. She was in the air, unreachable, probably going crazy with worry and anger and confusion. At 3:15 p.m. Tokyo time, I checked the flight status. Landed early. She'd be in a cab soon. Would be home by 1:30 a.m. her time. Would walk into our dark house and find those letters on the kitchen table. I poured another coffee I didn't need. Paced my apartment. Checked my phone every 30 seconds, even though it hadn't made a sound. At 4:00 p.m. Tokyo time, 2 a.m. Eastern, I imagined her walking through the front door, seeing the letters, picking up hers with shaking hands. At 4:15, I imagined her reading it once, twice, 3 times, trying to make the words say something different than what they said. At 4:20, I waited for my phone to explode, but it stayed silent. 5 minutes passed. 10:15 nothing. And then at exactly 4:37 p.m. Tokyo time, my phone rang. Sarah. I stared at it, my heart pounding, my mouth dry. Let it ring once, twice, 3 times. Then I answered, hello. And what I heard on the other end changed everything. David, her voice wasn't what I expected. No anger, No accusation, just my name, said like a prayer, like a plea, like the last word before drowning. Sarah, I said carefully. Silence. Not the angry kind, the breathing kind. The kind where someone is trying to hold themselves together and failing. I found your letter, she said finally. I know you're in Tokyo. Yes, you left. Her voice cracked on that last word. You just left. If you've ever had to defend the indefensible, you know how words fail, how explanations sound like excuses, how truth sounds like cruelty. You told me to, I said quietly. You said if I didn't like your arrangement with Mark, I should divorce you. So, I'm divorcing you. I heard her breath catch. Heard something that might have been a sob. Quickly stifled. I didn't mean it like that, she whispered. I didn't mean for you to actually. She stopped. Started again. David, I came home to an empty house. Your clothes are gone. Your office is cleared out. It's like you were never here. I was there for 8 years. Don't. Her voice hardened slightly. Don't do that. Don't make this about another pause. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you talk to me? When would you have liked me to talk to you, Sarah? Before or after you told me you and Emma were spending Christmas with your ex-husband? Before or after you said Emma needed a real father figure? Before or after you said if I didn't like it, I should divorce you? Silence again. Longer this time. I was angry. She said finally. I was frustrated. I didn't mean yes you did. I kept my voice even calm. The analyst voice, the voice that dealt in facts. You meant every word. You've been planning this for months. The increased time with Mark, the private school tours, the coffee dates that became ski lessons that became family dinners. You were building a new life, Sarah. You just wanted to keep the old one running in the background until the new one was ready. That's not fair, isn't it? I walked to the window, looked out at Tokyo. Distance made this easier somehow. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you weren't seeing Mark behind my back. Tell me those coffee dates were really just coffee. The silence that followed was answer enough. Nothing happened, she said finally. Not physically. I didn't cheat on you. Technically, I said, you didn't technically cheat on me, David. But you fell back in love with him, didn't you? Somewhere between the coffee dates and the ski lessons and the school tours. You remembered why you married him in the first place, and you realized you'd never really stopped loving him. I heard her crying now, no longer trying to hide it. Full broken sobs coming through the phone from half a world away. Part of me, the part that had loved her, that still loved her, wanted to comfort her, to tell her it was okay, to make this easier. But another part, the part that had spent the last week dismantling a life, packing up 8 years into a single suitcase, fleeing across an ocean, that part stayed silent. I'm sorry, she said when she could speak again. David, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't plan it. Mark and we started talking about Emma. And then we were talking about other things and it felt so easy, so natural, like coming home. And what did I feel like? I asked quietly. Like work, she whispered. Like something I had to maintain, like a job I was failing at. The honesty of it hit harder than any accusation could have. Because it was true. We'd become work to each other. Maintenance. Obligation. When did it stop being good? I asked. When did we stop being us? She was quiet for a long time. I don't know. Gradually. So gradually I didn't notice until it was already gone. You were working more. I was pulling away. Emma needed things we weren't giving her. And then Mark showed up at her soccer game one day. Just one game, he said. Just to see her. And suddenly there was this other option, this other version of how life could be. So you chose it. I didn't choose anything. I didn't stop it from happening. That's choosing, Sarah. Passive choosing, but still choosing. More crying. I listened to it echoing through the phone, imagining her in our kitchen. Her kitchen now surrounded by the life I'd paid for and couldn't save. What about Emma? I asked finally. Does she know? She knows something's wrong. She doesn't know you're in Tokyo. She doesn't know about Sarah trailed off about any of this. What am I supposed to tell her? Tell her the truth that I took a job in Tokyo. That you and I are getting divorced. That it's not her fault. She'll be devastated. She'll survive. Kids are resilient. And she'll have you and Mark. The father figure she apparently needs. Sarah made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. God, you can be so cold when you want to be. Cold? I'm halfway around the world because staying in the same city as you was unbearable. I'm in a country where I don't speak the language in an apartment that smells like nothing. Drinking coffee alone on Christmas night. That's not cold. Sarah, that's survival. It's Christmas night there. Different time zones, different everything. She was quiet again. I could hear her moving around, probably sitting down, probably at that kitchen table where we'd had our last real conversation, where I'd left the letters that ended everything. I read Emma's letter, too, she said softly. I'd forgotten about that. The second letter, the one I'd written to my daughter who wasn't legally mine, who I'd loved anyway, who I was losing because I'd failed to be what she needed. And I asked, it was beautiful and heartbreaking. David, she loves you. She doesn't understand why you're not here. She thinks. Sarah's voice broke again. She thinks you left because of her. Because she wanted to spend Christmas with Mark. The guilt hit like a physical blow. That's not I need to talk to her. Can I talk to her? She's in Aspen with Mark. I didn't tell her I was flying home. I just said it was an emergency and that I'd be back soon. So, you're going back? Of course, I'm going back. I can't leave her there alone on Christmas. She's not alone. She's with her father. The word hung between us. Father. Mark was her father. Biologically, legally, now practically. I was just the man who'd been there for 7 years. The consolation prize. The runner-up. You're her father, too, Sarah said quietly. You raised her. You were there for all the important things, except the ones that mattered. The recital I missed. The games I didn't make. The homework help she started asking Mark for instead of me. That's not fair. You tried. Trying isn't enough, Sarah. You taught me that. Results matter. Presence matters. And I failed on both counts. Silence settled between us like snow. Heavy, suffocating final. So what now? Sarah asked finally. You just stay in Tokyo? We never see you again. You become a ghost story, Emma tells her therapist. Someday Jonathan will send you the divorce papers. The house is yours. I already signed it over. I've separated all our finances. You won't have to deal with me for anything practical. Practical? Right. Her laugh was bitter. Always so practical, David. So rational. So controlled. Would you prefer if I screamed? If I raged? If I flew home and made a scene? My voice stayed level, calm, even though inside I was anything but. Would that make you feel better? Would that give you permission to be the wronged party instead of the one who engineered all of this? I didn't engineer. You gave me an ultimatum, Sarah. You told me to accept your relationship with Mark or divorce you. You backed me into a corner and then got surprised when I chose the door. I didn't think you'd actually leave. I thought you'd fight. I thought she stopped. I thought you cared enough to fight. And there it was. The real accusation. The heart of it. I cared enough to leave, I said quietly. I cared enough to remove myself from a situation where I was clearly unwanted, where I was the obstacle to your happiness. I cared enough to let you go. That's not caring. That's running away, maybe. Or maybe it's the kindest thing I could do for both of us. I heard her moving again, a door closing, the sound of water running. She was probably in the bathroom trying to compose herself. The bathroom we'd renovated 2 years ago. The expensive tile she'd insisted on. The rain shower I'd paid for and barely used. I don't want a divorce, she said when she came back. Her voice was steadier now, determined. I know I said it. I know I pushed you to this, but I don't actually want it. What do you want, Sarah? I want, she trailed off, started again. I want to figure this out. I want us to try counseling. I want to see if we can fix this. Why? The question seemed to surprise her. What do you mean why? Why do you want to fix this? Because you love me? Because you miss me? Or because it's inconvenient that I actually called your bluff? That's not David. I do love you. I never stopped loving you. You just love Mark more. It's not about more or less. It's different. Mark is he's familiar. He's easy. We have history. We have history, too. 8 years of it. I know. And I don't want to throw that away. She sighed. And I could picture her running her hand through her hair the way she did when she was frustrated. I need you to come home. We need to talk about this face to face. You can't just run away to Tokyo and expect. I'm not running away. I'm starting over without even trying to fix what we had. Sarah. I leaned my forehead against the window, the glass cool against my skin. What we had was already broken. It's been broken for months, maybe longer. We were just both too busy. Me with work, you with Mark to admit it. So, you're giving up. Just like that. I'm accepting reality. There's a difference. She was crying again. Harder now. The kind of crying that comes from deep places. I can't believe you're doing this. I can't believe you're just gone. I can't believe you're surprised. You wanted me gone, Sarah. You told me Emma needed a real father figure. You told me if I didn't like your arrangement, I should divorce you. You got exactly what you asked for. I didn't ask for this. Yes, you did. My voice was still calm. Still, even. You just didn't think I'd actually do it. You thought I'd beg. You thought I'd fight. You thought I'd compete with Mark for your attention like some pathetic. Don't. Her voice cut through sharp. Don't you dare make this about pride. It's not about pride. It's about dignity. About knowing when you're not wanted. About having enough self-respect to walk away before you're completely destroyed. Silence fell again. I could hear her breathing. Could imagine her sitting in her kitchen, trying to process this. Trying to rewrite the script in her head where I was supposed to play the villain or the victim, but not this. Not the man who simply left. What about Emma? She asked finally. You're just abandoning her. The word hit like a slap. I'm not abandoning her. I'm removing myself from a situation where I'm not her legal parent, and you've made it clear I'm not her preferred parent either. She loves you. She loves Mark, too. And Mark is her actual father. Maybe it's better for her if I step aside and let them build that relationship without me complicating things. You really believe that? No, I didn't. But I said yes. More silence. Heavier this time. I need to go back to Aspen, Sarah said finally. Emma will be waking up soon. She'll want to know where I am. Tell her whatever you think is best. What's best would be you coming home. That's not an option. Why? Because you signed some contract. Because you're too proud to admit you made a mistake. Because there's nothing to come home to, Sarah. You chose Mark. I'm giving you the space to fully make that choice without me in the way. I didn't choose. She stopped. Started again. Her voice small. When did you become so cruel? I'm not being cruel. I'm being honest. Maybe for the first time in our marriage. Fine. Her voice hardened. Fine. Stay in Tokyo. Start your new life. Abandon your family. But don't expect me to make this easy. If you want a divorce, you're going to have to fight for it. Why? So you can keep one foot in both relationships. So you can have Mark for the fun parts and me for the financial security. You, David. There it is. The real Sarah. The one who's been hiding under all that passive-aggressive sweetness for months. You don't get to judge me. You were never here. You were always working. Always choosing your career over us. You're right. I was. And I'm sorry for that. But you don't get to rewrite history and pretend you were the perfect wife waiting patiently while I neglected you. You checked out, too. You just found someone else to check in with. Silence. I have to go, she said finally. I have a flight back to Aspen in 3 hours. Safe travels. David. She paused. This isn't over. Yes, it is. You just don't want to admit it yet. We'll see. She hung up. I stood there with the phone pressed to my ear, listening to the dead line, the static, the sound of nothing. Then I lowered the phone and looked out at Tokyo, at the city that had become my refuge. My escape, my fresh start. My hands were shaking. My heart was pounding. I felt raw, exposed, like I'd just survived something brutal. But I'd survived. I'd faced Sarah. I'd said the things that needed to be said. I'd held my ground. And I'd done it from 6,000 miles away, which maybe made me a coward, but at least I'd done it. My phone buzzed. A text from Emma. Mom called. She's coming back to Aspen, but she sounded really upset. Did you guys fight? I looked at that message for a long time. Then I typed, we talked. It's complicated, sweetheart, but it's not your fault. None of this is your fault. I hope you're having a good Christmas with Mark. She replied immediately. It's okay, I guess, but I miss you and I'm worried about Mom. When are you coming home? I'm not sure. I wrote back. I'm in Tokyo for work. It might be a while. That's really far. Yeah, it is. Will I see you again? The question broke my heart all over again. This child, this beautiful, perceptive child who I'd loved and raised and was losing. Of course, I wrote, making another promise I didn't know if I could keep. I'm still your dad, even from far away. We'll figure it out. Okay. I love you. I love you too, Emma, so much. I set down my phone and walked to the kitchen. Poured myself a drink, even though it was only 5 p.m. and I should probably eat something first. But eating felt impossible. Everything felt impossible. I'd done it. I'd talked to Sarah. I'd held firm. I'd survived the call I'd been dreading. And now I was alone in Tokyo on Christmas night with a drink in my hand and the weight of what I'd done settling over me like ash. Outside the city sparkled. Inside everything was silent. And somewhere over America, Sarah was boarding a plane back to Aspen, back to Mark, Back to the life she'd chosen. While I stood here in my new apartment, in my new city, in my new life, free, untethered, terrified, I raised my glass to the Tokyo skyline and whispered, "Merry Christmas, David. Welcome to the rest of your life." Then I drank and waited for whatever came next. The days after Christmas blurred together in a haze of jet lag and deliberate distraction. I threw myself into work with the same intensity that had destroyed my marriage, except this time there was no one waiting at home to resent me for it. The Tokyo office was everything Richard had promised: efficient, balanced, respectful of boundaries. People arrived at 9 and left at 5. Weekends were sacred. Overtime was discouraged. And yet, I stayed late anyway because going back to my empty apartment felt like admitting something I wasn't ready to admit. Richard noticed. "On my third day, David," he said, appearing at my desk at 6:15. "It's Wednesday." I looked up from the financial models I'd been building. "I'm aware. Everyone else went home an hour ago. I'm just finishing." "No." He pulled up a chair, sat down with the casual authority of someone who'd been managing people for decades. "You're hiding, and I get it. New city, fresh start, big life changes. But this isn't New York. We don't do the martyr thing here. If you've ever been called out for behavior you thought you were hiding, you know that moment of exposure, that flash of defensiveness. I'm not. You've been here since 7 a.m. It's now past 6 p.m. You've eaten lunch at your desk every day. You haven't spoken to anyone except when absolutely necessary for work." Richard leaned back, studying me. "Want to tell me what you're running from?" I almost lied. Almost gave him some professional answer about dedication and transition periods and wanting to make a good impression. But something about Richard's directness, about being 6,000 miles from everything I'd known, made me tell the truth. "My wife," I said quietly. "Or ex-wife. Soon to be ex-wife. I left her on Christmas Eve. She found out on Christmas Day. And I'm here because if I stop moving, I'll have to think about what I've done." Richard nodded slowly like this made perfect sense. "Kids. Stepdaughter, 10 years old. Not legally mine, but I trailed off. But yours anyway." "Yeah." He was quiet for a moment, then stood up. "Come on. You're buying dinner, Richard. I appreciate it, but that wasn't a suggestion. You need to eat something that isn't convenience store rice balls, and you need to talk to someone who isn't a spreadsheet." 30 minutes later, we were sitting in a small izakaya in Abisu, the kind of place with wooden tables and paper lanterns and a menu I couldn't read. Richard ordered for both of us in fluent Japanese, then poured a sake. "How long have you been in Tokyo?" I asked. 12 years. Came here after my own divorce, actually." He smiled wryly. "Different circumstances. My ex-wife left me for her personal trainer. Very LA cliché, but same basic escape mechanism. Run far enough away that the hurt can't follow. Does it work? Eventually, but not if you do what you did in New York. Not if you just transplant the same unhealthy patterns to a new location." He sipped his sock. "Tokyo can heal you, David. But only if you let it. Only if you actually engage with the life you're building here instead of using work as anesthesia." The food arrived. Skewers of grilled chicken, pickled vegetables, miso soup. I realized I was starving. "How long before it stopped hurting?" I asked. Richard considered this. "The acute pain maybe 6 months. The dull ache a year. The acceptance 2 years. The actual moving on." He smiled. "I'll let you know when I get there. 12 years and you're not." I'm joking. Mostly I dated. I had relationships. But I'm 53 years old and I work in finance. The pool of available women willing to date a divorced American workaholic in Tokyo is limited. Despite everything, I laughed. "But here's the thing," Richard continued, his expression turning serious. "I built a good life here anyway. I have friends. I have hobbies. I travel. I learned Japanese. I discovered I like pottery. Can you imagine me doing pottery? But there's this class in Shibuya. And every Saturday morning, I sit at a wheel and make ugly bowls, and it's the most peaceful I feel all week." "Pottery," I repeated. "Don't knock it. The point is, you have a chance to become someone different here, someone better. But you have to actually try. You have to do more than just work and sleep and wait for the pain to fade." I thought about my apartment, about the nights I'd spent staring out the window at Tokyo, watching other people live their lives, about the isolation I'd wrapped around myself like armor. "I don't know how," I admitted, "to be someone different. Start small. Join a gym. Take a language class. Talk to your neighbors. Tokyo is full of expats and English speakers. You're not as alone as you think." He refilled our sake cups. "And for God's sake, turn your phone off when you're not working." The New York office will survive without your 3 a.m. responses. We ate in comfortable silence for a while. The izakaya filled up with after-work crowds, salarymen in suits, young couples, groups of friends, life happening all around us. She called, didn't she? Richard asked. Your wife on Christmas night. She'd flown home from Aspen in a panic. Found my letter. Lost her mind. And I told her it was over. That she'd made her choice and I was giving her the freedom to live with it. How'd that go? She said she didn't want a divorce. That I was giving up without trying. That I was abandoning my family. Richard winced. Ouch. Yeah. But here's the thing. She'd already checked out months ago. She was rebuilding a relationship with her ex-husband while I was working 80-hour weeks. I was just too busy to notice until she made it obvious. And the kid, Emma, saying her name hurt. She thinks it's her fault. She thinks I left because she wanted to spend Christmas with her biological father instead of me. That's rough. I texted her, tried to explain. But how do you tell a 10-year-old that adults are complicated and messy and sometimes love isn't enough? Richard didn't have an answer for that. We just sat there, two divorced men in Tokyo, eating grilled chicken and drinking sake and carrying our respective wounds. My phone buzzed. I almost ignored it, taking Richard's advice about boundaries, but something made me check. A text from Jonathan, my lawyer. David Sarah called me. She's refusing to cooperate with the divorce. Says, you abandoned the marriage and she's going to fight for alimony, the house, everything. This could get ugly. Call me when you have a chance. I showed the message to Richard. He read it, shook his head. Let me guess. She wants you to come crawling back, and when you don't, she's going to punish you financially, apparently. Can she win? Maybe. I left the state, left the country. She could argue abandonment, but I also have documentation of her relationship with her ex, her spending patterns, the fact that I've been the sole earner for 8 years. It'll be a fight, but you'll win because you're smarter and more prepared. Richard smiled. You financial guys are all the same. Always 3 steps ahead. Is that a bad thing in divorce? No. In life, sometimes. He gestured for the check. My advice, let your lawyer handle it. Don't engage with her directly. Don't let her bait you into angry texts or phone calls. Just let it play out. That feels wrong. Cowardly. That's your guilt talking. You didn't abandon your marriage, David. You left a situation that was already over. There's a difference. We paid and walked back toward the station. Tokyo at night was alive in ways New York never quite managed, neon and crowds and energy, but somehow more controlled, more civilized. Want to know the best thing about Tokyo? Richard asked as we waited for the train. Nobody knows your story here. You can be anyone you want. Fresh slate. Is that what you did? Eventually. Took me a while. But yeah, I'm not the guy whose wife left him anymore. I'm just Richard, the American who does pottery and speaks terrible Japanese and loves this weird, wonderful city. The train arrived. We got on, grabbed hanging straps as the car filled with commuters. What about you? Richard asked. Who do you want to be? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Who was David Chen when he wasn't someone's husband or father or employee? When he wasn't defined by relationships and obligations and the expectations of others? I have no idea. I admit it. Then you get to figure it out. That's the adventure. We parted ways at Shibuya Station. Richard heading to his apartment in Daikanyama. Me heading to mine in the high-rise with the view I'd barely enjoyed. But instead of going straight home, I did something different. I wandered. If you've ever walked through a foreign city alone at night, you know that feeling, that mix of loneliness and freedom, that sense of being untethered from everything familiar. I walked through Shibuya's side streets, past tiny bars and ramen shops and convenience stores, watched people living their lives, couples on dates, friends laughing over drinks, solo diners reading at counter seats. Normal life, the kind I'd forgotten existed. I found myself at a small shrine tucked between buildings. People were there despite the late hour, making offerings, bowing, standing in quiet contemplation. I watched them, envying their certainty, their rituals, their connection to something larger than themselves. A woman about my age smiled at me as she passed. First time? She asked in English. That obvious? You have the look? Lost but curious? She gestured to the shrine. You can make a wish if you want. Throw a coin, bow twice, clap twice, bow once more. Does it work? She laughed. Who knows? But it feels good to hope for something. I watched her complete the ritual and leave. Then, feeling foolish but also strangely compelled, I approached the shrine, threw in a 5 yen coin, bowed twice, clapped twice, bowed once more. I didn't make a wish. I didn't know what to wish for. I just stood there in the quiet, surrounded by the sounds of Tokyo at night, and tried to feel something other than hollow. My phone buzzed again. Another text, this time from Sarah. I know you're reading these. I know you're there. You can't just disappear and pretend we never existed. We need to talk. Please. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I did what Richard had advised. I didn't respond. I just put my phone away and kept walking. I found a small bar a few blocks from my apartment, the kind with a wooden counter and 12 seats and a bartender who looked like he'd heard every story. I sat down, ordered whiskey, and just existed. The bartender spoke minimal English. I spoke no Japanese, but somehow we communicated. He poured, I drank, we nodded at each other in understanding. 2 seats down, an older Japanese businessman was doing the same thing. Drinking alone, lost in thought, carrying whatever weight he carried. We made eye contact. He raised his glass slightly. I raised mine back. No words, just acknowledgement. Just 2 men in a bar in Tokyo. Surviving whatever needed surviving. I stayed for 2 drinks, paid, walked the 3 blocks to my apartment building, rode the elevator to the 23rd floor, unlocked my door, stepped into the silence. But this time, the silence felt different, less oppressive, more like possibility. I made tea, actual Japanese tea, not the bags from home, and stood at my window. Tokyo spread below me. Millions of lights, millions of stories. Mine just one insignificant thread in an impossibly complex tapestry. My phone sat on the counter. 3 more texts from Sarah. I didn't read them. Instead, I opened my laptop and did something I hadn't done since arriving. I searched for things to do in Tokyo. Language classes, gyms, cooking schools, pottery studios. Richard had planted that seed. Running clubs, expat groups, ways to be a person instead of just a refugee. I bookmarked a beginner's Japanese class that met on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. A gym with an English-speaking trainer. A photography walk scheduled for the following Saturday. Small steps, baby steps, the kind Richard had talked about. Then I opened my email and wrote to Jonathan. Jonathan, Sarah's refusing to cooperate. I expected this. Let her fight. Give her nothing beyond what we've already offered. I'm done negotiating. If she wants a war, she can have one. But I'm fighting from 6,000 meters away and I'm not coming back. Proceed with the divorce filing. Let's get this done. David. I hit send before I could second guess it. Then I wrote another email. This one to Emma through her email account that Sarah had set up for school. Dear Emma, I know things are confusing right now. I know your mom is upset and you're probably hearing things that don't make sense. I want you to know some truths. 1. I love you. That will never change. 2. Your mom and I are having problems that have nothing to do with you. 3. I'm in Tokyo for work, but that doesn't mean I've forgotten you. 4. You can email me anytime. I'll always write back. 5. When things settle down, we'll figure out how to see each other. I'm sorry I'm not there. I'm sorry Christmas got complicated. I'm sorry for a lot of things, but I'm not sorry I got to be your dad for 7 years. Those were the best years of my life. Love always, Dad. I sent it before I could overthink that 1, 2. Then I closed my laptop, finished my tea, and went to bed. For the first time since arriving in Tokyo, I didn't dream about Sarah. I didn't dream about Emma. I didn't dream about my old life falling apart. I dreamed about nothing. Just deep, dark, healing sleep. And when I woke up the next morning to my alarm at 7 a.m., Tokyo sunlight streaming through my windows, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Not happiness, not peace, but something close to both possibility. The sense that maybe, just maybe, I could survive this. That maybe Richard was right. That maybe Tokyo could heal me if I let it. I made coffee. Real coffee, not the instant stuff. I ate breakfast at my table instead of standing at the counter. I looked at my calendar and saw the Japanese class I'd bookmarked. The gym session I'd scheduled, the photography walk I'd committed to. Small steps toward becoming someone new. My phone buzzed. More messages from Sarah, probably. More demands or accusations or attempts to pull me back into the chaos. I didn't check. Instead, I got dressed, grabbed my bag, and headed to the office. Not to hide, not to use work as anesthesia. But because it was Thursday, and Thursday meant work, and work was just one part of a life, I was finally slowly beginning to build. Tokyo hummed outside my window. Millions of people starting their days, getting on trains, going to work, living their lives. And for the first time since arriving, I felt like maybe I could be one of them. Not the man who ran away from his marriage. Not the man who failed his family, just David in Tokyo. Starting over. 3 weeks into my new life, I started to understand what Richard meant about Tokyo healing you. It happened in small ways. Incremental shifts that accumulated into something larger. The Japanese language class on Tuesday and Thursday evenings where I struggled through basic phrases with a dozen other expats. All of us fumbling toward fluency. The gym sessions with Kenji, a different Kenji than my relocation specialist. This one, a personal trainer who spoke English with a British accent and had no mercy during burpees. The photography walks on Saturday mornings, wandering through neighborhoods I'd never have found otherwise. Yanaka with its old temples and traditional houses. Shimokazawa with its vintage shops and coffee culture. Daikanyama with its bookstores and quiet streets. I bought a camera, a nice one. Not because I needed it, but because I wanted it. Because taking photos of Tokyo's street corners and alleyways and moments of unexpected beauty gave me something to focus on besides the wreckage I'd left behind. If you've ever rebuilt yourself piece by piece, you know how strange it feels. How you catch yourself laughing at something and think, I'm allowed to laugh. How you make plans for the weekend and realize, I want to do this. Not should, want. Sarah texted constantly for the first 2 weeks. Anger, then bargaining, then more anger. I didn't respond. Jonathan handled everything through lawyers. The divorce was proceeding slowly and messily, but proceeding. Emma emailed twice. Short messages that broke my heart. Dad, Mom says you're not coming home. Is that true? I wrote back. I'm staying in Tokyo for work, but that doesn't mean we can't talk. How are you doing? Her response came 3 days later. Okay, I guess. Mom is sad a lot. Mark tries to cheer her up, but it doesn't really work. I miss you. I miss you, too, sweetheart. No more exchanges after that. I didn't know if Sarah had restricted her email access or if Emma had just run out of things to say to an absent father. Both possibilities hurt equally, but life continued because that's what life does. January turned into February. The Tokyo winter was cold but not brutal. I learned to navigate the train system without checking maps. I found a regular ramen shop where the owner recognized me and started preparing my order when I walked in. I made a friend Marcus, a British guy from the photography walks who worked in tech and had been in Tokyo for 5 years. The secret, Marcus said one Saturday over coffee in Nakamiguro, is to stop thinking of Tokyo as temporary. Stop thinking of yourself as passing through. You're not visiting. You're living here. Big difference. We were watching the Meguro River, which would be lined with cherry blossoms in a few weeks. I'd been looking forward to that to Hanami season. To something beautiful that didn't remind me of home. When did you make that shift? I asked. About a year in. When I stopped converting every price to pounds. When I started thinking in Japanese time zones instead of comparing everything to London. When I woke up one day and realized I wasn't homesick anymore. I'm not homesick, I said. I don't miss New York at all. Not the place, the people. Marcus studied me over his coffee. You haven't told me much about why you're here, just that it was a sudden relocation, work opportunity. I've been vague about my personal life. It felt easier that way. But something about the quiet morning, the river flowing past, the distance from everything made me tell him. Not all of it. The edited version. Wife reconnected with her ex. Marriage fell apart. Decided to start over in Tokyo. Left right before Christmas. Marcus listened without interrupting. When I finished, he just nodded. Brutal timing. Christmas. It was the only timing. They were going to Aspen with him. I was going to be alone anyway. Still, that's a hell of a way to end a marriage. He paused. You doing okay? Was I? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Yeah, I said, surprised to find I meant it. I actually am. Some days are harder than others, but overall, I'm okay. Good. That's good. Marcus finished his coffee. Want to know what helped me when my engagement fell apart? And I know this sounds cheesy as hell, but actually engaging with Tokyo. Not just living here, but really being here, learning the culture, making Japanese friends, doing things that force you out of the expat bubble. Like what? Like the pottery class Richard mentioned to you. I stared at him. How do you? Richard's in my pottery class. He talks about you. Says you're doing better, but still keeping everyone at arm's length. Marcus grinned. Tokyo's small when you're in the expat community. Everyone knows everyone eventually. The idea of Richard discussing me in pottery class was both mortifying and oddly touching. He's worried about you, Marcus continued. Thinks you need more than just work and weekend photography walks. I have the gym and Japanese class, which are both productive and healthy, but they're also solitary. Even the photography walks, you show up. You're friendly, but you never join us for drinks after. You never suggest meeting up outside of scheduled events. He was right. I'd been building a life, but it was still a careful life, a controlled life, one where I could retreat to my apartment in my silence and my solitude whenever things got too real. Come to pottery, Marcus said. Tomorrow, Sunday afternoon. Richard will be insufferable if I bring you, but it'll be good for you. I don't know anything about pottery. None of us did. That's the point. It's humbling. You sit at a wheel and try to make a bowl and it collapses and you try again. Very zen, very therapeutic. I almost said no. Almost gave some excuse about needing to catch up on work or do errands or any of the 100 ways I'd learned to politely decline human connection. But something stopped me. Maybe it was the morning light on the river. Maybe it was Marcus' directness. Maybe it was the realization that I'd been in Tokyo for 5 weeks and could count my actual friends on one hand. Okay, I said. I'll come to pottery. Marcus's grin widened. Excellent. Fair warning, you'll be terrible at it. Everyone is at first, but that's part of the charm. The next day, I found myself in a small studio in Shibuya, surrounded by wheels and clay and a dozen people who ranged from absolute beginners to moderately competent. Richard was there as promised, looking absurdly pleased with himself. You came, he said, like I'd accomplished something remarkable. Marcus is very persuasive. Marcus is a menace. But he's right. This is good for you. The instructor was a tiny Japanese woman named Yuki who spoke perfect English and had the patience of a saint. She demonstrated the basics, centering the clay, pulling up the walls, shaping the form, making it look effortless. Then we tried. If you've ever done pottery, you know how immediately humbling it is. The clay wobbles. Your hands shake. Everything you make looks vaguely obscene or completely lopsided. I made something that might have been a bowl if you squinted and had low standards. Beautiful, Yuki said, lying kindly. Richard at the wheel next to me was making something equally terrible. See, this is what I mean. Can't be a perfectionist here. Can't control it too much. You have to just let the clay do what it wants. That's terrible advice for pottery, but great advice for life. He grinned, his hands covered in clay slip. How's the divorce going? Ugly. Sarah's fighting everything. Claims I abandoned her once. Alimony, wants to keep the house, wants me to pay for Emma's private school, and your lawyer says that she's posturing, that she'll settle eventually, but it's going to take months. Months you'll spend here building this, he gestured around the studio. Could be worse. He was right. It could be worse. I could be in New York fighting this battle face to face, drowning in the daily reminders of what I'd lost. Instead, I was in Tokyo making ugly pottery with strangers who were becoming friends. The class lasted 2 hours. By the end, I'd made 3 bowls of varying terribleness and had clay in places clay should never be. Yuki wrapped my pieces carefully. They'll be fired and ready next week, she said. You come back? Yeah, I said, surprising myself. I'll come back. After class, the group went to a nearby izakaya. I almost begged off my default move, but Richard and Marcus basically frog marched me there. No escaping, Marcus said. This is the best part. Food and drinks and gossip. The izakaya was warm and loud and full of Sunday afternoon energy. Our group took over a long table. I found myself between Richard and a woman named Hana, Japanese-American, who worked in marketing and had lived in Tokyo for 8 years. First time at pottery? She asked. Is it that obvious? You have the look. Confused but determined. She smiled. Don't worry, it gets easier or you get more accepting of failure. Same difference. We ordered food family-style yakitori karaage edamame. Things I was learning to navigate and love. The conversation flowed around me. People talking over each other, sharing stories, laughing at inside jokes I didn't get yet but might eventually. Hana asked what brought me to Tokyo. I gave her the short version. Ah, she said knowingly. The escape relocation. I did the same thing. Bad breakup in San Francisco. Took a job transfer. Been here ever since. Any regrets about leaving? No. About how I left. Sometimes I burned some bridges I wish I'd preserved. But you can't go back. You know, only forward. That's what I keep telling myself. Does it help? Some days more than others. She nodded. That's honest. I appreciate honest. She refilled my beer from the pitcher. You should come to trivia. We do it every other Wednesday at a bar in Roppongi. It's mostly expats. Very casual, very fun. I'm terrible at trivia. Everyone says that. Come anyway. I found myself agreeing. Found myself actually looking forward to it. The afternoon stretched into evening. People came and went. I stayed longer than I'd planned. Talking to Hana about Tokyo neighborhoods, arguing with Marcus about the best ramen shops, listening to Richard tell stories about his early days in Japan when his Japanese was worse and his cultural understanding non-existent. Around 7, my phone buzzed. A text from Emma. Dad, I know you're busy with work, but can we video chat sometime? I want to see where you live. My heart clenched. I excused myself from the table, stepped outside into the cold February night. I called her. Not video chat. I wasn't ready for that. For her to see my face and read everything I was feeling but voice, she answered on the second ring. Dad. Hey, sweetheart. Got your message. How are you? I'm okay. Mom's still sad a lot, but Mark is nice. He took me skiing again last weekend. That sounds fun. It was. But I miss you. Her voice got small. When are you coming home? The question I'd been dreading. The one I didn't have a good answer for. Emma, I don't think I'm coming back to New York. Tokyo is. This is where I am now. Silence. Then forever. I don't know about forever, but for a while, a long while. Because of Mom. She wasn't asking. She was stating fact. 10 years old and seeing through all the adult pretense. It's complicated, I said. That's what Mom says. That it's complicated, but it doesn't seem complicated. You guys don't love each other anymore. So, you got divorced, right? Out of the mouths of babes. Something like that, I said quietly. Are you happier there in Tokyo? Was I? I thought about the pottery class, the photography walks, the Saturday mornings exploring neighborhoods, the feeling of possibility instead of obligation. Yeah, I said. I think I am. Then I'm glad you went. Her voice was steady, mature beyond her years. I'm sad you're not here, but I don't want you to be sad. And you were sad here. I could tell. I felt tears prick my eyes. When did you get so wise? I'm 10. I know things. I could hear the smile in her voice. Can we video chat next time? I want to see your apartment in Tokyo. It looks cool in pictures. Yeah, we can do that. How about next Sunday? Same time. Okay. I love you, Dad. I love you too, Emma, so much. We hung up. I stood outside the izakaya for a moment, breathing in the cold air, letting the emotion wash through me without drowning in it. When I went back inside, Hana looked at me with understanding. You okay? Yeah, just my daughter. She's 10 and somehow more emotionally intelligent than I am. Kids usually are. She slid the beer pitcher toward me. Drink. It helps. We stayed until almost 9. By the time we said our goodbyes, I had 3 new contacts in my phone and plans for trivia on Wednesday and a promise to join Marcus for a hike outside Tokyo the following weekend. Walking home through Shibuya, I felt different. Lighter maybe, or just less alone. My phone buzzed again. This time, Jonathan, Sarah's lawyer, is ready to negotiate. She's dropped the alimony demand. Still wants the house which you already gave her and wants you to contribute to Emma's education. That part's non-negotiable for her. I stopped walking, stood on a street corner in Shibuya, while thousands of people flowed around me. Emma's education, the one thing I'd always wanted to provide for her, the one thing that had nothing to do with the divorce and everything to do with being her father. Legal or not. I texted back, agree to education costs. Whatever she needs, whatever school she goes to, set up a fund. Make it ironclad that the money goes directly to Emma's education, not through Sarah. Done. This should wrap things up. We could be finalized by April. April. 3 months away. The end of my marriage. Official and legal and final. I should have felt sad. Should have felt the weight of it. Instead, I felt relief. And underneath that, the smallest flicker of something else, hope. I walked the rest of the way home, past the bright lights of Shibuya, past the late-night restaurants and convenience stores, past the lives being lived in this city that had somehow, impossibly become mine. My apartment was dark and quiet when I got there. But it didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like a base, a launching point, a place I returned to after living, not a place I hid from life. I made tea, stood at my window, looked out at Tokyo, spreading beneath me, alive and glowing and infinite. My phone sat on the counter, silent now. No more texts from Sarah. No more emergencies or accusations or attempts to pull me back. Just quiet. Just peace. Just the life I was building. Brick by brick, day by day. I opened my laptop and looked at the photos from yesterday's photography walk. The morning light on the Meguro River. The narrow streets of Nakamaro. The moments of beauty I'd captured because I'd been there. Present, engaged, really present. For the first time in years, I uploaded the best ones to a folder I'd titled Tokyo Year 1. Because that's what this was. Not an escape, not a running away, a beginning. And tomorrow I'd wake up and go to work and take my Japanese class and maybe text Hana about trivia and definitely video chat with Emma and continue building this life that was becoming impossibly mine. The divorce would finalize. The wounds would heal. The life I'd left behind would become a story I told instead of a present I inhabited. And I would be okay. Better than okay. I would be free. March arrived with the promise of cherry blossoms and the reality of divorce papers. Jonathan emailed me the final documents on a Tuesday morning. I was in the office reviewing quarterly reports for the Asian markets when the notification popped up. Subject line: Final divorce decree. Signature required. I stared at it for a long moment before opening it. 23 pages. Legal language reducing 8 years of marriage to clauses and stipulations. Sarah gets the house. I get my separate assets. Emma's education fund is established, protected, guaranteed. No alimony, clean split, done. All I had to do was sign. My hand hovered over the mouse. This was it. The official end. The moment that would transform separated into divorced wife into ex-wife, married into single. I signed electronic signature. Witnessed and notarized remotely. Modern divorce for a modern failure. Then I closed the email and went back to work because what else was there to do? The markets didn't care about my personal life. The yen-dollar exchange rate remained indifferent to my emotional state. Richard found me at lunch sitting in the break room with a convenience store bento. I wasn't really eating. You have that look, he said, sitting down across from me. What look? The look of someone who just did something significant and is trying to pretend it doesn't matter. If you've ever tried to hide emotional devastation behind professional composure, you know how transparently it fails. I set down my chopsticks. Signed the divorce papers this morning. Richard nodded slowly. How do you feel? I don't know. Empty. Relieved. Like I should feel something more dramatic than just tired. That's normal. The big moments are never as big as we expect them to be. It's the small ones that destroy us. He opened his own lunch. You should take the afternoon off. Go do something that's not work. I'm fine, David. Really? Take the afternoon off. That's not a suggestion from a friend. That's from your boss. He smiled slightly. Go to a museum. Take photos. Sit in a park. Just don't sit here pretending you're fine when you're clearly not. I wanted to argue. Wanted to insist I could power through. That work was the best distraction. That keeping busy was how I survived. But Richard had been through this. He knew. Okay, I said quietly. I'll go. I left the office at 1 p.m., walking out into a Tokyo afternoon that was warmer than it had been. The first real hint of spring in the air. Cherry blossom season was coming. The city was preparing for it. Forecasts everywhere. Hanami party planning. The collective anticipation of something beautiful. I took the train to Ueno. Wandered into the park where early plum blossoms were already blooming. Found a bench near the pond and just sat there watching people feed ducks, watching couples walk hand in hand, watching life continue its relentless forward motion. My phone buzzed. A text from Emma. Dad. Mom said the divorce is final. Are you okay? I stared at that message. Sarah must have told her immediately. Probably thought it was important for Emma to know. Or maybe she needed someone to talk to, and 10-year-old Emma was the closest thing to a neutral party. I texted back, I'm okay. How are you? Sad, but also kind of relieved. Does that make sense? Yeah, sweetheart. That makes perfect sense. Mom's been crying a lot, but also planning things with Mark. It's weird. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle of this. It's okay. Mark is nice. He doesn't try to replace you or anything. He just is there. Present. The word I'd heard so many times in the months leading up to this. Mark was present. Mark showed up. Mark was what I hadn't been. I'm glad he's good to you. I wrote and meant it. When can I visit Tokyo? Mom says maybe this summer. Would that be okay? My heart jumped. The thought of Emma here, seeing my new life, my apartment, my city. It felt impossible and essential all at once. That would be more than okay. I'd love that. Cool. I'll tell Mom. Love you, Dad. Love you, too, Emma. I sat with that conversation for a while. The idea of Emma visiting, of her seeing that I'd built something here, that I wasn't just hiding or running away, but actually living. My phone buzzed again. This time, Hana, hey, we're doing early Hanami viewing this weekend. Some spots already have blossoms. Want to come? I almost declined. My default response to invitations, to connection, to anything that required showing up as a full human being rather than a carefully controlled facade. But Emma would ask about my life in Tokyo, about my friends, about what I did here, and I wanted to have answers that were more than work and gym and trying not to think about everything I lost. Yes, I texted back where and when. By Saturday, I'd almost talked myself out of going. The week had been long. Work had been intense, and the weight of the divorce, even though I'd told myself I was fine, sat heavy in my chest. But I went anyway. Met Hana and Marcus and 6 other people from various overlapping friend groups at Meguro River at 9 a.m. The cherry trees were just beginning to bloom. Not the full explosion of pink that would come in 2 weeks, but enough to be beautiful. Enough to remind you that winter doesn't last forever. You made it, Hana said, smiling. She handed me a coffee from the convenience store. How was your week? Divorce finalized on Tuesday. Her smile faded. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Everyone keeps asking me that. I don't know anymore. I feel like I should have a better answer. The answer is you're here. You showed up. That's enough. She linked her arm through mine. Casual and friendly. Come on. We're walking to Nakamiguro. The blossoms are better there. The group moved as a loose collective. People pairing off and reforming in different configurations. As we walked, I found myself next to Marcus, who was talking about a photography project he was planning. I want to capture Tokyo's in-between spaces, he said. Not the famous spots, the alleys and side streets and places tourists never see. The real city? That sounds incredible. Want to join me? Could be a collaboration. Your eye for composition. My obsession with obscure locations. I'm not that good. Stop. You're good enough and it'll be fun. Plus, it gets you out of that apartment more. I'm out plenty. Work doesn't count. Scheduled social events don't count. I'm talking about random exploration. Getting lost on purpose. That kind of out. I considered it. A photography project, something creative, something that had nothing to do with work or divorce or the person I used to be. Okay, I said. Let's do it. Marcus grinned. Excellent. We start next weekend. Bring your camera and your sense of adventure. We reached Nakamura where the cherry trees lined both sides of the river. Even with only partial blooms, it was stunning. Petals drifted down occasionally, landing on the water, floating downstream. Temporary beauty, fleeting perfection. If you've ever stood beneath cherry blossoms, you know that feeling, that awareness of transience, of beauty that exists precisely because it doesn't last. The Japanese had a word for it. Mono nor. The pathos of things. The gentle sadness of impermanence. I took photos. Lots of them. The blossoms. The river. The people beneath the trees looking up in wonder. Hana laughing at something someone said. Marcus adjusting his camera settings. Moments that would pass but could be preserved at least partially. At least in pixels in memory. We got lunch at a tiny restaurant overlooking the river. Sat on the floor sharing dishes, talking over each other in the way friend groups do. Hana was telling a story about a disastrous date she'd had that week, and everyone was laughing. And I realized with a start that I was laughing, too. Actually laughing. Not performing happiness or going through motions, but genuinely enjoying myself. When had that happened? When had I stopped just surviving and started actually living again? Earth to David, Marcus said, waving a hand in front of my face. You still with us? Sorry, just thinking about how I didn't expect to be here in Tokyo with friends laughing. 3 months ago I was. I trailed off miserable in New York. Hana supplied helpfully. Yeah, pretty much. And now I'm less miserable in Tokyo. Progress. Marcus raised his beer. To being less miserable. Everyone joined the toast. It was absurd and perfect and exactly what I needed. We stayed at Nakamiguro until late afternoon, then migrated to a bar in Shibuya. More drinks, more conversation, more of this strange new life I was building. Around 8 p.m., my phone rang. Unknown number, New York area code. I almost didn't answer, but something made me step outside into the Shibuya night and pick up. Hello, David. It's Mark. I froze. Mark, Sarah's ex-husband, Emma's biological father, the man who'd been the catalyst for everything. Mark, I said carefully. This is unexpected. I know, I debated calling, but I wanted to talk to you. Monto man, if you have a few minutes. I looked back through the bar window at my friends laughing and drinking and living their lives. Looked out at Shibuya Crossing, the controlled chaos of thousands of people moving in organized patterns. I have a few minutes, I said. There was a pause. Then first, I want to say I'm sorry for my part in how everything went down. I didn't set out to destroy your marriage, but I did, or at least I helped, and I'm sorry for that. This was not what I'd expected. I'd expected defensiveness, maybe, or gloating. Not an apology. Why are you calling me? I asked. Because Emma asked me to. She said you seemed sad when she talked to you. Said you were alone in Tokyo. Said someone should check on you. He paused. She loves you, you know. She doesn't understand why you had to leave. But she loves you. The words hit harder than they should have. Coming from Mark of all people. I love her too. I said quietly. I know. Sarah showed me the education fund you set up. That was generous. More than generous. She's my daughter, even if not legally. About that. Mark cleared his throat. I wanted to run something by you. Sarah and I are getting married next month, and we want to make sure Emma feels secure, that she knows she has both of us, but she also has you, and we don't want her to feel like she has to choose. Okay, I said slowly, not sure where this was going. So, we were thinking if you're open to it, maybe we could work out a schedule. Summers in Tokyo with you, some holidays, spring break, whatever works with your schedule and hers. We'd pay for the flights. We want her to have a relationship with you. She needs that. I leaned against the building, feeling like I'd been punched in the chest. This man, this stranger who wasn't a stranger. This person who'd taken my wife and was now offering me my daughter. Why would you do that? I asked. Why would you make it easier for me to be in her life? Because she asked me to. Because I know what it's like to miss years of your kid's life. I did that. Made that mistake and I don't want her to lose another father, and because he paused, because you're clearly a good guy who got caught in a bad situation. I'm not trying to be your friend, but I don't want to be your enemy either. For Emma's sake, I couldn't speak for a moment. Just stood there on a Shibuya street, half a world away from where this conversation should be happening, feeling everything I'd been holding in for months threaten to overflow. That would mean a lot, I said finally. To me, to her. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just be there when she visits. Be the dad you were trying to be. I will. I promise. Good. Another pause. For what it's worth, Sarah feels terrible about how everything happened. She knows she handled it badly. She's been in therapy working through stuff. We both have. Good for her, I said, and didn't mean it sarcastically. I actually meant it. I hope you guys are happy. I hope you build something good. We're trying. And David, you sound better than when you left. Sarah said you sounded destroyed on Christmas. You don't sound destroyed now. I'm not. Not anymore. Good. That's good. He cleared his throat. I'll let you go. I'm sure you have better things to do than talk to me on a Saturday night. Actually, I said, looking back at my friends through the bar window. I'm out with friends. First time I've really had friends in years, probably. Then definitely get back to them. We'll be in touch about Emma's visit. Take care of yourself. You, too. He hung up. I stood there for a moment, processing. Mark had called me. Mark had apologized. Mark had offered me a relationship with Emma. Structured and real and ongoing. The man who'd taken my wife had just given me back my daughter. I walked back into the bar, slid into my seat next to Hannah. You okay? She asked. You look like you've seen a ghost. That was Mark, my ex-wife's soon-to-be new husband. Everyone at the table went quiet. And Marcus prompted and he apologized and said, Emma can visit me in Tokyo. Summers, holidays, whenever we want. That's surprisingly decent of him, Hannah said. Yeah, I picked up my beer, took a long drink. I think I'm going to be okay. Actually okay. Not just surviving, but actually building something here. Took you long enough to figure that out. Richard said from the other end of the table. I hadn't even seen him arrive. We've been telling you that for months. I'm a slow learner. Clearly, he raised his glass. But you're learning. That's what matters. The conversation moved on, flowing around me like water around a stone. But I sat there feeling something shift inside me, something fundamental. For 3 months, I'd been thinking of Tokyo as exile, as escape, as the place I'd run to when everything fell apart. But it wasn't that anymore. It was home. Not because I'd forgotten New York or stopped missing Emma or magically healed from the divorce, but because I'd built something here. Friendships, routines, pottery on Sundays and trivia on Wednesdays and photography walks on Saturdays. A life that wasn't defined by what I'd lost, but by what I was creating. I pulled out my phone and texted Emma. Hey, sweetheart. Just talked to Mark. I can't wait for you to visit this summer. I'm going to show you all my favorite places. Get ready for the best ramen of your life. Her response came immediately. Yes. I'm so excited. Can we go to that robot restaurant and the cat cafes and see Mount Fuji? All of it. Whatever you want. Love you. Love you too, Dad. I'm glad you're happy there. I looked at that last message for a long time. I'm glad you're happy there. Was I happy? I looked around the table at Richard arguing with Marcus about the best hiking trails outside Tokyo. At Hana showing someone photos on her phone. At the easy camaraderie of people who'd chosen each other, who showed up, who made the effort. Yeah, I was happy. Not perfectly happy, not uncomplicated happy, but genuinely, surprisingly happy. The divorce was final. The marriage was over. That chapter of my life had closed. But this chapter, this Tokyo chapter was just beginning. And for the first time since leaving New York, I wasn't afraid of what came next. I was ready for it. April brought cherry blossoms in full force and a phone call I should have expected, but didn't. I was at Yo-Yo Yogi Park with Marcus, photographing the Hanami parties happening beneath the trees, families on picnic blankets, couples holding hands, groups of friends drinking and laughing beneath clouds of pink petals. The sun was setting, turning everything golden, and I was crouched low, trying to capture the way light filtered through the blossoms when my phone rang. Sarah, I hadn't spoken to her directly since Christmas night. Everything had gone through lawyers. The divorce was final. The arrangements for Emma's summer visit were being coordinated through Mark. There was no reason for her to call me, which meant something was wrong. I almost let it go to voicemail. But the thought of Emma made me answer, Sarah, David. Her voice was different than I remembered, smaller, uncertain. Do you have a minute? I looked at Marcus, who'd noticed me freeze. He gestured that he'd keep shooting, giving me space. I walked away from the crowds toward a quieter section of the park. What's wrong? Is Emma okay? Emma's fine. She's at soccer practice. A pause. I'm calling because I owe you an apology. A real one, not through lawyers or brief emails. An actual conversation. If you've ever had someone pull the rug out from under you twice. First by destroying your marriage, then by acknowledging they destroyed it, you know how disorienting it is. Okay, I said carefully. I've been in therapy since January, processing everything that happened. And my therapist asked me a question last week that I haven't been able to stop thinking about. She took a shaky breath. She asked if I'd ever actually told you the truth about why I pushed you away. You were in love with Mark. That seems pretty straightforward. That's part of it. But not all of it. Another pause, longer this time. David, do you remember when we first got together? When Emma was 2 and I was drowning as a single mom and you swept in like this knight in shining armor. I remember. You were so put together, so successful. You had your life figured out and I was this mess, divorced, broke, struggling to raise a kid I had no idea how to raise. You made me feel safe. You made me feel like maybe I could build something stable. And then I worked too much and stopped being present. I know this story, Sarah 1. No, you don't. Because I never told you the other part. Her voice cracked. I never told you that somewhere along the way I started resenting you for being so capable. For having all the answers, for making me feel like I couldn't make a decision without running it past you first. I stopped walking. What? You were so good at everything, David. So successful at work. So good with money. So logical and rational and calm. And I felt like this accessory to your perfect life, like I was supposed to be grateful you'd chosen me, grateful you'd taken on someone else's kid, grateful for the house and the lifestyle and everything you provided. Sarah, I know you never meant it that way, but that's how it felt. Like I was less than, like I'd brought nothing to the table except baggage and bills. The words hit like stones. I'd spent months thinking I knew why my marriage had failed. I'd worked too much. I'd been absent. I'd prioritized wrong. Simple causation. Clear fault. But this was different. This was about things I hadn't even known were happening. When Mark came back around, she continued, he made me feel different. He didn't have his life together. He was still figuring things out. He asked for my opinion on things. He made mistakes and admitted them. He was. She searched for the word human, flawed, equal, and I wasn't. You were perfect. That was the problem. I laughed short and bitter. I wasn't perfect, Sarah. I was drowning. I was working 80-hour weeks trying to provide the life I thought you wanted, trying to be good enough for you. I never asked for that. You didn't have to ask. You married up your words, not mine. You said that at our rehearsal dinner, that you were marrying up, that you couldn't believe someone like me chose someone like you. Silence on the other end. Heavy silence. I said that, she whispered. You did, and I internalized it. I thought providing was how I proved I was worth choosing. That if I could just work hard enough, earn enough, give you the perfect life, then I'd be enough. Oh, God, David, I didn't realize. How could you? I never told you. I just kept working harder, kept trying to be perfect, kept failing at the one thing that actually mattered, being present. We both sat with that for a moment. 8 years of miscommunication distilled into a phone call across 13 time zones. I'm sorry, Sarah said finally. For all of it. For making you feel like you had to be perfect. For not telling you I felt suffocated by that perfection. For running back to Mark instead of talking to you about what was wrong. For the Christmas ultimatum. For everything. I'm sorry, too. For not seeing what was happening. For hiding in work instead of fighting for us. For leaving the way I did. Were we ever going to make it? She asked quietly. If we'd done everything differently, if we'd communicated better, if I'd been honest and you'd been present, would it have worked? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Tried to imagine a version of us that could have survived. I don't know, I said honestly. Maybe. Or maybe we were always going to get here eventually, just maybe with less collateral damage. Emma, Sarah said. Yeah, Emma. She asks about you constantly. What you're doing, if you're happy when she can visit. Sarah's voice softened. She's so excited about this summer. She's already planning everything she wants to do in Tokyo. Me, too. I've been making lists. Mark showed me the education fund you set up. David, you didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. She's my daughter, Sarah. Maybe not legally, maybe not biologically, but in every way that matters. I'm not going to stop being her father just because our marriage ended. I heard her crying. Soft, quiet crying, not the dramatic sobs from Christmas night. Just sadness, just grief for what we'd lost and how we'd lost it. You're a good man, David. I wish I'd appreciated that more when I had the chance. And you're a good mother. I wish I'd told you that more often. Are we? She paused. Are we going to be okay? Not together, but as Emma's parents, as people who used to love each other. Yeah, I said and meant it. I think we are eventually. It'll take time, but we'll get there. Good. That's good. She took a shaky breath. Mark and I are getting married next month. Small ceremony, just family. Emma wanted me to ask if you'd be okay with that. Of course, I'm okay with that. He makes you happy. He's good to Emma. That's all that matters. You really mean that. I really do. And I did. Standing in Yai Yogi Park surrounded by cherry blossoms and strangers celebrating spring, I genuinely wished her happiness. Sarah, I need to ask you something. Okay. When you were with Mark before Christmas, before the ultimatum, was there anything I could have done to save us? If I'd noticed sooner, if I'd fought harder, if I'd chosen differently. She was quiet for a long time. No, she said finally. By the time you could have noticed, I was already gone. I'd already emotionally left the marriage. I just hadn't admitted it yet, even to myself. The honesty hurt, but it was clean hurt. Clarifying hurt. Thank you for telling me that. I should have told you months ago. Years ago, maybe. She paused. Are you happy there in Tokyo? Emma says, you sound different, lighter. I looked around the park at the blossoms falling like snow. At Marcus in the distance, still photographing at the families and couples and friends celebrating the fleeting beauty of spring. Yeah, I said. I am. It's not what I planned, but it's good. Really good. I'm glad. You deserve that. Another pause. I should go. Emma will be home soon. Sarah, one more thing. Yeah, thank you for calling, for apologizing, for being honest. It helps. I'm glad. Take care of yourself, David. You, too. She hung up. I stood there for a while, phone in hand, processing. 8 years of marriage, months of divorce, and now this closure. Real closure. Not the legal kind from signed papers, but the emotional kind that comes from honesty and accountability and mutual recognition of failure. We'd both gotten it wrong. We'd both made mistakes and now we were both moving forward separately but with less animosity, less blame. Marcus found me standing there. You okay? He asked. You've been gone for 20 minutes. My ex-wife called. Oh, is everything? She apologized. Actually apologized. Took responsibility for her part in everything. I looked at him. I didn't know I needed that until I got it. Marcus nodded slowly. Closure is weird like that. You think you don't need it, and then when it comes, you realize you've been carrying this weight you didn't even know was there. Yeah, exactly that. We walked back toward the Hanami parties. The sun had set completely now, and the park was lit with lanterns. People were settling in for evening celebrations, eating, drinking, singing, life happening all around us. Want to grab dinner? Marcus asked. Or do you need space? Dinner sounds good. We ended up at a yakitori place in Harajuku, sitting at the counter watching the chef grill skewers over by Notan charcoal. The familiar ritual of it, ordering, eating. The quiet companionship grounded me. Can I ask you something? I said after we'd ordered. Shoot. How long did it take you to stop feeling guilty about your engagement ending? Marcus considered this, absently rotating his beer glass. Honestly, I'm not sure I ever completely stopped. But the guilt changed. At first, it was this crushing thing. Everything was my fault. I destroyed something good. I was a terrible person. But over time, it became more complicated. I could see where I'd messed up, but I could also see where she'd messed up. Where we'd both made choices that led to the ending. And now I just feel sad sometimes. Sad it didn't work out. Sad we couldn't be what each other needed, but not guilty. Not responsible for fixing something that was already broken. He looked at me. Is that where you're at? Getting there. Sarah's call helped, hearing her take responsibility, admitting she'd already left emotionally before I even knew there was a problem. I paused. It makes the leaving feel less like abandonment and more like acceptance. That's growth, my friend. We ate in silence for a while. The chef brought more skewers, chicken, scallions, beef. Simple food perfectly executed. My phone buzzed. Emma, Dad. Mom said you guys talked. She seems happier. Thank you. I stared at that message. Thank you. Like I'd done something for Sarah by accepting her apology. Like forgiveness was a gift I'd given instead of a release I'd needed. I'm glad she's happier. How was soccer practice? Good. Scored 2 goals. Coach says, I'm getting better. That's amazing. I'm so proud of you. Only 73 days until I visit. She was counting. The thought made my chest tight. I know. I'm counting, too. Love you, sweetheart. Love you, too, Dad. I set down my phone, smiling despite everything. Good news, Marcus asked. Emma, counting down days until her visit this summer. That's sweet. You nervous? Terrified. What if Tokyo disappoints her? What if I disappoint her? You won't. You're building a whole life here. You have things to show her, places to take her, friends for her to meet. He gestured around. This is real, David. This isn't exile or escape anymore. This is your actual life. He was right. Somewhere over the past 4 months, Tokyo had stopped being the place I'd run to and started being the place I lived, worked, had friends, made pottery, took photos, existed as a complete person instead of a collection of failures and regrets. When did that happen? I wondered aloud. For much, when I tear gradually. Same way healing always happens. You just wake up one day and realize you're not bleeding anymore. We finished dinner, walked back through Harajuku toward the station. The streets were alive with weekend energy teenagers in elaborate fashion. Tourists taking photos, couples walking hand in hand. At the station, Marcus turned to me. Photography project tomorrow. I found some great spots in Janison we should shoot. Yeah, text me the time. Will do. And David, I'm glad your ex called. I'm glad you got that closure. You seem lighter. I feel lighter. We parted ways. Marcus heading to Nakamuro. Me back to Shibuya. The train was crowded but not uncomfortably so. I found a spot near the door and watched Tokyo slide past the windows. My phone buzzed one more time. Richard, heard from Marcus, you had a big call today. Pottery tomorrow. Nothing like throwing clay to process emotions. I smiled. Can't photography project with Marcus, but next week for sure. Good. Proud of you, kid. Building a real life there. I put my phone away and just rode the train, feeling the rhythm of it, the sway and click of rails, the collective journey of strangers going their separate ways. When I got back to my apartment, instead of immediately turning on my laptop or diving into work emails, I did something different. I made tea, put on music jazz, something Miles Davis that felt right for the mood. Stood at my window looking out at Tokyo's nighttime sprawl. Sarah's call had given me something I didn't know I'd been waiting for. Permission, maybe to stop carrying the full weight of our failure. To acknowledge that relationships end for complicated reasons, not simple ones. That 2 people can both try and still fail. That love isn't always enough. But also, and this felt important, that failure in one thing doesn't mean failure in everything. My marriage had ended, but I wasn't ending. I was here in Tokyo building something new, making friends, finding joy in pottery and photography and ramen shops where the owner knew my order, creating a life that felt authentic instead of performative. Emma would visit in 73 days. We'd eat ramen and visit temples and take 1,000 photos. I'd show her my favorite spots, the quiet shrine in Harajuku, the bookstore in Daikanyama, the river in Nakamura where cherry blossoms fell like snow. I'd introduce her to my friends, show her the pottery I'd made, ugly but improving. Prove to her that I hadn't just run away, I'd run towards something better. And maybe in showing her that, I'd finally believe it myself. I opened my laptop and started a new document, not work, something else. Things I've learned in Tokyo. 1. Failure isn't permanent unless you let it be. 2. Starting over is terrifying, but possible. 3. Community matters more than I thought. 4. Presence is a practice, not a destination. 5. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is leave. 6. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is stay gone. 7. Healing happens gradually, then suddenly. 8. Cherry blossoms are beautiful because they don't last. 9. Neither does pain. I saved the document. Maybe I'd add to it. Maybe I wouldn't. But seeing those thoughts organized, acknowledged, felt like something. Outside, Tokyo glittered. Inside, I felt something close to peace. The divorce was final. Sarah had apologized. Emma was coming to visit. And I was okay. More than okay. I was healing. Summer arrived in Tokyo with humidity that made the air feel solid. And a text message that changed everything. Dad, I land in 6 hours. I'm on the plane. I can't wait to see you. I read Emma's message for the 10th time. Standing in my apartment at 5 a.m. too nervous to sleep. 73 days of planning, of making lists, of preparing for this moment, and now it was here. My apartment was spotless. I'd cleaned obsessively for 3 days. Stocked the fridge with snacks I thought a 10-year-old might like. Set up the guest room with fresh linens and a small vase of flowers. Made a binder, an actual binder of activities and restaurants and places we could visit. Richard had laughed when I showed it to him at work. You made a binder for a 10-year-old's visit. That's very you. I want it to be perfect. It will be because you'll be there. That's all she wants, David. Just you present and engaged. Present, that word again, the one that had destroyed my marriage and was now guiding my attempt at redemption. I took the train to Narita Airport at 6 a.m. arriving 3 hours early because anxiety doesn't respect reasonable timelines. Found a coffee shop with a view of the arrivals board and watched Emma's flight status update from en route to landed to at gate. My hands were shaking. If you've ever waited for someone who matters really matters, you know how time warps. How minutes become hours. How you check your phone compulsively even though nothing's changed. And then suddenly there she was. Emma burst through the arrivals gate, pulling a purple suitcase covered in stickers, her hair longer than I remembered, her face older, more mature. She scanned the crowd frantically, and when her eyes found mine, her whole face transformed. Dad, she ran. I caught her. She crashed into me with the full force of an almost 11-year-old who hadn't seen her father in 6 months. And I held her like she might disappear if I let go. I missed you, she said into my chest. I missed you so much. I missed you too, sweetheart. So much. We stood there in Narita Airport's arrivals hall, travelers flowing around us, both of us crying a little and not caring who saw. Finally, she pulled back, grinning through tears. Your hair's different. I'd gotten a haircut yesterday. Probably unnecessary. You think you look good? Happy? She studied my face. Seriously. Are you happy here? Yeah, I said, meaning it completely. I really am. Come on, let's get you home. Well, to my home. Your temporary home. For the next 2 weeks, the train ride back to Shibuya was a blur of Emma's excited chatter. Everything amazed her. The trains, the stations, the vending machines, the sheer density of Tokyo. It's so crowded, but everyone's so quiet and organized. Dad, they have seats that heat up. I watched her experience Tokyo through fresh eyes. Seeing the wonder I'd stopped noticing. The efficiency, the order, the small kindnesses, people giving up seats for the elderly, the automated announcements in multiple languages, the sheer impossibility of 13 million people functioning together at my apartment. Emma dropped her suitcase and immediately went to the window. Oh my God, she breathed. You can see everything, Dad. This is amazing. I stood beside her, looking at the view I'd stared at countless times. The Shibuya crossing, the buildings stacked like children's blocks, the organized chaos of Tokyo life. Pretty cool, right? So cool. She turned to me, serious suddenly. Thank you for letting me visit. I know things are complicated with you and Mom, but I'm really glad I get to be here, to see your life. I'm glad too, sweetheart. I pulled her into another hug. You hungry, jet-lagged, starving, and yes, but I want to stay awake. Mom said I should try to adjust to the time zone fast. Smart mom. Okay, lunch first. Then I want to show you some of my favorite places. We went to the ramen shop where the owner knew me. His eyes widened when he saw Emma. Musu, daughter. Hi. Yes, he beamed immediately, fussing over Emma, bringing her extra toppings, teaching her how to slurp properly. She giggled and tried, making a mess and not caring. "This is the best ramen I've ever had," she declared. "We're coming here every day. Every day might be excessive, but we can definitely come back." After lunch, we walked. I took her through Shibuya, let her experience the crossing during a busy period, took photos of her in the middle of thousands of people. All of us waiting for the light, then surging forward in organized waves. "It's like a dance," she said, amazed. We went to the cat cafe she'd requested. Spent an hour surrounded by cats while Emma took approximately 300 photos, visited the shrine in Harajuku, where I showed her how to make an offering. She wished for something silently. "Seriously?" Then told me it was a secret. "Will it come true?" she asked. "Maybe, if you work toward it." We took the train to Nakamuro, walked along the river where the cherry blossoms had been. Now it was just green trees and summer heat. But Emma loved it anyway. "You really live here?" she said, more statement than question. "Like this is really your home now?" "Yeah, it is." "Do you miss New York?" "Sometimes, mostly I miss you, but you're happy here." "I can tell." We sat on a bench by the river watching people pass. Couples, families, solo wanderers like I'd been. "I am happy here," I said carefully. "But I was miserable in New York. Not because of you. Never because of you, but because your mom and I were wrong for each other. We made each other worse instead of better." "I know. I could tell." She swung her legs, not looking at me. "Are you mad at her? At Mom?" "No, not anymore. We both made mistakes. We both could have done better." She feels bad. About how everything happened. "I know, we talked about it. We're okay now. Different, but okay." Emma nodded, processing this with that 10-year-old wisdom that shouldn't exist, but does. "Mark's nice. He makes Mom laugh, but he's not you. He doesn't have to be me. He just has to be good to you and your mom. And it sounds like he is." "He is. But I still wish." She trailed off. "Wish what, sweetheart?" "I wish you could both be happy. You and Mom like separately, and that I could see both of you without it being weird or sad." I pulled her close. "We're working on that. It takes time, but we'll get there. You get to have a mom who's happy with Mark and a dad who's happy in Tokyo. And you get to be part of both worlds. That's not the worst thing, right?" "No, it's pretty good, actually." She leaned into me. "I'm really glad you're happy, Dad. Even if it means you're far away." We sat there for a long time watching Tokyo live its life around us. The next 2 weeks were the best 2 weeks I'd had in years, maybe ever. I took Emma everywhere. The Team Lab Digital Art Museum, where she spent 3 hours wandering through rooms of light and color. The Ghibli Museum, where she cried during the Totoro short film. We took a day trip to Kamakura. Saw the Great Buddha. Ate shiatsu don by the ocean. I introduced her to my friends. We had dinner with Richard and Marcus and Hana at an izakaya, and Emma charmed everyone asking questions about their lives in Tokyo, their hobbies, what brought them here. "Your dad talks about you all the time," Hana told her. "We feel like we already know you." "Really?" Emma looked at me. Pleased. "Really?" I confirmed. "You're my favorite topic." We did pottery together at Yuki's studio. Emma made a lopsided bowl and declared it perfect. Yuki fired it specially. Had it ready before Emma left. For keeping special things, she told Emma to remember Tokyo. We took 1,000,000 photos. Emma with her ramen. Emma at the crossing. Emma at temples and parks and the top of Tokyo Tower. Emma with my friends with cats. With every vending machine she found interesting. On her last night, we sat at my apartment window watching the sun set over Tokyo. "I don't want to leave," she said quietly. "I don't want you to leave either, but you'll come back Christmas break maybe or spring and we'll video chat every week. Promise. Promise." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "Dad, can I tell you my wish from the shrine?" "Sure, sweetheart. I wish that you'd keep being happy. That you wouldn't stop building this life just because it's far from me." She looked up at me with serious eyes. "You're allowed to be happy even if it means being away. I want you to know that the permission I didn't know I needed from the person whose opinion mattered most. Thank you. I managed, that means everything to me, and I'm going to be happy too with Mom and Mark and knowing you're here being happy." She smiled. "We can both be happy in different places. That's okay." "Yeah, sweetheart. That's more than okay." The next morning, I took her back to Narita. We stood at the security checkpoint, neither wanting to say goodbye. 2 weeks flew by, Emma said. They really did. "But I'll be back. And you'll visit New York sometime, right? When you can." "Definitely. We'll figure it out." She hugged me one more time. "I love you, Dad." Thank you for the best 2 weeks ever. I love you too, Emma, so much. I watched her go through security, watched her turn and wave one last time, watched her disappear into the crowd of travelers. Then I stood there for a while, feeling the weight and lightness of it simultaneously. The sadness of goodbye. The joy of having had these 2 weeks. The knowledge that this wasn't an ending, just a pause. On the train back to Shibuya, I pulled out my phone and looked at the photos. Hundreds of them. Emma laughing, exploring, experiencing, building memories in my city, my life, my home. A text came through. Emma already at her gate. Thank you for everything, Dad. Tokyo is amazing. You're amazing. I'm so proud of you for building this life. Love you to the moon and back. I stared at that message. I'm so proud of you. And felt something break open in my chest. My daughter was proud of me, not for what I provided or achieved, but for surviving, for leaving, for choosing happiness, even when it was hard. I texted back, proud of you, too. For being so strong through everything, for giving me permission to be happy. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. Tokyo blurred past the train windows. My phone buzzed with messages from friends. Hana asking if I was okay. Marcus suggesting drinks later. Richard offering to meet for pottery tomorrow. This life I'd built. These people who showed up. This city that had healed me. I got off at Shibuya. Walked through the crossing one more time. Looked up at my building in the distance. Home. Not because it was perfect. Not because the pain was gone, not because I'd forgotten everything I'd lost, but because I'd built something here, something real, something mine. And that was enough. More than enough. It was everything. Story 2. My wife's father invited me to a business dinner with a Japanese client. I kept quiet and pretended I didn't understand Japanese, but then I heard him say something that made me freeze. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The email arrived on a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were always quiet at the office. That dead zone between Monday's chaos and the midweek momentum that carried you through to Friday. I was halfway through a mediocre turkey sandwich when my phone buzzed. And there it was, a message from Richard Chen, my father-in-law, with a subject line that read simply, opportunity. I stared at it for a moment before opening it. Richard and I had what you might call a cordial distance. He was polite at family gatherings, asked surface-level questions about my work as a marketing consultant, nodded thoughtfully when I answered. But there was always something behind his eyes, a calculation, an assessment. Like I was a stock, he was still deciding whether to buy or sell. My wife, Grace, assured me it was just his way. Dad's like that with everyone, she'd say, squeezing my hand. He's a businessman. He compartmentalizes. I loved Grace. God, I loved her. We'd been married 3 years together for 5, and she was the kind of person who made you believe in goodness. She taught 2nd grade, came home with glitter in her hair, and stories about kids who couldn't tie their shoes, but could explain the water cycle. She saw the best in people, including her father. The email was brief. David, I have a business dinner Thursday evening with an important client from Tokyo, Tanaka-san from Hiroshi Industries. He's considering a significant partnership with Chen Dynamics. I think it would be valuable for you to join us. Good exposure for you. And Grace mentioned you've been looking to expand your consulting practice. Matsuri Restaurant 700 p.m. Dress well, Richard. I read it twice, then a third time. Richard had never invited me to anything business related. In his world, I was the guy who married his daughter. Acceptable, educated enough, but fundamentally separate from the empire he'd built. Chen Dynamics was his creation. A mid-sized import-export company that had grown from a single shipping container operation into a multi-million-dollar enterprise connecting American retailers with Asian manufacturers. Richard was proud of it in the way some men are proud of their children, fiercely, possessively, without room for question or critique. And now he wanted me there at a dinner with a potential partner. It felt like being invited to sit at the adults' table for the first time. I should have been grateful. I should have felt honored. Instead, I felt something else, something I couldn't quite name. A whisper of unease. Like the moment before you realize you've forgotten something important. I forwarded the email to Grace with a simple question mark. She responded within minutes, her text message bright with exclamation points. Oh my God, that's amazing. Dad must really trust you. This is huge for him. Hiroshi Industries is like a dream client. You have to go. So I went. Thursday arrived wrapped in that particular kind of autumn cold that makes you wish you'd worn a heavier coat, but too proud to admit it once you're already outside. I'd chosen my best suit, charcoal gray, tailored last year for a friend's wedding, and a burgundy tie that Grace said made me look distinguished. I felt like I was wearing a costume, playing dress up in my father-in-law's world. Matsuri restaurant sat in the upscale district downtown, the kind of place where you needed a reservation weeks in advance, and the menu didn't list prices. I'd passed it a dozen times, but never been inside. The entrance was marked by a simple wooden sign with elegant kanji characters and a stone pathway that curved through a small garden. Even though we were in the middle of the city, it was designed to make you feel like you were stepping into another world. I arrived at 6:55 p.m., not too early to seem desperate. Not late enough to be disrespectful. Richard was already there, standing near the host station in a navy suit that probably cost more than my car payment. Next to him stood a man I assumed was Tanaka-san. Late 50s, silver-rimmed glasses, an expression of polite interest that seemed carved from stone. David Richards' handshake was firm, brief. "This is Tanaka Hiroshi, CEO of Hiroshi Industries." "Tanaka-san, this is my son-in-law. David Morrison, he's a marketing consultant." I bowed slightly, not too deep, just enough to show respect, and offered my hand. "It's an honor to meet you, sir." Kanakin's handshake was measured, his eyes sharp. He said something in Japanese, and Richard laughed a calculated sound, like he'd practiced it. "He says, the honor is his." Richard translated, though I already knew that. "He's impressed that I have a consultant in the family." Here's what Richard didn't know. I spoke Japanese fluently. It wasn't something I advertised. I'd spent 2 years in Japan after college, teaching English in a small city outside Osaka. I'd fallen in love with the language, the culture, the way silence could mean more than words. I'd stayed longer than I planned, studying at night, practicing with anyone who would talk to me. By the time I came back to the States, I could navigate business meetings, understand news broadcasts, read novels in their original form. But it never came up with Richard. Why would it? We talked about weather, about Grace, about surface things. He never asked about my time abroad. Never showed interest in anything that didn't directly relate to his world. And Grace knew I spoke some Japanese, but didn't realize the extent. To her, it was a fun party trick. I could order sushi properly, recognize characters on street signs. So, when Tanaka spoke, I kept my face neutral, politely blank. The international expression of someone waiting for translation. Richard gestured toward the private dining room. "Shall we?" The room was beautiful in that austere way that speaks of wealth. Low table, cushioned floor seating, a scroll painting on the wall depicting mountains shrouded in mist, a server in a crisp kimono, poured tea with movements so precise they looked choreographed. We settled in, Richard and Tanaka-san across from each other, me slightly to Richard's left. The positioning felt deliberate. I was close enough to be included, but far enough to be clearly secondary. A supporting character in someone else's scene. The conversation started safe, neutral. Richard talked about Chen Dynamics' growth trajectory, about their distribution network, about their reputation for reliability. Kanakin listened with that same carved expression, occasionally nodding, asking clarifying questions through Richard's interpretation. Except Richard wasn't just interpreting, he was editing. When Tanaka-san asked about labor practices at their partner factories, Richard translated it as a question about production capacity. When Tanaka-san mentioned concerns about supply chain transparency, Richard spun it into a question about logistics efficiency. I kept my face still, sipped my tea, nodded at appropriate moments, but inside something was shifting. A discomfort that started as a pinprick and began to spread. The food arrived in waves, sushimi arranged like flowers, tempura so light it seemed to float. Miso soup served in lacquered bowls. Richard raised his glass in a toast. "To partnership," he said, and Tanaka-san echoed him in Japanese. We drank. The sake was smooth, warm going down. Then Tanaka-san said something that made me set down my cup very carefully. "This project involves a significant investment. I only do business with transparent people. Will you show me your company's real financial situation?" Richard smiled. Warm, grandfatherly. He responded in English, which I would then need to translate back in my head to understand what Kanakin was hearing. "Kanakin wants to confirm our mutual commitment to this partnership. He's expressing his enthusiasm." That wasn't remotely what he said. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. The kind of cold that has nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with recognition. The moment when you realize the ground beneath you isn't solid. Kanakin's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't stupid. He could sense the discrepancy. Even if he couldn't pinpoint it, he said something else slower this time, more deliberate. "I don't work with liars." Richard laughed again. "He says he's excited to see our facility next week." The lie was so blatant, so utterly disconnected from what had actually been said that for a moment I thought I'd misheard. That my Japanese was rustier than I thought. But no, I understood perfectly. And Richard was deliberately, systematically mistranslating every challenging question Tanaka-san asked. I looked at my father-in-law. Really looked at him. He was relaxed, confident, completely at ease. He thought he was in control. He thought he could manipulate this conversation, steer it toward whatever outcome he wanted, and no one would be the wiser because why would they? Who brings someone who speaks Japanese to a business dinner and doesn't mention it? Tanaka-san was speaking again. I want to ask about your son-in-law. Does he speak Japanese? Richard glanced at me. Then back to Tanakan. He's asking what you think of the meal, David. Tell him it's excellent. My mouth was dry. It's excellent, I said. Best I've had. Tanakan studied me for a long moment. Then he switched to English, accented but clear. You enjoy Japanese food, Mr. Morrison? Very much, I said. My voice sounded normal, calm, like I wasn't screaming internally. My wife and I try to visit authentic places when we can. Have you been to Japan? The question hung there. Richard's posture shifted almost imperceptibly. Alert. A long time ago, I said carefully. Right after college. I taught English for a while. Ah. Tanaka-san's expression didn't change. Where? Osaka Prefecture. A small city. You probably wouldn't know it. I see. He returned to his sake, to his food. But I could feel him thinking, processing, calculating. The dinner continued. More dishes arrived. More lies were translated. Richard grew increasingly comfortable, talking about profit margins that sounded inflated, about supplier relationships that seemed too good to be true, about contracts he claimed were already secured, when Tanakan had explicitly said he needed to see documentation first. And I sat there, silent. Complicit by virtue of my silence. Because here's the thing about knowledge. Once you have it, every moment you don't act becomes a choice. Every second I sat there understanding the real conversation while Richard spun his fiction, I became part of the deception. Not actively, I wasn't lying, but I was allowing the lies to continue. I was the silent witness to something that felt increasingly like fraud. When Tanaka-san excused himself to take a phone call, Richard leaned toward me. This is going well, he said quietly. Better than I expected. Tanaka's on board. I can feel it. Are you sure he understands everything you're telling him? I asked carefully. Richard waved a hand. His English is good enough for the important parts. And I've been working with Japanese clients for 20 years, David. I know how to navigate this. You're lying to him. I wanted to say, you're mistranslating every difficult question. You're building a partnership on deception. But I didn't say it. I nodded. I sipped my tea. I became complicit. Tanaka-san returned. The dinner wound down. We exchanged business cards, mine simple and somewhat apologetic next to Richard's embossed perfection and Tanaka-san's minimalist elegance. We bowed. We shook hands. Richard scheduled a follow-up meeting. As we walked out into the cold night air, Richard clapped me on the shoulder. Thanks for coming, David. I know this isn't usually your scene, but it means something that you were here. Family matters in business. It shows stability. I'm glad I could help, I said automatically. He handed his valet ticket to the attendant. Grace mentioned you're looking to expand your consulting practice. I might have some contacts for you, people who could use your services. Let me make some calls. It was an offering, a reward for good behavior, for playing my part, for being the appropriate son-in-law who dressed well and made polite conversation and asked no uncomfortable questions. I should have felt grateful. Instead, I felt dirty, like I'd witnessed a crime and done nothing, like I'd sold something I couldn't name for the promise of professional advancement I wasn't sure I wanted. I drove home in silence. Grace was already asleep when I got there. The apartment dark, except for the small lamp she always left on in the hallway. I stood in the doorway to our bedroom, watching her breathe, peaceful and unaware. My phone buzzed. A text from Richard. Good work tonight. We'll talk soon. I deleted it. Then I sat down at our kitchen table and opened my laptop. I pulled up Chen Dynamics' website, started clicking through pages I'd never bothered to read before. Public filings, press releases, partnership announcements. I was looking for something. I didn't know what yet, but I knew this. Something was deeply wrong. And I was the only person in that room who understood exactly how wrong it was. The question was what I was going to do about it. If you've ever discovered something you weren't supposed to know, you understand the weight of it. How it sits in your chest like a stone. How every conversation afterward feels like navigating a minefield because you're carrying information that changes everything. I sat there until sunrise, reading, researching, beginning to understand the scope of what I'd witnessed. And slowly, very slowly, I began to form a plan. Grace found me at the kitchen table that morning, Laptop still open, cold coffee in a mug I didn't remember pouring. Did you even come to bed? Her voice was soft with sleep, concerned. She wore my old college t-shirt, her hair pulled into a messy bun. Beautiful in that unconscious way that made my chest ache. I closed the laptop too quickly. The kind of movement that draws attention rather than deflects it. Couldn't sleep, I said, which was true. Too wired from the dinner. She smiled, patting over to kiss my forehead. I knew it would go well. Dad wouldn't have invited you if he didn't think you could handle it. She moved to the coffee maker, starting a fresh pot. Tell me everything. Was the client impressed? Did Dad introduce you properly? Oh, God. Was the food amazing? I watched her. My wife, the woman who saw good in everyone, who believed her father's world was built on hard work and integrity because that's what he told her. That's what she needed to believe. The food was incredible, I said. Each word felt calculated. Tanaka-san seemed interested in the partnership. Interested. That's it. She turned, mocked, disappointed. Come on, give me details. What did they talk about? Your father lied repeatedly, systematically to a man who was trying to do honest business. And I sat there and let it happen. Supply chains, I said instead. Distribution networks, pretty technical stuff. I mostly just listened. It wasn't quite a lie, more like a strategic omission. The kind of thing that feels like betrayal even as you're doing it. Grace poured 2 cups of coffee, added cream to mine the way I liked it. Dad texted me this morning. He said you were great, that you really impressed him. She handed me the mug, her eyes bright. David, this could be huge for us if he starts referring clients to you. If he actually brings you into his business circle. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. We'd been talking about buying a house, about starting a family, about all the things that required money we didn't quite have yet. Richard's world, his connections, his influence could change that. Could change everything. Yeah, I said. It could be. She kissed me again longer this time, then headed to the shower. I heard the water start, heard her humming something cheerful and off-key. I reopened the laptop. Research became my new obsession. I told myself it was due diligence, professional curiosity, the natural instinct of someone who'd stumbled onto information that didn't add up. But really, it was something else, a compulsion. The same way you can't stop pressing on a bruise to see if it still hurts. Chen Dynamics' public information was impressive on the surface. 23 years in business, steady growth, partnerships with major retailers, suppliers across Asia. Richard's biography on the company website painted him as a self-made success story. Immigrant parents worked his way through college. Built his empire from nothing, but when you looked closer, really looked, things started to blur at the edges. Financial statements that were technically compliant but vague in crucial areas. Partner companies that existed on paper but had minimal online presence. Glowing testimonials from clients whose names, when I searched them, led to dead ends or businesses that had dissolved years ago. And then there were the lawsuits buried deep in public records, settled quietly, sealed under confidentiality agreements. 3 in the past 5 years, all from Asian suppliers claiming breach of contract, unpaid invoices, misrepresentation of terms, nothing proven, nothing that stuck, but a pattern nonetheless. Like seeing the same card come up too many times in what's supposed to be a random shuffle. I created a folder on my laptop, labeled it Market Research, generic enough that Grace wouldn't think twice if she saw it. Inside, I started compiling everything, screenshots of suspicious transactions, links to archived news articles, notes on the discrepancies between what Richard had said at dinner and what I could verify independently. The deeper I dug, the clearer it became. My father-in-law was running a sophisticated shell game. Not quite illegal, he was too smart for that, but profoundly unethical. He would sign contracts with suppliers based on inflated promises, deliver partial payments, then dispute terms when it came time for full compensation. He'd leverage language barriers and cultural differences, knowing most small Asian manufacturers couldn't afford to pursue international litigation. And he was about to do the same thing to Tanaka Hiroshi. Hiroshi Industries wasn't some small supplier. They were established, respected, substantial. But Richard had clearly identified them as his next mark. The dinner, the charm offensive, the careful mistranslations. It was all set up. He was going to convince Tanaka to commit significant resources. Probably front-load production or provide favorable credit terms. And then I didn't know exactly what came next, but I knew it wouldn't be honest. You've been distant, Grace said it on Saturday morning, standing in our bedroom doorway while I sat at my makeshift desk. Really just a corner of our dining table where I'd claimed squatters' rights. My laptop was open again, always open now. I looked up, just busy. Got a few new client proposals I'm working on a Saturday. She crossed her arms, not angry, worried. David, you barely ate dinner last night. You're up until 2-3 in the morning every night. And when I talk to you, you're somewhere else. She wasn't wrong. I'd been somewhere else. Stuck in a loop of discovery and dread, trying to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do with information I never should have had. I'm sorry, I said, and meant it. This project is just it's complicated. Is it for one of Dad's contacts? She asked hopefully. Did he send work your way already? The assumption stung that any professional success I had would naturally flow from Richard's generosity, that I needed his intervention to thrive. No, I said, different client. Grace moved closer, put her hand on my shoulder. I'm proud of you. You know that, right? You don't need to kill yourself trying to prove something. But that was exactly what I was doing. Trying to prove something to myself, maybe. That I wasn't just the son-in-law who showed up on holidays and smiled politely. That I had principles that mattered more than comfort, that I could see wrongdoing and not just turn away because it was easier. I know, I said. I pulled her down for a kiss, held her a moment longer than necessary, like I was trying to memorize something I was afraid of losing. Monday, I called in sick to work, told my actual clients I had food poisoning, spent the day at the public library instead, using their computers and guest Wi-Fi because I was becoming paranoid about digital footprints. I found Tanaka Hiroshi's professional profile on LinkedIn. Distinguished career, board member of 2 nonprofits focused on ethical business practices, published articles about corporate responsibility and transparent supply chains. He wasn't just a businessman. He was someone who genuinely cared about doing things right. And Richard was going to destroy him, or try to anyway. Because Tanaka wasn't some small operation that could be bullied or manipulated. He had resources. He had reputation. If Richard tried his usual tactics and Tanaka discovered the deception, the lawsuit would be massive, public. It would unravel everything Richard had built, and Grace would be caught in the aftermath. Her father exposed, her family name dragged through proceedings and press coverage. The carefully constructed world she lived in would collapse. I could prevent that. I could say nothing, do nothing, let events unfold however they would, stay out of it, protect my marriage, my relationship with my wife's family, my own comfortable position in Richard's good graces, or I could act. The question was, how and at what cost? That night, Grace's mother called. I heard Grace on the phone in the other room, her voice bright and animated. Mom, I know, Dad said. The dinner went amazing. Yes, David was perfect. No, he didn't say anything embarrassing. I sat very still, listening to my wife defend me against criticisms I hadn't heard. Prove my worth to parents who'd apparently been skeptical. When she hung up, she came into the kitchen where I was pretending to cook dinner. Mom says, Dad's really serious about this Hiroshi partnership. He thinks it could be the biggest deal of his career. She wrapped her arms around me from behind and she said, thank you for being there, for supporting him. She said it meant a lot. I stared at the vegetables I was chopping. I didn't do much. You were there. That's what matters. She rested her chin on my shoulder. They're having a family dinner Friday to celebrate the partnership moving forward. You'll come, right? Of course, I said automatically. Good, because she hesitated. I know they can be a lot sometimes. Dad especially. But they're trying, David. They really are. They're accepting you, seeing you as part of the family, not just the guy who married me. The words hit like physical blows because she meant them kindly, because she thought she was sharing good news. Because she had no idea that her father's acceptance was conditional, transactional, based entirely on my perceived usefulness and continued compliance. That's great, I managed. Really great. She squeezed me tighter. I love you. I love you, too. And I did. God, I did. Which made everything so much harder. Wednesday afternoon, my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. Mr. Morrison. The voice was accented. Formal. This is Tanaka Hiroshi. We met last week at Matsuri. My heart stopped. Actually stopped, then started again, too fast, too hard. Mr. Tanaka, I said carefully. This is unexpected. I apologize for calling directly. I obtained your number from the business card you provided. A pause. I wonder if you might have time to meet for coffee perhaps. There are some matters regarding your father-in-law's company that I would like to discuss. Every warning bell in my head started ringing at once. This was it. The moment where staying neutral became impossible, where I had to choose a side. What kind of matters? I asked. Another pause. Longer this time. I believe you understood more of our dinner conversation than you indicated, Mr. Morrison. Am I correct? My mouth was dry. My hand holding the phone was shaking. I am not sure what you mean. I have been in business for 30 years, Tanaka said quietly. I know when someone is truly listening and when they are merely waiting their turn to speak. You were listening very carefully. And your face, Mr. Morrison, it showed things. Small things, but things nonetheless. I closed my eyes. Mr. Tanaka, I am not asking you to betray anyone, he interrupted. I am simply asking for truth. I am about to commit significant resources to a partnership with Chen Dynamics. If there are reasons I should reconsider, I believe I deserve to know. Don't you agree? It was a fair question, a reasonable question. The kind of question a person with integrity would answer honestly. I don't know if I can help you, I said finally. Cannot or will not. The distinction mattered. Cannot implied impossibility beyond my control. Will not implied choice implied that I was actively choosing to protect Richard's deception. It's complicated, I said. Most important things are. Tanaka's voice remained gentle, patient. Mr. Morrison, I am staying at the Meridian Hotel downtown. I will be in the lobby restaurant tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock having breakfast. If you choose to join me, I will be grateful for your time. If you do not appear, I will understand and will not contact you again. Mr. Tanaka, I have to think about, of course, think carefully, but please understand. I'm not asking you to lie. I'm asking you not to stay silent while lies continue. There is a difference. He hung up. I sat there holding my dead phone, feeling like I'd been punched, because he was right. There was a difference. And I'd been pretending there wasn't. Telling myself that not actively lying was enough. That silence wasn't complicity. But it was. Every moment I'd sat at that dinner, understanding what was really being said, watching Richard manipulate and deceive, I'd been complicit. I'd been part of it. That night, I barely spoke. Grace noticed. Of course, she noticed, but I blamed it on work stress. She accepted the excuse because she wanted to, because it was easier than pushing. I lay awake next to her, listening to her breathe, watching the shadows move across the ceiling. 8 o'clock, the Meridian Hotel. Tomorrow, if I told Tanaka the truth, I would be betraying my father-in-law, potentially destroying his business, his reputation. Grace would never forgive me. Her family would never forgive me. My marriage might not survive it. If I didn't go, I would be choosing comfort over integrity. I would be saying that my personal peace was worth more than truth. That some people's right to honest business dealings didn't matter as much as my need to avoid conflict. I thought about the suppliers Richard had cheated. Small manufacturers, people who trusted him, who delivered goods or services in good faith and been left holding unpaid invoices and broken promises. I thought about how Richard had used cultural differences as weapons, how he'd taken advantage of language barriers, legal distances, the simple fact that pursuing justice internationally was expensive and exhausting. I thought about Tanaka Hiroshi's articles about ethical business practices, about transparency, about the kind of world he was trying to build. And I thought about Grace, my wife, the woman I loved, the innocent party in all of this, who didn't deserve to have her world shattered because her husband couldn't keep his mouth shut. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I got out of bed, went to the bathroom, closed the door, sat on the floor with my back against the wall. I pulled out my phone, searched for flights to nowhere in particular, rental cars, hotels in distant cities. Not because I was actually planning to run, though. The thought had crossed my mind, but because I needed to know I had options. Escape routes. Ways out of whatever was coming. Then I deleted the searches, cleared my browser history. If you've ever been trapped between two impossible choices, you know this feeling. The way your mind spins, trying to find an angle you haven't considered. A third option, a magical solution where no one gets hurt and everyone's happy, and you don't have to be the one who brings the hammer down. But life doesn't work that way. Not really. Sometimes you just have to choose which bridge to burn and try to live with the smoke. I stayed on that bathroom floor until dawn broke through the small window above the shower. Watched the darkness turn gray, then gold, then the harsh white of morning. Grace knocked softly. David, you okay? Yeah, I said. My voice sounded strange, distant. Just needed a minute. Come back to bed. It's early. I will soon. But I didn't. I stayed there, counting minutes, watching light move across tiles, trying to find the courage to do what I already knew I was going to do. 7:45. I checked my reflection in the mirror. I looked like someone who hadn't slept, someone carrying something heavy. I looked like someone about to change everything. The Meridian Hotel lobby smelled like expensive coffee and quiet money. I stood outside the glass doors for 5 minutes, maybe 10, watching well-dressed people flow in and out. Business travelers with rolling suitcases and practiced efficiency. Hotel guests in athleisure heading to whatever spa or workout facility justified the room rate. Everyone moving with purpose, like they knew exactly where they belonged. I didn't belong here. I belonged at home in bed with my wife, pretending I hadn't seen what I'd seen. Pretending I didn't know what I knew. 7:58. I pushed through the doors. The restaurant was tucked off the main lobby, all blonde wood and soft lighting. The kind of place where breakfast cost $30 and no one blinked. Tanaka sat at a corner table reading something on a tablet, a pot of tea steaming gently beside him. He wore a crisp white shirt, no tie, reading glasses perched on his nose. He looked like someone's thoughtful uncle, not a CEO about to be defrauded. He glanced up as I approached. Something shifted in his expression, not quite relief, but maybe satisfaction, like he'd placed a bet and won. "Mr. Morrison," he said, standing, bowing slightly. "I am grateful you came." I sat down before I could change my mind. Before I could turn around and run, a server appeared immediately. Poured me water. I didn't remember requesting. Asked if I wanted coffee. I said yes, even though I'd already had 3 cups at home, watching dawn break. Trying to convince myself I wasn't about to blow up my life. "I was not certain you would come," Tanaka said once we were alone. He removed his reading glasses, folded them carefully. "It takes courage what you are doing." "I'm not doing anything yet," I said. My voice sounded strange. Strained. "I'm just here." That in itself is something. He poured tea into a second cup, pushed it toward me. "Green tea, very calming. I find it helps with difficult conversations." I wrapped my hands around the cup. The warmth was grounding, real. Everything else felt like I was watching it happen to someone else. "Mr. Tanaka, before we go any further, I need to know what exactly do you want from me?" He studied me for a long moment. "Truth," he said simply. "At the dinner last Thursday, your father-in-law was translating my questions, but I do not believe he was translating them accurately. Am I correct?" The moment stretched. This was it. The point of no return. I could still lie. Could say I didn't speak Japanese well enough to be sure that maybe there were just some cultural misunderstandings that I really couldn't help him. But I was so tired of lying. Even the passive lies, the lies of omission, they were eating me from the inside out. "Yes," I said. "You're correct." Tanaka didn't react dramatically. He simply nodded like I'd confirmed something he already knew. "Will you tell me what I actually said and what your father-in-law claimed I said?" This was the cliff edge, the moment of jumping. Once I started talking, I couldn't take it back. I thought about Grace. Asleep when I left, peaceful and trusting. I thought about the family dinner on Friday, the celebration of a partnership built on deception. I thought about wedding photos on our mantle, about Richard's hand on my shoulder, about being welcomed into a family that was fundamentally corrupt. "You asked about transparency," I said quietly. "About seeing Chen Dynamics' real financial situation. Richard told you that you were expressing enthusiasm for the partnership." Tanaka's jaw tightened. "Continue." "So I did. I told him everything. Every mistranslation, every deflection, every lie Richard had carefully constructed. I told him how when he'd said he only worked with transparent people, Richard had claimed he was confirming his commitment. How when he'd stated explicitly that he didn't work with liars, Richard had translated it as excitement about touring the facility. With each revelation, Tanaka's expression grew darker, not angry, controlled, but you could see the calculations happening behind his eyes, the pieces falling into place. "When you asked if I spoke Japanese," I said, "Richard told me you were asking about the meal. He specifically didn't want you to know I understood because then I would have known immediately that he was lying." Tanaka sat down his teacup with precise care. "Mr. Morrison, why did you not say something at the time? Why allow this deception to continue?" The question wasn't accusatory, just honest. "Wanting to understand?" "Because he's my father-in-law," I said. "Because my wife loves him and trusts him. Because I was afraid of what telling the truth would cost me. And now I'm more afraid of what staying silent will cost me." "And you?" I met his eyes. "You're not his first, are you? You're not the first person he's done this to." Tanaka shook his head slowly. "I suspected as much. When I began my due diligence on Chen Dynamics, there were inconsistencies, small things that did not align. Former partners who would not return calls, sealed legal settlements, nothing conclusive, but enough to create doubt. So why move forward at all? Because I wanted to give him the benefit of that doubt because I believe in assuming good faith until proven otherwise." His voice hardened. "But I also believe in protecting myself and my company, which is why I had my legal team continuing their investigation, even as we moved toward partnership discussions." He pulled out his phone, swiped through something, then turned it toward me. It was an email thread, All in Japanese, between his lawyers and what looked like representatives from several Asian manufacturing companies. 3 confirmed cases of contract manipulation, Tanaka said. 2 cases of partial payment followed by spurious quality complaints to avoid full compensation. 1 case of complete non-payment with threats of legal action if pursued. All within the past 6 years, all with smaller suppliers who could not afford international litigation. I felt sick. Why hasn't anyone stopped him? Because he is careful. He stays just within legal boundaries. Exploits language barriers and cultural differences, makes it more expensive to pursue justice than to accept the loss. It is a strategy, Mr. Morrison. A calculated, methodical strategy of predation. The coffee arrived. I didn't touch it. Couldn't imagine putting anything in my stomach right now. There is something else, Tanaka said. He pulled a folder from the bag beside his chair, slid it across the table. This arrived yesterday from my investigators. I think you should see it. I opened the folder. Financial documents. Chen Dynamics internal records somehow obtained by Tanaka's team, and they painted a very different picture than the public filings I'd seen. The company was in trouble. Deep trouble. Revenue was down 40% over 3 years. Several major clients had severed relationships. The operational accounts were being shuffled between subsidiaries in what looked like sophisticated money laundering, moving funds around to create the illusion of solvency while masking significant debt. Richard Chen is desperate, Tanaka said quietly. He needs this partnership not to grow his business, but to save it. My company's resources, our reputation, our distribution network. He plans to use them as collateral to secure loans he cannot currently obtain. Then when those loans come due and he cannot pay, the liability will partially fall on Hiroshi Industries as his partner. Jesus. The word came out barely above a whisper. If I had signed the preliminary agreement we discussed, which he was pushing to finalize this week, I would have exposed my company to potentially millions in fraudulent debt. Tanaka closed the folder. Your father-in-law is not just unethical, Mr. Morrison. He is engaged in what my lawyers believe constitutes criminal fraud. The restaurant sounds faded to background noise. The clink of silverware, the murmur of conversation, the soft jazz playing through hidden speakers. It all felt very far away. What are you going to do? I asked. Legally, I'm withdrawing from all partnership discussions immediately. My lawyers will file formal complaints with the appropriate regulatory agencies. What happens after that is beyond my control. He paused. But that is not why I asked you here. Then why? Tanaka leaned forward. Because you are in danger, Mr. Morrison. When I withdraw, when investigations begin, your father-in-law will look for explanations. He will wonder how his deceptions were discovered. And he will remember that you were present at our dinner, that you sat silent while he spoke Japanese. Eventually, he may wonder why you were so silent. The implication settled over me like ice water. You think he'll blame me? I think he will look for someone to blame, and you are the obvious variable, the new element in his careful equation. Tanaka's voice softened. I am telling you this not to frighten you, but to give you time to prepare, to protect yourself, and if I may say, to protect your wife. She deserves to know who her father truly is. Grace, God, Grace. She won't believe me, I said. If I tell her any of this, she'll think I'm attacking her father, that I'm trying to drive a wedge between them. Perhaps initially, Tanaka pulled another document from his folder, which is why I am giving you this, a full report from my investigators with documentation, not speculation, not interpretation, simply facts, dates, records. If you choose to show it to her, she will have evidence. If you choose not to, at least you will know the full truth of what you are protecting her from. He slid the document across the table. It was thick, professional, devastating. Years of Richard's predatory practices laid out in meticulous detail. Why are you helping me? I asked. You don't know me. You owe me nothing. Tanaka smiled, sad and tired. Because you did something difficult today. You chose truth over comfort. That is rare, Mr. Morrison. And because he hesitated, I have a son-in-law myself in Japan, a good man who married my daughter 5 years ago. When they married, I told him, if I ever do something wrong, if I ever compromise my principles, I hope you will have the courage to speak honestly, not to betray me, but to save me from myself. He stood, preparing to leave. Your father-in-law is beyond saving, I think. But you are not, and neither is your marriage, if you handle this with wisdom and compassion. I stood too automatically. We bowed to each other, mine deeper, more grateful than I could articulate. Mr. Tanaka, I said, thank you for giving me a choice. We always have choices, Mr. Morrison. The question is whether we have the courage to make the hard ones. He collected his things, Left cash on the table for the meal I hadn't eaten. One more thing, when this becomes public, and it will, you may need someone to vouch for your character, for the fact that you came forward, not out of malice, but out of principle. If that time comes, my lawyers have instructions to provide testimony on your behalf. He left me standing there, holding a folder full of truth I wasn't sure I was ready to carry. I sat back down, ordered more coffee I didn't drink. Read through the entire report, every page, every damning detail. Tanaka's investigators had been thorough. Bank records showing suspicious transfers. Emails between Richard and his accountants discussing how to manage supplier disputes. Testimonials from people he defrauded, their businesses damaged or destroyed, their trust in international commerce shattered, and photos. Richard at expensive restaurants, driving luxury cars, wearing watches that cost more than my annual salary. All while claiming his company was struggling, all while telling suppliers he couldn't afford full payment, all while presenting himself as a humble businessman trying to make an honest living. The hypocrisy was staggering, the calculated cruelty of it. These weren't abstract numbers on a spreadsheet. These were real people, real families, real lives, disrupted because one man decided his comfort mattered more than their livelihoods. My phone buzzed. Grace, good morning. You left early. Everything okay? I stared at the message at the three bright, cheerful words that represented my wife's fundamental goodness. Her inability to imagine that the people she loved could be capable of deep, systematic evil. I typed, just had an early meeting. Home soon. Love you. 3 lies and 12 words. Because it wasn't just a meeting. I wouldn't be home soon. Not really. Not the version of me she knew. And I wasn't sure I still knew what love meant in the context of what I was about to do, but I sent it anyway. Then I took the folder, walked out of the Meridian Hotel, and got in my car. I sat there in the parking garage, surrounded by concrete and exhaust fumes and the mechanical hum of ventilation systems. I pulled out my phone and called the one person I trusted completely. My older brother James, a lawyer, someone who'd understand both the legal implications and the personal cost of what I was carrying. Little brother, he answered, always with the same greeting since we were kids. It's barely 9 o'clock in the morning. Who calls at 9 o'clock in the morning? James, I said, I need help and I need you not to tell anyone, not even Mom, until I figure out what I'm doing. His tone changed immediately. What happened? So I told him, sitting in that parking garage, cars coming and going around me, I told him everything. The dinner, the lies, the meeting with Tanaka, the folder full of evidence now sitting on my passenger seat like a bomb. He was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then David, Jesus Christ, you're absolutely sure about this? I watched it happen, James, and the documentation is solid. This isn't speculation. Okay. I could hear him thinking, organizing. He'd always been the steady one. Here's what you need to do. First, you document everything from your perspective. Write down exactly what happened at the dinner. What you heard, what was said versus what was translated. Timestamp it. Be specific. That's your insurance. If this blows back on you, you think it will. I think Richard Chen sounds like the kind of man who doesn't accept responsibility, which means when hits the fan, and it will, he's going to look for scapegoats. Don't give him ammunition. I close my eyes. Grace is going to hate me. Maybe at first, but David, he paused. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for someone is tell them a truth they don't want to hear, especially if staying silent would make you complicit in their father's crimes. She thinks he's a good man. She thinks I'm finally being accepted into the family. Then she deserves to know who's accepting you and what that acceptance is worth. We talked for another hour. James walking me through legal protections, potential consequences, ways to minimize damage, but mostly he just listened. Let me talk through my fear, my guilt, my certainty that I was about to lose everything that mattered. You're doing the right thing, he said finally. It doesn't feel like it. It won't feel like it for a while, but you are. I wasn't sure I believed him, but I wanted to. God, I wanted to. I drove home slowly, taking the long way, trying to figure out how to walk back into my apartment and look at my wife with all this knowledge sitting between us. The folder sat on the passenger seat like a passenger itself, silent, accusatory, undeniable. When I finally pulled into our building's parking lot, I sat there for another 10 minutes, gathering courage I wasn't sure I had. Then I grabbed the folder, got out of the car, and walked toward a conversation that was going to change everything. If you've ever stood at the threshold of your own life, knowing that once you step forward, nothing will ever be the same. You understand this moment, the weight of it, the finality. I put my key in the lock, heard Grace singing in the kitchen, something off-key and happy. And I opened the door. Grace was making pancakes. I could smell them before I even closed the door. That sweet, buttery smell that meant weekend mornings and lazy contentment. She was at the stove, spatula in hand, humming along to something playing from her phone. She'd changed out of my t-shirt into jeans and a soft sweater, pulled her hair back with a clip that was already losing its grip. She turned when I entered, smiled. That sunrise smile that had made me fall in love with her in the first place. There you are. I was starting to think your meeting had kidnapped you. Are you hungry? I made way too much batter. I set my keys on the counter. The folder was tucked under my arm, hidden against my body. Like if I kept it out of sight, I could delay what came next. Grace, I said, we need to talk. The smile faltered. Not gone, just uncertain. Okay, that sounds ominous. What's wrong? Everything. I wanted to say everything is wrong and it's about to get worse and I'm so sorry. Can you turn off the stove? I asked. Now the smile disappeared completely. She switched off the burner, set down the spatula with careful precision. David, you're scaring me. What happened at your meeting? I moved to the kitchen table, sat down before my legs could give out. She followed, sat across from me, her hands folded in front of her like she was bracing for impact. It wasn't a meeting, I said. It was breakfast with Tanaka Hiroshi. Her brow furrowed. Dad's client. Why would you? Then her eyes widened. Oh, God. Did you do something? Did you mess up the deal somehow? David, if you know, I didn't mess up anything. I pulled the folder out, set it on the table between us. Grace, there's something about your father that you need to know. Something I should have told you days ago, but I was afraid. I'm still afraid. But you deserve the truth. She stared at the folder like it might bite her. What truth? What are you talking about? So I told her about the dinner, about understanding Japanese, about Richard's systematic mistranslations. I kept my voice steady, clinical almost, because if I let emotion in, I'd never get through it. But I watched her face as I spoke. Watched understanding turn to confusion, turn to denial, turn to something harder. That's not possible, she said when I paused. You must have misunderstood. Dad's Japanese might not be perfect, but he wouldn't deliberately lie to a client. He wouldn't. Grace, I speak Japanese fluently. I lived there for 2 years. I know what I heard. You never told me you were fluent. There was accusation in it. Like I'd been hiding something suspicious rather than just a skill that never came up. It never seemed important, but it is now because your father wasn't just making mistakes. He was deliberately, systematically deceiving Tanaka. And when I started looking into Chen dynamics, really looking, I found out it's not the first time. I pushed the folder toward her. This is from Tanaka's investigators. Documentation of your father's business practices over the past 6 years. Grace, your dad has been defrauding suppliers. Small manufacturers in Asia who can't afford to fight back. He's built his whole empire on a foundation of exploitation and lies. She didn't touch the folder. I don't believe you. I know. I knew you wouldn't. Which is why I brought evidence. Evidence from his competitor. From someone who has every reason to make Dad look bad. Her voice was rising now. Color flooding her cheeks. God. David. What did he offer you? What did Tanaka promise you to turn against my family? The accusation stung more than I expected. He didn't offer me anything. He asked for the truth and I gave it to him. You gave it to him? You betrayed my father? Your family? She stood up abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. Do you have any idea what you've done? If this gets out, if Tanaka spreads these lies, they're not lies, Grace. You don't know that. You saw one dinner, had one conversation, and now you're ready to destroy everything my father built based on what? Documents from someone trying to sabotage a business deal. I stood too, facing her across the table. I saw him lie repeatedly, deliberately. I heard what was really being said, and I watched him twist it into something completely different. That's not misunderstanding. That's fraud. My father is not a criminal. The words echoed in our small kitchen. She was crying now. Angry tears that she swiped at impatiently like they were betraying her. Grace, please just look at the documentation. You don't have to believe me, but at least look at the evidence. Evidence you brought from a man who wants to hurt my family. Evidence you went behind my back to get. She wrapped her arms around herself. How long have you been planning this? Was the whole dinner just were you looking for dirt on Dad the entire time? No. God, no. I went to support him. I went because you asked me to. I never wanted to find any of this. But you went digging anyway. You couldn't just let it go, could you? You had to play detective. Had to prove something what? That you're smarter than him? That he's not good enough for you? Each word was a knife. This isn't about ego, Grace. It's about right and wrong. Right and wrong. She laughed, bitter and sharp. You don't think it was wrong to go behind my back? To meet with my father's business rival in secret? To collect evidence against my family? Like you're building some kind of case. I was trying to protect you from what? From my own father? She grabbed the folder, held it up. This is what protection looks like to you. Destroying my family, humiliating my parents. Your father is already humiliating himself. I'm just trying to stop him before he takes you down with him. Wrong thing to say. I knew at the moment the words left my mouth. Grace's expression hardened into something I'd never seen before. Something cold and closed off. Get out, she said quietly. Grace, get out of this apartment right now. We need to talk about this. We don't need to do anything. You made your choice when you went to that hotel when you decided Tanaka's version of events mattered more than your own family's. She threw the folder at me. It hit my chest. Papers scattering across the floor. Take your evidence and get out. Go stay with your brother. Go stay at a hotel. I don't care. But I don't want you here right now. Please don't do this. Let me explain. Explain what? How you decided my father was a criminal based on one dinner. How you trusted a stranger over the man who raised me. Her voice cracked. My dad is not perfect. But he's my dad, David, and you just tried to destroy him. I bent down, started gathering the scattered papers, financial records, testimonials from defrauded suppliers, evidence of systematic misconduct. All of it real, all of it damning, and none of it mattering because Grace couldn't see past her own loyalty. I love you, I said, still on my knees, clutching documents that felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. I love you, and I was trying to do the right thing. The right thing would have been talking to me first. The right thing would have been coming to me before you went to Tanaka. The right thing would have been trusting me enough to tell me what you thought you saw instead of going behind my back like a spy. She was right about that. I should have told her immediately. Should have sat down that first night and said, something happened at dinner. Something that concerns me. Can we talk about it? But I'd been afraid. Afraid of exactly this. Her disbelief, her anger, her choosing her father over me. And in being afraid, I'd made everything worse. I'm sorry. I said, you're right. I should have come to you first. But Grace, the things in this folder, they're real. They're documented. And if you don't look at them, if you refuse to even consider that your father might not be who you think he is, then we're in trouble. Real trouble. She turned away from me, arms still wrapped around herself like she was holding broken pieces together. We're already in trouble, David. You made sure of that. I stood up, folder reconstructed, but disheveled like me. What do you want me to do? I want you to leave. I need time to think. How much time? I don't know. She whirled back to face me. I don't know anything anymore. My husband just accused my father of being a criminal. My family is planning a celebration dinner and now you're telling me it should be a funeral. I need to process this without you standing here looking at me like I'm the one who's wrong for not immediately believing the worst about the man who raised me. Fair. It was fair. Even if it felt like my heart was being torn out through my throat. Okay, I said. I'll go. But Grace, please look at the documentation. Not for me, for yourself. Because if I'm right, if even half of this is true, you need to know before Friday's dinner. That dinner is about celebrating Dad's success, about our family supporting him. And you want me to what? Show up with accusations. Destroy his moment. I want you to know the truth before you celebrate a partnership that's built on fraud. She flinched like I'd hit her. Just go, David, please, before I say something we can't take back. Too late, I thought. We'd both already said things that felt irrevocable, but I nodded, grabbed my keys, headed for the door. David, I turned. For a second, I thought she was going to call me back. Going to say she was sorry, that we'd work through this together. Instead, she said, my father is a good man. Whatever you think you found, whatever Tanaka told you, my father is a good man. And when this is over, when the truth actually comes out, you're going to owe him an apology. I wanted to tell her she was wrong. Wanted to make her see. But you can't force someone to truth. They have to choose to see it themselves. I hope you're right, I said. And meant it. God, I meant it. How much easier everything would be if I was wrong. If Richard was innocent and I was just paranoid, jealous, misinterpreting. But I wasn't wrong. And deep down underneath her anger and denial, I think Grace knew it, too. Which was why she was so angry. Because knowing something and accepting it are two different things. I left. I drove to James' place. He lived 40 minutes away in a neighborhood he could barely afford. A one-bedroom apartment that smelled like old coffee and law books. He opened the door in sweatpants and a faded band t-shirt, took one look at my face, and pulled me inside. "That bad?" he asked. "Worse, he made coffee." I didn't drink while I sat on his couch and told him everything. Grace's reaction, her denial, her anger, the way she'd looked at me like I was a stranger, someone capable of betrayal. "She'll come around," James said. "Once she looks at the documentation, she won't look at it." She threw it at me. "Okay. But once the news breaks, once Tanaka files his complaints and investigations start, she'll blame me for starting it." I put my head in my hands. "She'll think I initiated everything, that I set her father up somehow." "Did you tell her that Tanaka already knew? That his investigators had already found everything before you even met?" She didn't want to hear it. In her mind, I went to Tanaka first. I chose him over her family. Nothing else matters. James sat down across from me. "David, listen. I know this feels impossible right now, but you did the right thing. When Grace calms down, when she has time to process, what if she doesn't? What if this is it? What if I just destroyed my marriage to expose a man who's probably going to lawyer up and somehow escape consequences anyway? Then you'll still have done the right thing. That has to matter. But did it? If doing the right thing cost me my marriage, my wife, the future we'd planned, did it still count as right, or was it just stupid, naive? The actions of someone who thought principles mattered more than relationships? I didn't know anymore. My phone buzzed. "Grace, I told my parents what you did. They're devastated. Mom is crying. Dad is talking to lawyers. I hope you're happy." I showed the message to James. "Jesus," he said. "She told them already without even looking at the evidence. She's loyal. It's one of the things I love about her. Even when it's misplaced." Another message. "The dinner Friday is still happening. Family only. You're not invited." "Family only," I repeated. "I'm not family anymore. Not when it counts." James took my phone away. "Stop reading these. She's hurt and lashing out. Give her time." But time felt like quicksand. The more that passed, the deeper I'd sink. Richard would be spinning the narrative right now, painting me as jealous, vindictive, maybe even mentally unstable. By Friday, the whole family would have a story about David, the betrayer. David, who tried to destroy them because he couldn't handle Richard's success, and Grace would believe it. Because believing meant accepting that her father was a monster. And no one wants to believe that about the people they love. "What do I do?" I asked James. "Just wait. Hope she changes her mind. You document everything. You protect yourself legally. You cooperate with any investigations that start, and you give Grace the space she asked for, even though it's killing you." Sound advice, practical, reasonable. I hated all of it. I spent the rest of the day on James' couch, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment of the morning, looking for the point where I could have done something different, said something better, made Grace understand without making her choose between me and her father. But there wasn't one. Or if there was, I'd missed it. And now I was here, separated from my wife, accused of betrayal, carrying truth that no one wanted to hear. My phone rang around 5. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. "Mr. Morrison, this is Richard Chen." My father-in-law's voice was cold, controlled, the warmth from the dinner completely gone. "Mr. Chen," I said. James looked up sharply from his laptop. "I'm calling as a courtesy to let you know that I've retained legal counsel regarding your slanderous accusations. If you continue to spread lies about me or my company, I will pursue legal action for defamation, interference with business relationships, and any other remedies my lawyers can identify. I haven't spread any lies. You met with Tanaka Hiroshi. You told him God knows what. And now he's withdrawn from our partnership discussions, citing concerns about my business practices. The last words were coded in contempt. You sabotaged a multi-million-dollar deal. David, do you understand that? You destroyed something my company desperately needed because of what? Jealousy. Spite. I told him the truth about what happened at the dinner. Your interpretation of what happened. Your biased, uninformed interpretation colored by your obvious resentment of my success. So that was the story. I was jealous, resentful, a small man trying to bring down someone bigger. If you actually believe that, I said carefully, then you have nothing to worry about. The truth will exonerate you. The truth, Richard said, is that you betrayed your family and Grace is better off knowing that now before you could do more damage. He hung up. I sat there holding the dead phone, feeling the weight of what I'd set in motion. Richard was mobilizing, building his defenses, painting me as the villain, and Grace was helping him do it. Probably without even realizing he threatened you, James said. That was a clear threat. He's protecting himself. Exactly what you said he'd do, which means he's scared. People who have nothing to hide don't threaten lawsuits before any formal accusations are made. Maybe. Or maybe he was just a bully who knew how to use intimidation. Either way, the battle lines were drawn. I was on one side, Grace and her family on the other, and the space between us felt insurmountable. Outside James' window, the sun was setting. Friday was 2 days away. The celebration dinner would happen whether I was there or not. The family would toast to Richard's success, to the partnership that almost was, to their strength in the face of outside attacks, and I would be somewhere else. Alone, right? Maybe, but alone. If you've ever chosen principle over people you love, you know this hollowness, this certainty that you did what needed doing, coupled with the devastating awareness of everything it cost. I pulled out my laptop, started writing down everything I remembered from the dinner, from my conversation with Tanaka, from Grace's reaction and Richard's threat, documentation, like James said, protection. But really, I was just trying to hold on to something solid in a world that had become unrecognizable. 3 days of silence feels like 3 years when you're waiting for your life to either repair itself or fall completely apart. I stayed at James' apartment, sleeping on a couch that was too short for my frame. Waking up with a crick in my neck that felt somehow appropriate. Physical pain to match the rest of it. I'd go to work, had to, couldn't afford not to, and sit through meetings with clients, nodding at the right moments, making the appropriate sounds while my mind was 40 minutes away in an apartment where my wife was learning to think of me as the enemy. Grace hadn't called, hadn't texted beyond that initial flurry of anger. The silence was deliberate. I knew a statement. You chose this, the silence said. Now live with it. So I did. Or tried to. James was good about it. Didn't push. Didn't pry beyond what I volunteered. He'd come home from his law firm around 7, find me exactly where he'd left me that morning, and just coexist, make dinner, share it, let me sit with my thoughts without demanding I articulate them. Brotherhood in its purest form, presence without pressure. You should eat, he'd say, pushing a plate toward me. I'm not hungry. Eat anyway. Spite is not a nutritionally complete diet. So, I'd eat mechanically, tasting nothing, fueling a body that felt increasingly disconnected from my will. Wednesday night, I got an email from one of my actual clients, a small startup I'd been consulting for on their marketing strategy. The CEO wanted to schedule a meeting. Nothing unusual except the tone felt off, too careful. I called him, got voicemail, called again an hour later. Same result. Thursday morning, he finally answered. David. Hey, listen. I've been meaning to reach out. The pause told me everything. You're terminating the contract. It's not personal. It's just we heard some things about a situation with your family and we're a small company. We can't afford to be associated with any kind of controversy right now. What situation? What did you hear? That you're involved in some kind of business dispute? Accusations of sabotage or something? Look, I don't know the details and I don't want to. We just need to protect our reputation. Richard, it had to be. He was already working his network, poisoning wells before I even knew they existed. I haven't sabotaged anything, I said. I witnessed fraud and reported it. There's a difference. Maybe, probably, but perception matters, David. And right now, the perception is that you're radioactive. I'm sorry. I really am. You did good work for us, but we can't take the risk. He hung up. Professional, apologetic, absolute. I stared at my phone. One client gone. How many more would follow? How many people were in Richard's orbit listening to his version of events, deciding I was too dangerous to associate with James, I said when he got home that evening. I think I'm being blacklisted. I told him about the client, about the carefully worded termination, about the implication that my name was becoming toxic in local business circles. He set down his briefcase with unusual force. That's tortious interference. If Richard is actively sabotaging your business relationships, that's actionable. Can I prove it? The client didn't name Richard specifically. Just said they heard things. Could have come from anywhere. Could have, but probably didn't. James pulled out his laptop. Let me make some calls. I know people who know people. We'll find out what story Richard is spreading. And then what? Sue my father-in-law while I'm trying to save my marriage. That'll really convince Grace I'm not the villain here. You think doing nothing will convince her? David, you're being attacked. You need to defend yourself, but defending myself meant escalating. Meant legal battles and depositions and all the ugly machinery of litigation. It meant burning bridges that might possibly still be repairable. It meant accepting that this situation wasn't going to resolve quietly. Wasn't going to end with Grace coming to her senses and Richard admitting wrongdoing and everyone apologizing and moving forward. It meant war. Let me think about it, I said. James looked like he wanted to argue, but he just nodded, closed his laptop, ordered Thai food neither of us really wanted. Friday arrived like an execution date. I woke up knowing that somewhere across the city, Grace was getting ready for the family dinner, picking out an outfit, maybe the blue dress I loved on her, doing her makeup in our bathroom mirror. The one with the crack we kept meaning to replace, getting ready to celebrate her father's resilience in the face of my betrayal. Would she think about me at all? Wonder where I was, what I was doing, or had she already started the process of writing me out of the narrative? David the temporary husband? David the mistake. David who almost ruined everything but didn't because family sticks together against outside threats. I went to work, had a video call with a client in Portland who hadn't heard any rumors yet, who still treated me like a professional consultant rather than a cautionary tale. It felt almost normal, a glimpse of what life used to be, before I learned to speak Japanese. Before I accepted a dinner invitation, before I chose truth over comfortable ignorance. You look tired, the client said. Everything okay? Just dealing with some family stuff, I said. The all-purpose excuse. Vague enough to shut down questions. Specific enough to seem honest. Been there. Hang in there, man. Family's important, but so is your sanity. If only those two things weren't mutually exclusive right now. I finished the call, checked my phone compulsively, even though I knew there'd be nothing. Grace hadn't blocked me. I'd checked pathetically, sending a test message to myself from her contact, but she might as well have. The silence was just as effective. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my phone finally rang. Unknown number again. This time it was a woman, older, formal. Mr. Morrison, this is Helen Chen. Grace's mother. I sat up straighter automatically like she could see me through the phone. Mrs. Chen. Hello. I'm calling because I think we need to have a conversation. Adult to adult. Before this situation spirals further out of control, her voice was neutral. Controlled. I couldn't tell if she was friend or enemy, mediator or messenger. I'm listening, I said carefully. My husband is very upset. Grace is heartbroken. And you, I imagine, are feeling quite righteous about whatever it is you think you've discovered. She paused. But righteousness doesn't keep families together, David. Neither does fraud. So you keep saying these accusations you've made. Do you have any idea what they could do to Richard's reputation? To our family standing in the community? Grace teaches second grade. David, her students' parents know who her father is. If these lies spread, they're not lies. Mrs. Chen, I have documentation, financial records, testimonials from people your husband defrauded, evidence of systematic misconduct spanning years, evidence from a business rival trying to sabotage a deal, evidence you were so eager to believe that you didn't stop to question the source. So that was the story Richard had sold them. Tanaka as saboteur, me as naive, easily manipulated dupe, Mrs. Chen with respect. I know what I saw. I speak Japanese fluently. I heard your husband deliberately mistranslate critical questions from Tanaka. That's not interpretation from a rival. That's first-hand witness. She was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was colder. You speak Japanese. How convenient. A skill you never mentioned to us. That conveniently allows you to make accusations no one else can verify. Grace knew I spoke some Japanese. Some not fluently. She mentioned you could order food and read signs. Not that you were capable of understanding complex business negotiations. Another pause. It's almost like you were keeping this skill hidden, waiting for an opportunity to use it against Richard. The accusation was absurd. Paranoid, but I could see how they'd convinced themselves of it. How Richard had probably presented it David's secret weapon, his hidden agenda, proof that this was premeditated betrayal rather than honest reporting. That's not what happened. I said it never came up because it wasn't relevant until it was. What a convenient coincidence. We were talking in circles. She wasn't calling to understand or mediate. She was calling to deliver a message dressed up as conversation. Mrs. Chen, why did you really call? To ask you to leave my family alone, to stop spreading these vicious rumors, to let Grace heal and move forward without you continuing to poison her mind against her own father. I haven't contacted Grace once since she asked me to leave. I've given her exactly the space she requested, but you've been talking to lawyers, haven't you? Planning your next move, building your case against Richard like this is some kind of game you're determined to win. How did she know about James? Had they hired a private investigator? Were they tracking my movements, my phone calls? I've been protecting myself legally, I said carefully, which is what anyone would do when threatened with lawsuits. Threatened? Richard made one phone call expressing his legitimate concerns. And you're calling it a threat? He told me he'd pursue legal action for defamation and business interference. That's the definition of a threat, Mrs. Chen. It's the definition of protecting oneself from slander. Her voice hardened. Here's what's going to happen, David. You're going to stop making accusations. You're going to stay away from Tanaka Hiroshi and any other business contacts of my husband's. And you're going to sign a legal agreement stating that you will not disparage Richard or Chen Dynamics in any way to anyone ever or what? Or Richard will sue you for everything you have. And believe me, he has the resources for a very long, very expensive legal battle. Do you? There it was. The real message. Submit or be destroyed. Recant your testimony or face financial ruin. And if I agree to this, if I sign your gag order, then maybe there's a chance for you and Grace to work things out in time after appropriate counseling and a sincere apology to the family. An apology for telling the truth. Counseling to fix whatever was wrong with me that made me incapable of understanding loyalty. A conditional, controlled path back to Grace that required me to pretend I'd been wrong about everything. What if I can't do that? I asked quietly. What if I can't apologize for something I'm not sorry for? Then you're choosing your pride over your wife and you'll have to live with that choice. She hung up. I sat there, phone still pressed to my ear, listening to dead air. The ultimatum was clear. Truth or grace? Principle or marriage? Pick one because I couldn't have both. James came home early that afternoon. Face grim. I talked to some people. You're right about the blacklisting. Richard's been calling in favors, spreading word that you're unstable, litigious, a liability. He's not making specific accusations, too smart for that. But he's destroying your reputation through innuendo. His wife just called, offered me a deal. Sign a non-disparagement agreement. Never speak about any of this again, and maybe Grace and I can reconcile eventually after I apologize. Jesus Christ, did you agree? I said I'd think about it. David, I know I can't. But James, if I don't, I couldn't finish the sentence. If I don't, I lose her for real. Forever. He sat down heavily. There's something else. Tanaka's investigators filed their report with the relevant regulatory agencies yesterday. Trade Commission, State Attorney General's Office. Once those wheels start turning, there's going to be a formal investigation into Chen Dynamics. It's out of your hands now. So, even if I wanted to back down, sign their agreement, pretend none of this happened, it wouldn't matter. The truth is already in motion. Richard's going to be investigated regardless of what you do or don't say, which meant I'd already burned the bridges. The damage was done. Signing a non-disparagement agreement now wouldn't save my marriage or repair my relationship with Grace's family. It would just mean I'd silence myself for nothing. When will Richard find out about the investigation? I asked. Could be any time, could be Monday, could be right now. The thought of him getting that news at tonight's dinner, the celebration dinner, the family gathering meant to show solidarity against outside threats, felt almost poetic, his moment of triumph interrupted by the revelation that the threat wasn't outside at all. It was internal, built into the foundation of everything he'd created. He's going to know it was me, I said. Even if investigators never mention my name, he'll know. I was at the dinner. I spoke to Tanaka. I'm the obvious source. Then you need to be prepared. Restraining order prepared. Security system prepared. Richard Chen doesn't strike me as the kind of man who loses gracefully. The suggestion should have seemed paranoid. Extreme. But something in James' tone made me understand he was serious. He'd seen something in his research. Talked to people who knew Richard's history. Learned things he hadn't shared yet. What did you find? I asked. James opened his laptop, turned it toward me. 2 former employees who tried to blow the whistle on Chen Dynamics practices. Both ended up fired, blacklisted, and interestingly, both had their cars vandalized within weeks of leaving the company. Nothing proven, nothing connected to Richard directly, but the pattern's there. You think he'd actually hurt me? I think he's a man who's built his entire identity on control and success, and you've just taken both away from him. People like that don't just accept loss, they retaliate. I stared at the screen. Photos of smashed windshields, slashed tires, petty crimes that sent a clear message. See what happens when you cross me. I should warn Grace, I said. If her father is capable of, she won't believe you. You know that she'll think you're trying to manipulate her, turn her against Richard out of revenge. He was right. Any warning I sent would be dismissed as paranoia or strategic poisoning. Grace had chosen her side. Nothing I said now would change her mind. Only evidence would do that. Only seeing Richard's true nature herself. And by the time she saw it, it might be too late. The dinner was happening right now. 6 o'clock. I checked my phone obsessively. 6:15. 6:30. Imagining Grace arriving at her parents' house. The warmth of their greeting. The relief of being surrounded by family that supported her. The narrative they'd constructed together. David the outsider who tried to infiltrate their circle but revealed his true nature just in time. 7 o'clock. They'd be sitting down to eat now. Richard at the head of the table probably making a toast to family. To loyalty, to surviving attacks from those who don't understand what it means to build something from nothing. Would Grace think of me? Wonder what I was doing? Feel any doubt at all about the choice she'd made? Or was I already becoming a memory? The husband who almost was, the mistake she'd escaped. My phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. You have 48 hours to sign the agreement and public apology Helen sent you. Or we move forward with legal action. Your choice, RC. I showed it to James. That's explicit coercion, he said immediately. Save that message. Screenshot it. That's evidence. If this goes to court, everything's evidence now. I said, my whole life is just documentation, proof, screenshots, and recordings and testimony. When did I become someone who lives through legal documents? When you decided to tell the truth to people who profit from lies. 7:30 dinner would be winding down. Maybe they were having dessert. Maybe Richard was talking about future plans. Partnerships that would replace the failed Hiroshi deal. Opportunities that would prove David's sabotage meant nothing in the end. 8 o'clock. My phone rang. Grace. My heart stopped. Started. Raced. I answered on the second ring, trying not to sound desperate. Grace, I need you to hear something. Her voice was strange, tight, controlled, but barely. Dad's been drinking, talking, and he just said something. Something I need you to explain. Background noise. Voices. Her family's dinner still happening. What did he say? He said. She paused. I heard her moving, a door closing, relative quiet. He said he's not worried about Tanaka's complaints because no one will believe a word without proof. And the only person who could actually provide proof is you, and you'll be too busy defending yourself from lawsuits to be credible. My breath caught. Grace, he said it like it was strategy, David. Like he'd planned it. And Mom just nodded. Like they'd discussed this before. Like destroying your credibility was always part of their plan. Her voice cracked. Tell me that's not what I think it is. Tell me my father isn't actually admitting to covering something up. This was it. The crack in her certainty. The first moment of doubt. Grace, where are you right now? In their guest room. Everyone else is still at dinner. Can you leave? Can you come here to James' place so we can talk? I can't just walk out of family dinner. They'd David, they'd know something was wrong. They'd ask questions, then meet me somewhere else, anywhere. A coffee shop, a parking lot, I don't care. But we need to talk face to face. Not like this. Silence. I could hear her breathing, thinking, wearing with herself. There's a park near my parents' house, she said finally. Oakage, do you know it? I'll find it. 30 minutes. I'll tell them I'm not feeling well, that I need air. Grace, don't say anything yet. Just be there. Okay. She hung up. I looked at James. I need your car. He was already grabbing his keys. Oak Ridge Park was one of those neighborhood spaces that existed more in theory than practice. A few benches, some struggling trees, a playground that looked perpetually abandoned. I got there first, parked under a street light, watched the empty swings move in the wind. 10 minutes later, Grace's car pulled up. She sat there for a while before getting out, like she was gathering courage or reconsidering. But finally, she emerged. She looked smaller than I remembered. Or maybe I just felt the distance between us more acutely. 3 days of silence had created a chasm that couldn't be measured in feet. She walked to my bench, sat down, but not close, leaving space between us. Tell me I'm wrong, she said. Tell me I misunderstood what he meant. I can't do that. Because you think he's guilty or because you know he is, because I have evidence that proves he is. And your father knows it exists and he's trying to prevent it from being used against him by destroying my credibility first. She closed her eyes. This is my dad, David. The man who taught me to ride a bike, who paid for my college, who walked me down the aisle at our wedding. I know. And that's what makes this so hard, because he's all those things to you. And he's also someone who's built his business on exploiting people who couldn't fight back. The folder you showed me, the one I threw at you, is it real? Every word. And you're sure? You're absolutely certain there's no other explanation? I pulled out my phone, opened the documentation I'd compiled. Not Tanaka's investigator report. She wasn't ready for that yet, but my own account, time-stamped, Detailed, showing exactly what was said versus what was translated at that dinner. Read this, I said. Then decide. She took my phone. Read in silence while the wind moved through dying leaves and the swings creaked on their chains. When she finished, she handed back my phone without looking at me. He lied, she said quietly. Right to that man's face multiple times. Yes. And you saw it happen. Understood it in real time. Yes. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you say something right then? The question I'd been asking myself for days. Because I was a coward. Because I didn't want to embarrass him in front of a client. Because I thought maybe there was an explanation I wasn't seeing. Because confronting your father-in-law in the middle of a business dinner felt impossible. She nodded slowly, processing. Then when I go back tonight, they're going to ask where I went. What do I tell them? The truth. Which version? That you needed air? That you're not feeling well? That tonight made you think about things you'd rather not think about? I looked at her. Grace, you don't have to decide everything right now. You don't have to choose sides immediately, but you deserve to know the full truth before you commit to defending someone who might not deserve it. He's my father. I know. And I'm your husband, and we're both asking you to trust us. The difference is I can prove what I'm saying. She stood up. I need time. How much? I don't know. More than 3 days, less than forever. She looked at me finally. I still love you. I need you to know that even when I'm so angry I can barely think straight. Even when I hate what you've done to my family, I still love you. But love doesn't fix this. It doesn't make the questions go away. It doesn't tell me who to believe when everyone I trust is saying opposite things. She walked back to her car, got in, sat there for another minute before starting the engine, and then she left. I stayed on that bench long after her tail lights disappeared. The park emptied further into darkness. The street light above me buzzing and flickering, insects dying against the bulb. I'd gotten what I wanted, Grace, hearing me out. Doubt entering her certainty. So why did it feel like losing? Because doubt wasn't the same as belief. And space wasn't the same as reconciliation. And time might give her perspective. Or it might just give Richard more opportunity to rebuild his story. To explain away everything I'd shown her, to convince her that love meant choosing family over truth. My phone buzzed. James, you okay? Need me to come get you? I looked around the empty park, the playground where children played during daylight, where families gathered and felt safe. Now it was just shadows and wind and the ghost of conversations that changed everything. I'm okay. I texted back. Coming home soon. Home. James's couch. The temporary space I inhabited while waiting to find out if I still had an actual home to return to. I sat there until the cold seeped through my jacket and my hands were numb. Until sitting still became its own form of penance. Then I got up, got in the car, and drove back to the life I'd chosen. The one where truth mattered more than comfort. The one where I had to believe had to that eventually. That choice would be vindicated. If you've ever sacrificed everything for a principle, you know this uncertainty. This horrible anxious wondering if you've made the greatest mistake of your life or the most important decision. All you can do is wait and hope and try to believe that truth eventually wins, even when all the evidence suggests otherwise. The investigation became public knowledge on Monday morning. I woke up on James' couch to 17 missed calls and a text from my mother that simply read, "What on earth is happening?" I pulled up the news on my phone. There it was. Third story down on the local business section. State Attorney General opens investigation into Chen Dynamics Import-Export Company. The article was careful, full of allegedly and according to sources, but the implications were clear. Fraud, misrepresentation, potential criminal charges pending further investigation. Richard's corporate headshot stared back at me from the screen. Professional, confident, the picture of a successful businessman who'd built an empire through hard work and determination. You'd never know from looking at him that he'd systematically exploited dozens of suppliers, that his empire was built on broken contracts and unpaid invoices and leveraged desperation. My phone rang. Grace, did you know? Her voice was raw, like she'd been crying. Did you know this was coming? I knew Tanaka's investigators had filed reports. I didn't know when they'd moved forward. It's everywhere, David. Every news site, every business page. My principal called this morning. Parents are already asking questions, wondering if it affects the school, if there's a situation they should be concerned about. She paused. One of the second graders asked if my dad was going to jail. God, Grace. I'm sorry, are you? Because this is what you wanted, isn't it? My father exposed, humiliated, destroyed. I wanted the truth to come out. I didn't want it to hurt you. Well, it does. It's hurting me very much. Do you know where I am right now? Sitting in my car in the school parking lot because I can't face going inside because everyone knows and everyone's looking at me differently. And I don't even know if my father actually did what they're saying or if this is all some horrible mistake. Grace, I went through his office last night. After I got back from the park, everyone was asleep and I went into his home office and started looking through files. Her voice dropped. I found things. David correspondence with suppliers. Emails where he's disputing charges claiming quality issues that don't match the photos he received. Spreadsheets with 2 sets of numbers. One for auditors, one labeled internal only. My chest tightened. What did you do? I took pictures of everything. Then I put it all back exactly how I found it and went to bed and pretended to be asleep when I heard him get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to make phone calls. She was crying now, trying to hide it and failing. He's my dad. He's my dad and he's been lying. Maybe for years, maybe forever. And I helped him. I defended him against you. I told you that you were wrong, that you were jealous and vindictive. And the whole time you didn't know. You couldn't have known. But I should have. Shouldn't I? I should have seen something. Some sign that the man who raised me was capable of this. But I didn't. Because I didn't want to. Because it was easier to believe you were the problem than to accept that my entire childhood was built on fraud. I wanted to hold her. Wanted to drive across the city and pull her into my arms and tell her it would be okay. But I didn't know if that was true. And I didn't know if she'd want me there. What are you going to do? I asked. I don't know. I can't turn him in. He's my father. But I can't pretend I don't know either. So, I'm just sitting here paralyzed. While my students are probably inside wondering where their teacher is and why she looks like she's been crying. Grace, listen to me. You're not responsible for your father's choices. His actions are his own. The only thing you're responsible for is deciding what you're going to do now that you know the truth. And what's the right choice, David? Tell me, because every option feels like betrayal. If I support him, I'm complicit. If I don't, I'm abandoning my family. If I stay silent, I'm a coward. If I speak up, I'm a traitor. So, please tell me what's the right choice. I didn't have an answer because there wasn't one. There was no path forward that didn't involve pain, loss, impossible decisions. That was the cost of truth. Not just discovering it, but living with it afterward. I can't tell you what to do, I said finally. But I can tell you this. Whatever you decide, I'm here. I'm still your husband. I still love you, and nothing that's happening changes that. She was quiet for a long time. Then I have to go. I can't keep my students waiting. Grace, I'll call you later. Maybe. I don't know. She hung up. I sat there on James' couch holding my phone, feeling the weight of everything we'd set in motion. The investigation, the exposure, the truth that was supposed to set people free, but mostly just broke things. The week became a blur of damage control and mounting chaos. Richard hired a crisis management firm. Within days, they'd planted stories questioning Tanaka's motives, suggesting business rivalry and competitive sabotage. They dug up dirt on one of the suppliers who testified against Chen Dynamics, a tax issue from years ago. Completely unrelated, but packaged to look suspicious. They built a narrative of Richard as victim, a successful immigrant entrepreneur being targeted by jealous competitors and overzealous regulators. And it was working, at least partially. Comment sections filled with people defending him, questioning the timing of the investigation, suggesting this was politically motivated. The court of public opinion was evenly divided, which meant Richard's strategy was effective. Create enough doubt, muddy enough waters, and truth becomes just another perspective. My own situation deteriorated further. 2 more clients terminated their contracts. One explicitly cited the controversies surrounding my name. The other just said they were going in a different direction, but the timing was unmistakable. Richard's blacklisting campaign was systematic and effective. James filed paperwork for a restraining order based on the threatening text and evidence of business interference. We knew it probably wouldn't be granted. Not enough explicit threat. Too much plausible deniability, but it created a paper trail documentation of harassment protection if things escalated. Wednesday afternoon, I got a call from Detective Sarah Martinez with the Economic Crimes Unit. She wanted to interview me about my observations at the dinner with Tanaka. You understand this is voluntary? She said when we met at a coffee shop downtown. She was younger than I expected, sharp-eyed, professional. You're not under investigation, but your testimony could be valuable to our case. I understand. She pulled out a recorder. Do you consent to being recorded? Yes. So, I told her everything again. The dinner, the mistranslations, what I'd heard versus what Richard had claimed. She took notes, asked clarifying questions, Occasionally stopped the recording to explain what she could and couldn't tell me about the ongoing investigation. Off the record, she said after we finished. You did the right thing coming forward. Cases like this white-collar fraud, exploitation of language barriers, they're hard to prosecute because the victims are often overseas, don't have resources to testify, or are afraid of retaliation. Having a credible witness with direct knowledge changes everything. My wife doesn't think I did the right thing. Your wife is in an impossible position. Give her time. Everyone kept saying that. Give her time. Like time was a healing force rather than just empty space where Richard could rebuild his defenses and Grace could talk herself into believing her father's version of events. How long will the investigation take? I asked. Months. Maybe longer. Cases like this are complex, multiple jurisdictions, international witnesses, financial records that need forensic accounting. Mr. Chen has excellent lawyers who will fight every subpoena, challenge every piece of evidence. This won't be quick. Months, potentially years of living in limbo, my life on hold while investigators sifted through documents and Richard's legal team filed motion after motion to delay and obfuscate. What happens if they find him guilty? Depends on the charges. Fraud, breach of contract, potentially criminal charges if we can prove intent. He could face fines, restitution, possibly prison time. She closed her notebook, but that's a long way off. Right now, we're just gathering evidence. I left the coffee shop feeling hollow. I'd given my testimony, done my civic duty, participated in the machinery of justice, and it felt like nothing, like throwing stones at a mountain and hoping for erosion. Thursday evening, Grace finally called. Can you meet me? She asked. No preamble, no small talk. Our apartment. I need to get some things, and I'd rather not be alone. Of course. When? Now, I was there in 20 minutes. Our apartment. Our apartment. Though it felt more like a museum of a life I used to have looked exactly the same. The dishes I'd left in the sink were washed and put away. Grace had been living here, maintaining things, existing in spaces we used to share. She was sitting on the couch when I arrived, looking small and exhausted. Hey, I said. Hey. We stood there in awkward silence for a moment. Then she said, my parents want me to file for divorce. The words hit like a physical blow. What? They sat me down last night. Both of them very serious, very concerned. They said you're clearly unstable. That you've shown you're willing to destroy family for personal gain, that staying married to you would be enabling your behavior. She looked at me. Mom said she'd been worried about you from the beginning, that she always sensed something off, something she couldn't quite name. Now she feels validated. And what do you think? I think I don't recognize my life anymore. I think 3 weeks ago, I was a happily married second-grade teacher with a normal family and normal problems. And now my father's under criminal investigation. My husband's been driven out of our home and I'm being asked to choose between the two men I love most in the world. She started crying. Not the angry tears from before, but something deeper. Grief. The kind that comes from losing innocence. From discovering that the foundations you built your life on were actually quicksand. I sat down next to her. Not touching, just present. I don't want a divorce, she said. I want things to go back to how they were. I want none of this to be real. I want to wake up and have it be 3 weeks ago and make different choices that lead somewhere else. What different choices? I don't know. Maybe you don't go to that dinner. Maybe I never asked you to. Maybe we just exist in happy ignorance forever. You think you could have been happy not knowing? She wiped her eyes. I think I was happier not knowing. Doesn't that make me a coward? It makes you human. We sat there in silence for a while. The apartment was too quiet, missing the sounds of normal life, TV in the background, dinner cooking, the unconscious noises of two people coexisting comfortably. I went to see a lawyer, Grace said finally. Not for divorce, just to understand my options, what I might be liable for if Dad's business collapses, whether creditors could come after family assets. And she said that unless I'm directly involved in the business, which I'm not, I'm probably protected. But she also said that if it comes out I knew about illegal activities and didn't report them, I could be charged with obstruction. She turned to look at me. David, I took pictures of incriminating documents and I haven't done anything with them. Am I breaking the law? Am I committing a crime by not turning over evidence? I didn't know. I wasn't a lawyer. But I knew that Grace was trapped in exactly the nightmare I'd hoped to prevent caught. Between loyalty and law, family and ethics, love and integrity. You should talk to James, I said. He'd know better than me. Your brother hates my father. My brother believes in justice. That's not the same as hate. She pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapped her arms around them. Small, defensive, trying to make herself smaller, Like maybe she could disappear into the couch cushions. "There's something else," she said. "Dad came to my classroom yesterday during my lunch break. He'd never done that before. Come to my school. I mean, he always said teachers needed their professional space respected. What did he want? He asked if you'd contacted me, if you'd tried to convince me to testify against him or provide evidence. When I said we'd barely spoken, he seemed relieved, but also suspicious, like he didn't quite believe me." She paused. Then he said something strange. He said, "Your loyalty to family is being tested right now. Everyone will understand if you make the wrong choice. But I won't. I won't understand and I won't forgive." A chill ran down my spine. "He threatened you." "He didn't threaten. He just made his expectations clear." "Grace, that's a threat. That's explicitly threatening you with consequences if you don't support him unconditionally. He's my father. He's scared and lashing out. He's a man under investigation for fraud who's trying to intimidate potential witnesses, including his own daughter." She stood up abruptly. "I need to pack some things. Are you going to help me or lecture me about my father's character?" I stood too. "I'm sorry. I'll help." We went to the bedroom. She pulled a suitcase from the closet, the one we'd used for our honeymoon, covered in tags from airports. We'd been excited to see together and started filling it with clothes. Methodical, mechanical, like this was just another task to complete rather than the dismantling of our shared life. "Where are you going?" I asked. "Friend's place. Emily from school. She has a spare room and she's not asking questions I can't answer." "You're not going back to your parents?" "I can't. Not right now. Being in that house, seeing Dad pretend everything's fine, watching Mom defend him like he's the victim. I can't do it." She moved to the bathroom, collected toiletries. I stood in the doorway watching her, memorizing the way she moved through spaces we'd shared. The efficiency of someone who knew exactly where everything was because she'd organized it because this was her home. "Do you think we'll survive this?" I asked. She stopped packing, stood there with her toothbrush in one hand, travel case in the other. "I don't know," she said honestly. "I want to. I'm choosing to leave my parents' house and stay with Emily instead of filing for divorce. So, that's something. But I also can't promise you that I won't wake up tomorrow and decide this is all too much. That loving you isn't worth losing my entire family over. I understand. Do you?" She turned to face me. "Do you really understand what you're asking me to sacrifice? Because it's not just Dad. It's Mom, my aunts and uncles, my cousins. It's every family gathering for the rest of my life, every holiday, every birthday. It's my entire support system. If I choose you, I lose all of them. And I don't know if I'm strong enough for that. You're the strongest person I know. Strength isn't the same as willingness to suffer." She finished packing, zipped the suitcase. "I need time, David. Real time, not days, maybe weeks, maybe longer. Time to figure out who my father actually is and what that means for who I am. Time to decide if our marriage can survive. Both of us making impossible choices. Take whatever time you need." She wheeled the suitcase to the door, then stopped, turned back, crossed the space between us, and kissed me. It was brief, sad, tasting like tears and goodbye. "I still love you," she whispered. "I need you to know that. Even when I'm angry, even when I hate what's happening, even when I'm not sure we can make this work, I still love you. I love you, too." She left. I heard her footsteps in the hallway, the elevator ding, the silence that followed. I stood in our apartment, my apartment now, I supposed at least temporarily, and looked at the spaces she'd occupied. The indent in the couch where she always sat, the coffee mug still in the sink from this morning, the framed photo on the bookshelf of our wedding day. Both of us laughing at something the photographer had said, completely unaware of what was coming. My phone buzzed. "James, how'd it go?" "She's gone." I typed. "Staying with a friend. Needs time." That's not the worst outcome. Maybe not. But it felt pretty close. I sat down on the couch in the exact spot Grace always occupied. Tried to understand how I'd gotten here. How doing the right thing had cost me everything. How truth, which was supposed to be redemptive and freeing, mostly just felt like punishment. If you've ever been left alone with your principles, you know how cold they are, how abstract, how they don't keep you warm at night or tell you everything will be okay. How they're poor substitutes for the people you've lost in service of them. I pulled out my phone, opened my photos, scrolled through pictures of better days. Grace and me at the beach last summer. Grace and me at her school's holiday party. Grace and me in our kitchen. Her teaching me to make her grandmother's recipe while I pretended to be competent. Evidence of a life that might be over. A marriage that might not survive the weight of truth. Outside, The city continued its evening routines. People coming home from work, making dinner, settling into ordinary lives unmarked by investigations and impossible choices. Normal people doing normal things, unaware of how fragile it all was, how quickly it could unravel if you discovered something you weren't supposed to know. I sat there until the apartment grew dark around me. Didn't bother turning on lights. Just existed in the shadows of a life I wasn't sure how to live anymore. The investigation would continue. Richard would fight. Grace would struggle. And I would wait alone, hoping that eventually truth would prove worth its cost. Hoping, but not certain. Never certain anymore. 3 weeks passed like slow-motion drowning. I developed routines that felt like survival mechanisms. Wake up at 6. Coffee. Stare at my laptop pretending to work. Field increasingly hostile emails from former clients who decided I was too controversial to associate with. Lunch that I barely ate. More pretend work. Evening calls with James where we talked about the investigation's progress or lack thereof. Sleep that came in fragments, interrupted by dreams of Grace walking away over and over in different scenarios. The apartment echoed. That's the thing about spaces designed for 2 people. They amplify emptiness when there's only one. I'd catch myself making enough coffee for both of us. Setting out 2 plates before remembering. Muscle memory of a shared life that my brain hadn't fully accepted was gone. Grace texted occasionally. Brief updates that felt more like status reports than conversation. Still at Emily's. Doing okay. Talked to a therapist today. It helped. Please don't call. I'll reach out when I'm ready. Each message was both relief and rejection. She was alive, functioning, not giving up entirely. But she wasn't coming back. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The investigation ground forward with bureaucratic slowness. Detective Martinez called every few days with updates that mostly consisted of, "We're still gathering evidence, and these things take time." Tanaka's legal team had provided extensive documentation. Other suppliers were coming forward now that the investigation was public, emboldened by safety and numbers. The case against Richard was building, brick by damning brick, but building wasn't the same as resolved. And in the meantime, Richard was free, operating his business, maintaining his reputation, systematically destroying mine. I'd lost 5 clients now, more than half my active contracts. The ones who remained were loyal but nervous, constantly asking if I was okay in ways that suggested they were waiting for me to become unstable or unreliable. I'd become a liability, a risk. The consultant had gotten tangled up in a high-profile fraud investigation and couldn't be trusted to focus on their marketing strategies. Money was becoming a problem. Real problem. I'd burned through my savings, paying for a lawyer to review the non-disparagement agreement Richard's team had sent, which my lawyer had advised I absolutely not sign. Now, I was looking at credit card debt and wondering how long I could afford this apartment by myself if Grace didn't come back. James had offered to cover rent. I'd refused. Too proud or too stupid to accept help that felt like admission of complete failure. On a Thursday morning, 4 weeks after Grace had packed her suitcase, my mother showed up at my door unannounced. "You look terrible," she said by way of greeting, pushing past me into the apartment. "Good morning to you, too, Mom." She set her purse down, immediately started tidying, picking up empty coffee cups, straightening magazines I hadn't read. My mother's stress response was cleaning. Always had been. When Dad died, she deep cleaned their entire house twice before the funeral. James told me what happened. She said the real version, not the sanitized one you gave me on the phone. "I didn't want to worry you." "Well, I'm worried. You've lost weight. This place looks like a depression nest. And according to your brother, you're being systematically blacklisted by your father-in-law." I sat down at the kitchen table. "It's under control." "Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're drowning and too stubborn to grab the life preserver." She was right. Of course, mothers usually are. But admitting it felt like defeat. "What do you want me to say, Mom? That I made a mistake? That I should have kept quiet?" She stopped cleaning. Came to sit across from me. "I want you to tell me if you're okay. Actually okay. Not the version you think I want to hear." The question broke something. Maybe because she asked it without judgment. Maybe because I was too tired to maintain the facade anymore. "No," I said, "I'm not okay. My wife's gone. My career's imploding. I did the right thing and it's cost me everything that matters, and I don't know if it was worth it." She reached across the table, took my hand. "Do you believe what Richard Chen did was wrong?" "Yes." "Do you believe those suppliers deserve justice?" "Yes." "Do you believe Grace deserved to know the truth about her father?" I hesitated. I believe she deserved the choice to know. I'm not sure anymore if I had the right to force that choice on her. Life forces choices on us all the time, sweetheart. The question isn't whether you had the right. It's whether you could have lived with yourself if you'd stayed silent. Could I have? That was the haunting question. In some alternate timeline where I'd kept my mouth shut, where I'd sat through that dinner and pretended I didn't understand, where I'd smiled and nodded and let Richard continue his fraud, could that version of me have been happy? I don't know, I said honestly. Well, I do. You couldn't have, because you're your father's son, and that man never met a truth he could leave alone, even when it would have been easier. She squeezed my hand. He drove me crazy sometimes with his rigid ethics. But I always knew where I stood with him. Always knew he wouldn't compromise his integrity for convenience or comfort. Dad had been a professor, philosophy, spent his entire career teaching about moral frameworks and ethical decision-making. Died of a heart attack when I was 25, arguing with the department head about academic honesty violations the administration wanted to ignore. Dad died fighting a battle that didn't need fighting. I said he could have let the plagiarism thing go. Let someone else handle it, but he couldn't, and it literally killed him. Maybe. Or maybe that heart attack was coming anyway and at least he went out standing for something. She pulled back, started clearing more coffee cups. You want my advice? Do I have a choice? No. Here it is. Stop waiting. Stop sitting in this apartment hoping Grace will come back, hoping Richard will face consequences, hoping everything will magically resolve itself. Start living again. Whatever that looks like. I don't know what that looks like anymore. Then figure it out. Get a new client. Join a gym. Volunteer somewhere. Do something that reminds you that you're still a person with value beyond this nightmare you're trapped in. She stayed for 3 hours, cleaned the entire apartment while lecturing me about self-care and resilience and how wallowing was unproductive. By the time she left, the place looked almost habitable, and I felt marginally less like I was dissolving into the furniture. I love you, she said at the door. Even when you're being impossibly stubborn. Love you, too, Mom. After she left, I looked around the clean apartment. She was right about the wallowing. I'd been existing in a holding pattern, waiting for external validation that I'd done the right thing. Waiting for Grace to come back and say I was forgiven. Waiting for Richard to be arrested and the universe to confirm that truth and justice prevailed. But life didn't work that way. Justice was slow and uncertain. Grace might never come back. And waiting for external validation was just another form of giving away my power. I pulled out my laptop, started drafting emails to potential clients I'd been too defeated to pursue, updated my portfolio, did the work of rebuilding that I'd been avoiding because it felt like admitting the damage was permanent. Maybe it was permanent. Maybe this was just what my life looked like now. But I could either accept that and adapt or keep drowning in what used to be. I chose adaptation. 2 days later, Grace called. Actually called, not texted. Can you talk? She asked. Of course, always. I need to tell you something, and I need you to not have a reaction until I'm done explaining. My stomach dropped. This was it. The divorce conversation, the formal ending. Okay, I said. I met with Dad yesterday alone at a coffee shop near my school. I bit back the immediate response. Why would you do that? Is he trying to manipulate you? Did he threaten you again and just waited? He wanted to explain his side, to tell me that everything being said about him is exaggerated or taken out of context, that he's been a businessman for 20 years, and sometimes hard decisions look bad to outsiders who don't understand the industry. She paused. He was very calm, very reasonable, very convincing. My heart was racing. Grace, I'm not done. He showed me counter documentation, financial records that supposedly prove the suppliers are lying about non-payment, emails that he says show he was trying to resolve disputes in good faith, character references from other business partners who swear he's always been ethical and honorable. Those can be faked or taken out of context just like he's accusing others of doing. I know, which is why I recorded the conversation. I stopped breathing. You what? I recorded it on my phone. The whole thing. And David, there were moments where his story didn't add up, where he'd say something that contradicted what he'd said 5 minutes earlier, where he'd get defensive about questions that shouldn't have made him defensive if he was really innocent. What are you going to do with the recording? I don't know yet. That's why I'm calling, because I need to know if I turn this over to the investigators. Am I betraying my father? Or am I just refusing to be complicit in his lies? The question wasn't rhetorical. She genuinely didn't know. Was asking me to help her figure out where the line was between loyalty and complicity, between family and justice. What does your therapist say? I ask that I need to decide what I can live with. That both choices have consequences and I'm the only one who can determine which consequences I can bear. That's frustratingly unhelpful, right? She laughed, but it was hollow. I keep waiting for someone to just tell me what to do, But everyone keeps saying it's my choice, my decision. Like, that makes it easier somehow. Grace, I can't tell you what to do. You know what I think you should do, but that's colored by everything I've been through. You have to make this decision for yourself, but I'm asking your opinion. As my husband, as someone who knows me better than almost anyone, what do you think I should do? I closed my eyes. This was dangerous territory. If I told her to turn over the recording and she did and it destroyed her relationship with her family, she might blame me forever. If I told her not to, and Richard continued to defraud people, I'd be part of that continuing harm. I think I said carefully that you should ask yourself one question. If your father is innocent, would this recording hurt him? And if he's guilty, can you live with protecting him? Silence on the other end. Long enough that I thought maybe she'd hung up. He asked about you. She said finally. Dad. During our conversation, he asked if I was still in contact with you, if you were pressuring me to testify against him. When I said we barely talked, he looked relieved. And then he said something strange. What? He said, David was always weak. I knew from the beginning he didn't have what it takes to be part of this family. I'm just glad you're seeing it now before he could do more damage. The word stung more than I expected. Weak. After everything I'd risked, everything I'd lost, he thought I was weak. And what did you say? I asked. I said, actually, I think it takes a lot of strength to stand up for what's right, even when it costs you everything. And he looked at me like I'd slapped him. She paused. That's when I knew I had to record the rest of the conversation. Because if he could look at his own daughter with that much contempt, just for suggesting you might have principles worth respecting, what else was he capable of? Grace, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you're in this position. Don't be sorry. Be honest with me. If our positions were reversed, if it was your parent being investigated and I was the one who'd come forward, would you forgive me? Could you? The question cut to the heart of everything. Would I? Could I forgive someone for exposing my parents' crimes? Even if those crimes were real, I'd want to think I could, I said. But honestly, I don't know. It's easy to say you'd choose justice over loyalty until you're actually facing that choice. Maybe I'd be exactly where you are now, angry and confused and not sure if doing the right thing is worth losing your family over. That's not the inspiring answer I was hoping for. I know, but it's honest. She sighed. I'm so tired, David. I'm tired of thinking about this. Tired of analyzing every conversation for hidden meanings. Tired of wondering if the man who taught me to ride a bike is secretly a monster. I just want it to be over. I know. Me, too. Do you think we'll survive this? Us? I mean, our marriage. Do you want to? Yes. Most days. Some days I'm not sure. Some days I think it would be easier to just cut my losses, file for divorce, pretend this whole chapter never happened. And what stops you on those days? The fact that I still love you. The fact that you did something impossibly difficult because you believed it was right. The fact that I don't want to become the kind of person who runs away from hard things just because they're hard. She paused. And because I keep thinking about what you said at that park, about how love doesn't fix things, but it matters anyway. And you're right. It doesn't fix this, but it matters. Something loosened in my chest. Not relief exactly, but hope. The first genuine hope I'd felt in weeks. Grace. Whatever you decide to do with that recording, turn it over, delete it. Keep it as insurance. I support you. Not because I have an agenda, but because you deserve to make that choice without pressure from anyone, including me. Even if I choose wrong, there is no wrong choice. There's only the choice you can live with. She was quiet for a moment. Then I'm going to turn it over. Tomorrow I'm going to give Detective Martinez the recording and whatever happens after that is out of my hands. Are you sure? No. But I'm going to do it anyway because you were right about something. If I don't, if I protect him and he continues to hurt people, I become complicit and I can't live with that. Even if it means losing my family, even if it means they never forgive me. Pride swelled in my chest. That's incredibly brave. It doesn't feel brave. It feels terrifying. That's usually what brave feels like. We talked for another hour. Not about Richard or the investigation or the impossible choices we were both facing. Just talked about her students. About a funny thing that happened at Emily's apartment. About a movie she'd watched that made her think of me. Normal conversation that felt like oxygen after weeks of suffocating. When we finally hung up, I sat in the quiet apartment feeling something I hadn't felt in a long time. Not happiness exactly, but something adjacent to it. The possibility of eventual happiness. The distant promise that maybe eventually we'd find our way back to each other. Grace turned over the recording the next day. By evening, it was part of the official investigation file. 2 days later, Richard's lawyer held a press conference, calling the recording an illegal invasion of privacy and a desperate attempt by hostile family members to manufacture evidence. The legal maneuvering had begun in earnest. Richard wasn't going down quietly, but he was going down. I could feel it. Not quickly, not cleanly, but inevitably. Truth was slow, but patient. And grace had just accelerated its arrival. That night, she texted, "Did the right thing. Feels awful. Still glad I did it." I responded, "That's exactly what doing the right thing feels like. Proud of you." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally. "Can we have dinner?" "Not at the apartment. Somewhere neutral. I'm not ready to come home yet, but I miss you." "Absolutely. When?" "Tomorrow. 7:00 p.m. that Italian place we went to on our first date. I'll be there." I stared at my phone for a long time after that. It wasn't reconciliation. It wasn't resolution, but it was movement. Forward motion, the possibility that destruction wasn't the only outcome, that sometimes breaking things apart was necessary before you could rebuild them stronger. If you've ever started to see light at the end of a very long tunnel, you know this feeling. Not relief yet, but hope. Cautious, fragile, desperately needed hope. I had dinner plans with my wife. The investigation was progressing. Richard was fighting, but losing ground. And for the first time in weeks, I could imagine a future that wasn't just survival, but actual living. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot, but maybe possibly. We were past the worst of it. I chose to believe that. Had to believe it because the alternative was unbearable. The Italian restaurant looked exactly the same. Same red awnings, same warm lighting spilling onto the sidewalk, same hand-painted menu board advertising specials in cheerful chalk. 5 years ago, I'd brought Grace here on our first real date. Not the casual coffee that came before, but the deliberate, nervous, please let this go well dinner date. I'd worn a tie I didn't know how to knot properly. She'd laughed at my fumbling explanation of why I'd chosen Italian food, then ordered in flawless menu Italian that made me fall a little bit in love right there. Now, I stood outside that same restaurant 5 years and a lifetime later, wondering if we were about to have our last meal together or our first step back. She arrived exactly at 7 o'clock. Grace was never late. One of the things I loved about her reliability in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. She wore a navy dress I recognized. Her hair pulled back in a way that meant she'd spent time deciding how to look. Not too casual, not too formal. The careful calibration of someone who didn't know what this evening meant either. "Hi," she said. "Hi." We stood there on the sidewalk. 2 people who'd shared a bed and a life and dreams about the future. Suddenly, strangers navigating the basic mechanics of greeting. Do we hug, kiss, shake hands like business associates? She solved it by stepping forward and wrapping her arms around me. Brief, tight. A hug that said, "I've missed you and I'm still angry and I don't know what we're doing all at once." "You made a reservation?" she asked when she pulled back. "Under Morrison, our table's ready." Inside, the hostess led us to a corner booth, the same booth where we'd sat 5 years ago. Though I hadn't requested it. Just luck or the universe's sense of irony. We sat, ordered wine neither of us would drink much of. Studied menus we'd already memorized. "How's Emily's place?" I asked when the silence stretched too long. "Fine. She's been amazing. Very patient with me crying at random times or rage cleaning her kitchen at 2 in the morning." Grace sat down her menu. "David, can we just not do small talk? I don't have the energy for pretending this is a normal dinner." "Okay. What do you want to talk about?" "Everything?" "Nothing. I don't know." She folded her hands on the table. "Tell me how you're doing. Actually doing. Not the version you'd tell someone you're trying not to worry." So I told her about the lost clients, the financial stress, the way I'd been existing rather than living. About my mother showing up and forcing me to clean the apartment and rejoin the world. About the daily grind of giving testimony to investigators while watching Richard's PR machine paint me as unstable and vindictive. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said, "I didn't know it was that bad. The client situation. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you were dealing with your own crisis. Because I didn't want to add to your burden. Because." I paused. "Because I was ashamed. Maybe that doing the right thing had cost me so much professionally." "It's not your fault. Richard is vindictive, isn't it?" I knew what he was capable of. I saw how he operated and I still chose to expose him knowing there'd be consequences. Consequences for telling the truth. That's not the same as fault. The wine arrived. We both took sips we didn't taste. Buying time. I listened to the recording again last night. Grace said the one with my dad. Really listen this time. Not just while I was recording. And David, there were so many lies, so many careful manipulations. He'd tell me something sympathetic to get me on his side, then 2 minutes later contradict it, then circle back and act like he'd never said the first thing. Grace, let me finish. Please. She took a breath. There's a moment about halfway through where I ask him directly. Did you deliberately mistranslate Tanaka's questions? And you know what he says? He says, your husband has always been jealous of my success. He saw an opportunity to make me look bad and he took it. Not denial, not explanation, just deflection. Like the question itself was offensive. That's a classic technique. Redirect and accuse. Make the questioner defensive so they stop asking. I know that now, but in the moment it worked. I felt guilty for asking, like I was betraying him just by questioning. She looked at me. How did you see through him so quickly? How did you know? I didn't know at first. I just noticed inconsistencies. Then I looked closer and found more. Then I couldn't unsee it. And that's what I'm dealing with now. I can't unsee it anymore. Every childhood memory is filtered through this new lens. Was he genuinely proud of me at my college graduation, or was he performing for the audience? Did he really support my teaching career? Or did he just tolerate it because it made him look like a good father? I don't know what was real anymore. The waiter appeared to take our order. We chose things at random. Neither of us actually hungry. When he left, Grace continued, my mom called this morning. She knows I gave the recording to the investigators. Dad told her. She said, I've chosen a side and I chose wrong. That I'm betraying family for a man who's manipulated me into doubting my own father. She said, if I don't recant, if I don't claim the recording was taken out of context or admit I misunderstood what I heard, I'm no longer welcome at family gatherings. My chest tightened. Grace, I'm so sorry. Don't be. It clarified something for me. She didn't ask if the recording showed anything incriminating. Didn't ask if Dad was telling the truth. Just demanded loyalty without question. And I realized that's not love. That's not family. That's just control. Conditional acceptance based on blind obedience. She was crying now. Quiet tears. She didn't bother wiping away. I lost my family, David. I lost them because I chose truth over loyalty. And they see that as betrayal. And the worst part, I'm not sure I made the wrong choice. Which makes me feel like a terrible daughter. What kind of person doesn't regret losing their parents? The kind of person who realizes that keeping them meant losing herself. Is that what you tell yourself when you think about what this has cost us? Every single day, our food arrived. We pushed it around our plates pretending to eat. Detective Martinez called me yesterday. Grace said the recording is significant that it shows consciousness of guilt. Dad knowing he needs to manipulate the narrative means he knows there's something to hide. Combined with everything else they found, she thinks they'll have enough for formal charges within a month. How do you feel about that? Relieved? Sick? Both. She set down her fork. There's a part of me that still wants him to somehow be innocent. To have an explanation that makes everything okay, but I know that's not going to happen. The man I thought he was doesn't exist. Maybe never existed. And I'm mourning someone who was always just a performance. I reached across the table. She let me take her hand. You're one of the strongest people I know. I said, I don't feel strong. I feel broken. Broken and strong aren't mutually exclusive. Sometimes strength is just surviving the breaking. We sat like that for a while, hands linked across pasta. Neither of us was eating. Two people trying to figure out how to rebuild something that felt irreparably damaged. I want to come home, Grace said suddenly. Not tonight. I'm not ready for that yet, but soon. Maybe next week. If you'll have me, of course I'll have you. It's your home, too, is it? After everything, after I threw you out, accused you of betrayal, chose my father over you. You didn't choose him. You chose to get space to figure out the truth. That's not the same thing. It felt the same to you. I bet it hurt, but I understood. And I never stopped hoping you'd come back. She squeezed my hand. I can't promise it'll be easy. I'm still angry sometimes. Still grieving. Still having moments where I resent you for being the one who made me see the truth. I know, but I love you, and I don't want to lose you on top of everything else I'm losing. You won't. I'm right here. I've been here the whole time. We left the restaurant around 9 o'clock, full of wine and unfinished pasta and something that felt like tentative hope. Grace walked me to my car, then leaned against it, looking up at the night sky. Do you remember our first date here? She asked. You ordered an Italian and made me realize I was completely out of my depth. You were so nervous. It was adorable. You kept adjusting your tie and apologizing for things that didn't need apologies. I really wanted to impress you. You did. Not with the tie that was a disaster, by the way, but with how genuinely you listened, how you asked real questions and cared about the answers. I remember thinking, this is someone I could build a life with. And did we build a life? She looked at me. We're building something. Maybe not what we originally planned. Maybe better, maybe worse. But something real. She kissed me then. Soft, tentative, tasting like wine and salt and new beginnings. When she pulled back, she said, I should go. Emily's probably wondering where I am. Text me when you get there. I will. I watched her drive away. Tail lights disappearing into traffic and felt something shift. Not resolution, but movement. Forward motion. The possibility that destruction wasn't permanent. That sometimes you had to break things apart before you could build them stronger. My phone buzzed. James, how'd it go? Good. Really good. She's coming home soon. That's great, man. Proud of both of you. I drove back to the apartment with the windows down, letting cold air rush through, feeling more alive than I had in weeks. The investigation was progressing. Grace was coming back. Richard was fighting, but losing. Things were still messy, still complicated. But they were moving in the right direction. When I got home, there was an envelope taped to my door. No postage, no return address, hand delivered. I took it inside, opened it carefully. Inside was a single piece of paper. Printed, not handwritten. A message in block letters. You've made a powerful enemy. Some people don't forgive. Some people don't forget. Watch your back. My blood ran cold. I called James immediately. Someone left a threat at my door. What kind of threat? I read him the message. Okay, don't touch the paper anymore. Fingerprints. Call the police. File a report. Then call Detective Martinez. Let her know. This is witness intimidation and it's serious. You think it's from Richard? Who else would it be? David, you need to take this seriously. Get security cameras for your door. Maybe stay with me for a few days until I'm not running. I'm not letting him intimidate me into hiding. This isn't about machismo. It's about safety. If Richard's desperate enough to send threats, don't know it's from Richard. Could be anyone, right? Could be the Tooth Fairy. Use your head, David. The man's under investigation. His daughter just turned over evidence against him. His business is collapsing. He's cornered. And cornered animals are dangerous. He was right. I knew he was right. But accepting that Richard might actually be dangerous, might actually hurt me physically, not just professionally, meant accepting that this situation had escalated beyond legal maneuvering into something darker. I took photos of the note, the envelope, exactly where it had been placed. Then I called the police. 2 officers showed up 40 minutes later. Young, professional, took statements and photos and told me they'd file a report. We'll increase patrols in the area, one said. And you should consider a security system. Ring doorbell, cameras, that kind of thing. After they left, I called Detective Martinez, got her voicemail, left a message. Then I sat on my couch staring at the door, wondering who'd stood there, who'd known where I lived, who'd wanted me scared enough to deliver a threat in person. My phone buzzed. Grace, made it to Emily's. Thank you for tonight. It meant everything. I stared at the message. Should I tell her about the threat? Would it scare her? Make her reconsider coming home? Or was not telling her another form of manipulation? Another way of controlling information to protect her feelings? I typed, meant to me, too. Listen, something happened after you left. Someone left a threatening note at my door. Police are involved. I'm okay, but I wanted you to know. 3 dots appeared immediately. Then what? Are you safe? Should I come there? I'm safe. Building's secure. Just thought you should know. Might be nothing. Or it might be my father. David, this is serious. You can't stay there alone. I'm not running. I'm not asking you to run. I'm asking you to be smart. Can you go to James at least for tonight? I looked around my apartment. The clean space my mother had helped restore. The life I was trying to rebuild. The home I'd invited Grace back to. Okay, I'll go to James just for tonight. Thank you. I'll call you in the morning. Please be careful. I packed a bag again. Always packing bags lately. Moving between temporary spaces. Never quite settled. I took one last look at the apartment before leaving the photos on the shelves. The books we'd collected, the evidence of a shared life that felt increasingly fragile. Then I locked the door, got in my car, and drove to my brother's place for the second time in a month. James had the couch already made up when I arrived. This is becoming a habit, he said. Not by choice. I know, but David, you need to take this seriously. Richard Chen is not just unethical, he's vindictive, and now he's desperate. That's a dangerous combination. So what am I supposed to do? Hide? Move? Let him win by default because I'm too scared to live my own life. I'm saying you prepare. You protect yourself. You don't give him opportunities. I dropped my bag. Sat heavily on the couch. Grace is supposed to come home next week. How do I bring her back to an apartment that's been threatened? How do I ask her to feel safe there? You install security. You stay vigilant. You do what you need to do to actually be safe, not just feel brave. He was right. Again. James was annoyingly always right. I'll call a security company tomorrow. I said cameras, new locks, whatever they recommend. Good. And David, you should tell Grace everything. Don't protect her from information she needs to stay safe. Trust her to handle it. When did you become the relationship expert? When my little brother started choosing martyrdom over honest communication. I threw a pillow at him. He caught it, laughed, tossed it back. It's going to be okay, he said. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. You're doing the right thing. Even when it's hard. That has to count for something, does it? Because from where I'm sitting, doing the right thing has cost me my career, my marriage, almost my safety. At what point does the cost outweigh the principle? When you can look at yourself in the mirror and feel okay about staying silent, which you couldn't, which is why you're here. I lay back on the couch that was too short for my frame. Staring at the ceiling in my brother's apartment for the second time in a month. Outside, the city hummed with normal life. People going home, watching TV, making love, having normal problems that didn't involve federal investigations and threatening letters, living lives unmarked by impossible choices and their consequences. I envied them. God, I envied them. But I wouldn't trade places. Couldn't. Because even now, even scared and financially struggling and threatened, I knew I'd made the right choice. The only choice I could live with. Even if living with it meant sleeping on my brother's couch with a threatening letter logged as evidence with the police. Even if it meant installing cameras and checking over my shoulder and wondering if every footstep behind me was danger. Even if it meant accepting that sometimes the cost of integrity was higher than you ever imagined paying. If you've ever stood at the intersection of principle and price, you know this feeling. The certainty that you'd do it all again, mixed with the desperate wish that you didn't have to. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. Tomorrow, I'd install security systems and call Detective Martinez and tell Grace the full truth about the threat and her father's escalation. Tomorrow, I'd keep building the case, keep protecting myself, keep moving forward. But tonight, I just tried to rest. Tried and mostly failed because peace was hard to find when you declared war on someone who fought dirty and fought to win. And Richard Chen was nothing if not a fighter. The security company arrived Monday morning at 8, sharp, 2 technicians, one older, graying, with the methodical movements of someone who'd seen everything. One younger, eager, explaining every detail like I was studying for a test. They installed cameras at the front door, the back entrance, the parking garage, motion sensors, new locks with digital codes, a system that would alert my phone if anyone approached within 10 feet of my door. Overkill? The older tech asked, reading my expression. I don't know anymore. What's overkill when someone's already threatened you? This ain't overkill. This is what everyone should have. He showed me the app, how to review footage, how to set alerts. Someone comes near your door now, you'll know. They try the handle, you'll know. They breathe wrong, you'll know. That's reassuring, I think. After they left, I sat in my apartment, my secure, surveilled, fortress-like apartment, and felt both safer and more paranoid. Every sound made me check my phone. Every footstep in the hallway triggered a spike of adrenaline. I'd become someone who flinched at shadows. Grace came by around noon. I told her about the security installation, expected her to be relieved. Instead, she looked haunted. This is because of my father, she said, staring at the camera above the door. You're living in fear because I'm related to a man who threatens people. You're not responsible for his choices, aren't I? If I'd seen what he was earlier, if I'd questioned things instead of blindly accepting, Grace, no, you can't rewrite history like that. You trusted your parent. That's not a character flaw. That's being human. She moved through the apartment like she was seeing it for the first time, touching familiar objects, the books on our shelves, the photos on the walls, the coffee maker we'd picked out together, reacquainting herself with a space that had been ours but was now just mine, at least temporarily. Can I stay tonight? She asked suddenly. Not moving back yet. Just I want to sleep in our bed. I want to wake up next to you just for one night before I have to go back to Emily's and keep pretending I'm okay. You don't have to pretend here. I know. That's why I'm asking. So, she stayed. We ordered takeout neither of us finished. Watched a movie neither of us paid attention to existed in the same space. Relearning how to be together without the weight of crisis forcing every interaction. That night, lying in bed with Grace curled against me, her breathing evening out into sleep, I checked my phone one last time. The security app showed the empty hallway, the quiet parking garage, the world continuing its normal rhythms while ours remained fractured. No threats, no visitors, no Richard Chen lurking in shadows. Maybe the note had been his last desperate move. Maybe the security was working as a deterrent. Maybe I could actually sleep without jumping at every sound. I was wrong about all of it. Tuesday morning, Detective Martinez called while Grace was in the shower. "We're filing formal charges," she said without preamble. "Wire fraud, contract fraud, multiple counts. The DA's office is confident enough in the case to move forward." My heart raced. "When?" "Warrant goes out this afternoon. We'll execute it tomorrow morning. Wanted to give you a heads up in case Chen's people come after you with accusations of cooperation. Grace is here with me. She should know." "Agreed. But David, be prepared. This is going to get ugly. Chen's lawyers will fight every charge. His PR team will go into overdrive. And he's going to blame everyone involved, especially you and his daughter. We're prepared. Are you? Because preparation means understanding that this man might do more than send threatening letters. Cornered animals don't just run. Sometimes they attack." The warning hung in the air after we disconnected. Cornered animals. Richard had money, connections, resources, and now he had nothing left to lose. When Grace emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair, wearing my t-shirt, looking momentarily normal, I knew I had to tell her. No more protective omissions. No more filtering information to spare her feelings. That was Detective Martinez. I said they're filing charges. Tomorrow morning. She froze mid-motion. Towel suspended. Tomorrow, formal arrest, wire fraud, contract fraud, multiple counts. She sat down slowly on the bed. It's really happening. I knew it was coming, but hearing it said out loud, "Grace, there's something else. Martinez thinks your father might escalate. That the threat I received might not be the end of it." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying we need to be careful. Both of us. Maybe you shouldn't be alone right now. Maybe you should stay here where there's security rather than going back to Emily's." She looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. "You think my father would actually hurt me? His own daughter? I think he's desperate and desperate people do desperate things. He's not violent, David. He's manipulative, dishonest, ethically bankrupt, but he's not violent. You didn't think he was any of those other things either. Until you did." The words landed harder than I intended. She flinched, looked away. "I'm sorry," I said. "That was true. It was true." She stood up, started getting dressed. "I need to call my mom before she hears it on the news, before she finds out her husband is being arrested and no one in the family warned her." "You think she'll listen?" "Probably not, but I have to try." She made the call from the living room while I pretended not to eavesdrop from the kitchen. I could hear her side of the conversation, quiet at first, then increasingly strained. "Mom, please just listen. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's not David's fault because the evidence is real. Mom, he's going to be arrested tomorrow. You need to prepare yourself." Silence. Then Grace's voice, small and broken. "I love you too, even if you don't believe me right now." She came back to the kitchen with tear-streaked cheeks. She hung up on me, said I was being dramatic, that this is all a witch hunt, that Dad's lawyers will handle it, and I should be supporting him instead of spreading panic. I pulled her into a hug. She collapsed against me, crying the way she'd been holding back, full, wrenching sobs that shook her whole body. "I tried," she gasped. "I tried to warn her, to prepare her, and she wouldn't listen." "You did what you could." "Did I? Or did I just make it worse?" "Now, when it happens, she'll remember that I knew that I tried to tell her. She'll blame me for not doing more or for doing too much or for existing in the middle of this nightmare." There was nothing I could say to that because she was probably right. Helen Chen would find a way to blame Grace no matter what. That's what people did when they couldn't accept their own complicity. They redirected blame to anyone nearby. Grace pulled back, wiped her eyes. "I should go to work. Pretend everything's normal for a few more hours before the world explodes." "Are you sure? My students need me, and I need them. They're the only part of my life that still makes sense." She left 20 minutes later, kissed me goodbye at the door, promised to text when she got to school. I watched her on the security camera, walking to her car. Getting in, driving away. Normal morning routines masking extraordinary circumstances. I should have insisted she stay home. Should have known that normal was an illusion we could no longer afford. I should have protected her better. The call came at 10:30. Grace's principal, voice tight with controlled panic. Mr. Morrison, this is Susan Blake from Riverside Elementary. Grace, there's been an incident. She's okay. She's safe, but we need you to come down here immediately. My blood turned to ice. What happened? I'd rather explain in person. Can you come now? I was in the car before she finished the sentence. Riverside Elementary was 15 minutes away. I made it in 8, breaking every speed limit. My mind racing through possibilities. Heart attack, car accident, school shooting, every horrible scenario playing on repeat. The principal met me in the parking lot. She's in my office. She's not hurt, but she's very shaken. What happened? Someone came to her classroom. During instruction, a man we didn't recognize. No visitor badge. Somehow got past security. He walked into her classroom while she was teaching and handed her an envelope, then left before anyone could stop him. What was in the envelope? Photos of Grace at your apartment, at restaurants, in her car, taken over the past few weeks. Susan Blake's expression was grim. Mr. Morrison, your wife has been under surveillance, and whoever's responsible wanted her to know it. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. They led me to the principal's office where Grace sat curled in a chair, pale and trembling. She looked up when I entered, and the fear in her eyes nearly broke me. David, she whispered. He's been watching me, following me. The photos they're everywhere. My apartment, Emily's place, the grocery store, the school parking lot. Everywhere I've been, he's been there. I knelt in front of her, took her hands. They were ice cold. Did you see the person who delivered them? Barely. Older man, maybe 60s. He smiled at me like this was funny. Like scaring me was entertainment. Susan cleared her throat. We've called the police. They're on their way and we've locked down the school as a precaution. But Mr. Morrison, I need to ask, is Grace in danger? Are my students in danger? Because if there's something going on that puts this school at risk, the person responsible is Grace's father, I said. He's being arrested tomorrow on fraud charges. This is his way of retaliating. Her father? Susan looked between us, recalibrating. I knew there was a family situation. Grace mentioned it, but I didn't realize. Neither did I, Grace said wholly. I didn't think he'd actually. I thought the threat to David was posturing. I didn't think he'd follow through. The police arrived. Different officers than the ones who'd come to my apartment, older, more experienced, treating this as the serious crime it was. Stalking, harassment, witness intimidation. They took the photos as evidence, took statements from Grace, from Susan, from the teacher's aide who'd seen the man enter. We're issuing an emergency restraining order, one officer said, against Richard Chen, and any associates. He comes within 500 feet of you, your husband, your workplace, or your home. He's arrested immediately. Can you actually enforce that? Grace asked. He has money, lawyers. He knows how to work around rules. Ma'am, he's about to be arrested on federal fraud charges. He violates a restraining order. That's additional charges. Additional evidence of consciousness, of guilt. His lawyers will tell him to back off unless his lawyers couldn't control him anymore. Unless Richard had moved beyond rational self-interest into pure vindictiveness, we left the school together. Grace couldn't go back to her classroom, couldn't face her students after what had happened, couldn't pretend everything was okay when a strange man had walked into her safe space and shattered it. I drove us back to the apartment, checking mirrors compulsively, looking for cars that followed too closely. Hyper aware of every vehicle around us. He wanted me to know, Grace said quietly. That's what the photos were about. Not just scaring me, but making sure I understood he's been there, watching that he could have done something worse anytime he wanted. The restraining order will stop him. Will it? Or will it just make him more desperate? I didn't have an answer for that. At home, our fortress-like home with cameras and sensors and locks that should have made us safe. We sat on the couch while I pulled up the security footage from the past few days, looking for Richard, looking for evidence he'd been here. And there he was, Tuesday night, 2 days ago, at 3 o'clock in the morning, standing in the parking garage, looking up at our building, not approaching, not doing anything actionable, just standing there, watching, making sure the cameras caught him, making sure we'd eventually see and know he'd been there. Jesus Christ, Grace breathed. He's been here right outside. While I was sleeping, I called Detective Martinez immediately. Sent her the footage. She promised to add it to the case file to use it as evidence of harassment patterns. But the damage was done. The sense of safety, already fragile, was completely shattered. Richard Chen wasn't just fighting legally anymore. He was waging psychological warfare. And we were his primary targets. That night, neither of us slept. We lay in bed, lights on, both of us checking our phones compulsively, Grace monitoring the security cameras, me refreshing news sites, waiting for word that Richard had been arrested, that this was over, that we could breathe again. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. James, checking in. You guys okay? I called him, told him about the photos, the stalking, the escalation. He's coming apart. James said this is endgame behavior. He knows he's finished, so he's trying to take you down with him. He's going after Grace, his own daughter, because in his mind, she's the ultimate betrayal. You're an outsider, expected to be disloyal. But his daughter, choosing truth over him, that's unforgivable. So, what do we do? You survive tomorrow. Get through the arrest. Once he's in custody, once he's processing the reality of criminal charges, the fight might go out of him, or his lawyers will convince him to back off. Either way, the acute danger should pass. Should, might, the language of uncertainty. And if it doesn't, I asked, then we prepare for a long fight. But David, you can't think about that now. You can only think about getting through the next 24 hours. After we hung up, I lay in the darkness, listening to Grace's breathing, feeling her tension even in silence. Talk to me, I said. Tell me what you're thinking. I'm thinking about a time when I was 7. I fell off my bike, scraped my knee badly. Dad carried me home, cleaned the wound, put on a band-aid with dinosaurs on it. He told me I was brave, that falling was part of learning. Her voice cracked, and I'm trying to reconcile that man, the one who made me feel safe, with the man who's stalking me, threatening you, trying to destroy us for telling the truth. Maybe they're both real. Maybe he was capable of love and violence simultaneously. That's what scares me. Because if he could be both, what else could he be? What else is he capable of? I pulled her closer. Whatever happens, we face it together. Okay. No more separation. No more you dealing with your family alone while I deal with my fears alone. We're in this together. Together, she echoed. Even when together feels terrifying, especially then. Wednesday morning arrived with the inevitability of thunder after lightning. I watched the news on my laptop while Grace made coffee. Neither of us would drink. At 7:47 a.m., the story broke. Local businessman Richard Chen arrested on federal fraud charges. The footage showed Richard being led from his home in handcuffs, surrounded by FBI agents and local police. He looked smaller, somehow, diminished, not the imposing figure who'd held court at family dinners and business meetings, just a man in an expensive suit being arrested for crimes he'd committed. Grace stood behind me, watching over my shoulder. I felt her hand on my back, grounding, trembling. It's real, she whispered. I knew it was coming, but seeing it. Her phone rang. Her mother. Grace stared at the screen, paralyzed. I can't, she said. I can't talk to her right now. Then don't. You don't owe anyone explanations today. The phone rang 3 more times. Then texts started coming from her mother, her aunts, cousins, some angry. How could you do this to him? Some confused. What's happening? Is this really true? One from a cousin who'd always been kind. I believe you. I'm here if you need me. Grace turned off her phone. I can't deal with this. Not today. Maybe not ever. I understood. Sometimes survival meant disconnection. Meant choosing yourself over family expectations. Meant accepting that some relationships couldn't survive truth. By noon, Richard's arrest was everywhere. Local news, business channels, social media buzzing with takes, both sympathetic and damning. His lawyers issued a statement proclaiming innocence, and promising to fight every charge. His PR team worked overtime, spinning the narrative persecution of a successful immigrant, overzealous prosecution, business disputes criminalized by competitors. But under all the spin, the facts remained. Richard Chen had been arrested, charged with multiple federal crimes, released on bond with conditions including the restraining order that kept him away from Grace and me. It was over, or at least the acute phase was over. We'd survived the storm, barely. Battered and changed, but alive. That evening, Grace and I sat on our balcony, watching the sunset. The security cameras hummed in the background, vigilant, protecting the city spread out below us. Millions of people living millions of lives, most of them unmarked by the kind of chaos we'd endured. I don't know who I am anymore, Grace said quietly. I used to be someone's daughter, someone's wife, someone's teacher. Now I'm the daughter who betrayed her father, the wife who almost left, the teacher who had to be escorted from her classroom by police. You're also the woman who chose truth over comfort. Who had the courage to turn on her own father when she discovered he was hurting people. Who's stronger than she ever knew she could be. I don't feel strong. I feel destroyed. Destroyed and strong aren't opposites. Grace, sometimes you have to be destroyed before you can be strong. Sometimes breaking is necessary before rebuilding. She leaned her head on my shoulder. Promise me something. Anything. Promise me that no matter what happens next trial, sentencing, whatever comes, we face it together. No more secrets. No more protecting each other from information we need. Just honesty. Complete brutal honesty. I promise. Even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. We sat there as the sun disappeared below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red and purple. Beautiful despite everything. Resilient despite destruction, like us, I thought, like we would have to be. Because this wasn't the end. It was barely even the beginning of the end. Richard's trial would take months, maybe years. The fallout would continue. Family fractures, professional consequences, psychological scars that would take time to heal. But we'd survive the worst of it. We'd face the storm and come through damaged but intact. And sometimes survival was enough. Sometimes it was everything. If you've ever made it through the impossible and come out the other side, you know this feeling. Not triumph, not victory, just relief. The profound, exhausting relief of still being standing when you thought you'd fall. We were standing together. Ready for whatever came next. Ready, if not quite whole, but whole enough for now, for today. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. But tomorrow could wait. Tonight we had survived and that was enough. 6 months later, I stood in a courthouse hallway watching Richard Chen sign a plea agreement. The trial had been scheduled for 3 weeks. His lawyers had promised a vigorous defense, character witnesses, expert testimony about normal business practices in international trade. But on day 4, facing testimony from 17 defrauded suppliers and forensic accountants who'd unraveled his financial deceptions, Richard's legal team negotiated a deal. Guilty on 4 counts of wire fraud, 3 years federal prison, 5 years probation, full restitution to victims, his business licenses revoked, Chen Dynamics dissolved, assets liquidated to pay what he owed. It wasn't everything, but it was justice. Imperfect, incomplete, but real. Grace stood beside me, her hand in mine. She hadn't spoken to her father since the arrest. Her mother had cut off all contact, chosen loyalty over acknowledgement. But Grace's aunt, her father's younger sister, had reached out weeks ago. I always suspected, she'd said quietly over coffee. I just didn't want to know. They talked now carefully, building something new from the wreckage of what was. Richard looked smaller in his suit, older. When his eyes met mine across the hallway, there was no rage anymore, just exhaustion. He'd fought and lost, and the fight had taken everything. He looked at Grace last. She didn't flinch, didn't look away, just held his gaze with steady, sad resolve. Then he signed the papers and was led away. We left the courthouse into November sunshine. Grace tilted her face toward the light, eyes closed, breathing deep. "It's over," she said. "The legal part. The rest takes longer." "I know." She opened her eyes. "But I can breathe now. For the first time in 6 months, I can actually breathe." We drove to the coast. Spontaneous, unplanned, just got in the car and drove until the city disappeared behind us and the ocean stretched ahead. We parked at a beach we'd never visited. Walked barefoot in cold sand. Let waves chase us back toward shore. "I got a job offer," I said. "Marketing director for a nonprofit, ethical supply chain advocacy." Ironically enough, they said my experience with corporate fraud cases made me uniquely qualified. Grace laughed, real laughter, the kind I hadn't heard in months. "Only you could turn whistleblowing into a career opportunity. It pays less than consulting, but it feels right. Like maybe everything happened for a reason." "Do you really believe that? That there's a reason for all this pain?" I watched the waves roll in. Persistent and patient. "I believe we give it reason. We take what happened and decide what it means. That's the only control we have." She was quiet for a while. "Then I'm pregnant." My heart stopped. "What?" "Found out yesterday. Wasn't sure how to tell you. Wasn't sure if it was good timing or terrible timing." Or I kissed her. Long, deep, tasting salt air and new beginnings. "It's perfect timing," I said when we pulled apart. "Terrifying and perfect. Our child is going to ask about my father someday. About why they never met their grandfather. And we'll tell them the truth. Age-appropriate truth. That sometimes people we love make terrible choices. That loving them doesn't mean accepting those choices. That integrity matters, even when it costs everything." She rested her head on my shoulder. "Think we'll be good parents? I think we'll be honest ones. That's a start." We stayed until sunset, painted the sky in shades of healing gold, bleeding into pink, bleeding into that perfect blue before darkness. The beach emptied around us, but we remained. Two people who'd survived their own unraveling and were slowly, carefully knitting themselves back together. If you've ever emerged from the worst period of your life, you know this feeling. Not happiness yet, that comes later in small doses, relearned gradually, but peace. The bone-deep peace of having survived something that nearly destroyed you. The waves kept coming. Persistent, patient, proof that destruction isn't permanent, that tides recede and return, that nothing stays broken forever if you're willing to do the work of rebuilding. We drove home as stars emerged. Grace's hand rested on her stomach, protective and wondering. My hand covered hers. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, therapy appointments, financial recovery, the slow work of constructing a life from honest foundations. But tomorrow could wait. Tonight we had survived. We had each other. We had truth. Uncomfortable and costly, but ours. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it's everything. The ocean behind us, the future ahead. And between them, us. Scarred, stronger, still standing. Still choosing truth over comfort. Still choosing each other. Story 3. My wife slept with her boss, so I quietly stole his beautiful wife instead. She's so amazing, I told him at the company's party while he stood there shaking with rage. The restaurant was one of those places where the lighting costs more than the food. Soft amber glows pooling on white tablecloths, candles flickering, and glass hurricanes that probably had their own insurance policies. My wife Elena had chosen it. She always chose places like this when she had something to hide. I remember thinking that as I watched her across the table, her fingers dancing around the stem of her wine glass, never quite lifting it to her lips. She was nervous. Beautiful. Yes, Elena had always been beautiful in that effortless way that made other women study her like a puzzle they couldn't solve. But tonight, she was nervous. And Elena was never nervous. "You're quiet," she said. And her voice had that careful quality to it, like she was testing the ice on a frozen lake. "Am I?" I cut into my steak, watching the pink center bleed across the white plate. "Just tired, I guess. Long week, Marcus. It's Tuesday." I smiled. "Then it's going to be a very long week." She didn't laugh. Elena used to laugh at everything I said. Back when we first met. Back when I was the ambitious young architect who sketched our future on napkins and coffee shops. And she was the marketing executive who believed in every line I drew. That was 7 years ago. Somewhere between the mortgage and the promotions, between the dinner parties and the business trips, we'd stopped sketching futures together. Now she just stared at me with those green eyes that used to make me forget my own name. And I could see something moving behind them. Something guilty, something afraid. "I need to tell you something," she said. And there it was. The sentence that changes everything. The sentence that splits your life into before and after. Like a fault line cracking through bedrock. I should have felt something: panic, anger, that hot rush of adrenaline that comes when you know the ground is about to drop out from under you. But instead, I felt calm. Eerily calm. Because I already knew. I'd known for 3 weeks, 2 days, and approximately 6 hours. Ever since I'd come home early from the conference in Boston and found her laptop open on the kitchen counter, a messaging app I didn't recognize glowing on the screen. Ever since I'd seen the messages from D talking about how he couldn't stop thinking about last Tuesday, about the hotel in Manhattan, about how she tasted like honey and regret. I'd stood there in our kitchen, still holding my suitcase, reading messages that described my wife's body in ways I hadn't touched her in months. And I'd felt something inside me go very, very quiet. Not dead, not broken, just quiet. "What do you need to tell me?" I asked. And my voice sounded like it was coming from someone else's throat. She looked down at her untouched risotto. "I've been Marcus. There's no easy way to say this, then say it the hard way." Her eyes snapped up to mine, and I saw surprise there. Elena was used to me being gentle, accommodating, the guy who smoothed over rough edges and kept the peace. She wasn't used to this version of me, the one who'd spent 3 weeks learning to be stone. "I've been seeing someone," she said, and the words came out in a rush, like she'd been holding her breath underwater. "From work. It's Daniel. Daniel Whitmore, my boss." There it was, the confession I'd been waiting for. Spoken into the expensive air of a restaurant where the waiters glided like ghosts and nobody made scenes. I took a sip of my wine, a Bordeaux that cost more than my first car, and let the silence stretch between us like taffy. "How long?" I asked. "Does it matter?" "Yes," she flinched. 4 months. 4 months. 120 days of coming home and kissing me hello with lips that had been on another man. 120 days of lying next to me in bed and probably thinking of him. 120 days of me being the fool who didn't see, didn't know, didn't suspect. Except I had suspected. I'd known deep down. The way you know when a building's foundation is cracked even before the walls start to show it. The late nights at the office, the new lingerie that never made appearances in our bedroom, the way she'd started going to the gym 5 times a week and coming home smelling like expensive soap I hadn't bought her. Daniel Whitmore, CEO of Whitmore Industries, the tech giant where Elena had worked her way up from junior marketing associate to VP of brand strategy. 45 years old, married to some socialite I'd seen in magazine spreads, owner of a penthouse in Tribeca and a house in the Hamptons. The kind of man who wore success like cologne. Are you in love with him? I asked. Elena's face did something complicated. Marcus, simple question, Elena. Are you in love with him? I don't know, she whispered. I don't know what I feel anymore. I just know that when I'm with him, I feel alive, like I matter, like I'm not just a wife. The words hit like a slap, clean and sharp. I set down my fork with exaggerated care, watching the silver catch the candlelight around us. Other couples laughed and clinkied glasses, living in their before moments, not yet knowing their fault lines were forming. What do you want, Elena? She looked at me with something that might have been hope or might have been relief. I want a divorce. And there it was, the nuclear option delivered between the main course and dessert. I should have seen it coming. Hell, part of me had seen it coming, but hearing it spoken out loud was different. It made it real. It made it a thing that was happening, not just a thing I suspected. Okay, I said. Her eyes widened. Okay, that's it. Just okay. What do you want me to say, Elena? You've clearly made up your mind. You've been sleeping with your boss for 4 months. You want a divorce. What exactly am I supposed to do? Beg you to stay? Fight for a marriage you've already left. I thought she trailed off and I realized she'd expected me to crumble, to cry, to make a scene, to give her the dramatic confrontation that would justify everything that would make me the bad guy in whatever story she'd been telling herself. But I'd learned something in those 3 weeks of silent knowing. I'd learned that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is refuse to perform the role someone's written for you. I'll have my lawyer contact yours, I said, signaling for the check. We can work out the details civilly. No need to make this uglier than it already is. Marcus, I don't. I held up a hand. Please don't. You've said what you needed to say. Let's leave it at that. The waiter brought the check on a small silver tray, and I paid for the meal that would be our last together as husband and wife. $347 for the privilege of having my marriage officially ended over overpriced seafood and undercooked honesty. We drove home in silence. Elena's fingers twisting her wedding ring, the platinum band I'd saved for 6 months to buy. Back when I thought forever meant something. When we pulled into our driveway, she turned to me. I'll stay at my sister's tonight. She said, give you some space. That's probably for the best. She got out of the car and I watched her walk to her own vehicle, the Mercedes SUV that Daniel had probably helped her pick out or maybe even bought for her. I wouldn't have known. I'd stopped keeping track of where her money came from months ago when I'd stopped being able to afford the mental arithmetic of our dissolving life. Inside the house, our house, soon to be my former house, I poured myself a scotch and sat in the leather chair by the window. The one Elena always said made me look like an old man. I stared out at the street at the other houses with their warm lights and their intact families, and I felt that quiet thing inside me start to shift. It wasn't sadness. It wasn't even anger. Not really. It was something colder, something more deliberate. I pulled out my phone and opened the private folder where I'd been collecting information for the past 3 weeks. Screenshots of messages, credit card statements showing hotel charges, calendar entries that didn't match her supposed work schedule, a photograph I'd taken of her car parked outside a boutique hotel in Soho. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a day she told me she was in meetings until 6 o'clock. I'd been gathering evidence like a man preparing for war, even though I hadn't known what kind of war I was planning to fight. But now, sitting in the quiet of a house that would soon be divided and sold, I began to understand. This wasn't about winning Elena back. That ship had sailed the moment she'd slid into Daniel Whitmore's bed. This wasn't even about revenge. Not in the traditional sense. This was about dignity, about refusing to be the cuckold who never knew, the fool who got played while everyone else whispered and pied. About taking back some measure of control in a situation where I'd been powerless. I opened my laptop and started researching. Daniel Whitmore, 45, CEO, net worth estimated at $200 million, married to Victoria Whitmore née Ashford, daughter of the Ashford Hotel dynasty. One daughter, away at boarding school in Switzerland. Victoria Whitmore. I clicked on her Instagram profile public. Surprisingly for someone of her social standing, photos of charity galas and museum openings. Photos of her at art galleries and wine tastings. Photos that grew less frequent over the past year. I noticed photos where her smile never quite reached her eyes. She was beautiful in a different way than Elena. Where Elena was all sharp angles and calculated glamour, Victoria had a softer quality. Dark hair that fell in waves past her shoulders, eyes the color of expensive chocolate, a smile that looked like it had forgotten how to be real. In her most recent photo posted 3 weeks ago, she stood alone on a beach somewhere, her hair whipping in the wind, staring out at the ocean with an expression I recognized. It was the look of someone who'd learned to be lonely in a crowded room. I stared at that photo for a long time, and something clicked into place. A plan so audacious, so perfectly balanced between justice and cruelty that I almost laughed. If Daniel Whitmore wanted to take my wife to dismantle my marriage while building his empire and maintaining his perfect public image, then I would return the favor. Not with anger, not with violence, but with something far more elegant. I would take his wife, not seduce her, nothing so crude or predictable. No, I would do something far more dangerous. I would actually see her, know her, understand her in ways her husband clearly didn't. I would offer her what Daniel had offered Elena. The feeling of mattering, of being alive, of being more than just a wife. And when it was done, when the fallout came, I would make sure Daniel Whitmore understood exactly what it felt like to be replaced. I closed my laptop and finished my scotch, feeling something like purpose settle into my bones. Outside, snow had started to fall. The first snow of the season, covering everything in white, clean, fresh, like the world resetting itself. Tomorrow, I would start my research. I would learn everything about Victoria Whitmore, her patterns, her interests, her weaknesses. I would find a way into her orbit that seemed natural, coincidental. I would be patient, meticulous. I would build this carefully, brick by brick, the way I built buildings with intention and precision. But tonight, I sat in the quiet of my ending marriage and let myself feel the cold clarity of someone who'd found their purpose. The snow fell heavier, muffling the sounds of the city, and in that silence, I began to plan my resurrection. The law offices of Morrison and Price occupied the 34th floor of a building I'd helped design 5 years ago. There was a certain poetry in that, conducting the dissolution of my marriage in a structure I'd created, watching my life be divided into assets and liabilities beneath ceilings I'd sketched in rooms where light fell through windows I'd positioned for maximum impact. Jeremy Morrison had been my lawyer since I'd started my firm. He was the kind of attorney who wore expensive suits but kept his sleeves rolled up, who billed by the hour but never made you feel like you were watching the meter run. When I called him the morning after Elena's confession, he'd cleared his schedule immediately. "Marcus," he said now, sliding a folder across his mahogany desk. "I've drawn up a preliminary assessment based on what you've told me. It's not pretty." I opened the folder. Numbers swam across the page. The house, our savings accounts, Elena's stock options, my retirement fund, the vacation property in Vermont we'd bought 3 years ago and visited exactly twice. 7 years of accumulated life reduced to spreadsheets and estimated values. New York is an equitable distribution state, Jeremy continued, steepling his fingers. Which means the court divides marital property fairly, not necessarily equally, given that Elena's income has exceeded yours for the past 2 years, and there's no prenup. I could walk away with less than half potentially, though the affair could work in your favor, depending on how vindictive you want to be. He paused. How vindictive do you want to be? I thought about that. The old Marcus, the one who'd existed 4 weeks ago, would have said he wanted to be fair, civilized, mature about the whole thing. But the old Marcus had also been blind to his wife's infidelity, complicit in his own cuckolding through sheer obliviousness. The new Marcus had different priorities. "I want what I'm entitled to," I said carefully. "Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not interested in destroying her financially. I just want out clean and clear." Jeremy studied me with the expression of a man who'd seen too many divorces to believe in clean and clear. "Most people in your position want blood." "I'm not most people." "No," he said slowly. "I don't suppose you are, though I have to ask Marcus, and feel free to tell me it's none of my business, but you seem remarkably calm about all this. Your wife of 7 years just told you she's been sleeping with her boss and wants a divorce. Most men would be falling apart." I was going to say visibly angry. I smiled and it felt like a foreign expression on my face. Something borrowed from a stranger. "Anger is expensive, Jeremy. It clouds judgment. Makes you do stupid things. I learned a long time ago that the best revenge is architecture." He raised an eyebrow. "Architecture? Building something better than what you had before. Creating something that lasts longer than the pain that inspired it." I stood, buttoning my coat. "How long until we can file? If you're serious about keeping this civil, I can have preliminary papers ready by next week, though. I'd recommend waiting until next week is fine." Send me the documents when they're ready. I left his office and stepped into the cold November air, watching people rush past on their lunch breaks, all of them carrying their own invisible burdens. Somewhere in this city, Elena was probably at her desk, pretending to work while texting Daniel. Somewhere, Daniel Whitmore was in a corner office running his empire and my wife simultaneously, believing he'd won some kind of prize. They had no idea what was coming. I pulled out my phone and opened the research document I'd been building. Over the past week, I'd learned more about Victoria Whitmore than most people knew about their own spouses. She wasn't just the trophy wife of a tech CEO. She was a former curator at the Museum of Modern Art, forced to give up her career when Daniel's company went public and required a full-time society wife. She sat on the boards of 3 charities, volunteered at a literacy program in Brooklyn, and had a master's in art history from Columbia. She also, according to a carefully worded profile in Manhattan Magazine from 6 months ago, felt deeply fulfilled by her philanthropic work, even if it meant setting aside her curatorial ambitions. The language of polite surrender. I recognized it because I'd used similar phrases myself when people asked how I felt about Elena's meteoric rise, while my own firm stayed comfortably small and sustainable. I'm happy for her success. I'd say someone has to keep the home fires burning. Both of us, it seemed, had become experts at lying about our own eraser. Victoria's Instagram showed a woman who attended the right events, wore the right clothes, smiled the right smiles, but there were cracks if you knew where to look. Photos of art exhibitions she attended alone. Check-ins at museums on weekday afternoons when most society wives were at lunch. A quote she'd shared 2 months ago from Virginia Woolf. Lock up your libraries if you like, but there is no gate, no lock, no bolt that you can set upon the freedom of my mind. A woman feeling caged. A woman hungry for something her gilded life couldn't provide. Perfect. My phone buzzed. A text from Elena. I've moved most of my things out. Left your grandmother's china set in the photo albums. Thought you'd want those. My lawyer will contact yours next week. No apology, no second thoughts, just logistics and the division of memory. I deleted the message without responding. Instead, I opened a different app, one I downloaded 3 days ago after extensive research into Victoria's patterns. It was called Art Connect, a social platform for art enthusiasts to discuss exhibitions, share recommendations, and organize viewing groups for gallery openings. Victoria Whitmore was an active member under the username Victoria A. Mama. She posted thoughtful critiques of new exhibitions, engaged in discussions about contemporary installation art, and occasionally organized small viewing groups for lesser-known galleries in Chelsea and the Lower East Side. Her most recent post from yesterday. Anyone interested in the new Rothko retrospective at Pace? Thinking of going Thursday evening? Always better to experience color field painting with others who appreciate the emotional architecture of it. Emotional architecture. The phrase struck me both for its pretension and its accuracy. Rothko had built cathedrals out of color, spaces designed to make you feel rather than think. I'd always admired that. The idea that you could construct emotion the way you constructed buildings with intention and precision. I created an account. Username Marcus Architect. Profile picture. A photo of me at a building site. Thoughtful and professional. Nothing try hard about it. Bio. Architect by trade. Student of space and light. Believer in the emotional geometry of well-designed environments. Then I commented on her post. Rothko understood that architecture isn't just about physical space. It's about creating environments for contemplation. Would love to join if there's room. Always fascinating to see his work with people who understand the structural component of his compositions. I hit send and felt something like electricity run through me. Not guilt. I'd moved past guilt somewhere around the second week of knowing about Elena's affair. This was something different. Anticipation. The feeling of a plan beginning to move from blueprint to foundation. My phone buzzed within minutes. Victoria, a mom. Love that perspective. Most people focus purely on the emotional without recognizing the architectural precision of his color blocks. Absolutely. Join us planning to meet at the gallery entrance at 6 p.m. Thursday. Fair warning, I tend to spend at least an hour in front of each major piece. Patience required. I smiled. Marcus, Architect. Patience is the foundation of appreciation. See you Thursday. 3 days. 3 days to prepare, to research, to ensure that when we met, I would be exactly what she needed me to be. Not a seducer, not a player, just a man who saw her, really saw her in ways her husband had stopped seeing her years ago. I spent those 3 days becoming an expert on Rothko. I read critical essays and artist biographies. I visited the MoMA to stand in front of his work and understand what drew Victoria to these massive canvases of color. I learned about his suicide, his depression, His belief that his paintings were dramas meant to evoke profound human emotions. I also learned everything I could about Victoria herself. Not just the public information, but the traces she left across the internet like breadcrumbs. A blog she'd abandoned 3 years ago, where she'd written eloquently about the intersection of art and memory. A YouTube channel with only 2 videos, both from 4 years ago, where she'd given tours of MoMA exhibitions with the kind of passion that made you understand why she'd chosen this career. In one video, she stood in front of a Pollock drip painting, and her whole face transformed. "People think this is chaos," she said, gesturing at the canvas. "But look closer. There's intention in every splatter, structure, and the apparent randomness." Pollock didn't just throw paint. He built these pieces like symphonies. Each gesture deliberate. It's not chaos. It's controlled passion. I watched that video 5 times. Studying not the art, but her. The way her hands moved when she talked, like she was conducting music only she could hear. The way her voice softened when she described technique grew stronger when she defended the artist's vision. The way she looked at the painting like it was a person she loved. This was not a woman who'd given up her career willingly. This was a woman who'd been convinced to trade her passion for security. Her voice for a social position. And now she was spending her days at charity luncheons and her nights at her husband's business dinners, slowly disappearing behind the role of Mrs. Daniel Whitmore. I understood that disappearance. I'd been vanishing myself for years, becoming smaller and quieter as Elena's star rose. The understanding husband, the supportive partner, the man who didn't mind that his wife was her boss because, hey, at least someone found her exciting. Thursday arrived cold and clear. I dressed carefully, dark jeans, a cashmere sweater, a wool coat that looked expensive without being ostentatious. The goal was to appear successful but not showy, cultured but not pretentious. I wanted to look like someone who belonged in her world without trying too hard to impress. The Pace Gallery stood in Chelsea, all glass and white walls, the kind of space designed to make art the only thing that mattered. I arrived 15 minutes early and bought the exhibition catalog, studying it in the lobby like I was preparing for an exam. At 5:58 p.m., she walked in. Victoria Whitmore was more striking in person than in photographs. She wore a charcoal dress that probably cost more than my monthly mortgage, paired with a burgundy coat and simple jewelry. But it was her face that caught me, intelligent eyes, a mouth that looked like it was used to holding back opinions, and something in her posture that suggested both confidence and careful constraint. She was alone. I watched her scan the small group gathered near the entrance. 4 other people all looking at their phones. When her eyes landed on me, there was a flicker of assessment, quick and thorough. Then she smiled, and I understood why Daniel had married her. It wasn't just beauty. It was the way that smile made you feel like you'd earned something valuable. "Marcus," she said, approaching with her hand extended. "I'm Victoria. I recognize you from your profile picture." Her handshake was firm, professional. Up close, I could see fine lines at the corners of her eyes. The kind that came from years of smiling at things that didn't make you happy. "Thank you for organizing this," I said. "I've been wanting to see this exhibition properly. Went through it quickly last month, but it deserves more attention." "You've been before." Something in her voice sharpened with interest. "What did you think?" "Overwhelming in the best way, like standing inside emotion rather than looking at it, but I felt like I was rushing, trying to see everything at once. Sometimes you need to sit with discomfort to really understand it." She studied me for a moment, and I saw the exact instant she decided I wasn't just another dilettante. That's exactly it. Most people want art to be comfortable, to give them easy answers. But Rothko's work requires you to surrender to the uncertainty. The other members of her group approached 2 women in their 50s who looked like they collected art for investment purposes, and a young man who immediately started talking about color theory in a way that suggested he'd just discovered it. Victoria listened politely, but I could see her attention fragmenting. We moved into the exhibition space as a group, but within 20 minutes, the natural separation occurred. The investors moved quickly through the rooms, checking off paintings like items on a shopping list. The young man got absorbed in taking photos for Instagram, and Victoria and I found ourselves standing in front of a massive canvas of deep reds and blacks alone in a room designed for solitude. "No, 1960, she said softly. "One of his last major works before his death. You can feel it the way the darkness is consuming the red. He knew he was drowning. Or maybe he was learning to breathe underwater." I said, "Sometimes what looks like drowning is just a different way of existing." She turned to look at me. "Really, look at me." And I felt the weight of her attention. "That's an optimistic reading." "Is it?" I think Rothko knew exactly what he was doing. He was building spaces for people to bring their own meaning. If we see drowning, maybe that says more about us than about him. A small smile played at her lips. You sound like you've spent time thinking about this. I spent a lot of time thinking about how space affects emotion. Occupational hazard of being an architect. What kind of architecture? Residential, mostly custom homes, some commercial projects. I like the intimate scale, designing spaces where people actually live, not just work or visit. There's something about creating the container for someone's daily life that feels significant. We moved through the exhibition slowly, and I noticed how she positioned herself in front of each painting, not straight on, but slightly to the side, as if approaching the art from an angle. When I asked about it, she laughed. Old curator habit. You see different things when you shift your perspective. The way light hits the canvas changes. Colors reveal undertones. Most people plant themselves dead center and think they're seeing everything, but they're only getting one version of the truth. And you prefer multiple versions. I prefer acknowledging that there are multiple versions. Truth is positional. It changes depending on where you're standing. We were alone in the final room, a space dominated by a massive canvas of deep burgundy and black. The silence felt deliberate, constructed. I could hear her breathing, slow and measured. "Can I ask you something?" she said, still looking at the painting. "Why did you really want to come today?" The question surprised me with its directness. I'd expected small talk, gradual building of rapport, but Victoria Whitmore, it seemed, wasn't interested in the usual social choreography. "Honestly," I said, "I'm going through a divorce. My wife told me 2 weeks ago that she's been having an affair with her boss, and I realized that I'd been living in a very small space for a very long time, metaphorically speaking. I needed to remember what it felt like to experience something larger than my own anger." I watched her face carefully. The confession was calculated, vulnerable enough to be human, specific enough to be believable, and designed to create a sense of intimacy through shared pain. What I didn't expect was the way her expression shifted, not to pity, but to recognition. "I'm sorry," she said. I'm sorry you're going through that. Thank you, though. I'm finding that sometimes things have to fall apart before you realize they were barely holding together in the first place." She nodded slowly, and I saw her hand move unconsciously to her wedding ring, twisting it the way Elena used to twist hers, a gesture of discomfort, of doubt. "My husband is having an affair, too," she said quietly. And the words fell into the space between us like stones into still water. "I don't have proof, but I know. You always know, don't you? Even when you pretend you don't." And there it was. The crack in the perfect facade. The truth she'd been carrying alone, probably for months, with no one to tell, because admitting it would mean admitting that her carefully constructed life was a performance. I turned to face her fully. "Yes," I said. "You always know." We stood there in the silence of Rothko's final room. Two people who'd been betrayed. Two people who understood what it meant to be erased by someone else's desire. Around us, the deep red walls seemed to pulse with a heartbeat that wasn't our own. "Would you like to get coffee?" I asked. "I feel like we've both earned something stronger than gallery wine." She smiled, a real smile this time. One that reached her eyes. "Yes, God. Yes. I know a place nearby that stays open late. They have excellent bourbon." As we left the gallery together, stepping out into the cold November evening, I felt the foundation of my plan settling into place. Not through seduction, not through manipulation, but through something far more dangerous. Genuine connection. Victoria Whitmore was lonely. She was brilliant. She was trapped in a marriage to a man who was at this very moment probably in bed with my wife. And I was going to show her exactly what it felt like to be seen again. The bar Victoria chose was the kind of place you'd walk past 100 times without noticing a narrow door between a vintage bookshop and a closed dry cleaner. No sign, just a brass number plate that read 237. Inside, it opened into a space that felt like a secret. Exposed brick walls lined with leather-bound books, Edison bulbs casting warm pools of light, and a bar made from reclaimed wood that looked like it had stories embedded in every grain. "I come here when I need to think," Victoria said, leading me to a corner booth half hidden behind a bookshelf. "Daniel doesn't know about it. It's not the kind of place he'd appreciate." The way she said his name, Daniel, not my husband, told me everything I needed to know about the distance between them. A waitress appeared, young and efficient, with the kind of face that suggested she was between graduate programs and using this job to fund her real passion. Victoria ordered a bourbon. "Neat." I did the same. "So," Victoria said once the waitress had disappeared. "Tell me about your wife." The directness was becoming familiar. Victoria Whitmore. I was learning. Didn't waste time on pleasantries when real conversation was available. It was refreshing and dangerous in equal measure. "What do you want to know? Why did you marry her?" I thought about that, not about what would sound good, but about the actual truth. Because I had the sense that Victoria could smell a lie from across the room. And more importantly, I was tired of lying because she made me feel like I was building something that mattered. I said Elena was as brilliant, ambitious. She had this way of seeing potential in everything, including me. When I met her, I was just another architect grinding away at someone else's firm, designing strip malls and restaurant renovations. She looked at my sketches and told me I was wasting my talent on other people's mediocrity. 6 months later, I'd started my own firm. She pushed you. She believed in me. There's a difference. I paused as the waitress returned with our drinks. Or at least I thought there was. Now I wonder if she just saw me as another project, something to improve and optimize and eventually outgrow. Victoria lifted her glass, studying the amber liquid like it held answers. Daniel chose me because I looked good in photographs. Because I came from the right family, because I understood how to navigate the social architecture of his world. She took a sip and I watched her throat work as she swallowed. He needed a wife who could throw dinner parties and sit on charity boards and smile at investors. I needed God. I don't even remember what I thought I needed. Security, status, permission to stop fighting so hard. You gave up your career. Her eyes snapped to mine. How did you know that? You mentioned you were a curator. Past tense. And there's a way you talk about art like someone who's been exiled from a country they still consider home. She set down her glass with exaggerated care. You're observant. Occupational hazard. I spend my days noticing how people move through spaces, how environments affect behavior. You learn to read the signs. And what signs are you reading now? I leaned back, considering her. In the low light, she looked younger than her 42 years, but also more fragile somehow, like fine porcelain that had developed invisible cracks. I'm reading a woman who's been making herself smaller for years. Who's been editing her own thoughts before she speaks them, who comes to art galleries alone because it's the only place she can remember who she used to be. Victoria's expression didn't change, but I saw her fingers tighten around her glass. You don't know me well enough to make those assessments. You're right. I apologize. That was presumptuous. No. She shook her head and something in her face softened. No, you're not wrong. It's just strange to have someone name it so precisely. Most people look at my life and see nothing but privilege. The penthouse, the charity galas, the vacation home in Aspen. They think I have everything. But you gave up the thing that mattered most. Yes. The word came out like a confession. I was good at it. You know, curation. I had an eye for emerging artists. I could walk into a studio and know immediately if the work would resonate. I could build exhibitions that told stories that created dialogues between pieces that had never been in conversation before. It was like conducting an orchestra except with visual language instead of music. The passion in her voice was raw, unguarded. This was the Victoria from those YouTube videos. The one who spoke about art like it was oxygen. What happened? I asked, though I thought I knew. Daniel's company went public. Suddenly, we were worth $200 million on paper. And I was married to a CEO who needed a specific kind of wife. Not a working curator who spent her weekends in Brooklyn studios and came home with paint on her clothes. He needed someone who could host dinners for investors, who could make small talk with board members' wives, who could be photographed for magazine spreads about successful couples. So, you quit. So, I was strongly encouraged to redirect my energies toward philanthropic endeavors. Her voice had taken on a mimicking quality, like she was quoting someone. Probably Daniel. He made it sound so reasonable. Why work 60-hour weeks at the museum when I could be on the board of 3 different charities? Why exhaust myself building exhibitions when I could be funding emerging artists through our foundation? But it's not the same. It's not even close. She finished her bourbon and signaled for another. Writing checks isn't creating. Attending fundraisers isn't building something with your own hands. I sit in meetings and approve grants and smile for photographs, and every day I feel myself disappearing a little more. The rawness of it struck me. This wasn't the careful social performance of a society wife. This was a woman who'd been holding this inside for years. And suddenly, the dam had broken. When did you know he was having an affair? I asked. Victoria's second bourbon arrived. She took a long sip before answering. 6 months ago. We were at a company dinner. One of those interminable things where everyone drinks too much and pretends to enjoy each other's company. I went to find Daniel because the CFO's wife wanted to discuss some charity event. And I found him in his office with his VP of brand strategy. She paused. Elena, right? That's your wife's name. The confirmation hit me like a punch, even though I'd known. Hearing it spoken aloud, having the affair verified by the other betrayed spouse made it viscerally real in a new way. Yes, I said. Elena, they weren't having sex. Not then, at least. But I saw the way he looked at her, the way she laughed at something he said, touching his arm, and I knew. You can tell the difference between normal flirtation and something that's already crossed a line. It's in the body language, the casual intimacy. Did you confront him? No. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. I went back to the dinner party and smiled and made small talk about fundraising strategies. I went home and slept next to him and pretended I hadn't seen anything. I've been pretending for 6 months. Why? The question hung between us heavy with implications. Why do any of us stay in marriages that have died? Why do we perform normally when everything underneath is rotting? Because leaving would mean admitting I made a mistake. Victoria said quietly. Admitting that I gave up my career, my identity, my entire sense of self for a man who can't even be bothered to hide his affairs competently. It would mean that my mother was right when she told me not to marry him, that my friends were right when they said I was throwing my life away, that I wasted the last 12 years building something that was hollow from the beginning. I understood that the sunk cost fallacy of failed marriages. We stay because leaving means admitting the investment was worthless, that all those years were a mistake. It's easier to pretend the foundation is solid than to acknowledge you've been living in a house of cards. What about you? Victoria asked, turning the question back. Why haven't you confronted your wife? You said she told you 2 weeks ago. But you seem very controlled about it. Most men would be destroying her car, screaming in public, making dramatic gestures that would only make me look pathetic. I shook my head. I spent the first week after I found out wanting to burn everything down. But anger is expensive. It costs you your dignity, your clarity, your ability to think strategically. So, you're thinking strategically. It wasn't a question. I'm thinking about what I want my life to look like on the other side of this. And I realized that getting revenge in obvious ways, slashing tires, sending angry emails, making scenes that just makes me the villain in her story, the jealous husband who couldn't handle her success. I don't want to be that character. Victoria studied me over the rim of her glass. So, what character do you want to be? The one who builds something better. The one who doesn't just survive, but actually lives. The one who proves that her leaving was the best thing that ever happened to me. By coming to art galleries and drinking bourbon with strangers. By remembering what it feels like to have a conversation about something that matters. By expanding my world instead of shrinking into my anger. By refusing to let her betrayal define my next chapter. She smiled and this time it reached her eyes. That's admirably philosophical. It's admirably full of, I said. And she laughed a real laugh, surprised and genuine. I'm angry as hell. I'm hurt and humiliated. And some days I wake up wanting to destroy everything they've built together. But I also know that giving into that anger would only destroy me. So I'm channeling it into something more productive. Like what? I met her eyes. Like finding people who understand. Like building new connections that remind me I'm more than just the husband who got cheated on. Like proving to myself that I can still surprise myself. The air between us had shifted. We'd moved past small talk, past the careful social dance of strangers. We were in the territory of real conversation now. The kind that only happens when two people recognize something broken in each other. Can I tell you something? Victoria said. Something I've never told anyone. Of course. I'm glad he's having an affair. The words came out in a rush, like she'd been holding them inside for months. I know that makes me sound terrible, but I'm glad because it gives me permission to stop pretending. It gives me an exit that doesn't make me the bad guy. I can leave now and everyone will understand. The poor wife whose husband cheated. No one has to know that I was already gone long before he ever touched another woman. The confession was so honest, so raw that I felt something shift in my chest. This wasn't the society wife or the curator or the charity board member. This was just Victoria, a woman who'd been suffocating in a beautiful cage and had finally found the door. That doesn't make you terrible, I said. It makes you human, does it? Sometimes I think I'm a coward. That I should have left years ago when I first realized I was disappearing. But I stayed because it was easier. Because his money meant I didn't have to struggle. Because being Mrs. Daniel Whitmore opened doors that being Victoria Ashford never could. And now those doors lead to rooms I don't want to be in anymore. We sat in silence for a moment, and I felt the weight of what we were building here. Not a flirtation, not a rebound, but something more dangerous. A genuine understanding between two people who'd been betrayed in exactly the same way by exactly the same people. I should probably go, Victoria said. But she didn't move. Daniel will wonder where I am. Will he? No, probably not. He's likely working late or pretending to work late while he's actually with Elena. The name sat between us like a third person at the table. My wife and her husband somewhere in this city building their affair while we sat here drinking bourbon and sharing confessions. Can I ask you something potentially inappropriate? I said. Victoria raised an eyebrow. We're past the point of appropriate, I think. Do you want to stop him? The affair. Duh. She considered the question seriously. No. I want to be free of him, but I also want him to understand what he's losing. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. What about you? Do you want Elena back? God, no. The certainty in my voice surprised even me. I want her to live with the consequences of her choices. I want her to build a life with Daniel and slowly realize that she traded substance for flash. I want her to wake up one day and understand that she destroyed something real for something that only looks good in photographs. Victoria smiled. And there was something fierce in it. You're not as philosophical as you pretend to be. No one is. She finished her bourbon and set down the glass with finality. I should really go, but I'd like to do this again. If you're interested, I'm very interested. There's a gallery opening next Friday. Emerging artist from Brooklyn does these incredible installations with light and shadow. Very architectural, actually. You might appreciate it. I'd love to. We exchanged numbers, a simple transaction that felt weighted with significance. As we stood to leave, Victoria put her hand on my arm. Thank you, she said, for seeing me, for listening, for not pretending this is anything other than what it is. What is it? I asked. She smiled. I don't know yet, but I think I want to find out. Outside, the November night had grown colder. We stood on the sidewalk, and I could see her breath forming clouds in the air. A town car pulled up her driver, presumably summoned while we'd been inside. Good night, Marcus, she said. Good night, Victoria. I watched her car disappear into Manhattan traffic, and I felt something like triumph settle into my bones. Not because I'd seduced her. I hadn't. Not really, but because I'd done something more dangerous. I'd made her feel seen, understood, valued, and that I was learning was a far more powerful weapon than anything crude or obvious. My phone buzzed. A text from Elena. Lawyer says we should schedule mediation for next month. Can you do the 15th? I looked at the message for a long moment, then typed back. The 15th works. Have a good evening, Elena. Polite, civil, completely devoid of the rage she probably expected. Then I pulled up my thread with Victoria and sent a simple message. Thank you for tonight. Looking forward to Friday. Her response came within seconds. Me too. Sleep well, Marcus. I walked home through the cold November streets, past restaurants where couples shared meals and bars where friends laughed over drinks, and I felt like I was walking towards something instead of away from it. The game had begun. Not a game of seduction or revenge, but something more elegant, a game of truth and connection, of seeing and being seen. Daniel Whitmore had taken my wife, and slowly, carefully, with patience and precision, I was going to show him what it felt like to lose something irreplaceable. Not his wife's body. That would be too easy, too predictable. Her soul, her attention, her belief that she mattered. I was going to give Victoria Whitmore back to herself, and in doing so, I was going to take everything from him. The week between bourbon confessions and the gallery opening passed in a strange state of suspension. I moved through my days with a clarity I hadn't felt in years, meeting with clients, drafting designs, filing divorce papers that felt less like an ending and more like permission to begin something new. Elena had moved out completely. Our house, my house now, though the lawyers were still arguing about it, felt different without her presence. Not emptier. Exactly. Cleaner, like removing clutter you didn't realize was weighing you down until it was gone. She'd taken her expensive coffee maker and her designer clothes, her collection of marketing books, and her framed magazine covers. She'd left the art we'd bought together, pieces I'd chosen that she'd never really liked, and the furniture for my grandmother. The division felt appropriate. She got the symbols of her success. I got the things with actual history. I spent the evenings researching. Not Victoria this time, but the artist whose opening we'd be attending. Sophia Chen, 32, MFA from Yale, known for installation pieces that played with light and architectural space. Her work had been described as hauntingly intimate and aggressively beautiful. The kind of contradictory praise that meant she was doing something interesting. I also researched Daniel Whitmore more thoroughly. Not just the public information, the Forbes profiles, and the TechCrunch articles, but the cracks in his perfect facade. A lawsuit from 3 years ago, settled quietly involving allegations of hostile work environment. An interview where he'd said his wife understood the sacrifices necessary for success. A photograph from a charity gala where Victoria stood 2 feet away from him, smiling at the camera while looking completely alone. The more I learned, the more I understood that Daniel Whitmore was a man who collected things, companies, status symbols, people. Elena was just his latest acquisition, younger, ambitious, hungry for the power he could provide. And Victoria had been the first acquisition, chosen for her pedigree and her ability to play the role he needed. Both women reduced to their utility. Both of us, their spouses, reduced to obstacles or footnotes. On Friday evening, I dressed with the same care I'd taken the previous week. Charcoal slacks, a navy sweater, a coat that looked expensive without screaming it. I studied myself in the mirror and saw a man who'd lost 20 pounds in the past month without trying, whose eyes had developed a sharpness they'd lacked before. Grief had carved something leaner out of me, something harder. The gallery was in Bushwick, occupying a converted warehouse that still had the bones of its industrial past. Inside, white walls soared 20 feet high, and Sophia Chen's installations filled the space with geometric patterns of light and shadow. Projectors cast moving images onto translucent screens suspended from the ceiling, creating layers of illumination that shifted as you walked through them. It was beautiful. It was also deeply unsettling, the way the light never stayed still, the way you could never be certain what you were seeing was real or reflected. Victoria was already there when I arrived. She stood in front of a piece called Memory Palace, a maze of gauze screens onto which were projected images of empty rooms, doorways that led nowhere, windows that showed only more windows. She wore black, a simple dress that probably cost more than my car, but elegant in its restraint. Her hair was pulled back, exposing the line of her neck, and she'd foregone her wedding ring. I noticed that immediately, the absence of gold on her left hand. "Marcus," she said, turning as I approached. Her smile was genuine, reaching her eyes in a way that suggested she'd been looking forward to this. "You made it. I wouldn't miss it. This is extraordinary, isn't it?" She gestured at the installation. "Sophia's exploring the architecture of memory, how we build internal spaces to house our past, and how those spaces are never stable, always shifting, always being rewritten." We walked through the maze of screens together, and I noticed how the other gallery goers gave Victoria space. Not because they didn't recognize her, several did. I saw the double takes, but because she projected an aura that suggested she was here for the art, not for networking. "How was your week?" she asked as we emerged from Memory Palace into a room where light fractured through suspended prisms, creating rainbow patterns on the floor. "Productive. Signed my divorce papers. Met with 3 new clients. Started designing a house for a couple in Connecticut who actually seemed to like each other." She laughed. "Setting the bar high, I see. After what we've been through, mutual affection feels aspirational." I paused in front of a piece called Fault Lines, a floor installation of broken mirrors arranged to create the illusion of depth. "What about you?" "I hired a private investigator." The words came out casually, but I could hear the tension underneath. "To document Daniel's affair. I thought if I'm going to do this, actually leave, I should have evidence. Even though New York is no fault, it helps in the court of public opinion. And then it turns out he's been having multiple affairs, not just with Elena. There's also a junior associate at his firm, a consultant he hired 6 months ago, and apparently a recurring thing with someone he met at a conference in Singapore." She said it calmly, but I could see her jaw tighten. 12 years of marriage, and I was naive enough to think it was just one woman. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. Not surprised. Men like Daniel rarely stopped at one affair, but anger on Victoria's behalf. And something else, a recalculation. Elena wasn't special to him. She was just another acquisition. Another young, ambitious woman who thought she was different, who believed she'd won some kind of prize by catching the CEO's attention. She had no idea she was just rotating through his collection. "I'm sorry," I said, and meant it. "Don't be. It's clarifying. I spent months thinking I'd done something wrong. That if I'd been different somehow, he wouldn't have strayed. But this isn't about me at all. It's about him needing constant validation, constant conquest. I could have been perfect and it wouldn't have mattered. You deserve better than perfect. You deserve real." She looked at me then, really looked at me, and something passed between us. Not attraction exactly, though that was there too. Something deeper. Recognition, the understanding that we were both rebuilding ourselves from the rubble of marriages that had crumbled. "Come on," she said, taking my hand. "I want to show you my favorite piece." Her hand in mine felt significant. Not romantic, not yet, but intimate in a way that acknowledged we'd moved past strangers. We were becoming something else. Allies, confidants, 2 people constructing a new reality from the broken pieces of the old one. She led me to a smaller room at the back of the gallery. Inside, a single installation dominated the space. The weight of light, hundreds of glass orbs hung from nearly invisible wires, each containing a small LED that pulsed at different rhythms. The effect was mesmerizing, like standing inside a constellation surrounded by manufactured stars. It's about how even beautiful things have weight, Victoria said softly. How light itself exerts pressure. Nothing is ever truly weightless, even when it appears to be. We stood there in the dim room, surrounded by pulsing light, and I felt the truth of what she was saying. The beautiful facade of her marriage had weight. My relationship with Elena had weight. Even this, whatever this was becoming between us, had weight. I've been thinking, Victoria said, still holding my hand, about what you said last week, about building something better, about refusing to let betrayal define your next chapter. And I want to do that, too. But I don't know how. I've spent so long being Mrs. Daniel Whitmore that I'm not sure who Victoria is anymore. Without the title, without the role, who am I? The vulnerability in her voice made me turn to face her fully. In the pulsing light of the orbs, her face looked younger, more uncertain. This was the woman underneath the perfect exterior, the one who'd been erased over 12 years of playing a part. You're a woman who understands art well enough to stand in a room like this and explain why it matters. I said, you're someone who chose bourbon over champagne, truth over performance. You're whoever you decide to be, Victoria. The question is, who do you want to become? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked up at the suspended orbs, watching their asynchronous pulsing. And I saw something shift in her expression. Decision, resolution. I want to curate again, she said, not as a hobby or a philanthropic endeavor. Actually curate, build exhibitions, work with artists, get paint on my clothes, and spend weekends in studios. I want to remember what it feels like to create something that matters. So do it. It's not that simple. Daniel will fight me. Not because he cares about my career, but because it threatens the image. The CEO's wife isn't supposed to have her own ambitions. She's supposed to be decorative and supportive and content with being an accessory. Then don't tell him. Start small. Build it quietly until it's too substantial to tear down. She smiled. You make it sound possible. It is possible. I started my firm while working full-time for someone else. Nights and weekends for 2 years before I could afford to leave. It was exhausting, but it was mine. That mattered more than anything else. How do I even start? I thought about that. About the practical steps of reclaiming a career you'd abandoned. You still have contacts in the art world. Some, though I've been out for so long, I'm not sure they'd take me seriously. Then make them take you seriously. Find an emerging artist who needs an advocate. Someone whose work you believe in but who doesn't have gallery representation. Curate a small show independently. Rent a space. Build the exhibition yourself. Prove you can still do this. Her eyes lit up. Like a pop-up exhibition. Exactly. Low overhead, high impact. If it works, you've got momentum. If it doesn't, you've learned something and you try again. Either way, you're moving forward instead of staying frozen. You've thought about this. I've thought about a lot of things lately, mostly about how to build a life that's actually mine, not some compromised version that makes other people comfortable. Victoria squeezed my hand. Thank you for this, for seeing possibilities instead of just obstacles. That's what architects do. We look at empty space and imagine what could be built there. We stood there for a moment longer, surrounded by pulsing light, and I felt the weight she'd mentioned. This connection we were building had gravity. It was pulling us towards something that couldn't be easily categorized or controlled. Victoria, we both turned. A man approached 50's expensive suit. The kind of confident stride that suggested he owned things. He smiled at Victoria with the familiarity of old acquaintance. Richard Caldwell, Victoria said, and I heard her voice shift into her society wife register. Warmer but less genuine. I didn't know you were interested in installation art. I'm interested in investments, he said, glancing around the room. Sophia Chen's work is generating buzz. Thought I'd see what the fuss was about. His eyes moved to me. Richard Caldwell. I run an art advisory firm. Marcus Bennett, architect. We shook hands and I could feel him evaluating me, trying to place me in Victoria's social ecosystem. Friend, lover, business associate. Marcus has been educating me on the architectural elements of Sophia's work, Victoria said smoothly. The way she uses space and light to create emotional geometry. Fascinating. Richard's tone suggested it was anything but. Victoria, I've been meaning to reach out. I heard a rumor you might be getting back into curation. Any truth to that? I felt Victoria tense beside me. Where did you hear that art world gossip? You know how it is. Someone mentioned you'd been asking questions about available gallery spaces. He smiled. If you're serious about coming back, we should talk. I've got several clients looking for curators for private collections. I'll keep that in mind, Victoria said non-committal. Enjoy the exhibition, Richard. It was a dismissal, politely delivered, but unmistakable. Richard took the hint, nodded at both of us, and drifted toward another installation. Private collections, Victoria said once he was out of earshot. Curating for rich people who want someone to tell them what art they should buy to impress their friends. That's not what I want. What do you want? To build something that matters. To work with artists who are creating because they have to, not because it's profitable. To curate exhibitions that change how people see the world, even if it's just for an hour. She turned to me. Is that naive? Am I too old to still believe in that kind of idealism? You're asking the wrong person. I'm the architect who turned down a partnership at a major firm because they wanted me to design identical luxury condos for the rest of my career. Idealism might be naive, but pragmatism is soul-crushing. She laughed, and the sound echoed in the small room. We're a pair, aren't we? Two middle-aged idealists trying to remember who we were before we started compromising. I prefer to think of us as people who are finally done compromising. Is that what we are? The question hung in the air between us, weighted with possibility. We were standing close now, close enough that I could smell her perfume, something subtle and expensive that suited her. Close enough that I could see the fine gold flecks in her brown eyes. I think we're people who understand each other, I said carefully. Who recognize something broken in each other and aren't afraid of it. What that becomes. I think we're still figuring that out. And if it becomes something that complicates everything, then we deal with complications. But at least we'll be dealing with them honestly, which is more than our spouses gave us. Victoria looked up at the pulsing orbs, and in their reflected light, I saw her face soften. I should tell you something. Daniel's company is having a holiday party in 3 weeks. Big event investors, board members, all the important people. He always expects me to be there playing the perfect wife. She paused. I'm thinking of not going or of going and telling him I want a divorce in front of everyone. I haven't decided which would be more satisfying. Is there a third option? What do you mean? I thought about it, about Daniel Whitmore and his affairs. About Elena and her ambition. About the perfect public image they were both invested in maintaining. About how much damage could be done not with explosions but with carefully placed cracks. Go to the party, I said. Be the perfect wife one last time. Smile and charm and play your role flawlessly. Let them think everything's fine. Why? Because the best revenge isn't dramatic confrontation. It's building something better while they're not paying attention. Let him be comfortable. Let him think he's won, that he has everything under control. And then when you're ready, when you've built your new life to the point where his opinion doesn't matter anymore, that's when you walk away. Victoria studied me for a long moment. That's cold. That's strategic. You've thought about this. Your own revenge. I mean, I've thought about a lot of things. I met her eyes, including the fact that Daniel's holiday party might be the perfect place to begin implementing some of those thoughts. Understanding dawned on her face. You want to come with me? I want to meet the man who's sleeping with my wife. I want to shake his hand and smile and let him think I'm just another guest. I want to see him and Elena together, playing their own perfect couple routine while knowing exactly what they're doing and having them have no idea that I know. That's cruel. Manipulative probably, but also deeply satisfying. Victoria's smile turned sharp. I can bring a guest. Daniel encourages it. Makes me look less like the neglected wife if I show up with company. He'll assume you're just some friend from the art world. He won't think twice about it. Perfect. Marcus. She put her hand on my chest and I could feel my heartbeat against her palm. What are we doing? Really? Honestly, I think we're giving each other permission to stop being victims, to take back some control, to remember what it feels like to be seen and valued. I covered her hand with mine. And maybe we're building something real in the process, something that isn't tainted by betrayal or compromise. Or maybe we're just two hurt people using each other to feel less broken. Maybe. Would that be so terrible? She considered that. No, I suppose it wouldn't. As long as we're honest about it, I'm always honest with you, Victoria. That's the whole point. We left the gallery together, stepping out into the cold December night. Brooklyn stretched around us, all industrial chic and converted warehouses, and I felt like we were standing at the edge of something significant. 3 weeks, Victoria said, until the party. Until we walk into Daniel's world and smile at him and Elena like we don't know they're destroying our marriages. 3 weeks. I should start planning what to wear. Something that makes me look devastating. You already look devastating. She smiled. You're good at this. The compliments that feel genuine because they are. I only say what's true. We stood on the sidewalk and I could see her breath forming clouds in the cold air. She looked beautiful and fierce and fragile all at once. A woman on the edge of becoming whoever she was going to be next. Good night, Marcus, she said. Good night, Victoria. I watched her car pull away and I felt something like anticipation settle into my bones. 3 weeks until I stood in Daniel Whitmore's penthouse, shook his hand, and began the careful work of showing him what it felt like to lose everything. 3 weeks to plan, to prepare, to sharpen myself into exactly the weapon this situation required. The game was accelerating, and I was ready. The mediation session was scheduled for a Tuesday afternoon in a conference room that felt designed to suppress emotion. Gray walls, gray carpet, a long table made of some wood composite material that looked expensive but had no soul. Even the coffee they served tasted gray, bitter, and forgettable, like the marriage we were here to dissolve. Elena sat across from me, flanked by her lawyer, a woman named Patricia Winters, who specialized in high net worth divorces and had a reputation for being ruthless in designer suits. Elena looked good. She always looked good, but there was a tightness around her eyes that suggested she wasn't sleeping well. Part of me, a small and petty part, was glad. My own lawyer, Jeremy Morrison, sat to my right, a folder thick with documentation in front of him. We'd spent the previous week preparing, going over every asset, every account, every piece of property we'd accumulated in 7 years of marriage. "Thank you all for coming," the mediator said. Her name was Susan Chen, and she had the calm, measured tone of someone who'd witnessed hundreds of marriages end in rooms exactly like this one. "I know this is difficult, but the goal today is to reach an equitable agreement that both parties can accept. Shall we begin with the primary residence?" What followed was 3 hours of the most civilized dismemberment I'd ever witnessed. We divided our lives with spreadsheets and calculators, reducing years of shared history to dollar amounts and percentage splits. The house would be sold. Proceeds divided 60-40 in Elena's favor because she'd contributed more to the down payment. The vacation property in Vermont would go to her entirely. I had no interest in keeping a place we'd barely used, and she claimed to have emotional attachment to it, though I suspected it was more about the property value. My retirement accounts would be split according to some formula I didn't fully understand, but Jeremy assured me was fair. Elena's stock options from Whitmore Industries, the company where she worked, where she'd met her lover, were considered marital property, but would stay with her, balanced against other assets I'd receive. The whole process felt like watching surgeons divide a corpse. Clinical, precise, bloodless. "What about the art collection?" Patricia asked, consulting her notes. "I'd like to keep most of it," I said. Elena never cared for any of the pieces except the abstract we bought in Miami. And that was more about the artist's reputation than the actual work. Elena's jaw tightened. "That's not fair, Marcus. I appreciate art. You appreciate what art signals about your taste. There's a difference." I kept my voice even. "Matter of fact, take the Miami piece. I'll keep the rest." She looked like she wanted to argue, but Patricia put a hand on her arm. They had a brief whispered conversation, and I watched Elena's face cycle through emotions, anger, frustration, something that might have been hurt before settling back into careful neutrality. "Fine," she said. "The Miami piece and the photographs from our trip to Japan. Those hurt more than I expected. We bought those photographs together in Kyoto from a street artist who captured light through temple windows. I'd loved them, but I also understood the strategic value of concession." Agreed. We moved through the remaining items with brutal efficiency. Furniture, kitchenware, books, electronics, all of it divided and cataloged like inventory in a warehouse. By the time we reached the final items, I felt hollowed out, as if the mediation had scooped away pieces of me along with the joint checking account and the dining room set. "I think we've made excellent progress," Susan said, making notes on her tablet. "I'll draft the preliminary agreement based on today's discussion and send it to both counsel for review. If everything looks acceptable, we can move toward filing the final papers." "How long?" Elena asked. Her voice sounded different. Smaller somehow, like she was beginning to understand what we were actually doing here. That this was real. "Final. Assuming no complications, you could be legally divorced within 90 days. 90 days, 3 months by spring, I would be unmarried. By spring, Elena would be free to pursue whatever future she imagined with Daniel Whitmore, and I would be what? Free, broken, rebuilt. I wasn't sure yet, but I was beginning to have ideas. "Thank you, Susan," Jeremy said, gathering his papers. "We'll be in touch." As we stood to leave, Elena caught my arm. "Marcus, can we talk just for a minute?" Patricia looked like she wanted to object, but Jeremy nodded to me. "I'll wait in the lobby." We stood in the hallway outside the conference room, and I realized this was the first time we'd been alone since the restaurant, since she'd told me she wanted a divorce, and I'd responded with calm instead of devastation. "You seem different," she said. "Divorce will do that." "That's not what I mean." She struggled for words. "You're handling this too well. It's unnerving." I almost laughed. Would you prefer me to be falling apart, making scenes, begging you to stay? No. But this cold, calculating version of you it's not you, Marcus. Maybe it's who I needed to become. Maybe the version of me you married was too accommodating, too willing to make myself smaller so you could shine brighter. She flinched. That's not fair. None of this is fair, Elena. Fair would have been you telling me you were unhappy before you started sleeping with your boss. Fair would have been you having the courage to end our marriage before starting a new relationship. Fair would have been a lot of things that didn't happen. I know you're right. I handled this terribly. She looked down at her hands, manicured, perfect. No longer wearing her wedding ring, but I need you to understand that this wasn't about you. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm aware this was about you wanting something I couldn't give you. Power, excitement, whatever Daniel Whitmore represents. It's not like that, isn't it? I leaned against the wall, studying her. Tell me something, Elena. When you're with him, do you feel like you matter? Like you're special? Or do you ever wonder if you're just another acquisition for a man who collects beautiful things? Her eyes flashed with anger. You don't know anything about my relationship with Daniel. I know he's married. I know he's 45 years old and you're 32. I know he has a pattern of affairs with younger women who work for him. I know his wife is a former museum curator who gave up her career to support his. And now he's trading her in for a newer model. How do you? She stopped. Realization dawning. You've been researching him. I've been educating myself about the man my wife left me for. It seemed prudent. I pushed off the wall. Enjoy the holiday party at his company next week. I hear it's quite the event. I started to walk away, but her voice stopped me. Marcus, wait. How did you know about the party? I turned back and I let myself smile. I pay attention, Elena. I always have. You just never noticed. I left her standing in the hallway and I could feel her eyes on my back as I walked toward the elevator. Jeremy was waiting in the lobby checking his phone. How'd it go? He asked. She's starting to realize I'm not the man she married. Is that a good thing? I think so. The man she married would have let her walk all over him. Would have signed whatever papers she wanted, taken whatever settlement she offered, and spent the next decade wondering what he did wrong. I pressed the button for the elevator. I'm not that man anymore. No, Jeremy said thoughtfully. I don't suppose you are. I spent the next 2 weeks preparing for Daniel Whitmore's holiday party with the same meticulous attention I brought to architectural projects, research, planning, consideration of every angle, every possible outcome. I learned everything I could about Whitmore Industries, the company Daniel had built from a small software firm into a tech giant worth billions. I studied his public appearances, watched interviews, read profiles. I learned how he spoke, how he presented himself, what mattered to him. Control, image, legacy. These were the pillars of Daniel Whitmore's identity. He wanted to be seen as a titan of industry, a visionary, a man who built empires. His personal life was carefully curated to support that image. The beautiful wife from Old Money, the penthouse in Tribeca, the memberships at the right clubs. Elena fit into that narrative perfectly. Young, ambitious, successful in her own right. Dating her or whatever they were doing enhanced his image as a powerful man who could attract the best. She probably thought she was using him to advance her career, to access power and influence. She couldn't reach on her own. Neither of them understood they were using each other. Building a relationship on ambition rather than anything real. It would collapse eventually, but that would take time. I didn't have time. And more importantly, I didn't want to just wait for their relationship to fail. I wanted to accelerate it, to plant seeds of doubt that would grow into cracks that would shatter everything they were building. But first, I needed to meet him. To look Daniel Whitmore in the eye and let him see me as just another guest at his party. Harmless, forgettable, not a threat. Victoria and I spoke every few days, phone calls that started as check-ins and evolved into long conversations about art and architecture, about our failing marriages, and our plans for afterward. She told me about the artist she was considering for her pop-up exhibition. I told her about a project. I was designing a house for a couple in Connecticut who wanted something that captured light the way a prism captures rainbows. We didn't talk much about the party. It hung between us like a storm on the horizon, inevitable and electric. The night before the event, she called me. I'm nervous, she said without preamble. About tomorrow, about bringing you into Daniel's world. About what happens when you see him and Elena together? About she trailed off. About what this means. I finished for her. Yes. I was in my home office surrounded by blueprints and sketches. Through the window, I could see snow beginning to fall. The third snowfall of the season, covering the city in white, clean, fresh, deceptive. Victoria, we don't have to do this. If you're not ready, It's not about being ready. It's about being terrified that once we start this, whatever this is, we can't go back. That we're crossing a line that will change everything. We've already crossed the line. The moment we sat in that bar and told each other the truth about our marriages, we crossed it. Tomorrow is just making it visible. And you're okay with that, with whatever comes after. I thought about Elena in the mediation room dividing our lives into assets and liabilities. I thought about Daniel Whitmore collecting affairs like other men collected watches. I thought about Victoria, brilliant and erased, trying to remember who she was before she became someone's wife. I'm more than okay with it. I said I'm ready to stop being invisible, to stop accommodating, to start building something that's actually mine, even if it's messy. Especially if it's messy. Perfect things are boring, Victoria. They're fragile. Messy things have character, strength, room to grow. She laughed softly. When did you become a philosopher? Around the same time my wife told me she'd been her boss for 4 months. Betrayal gives you clarity, does it? Because I still feel like I'm fumbling in the dark. Then let me be your light tomorrow night. Come to the party with me. Introduce me to your husband. Let me shake his hand and smile and be exactly the kind of harmless nobody he expects. And when it's over, when we've played our roles perfectly, we'll leave together and you'll remember what it feels like to have someone actually see you. Silence on the other end. Then what should I wear? Something that makes you feel powerful. Something that reminds you who you were before you started shrinking yourself to fit his life. I have just the thing. It's red. Daniel hates it. Says it's too bold, too attention-seeking. Perfect. Wear the red, Marcus. Yes. Thank you for this, for giving me permission to stop being who he needs me to be. You don't need my permission, Victoria. You never did, but you're welcome anyway. After we hung up, I sat in my office for a long time watching the snowfall. Tomorrow night, I would walk into Daniel Whitmore's penthouse. I would see Elena on his arm playing the role of his girlfriend or mistress or whatever she thought she was. I would watch them smile and touch and pretend they were something special. And I would feel nothing. Or at least I would show nothing, because the real play wasn't tomorrow night. Tomorrow was just reconnaissance. The real play would come later, when I'd learned enough about Daniel to understand exactly where to apply pressure. When Victoria had rebuilt enough of herself to walk away without looking back. When Elena had invested enough in her fantasy with Daniel that shattering it would actually cost her something. I was building this carefully, the way I build houses. Foundation first, structure, support beams. Only then the aesthetic details, the finishing touches that made it look effortless. Tomorrow I would lay another piece of foundation. I pulled out my phone and texted Victoria. Pick you up at 7. Her response came immediately. I'll be ready. Red dress and all. I smiled and returned to my blueprints. The Connecticut house was coming together beautifully. All light and angles. Spaces that flowed into each other naturally. A house for people who actually loved each other, who wanted to build a life together. I wouldn't have that. My marriage was ending in mediation rooms and divided assets. But I could build something else, something that mattered. I could build the kind of revenge that looked like resurrection. The next evening, I stood in front of my mirror and adjusted my tie charcoal gray silk that Elena had bought me 2 Christmases ago. I'd almost thrown it out in a fit of symbolic purging, but then decided against it. Wearing something she'd given me to the party where I'd meet her lover felt appropriately ironic. My phone buzzed. Victoria, driver's downstairs. Ready when you are. I took one last look at myself. The man in the mirror looked different than the one who'd sat in that restaurant a month ago, hearing his wife ask for a divorce. Leaner, sharper, harder somehow, but in a way that felt earned rather than bitter. This was the new Marcus, the one who planned instead of reacted, who built instead of crumbled. I grabbed my coat and headed down. Victoria was waiting in the car, a black sedan with a driver who knew how to be invisible. She looked stunning. The red dress was a column of silk that hugged her body without being obvious about it. Elegant and bold at the same time. Her hair was down, falling in dark waves past her shoulders. She wore minimal jewelry, just diamond studs and a simple bracelet. She looked like someone who'd remembered how to be powerful. You wore the red, I said, sliding in beside her. I wore the red. She smiled, but I could see nervousness in her eyes. Last chance to back out. Not a chance. The driver pulled into traffic, heading toward Tribeca, toward Daniel Whitmore's penthouse, toward whatever came next. Victoria took my hand, and we sat in silence as the city slid past the windows. 2 people heading into a party where our spouses would be playing, couple with each other. 2 people about to smile and pretend and lay the groundwork for something that would eventually shatter everything. Marcus, Victoria said quietly. Yes. Whatever happens tonight, promise me we'll be honest with each other. No games between us. Save the performance for them. I promise. No games, just truth. She squeezed my hand. Then let's go meet my husband. The car pulled up to a glass tower in Tribeca. All modern angles and expensive views. A doorman opened Victoria's door and we stepped out into the cold December night. Above us, I could see lights blazing from the penthouse floor. The party was already in full swing. I offered Victoria my arm and she took it. Together, we walked into Daniel Whitmore's world. The game had begun. The elevator was all mirrors and brushed steel, rising so smoothly, you couldn't feel the movement. Just the numbers climbing 45, 46, 47, and our reflection multiplying into infinity. Victoria and I side by side, dressed for battle, disguised as celebration. He'll be in the center of everything, Victoria said, watching the numbers climb. Daniel always positions himself where he can see everyone, where everyone has to pass by him at some point. It's strategic, makes people come to him. Control through architecture, I said. I understand that, the elevator chimed. 48th floor. The doors slid open onto a private foyer. More marble, more mirrors, a massive flower arrangement that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. Through double doors ahead, I could hear the party, conversation and laughter, the clink of glasses, music carefully selected to be sophisticated without being intrusive. A server appeared with a tray of champagne. Victoria took a glass but didn't drink. I did the same. Props for the performance. Ready? She asked. Absolutely. We walked through the doors together and I got my first look at Daniel Whitmore's world. The penthouse was exactly what I expected. Floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of Manhattan that probably added 10 million to the property value. Minimalist furniture that looked uncomfortable but photogenic. Art on the walls chosen by advisors rather than passion. Everything was designed to impress. Nothing designed to comfort. There were perhaps 70 people scattered throughout the main room. All of them dressed in variations of expensive tech executives and their partners, board members, investors, the kind of people who measured success in zeros and thought influence was something you could buy. And there, exactly where Victoria said he'd be, standing in the center of it all like a sun around which everyone else orbited, Daniel Whitmore. He was tall, 6'2", maybe 6'3", with the kind of silver fox aesthetic that required expensive hair products and personal trainers, tailored suit, no tie that studied casualness that actually took more effort than formal dress. Handsome in a generic way, like he'd been designed by committee to appeal to the whitest demographic. And on his arm, laughing at something he just said, looking radiant and young and utterly comfortable in this world. Elena, my wife, almost ex-wife, the woman who'd shared my bed for 7 years and was now draped on another man like an accessory. She wore emerald green, her signature color, the one that made her eyes look more striking. Her hair was up, exposing the neck I used to kiss. She looked happy. That was the part that caught me. She looked genuinely happy in a way I hadn't seen in months, maybe years. I felt Victoria's hand tighten on my arm. That's her, she said quietly. Your wife? Yes. She's beautiful. Yes. Are you okay? I turned to look at Victoria, at this woman who was trusting me enough to bring me into her home to expose her own pain and solidarity with mine. And I felt something settle. Not calm exactly, more like clarity. I'm perfect, I said. Let's go meet your husband. We moved through the crowd and I watched how people reacted to Victoria. Some nodded with recognition. Others looked curious about her companion. The women evaluated my suit, my watch, trying to place me in their hierarchy. The men assessed me as potential competition or potential irrelevance. Let them wonder. As we approached, Daniel noticed Victoria. His expression shifted surprise, then something calculating, then a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Victoria, he said, and his voice was exactly what I expected. Confident, commanding, used to being heard. You came and you brought a guest, Daniel. Victoria's voice had gone cool, professional. This is Marcus Bennett. Marcus, my husband, Daniel Whitmore. I extended my hand. Daniel's handshake was firm, performative. The grip of a man who'd read articles about power dynamics and practiced in mirrors. Marcus Bennett, he said like he was filing the name away. What do you do, Marcus? I'm an architect, residential, primarily, some commercial work. Ah, the single syllable managed to convey both interest and dismissal. Are you involved in the arts? Is that how you know Victoria? We met at a gallery opening. I've always appreciated how architecture and visual art inform each other. Victoria has been generous enough to educate me on the finer points of curation. Daniel's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. He didn't like that the idea of his wife spending time educating another man, Even about something as innocent as art, possessiveness disguised as casual interest. How nice, he said, then turning slightly. Elena, come meet Victoria's friend. And there she was, my wife. Close enough that I could smell her perfume different from what she used to wear. Something heavier, muskier, chosen for him, probably. Elena, Daniel said, his hands settling on her lower back with casual ownership. This is Marcus Bennett. He's an architect. Elena's face went absolutely white. I watched it happen in slow motion. Recognition, shock, fear, and then a desperate attempt to smooth her features back into neutrality, but it was too late. Daniel had seen the reaction, even if he didn't understand it yet. Marcus, she said, and her voice came out strained. What a surprise. I smiled. Easy, friendly. Like we were old acquaintances running into each other at a party. Elena, small world. Daniel's eyes narrowed. You two know each other. We've met, I said vaguely, enjoying watching Elena try to calculate the safest response. Professional circles. You know how it is in New York. Everyone's connected somehow. Victoria, bless her, played it perfectly. What a coincidence, though. I suppose in the architecture and design world, paths must cross frequently. Frequently enough, Elena said, still trying to regain her equilibrium. Her eyes were doing complicated mathematics, trying to figure out what I was doing here. How much I knew what I was planning. I let her wonder. Well, Daniel said, already losing interest now that the moment of surprise had passed. Enjoy the party, Marcus. Victoria, we should talk later about the Grayson Foundation Gala. They want you to co-chair again. Of course, Victoria said smoothly. Later, we moved away, drifting into the crowd, and I could feel Elena's eyes following us. Victoria steered us toward the windows, away from the center of the room. That was, she started enlightening. I finished. Did you see her face? I saw both their faces. Daniel knows something's off, even if he doesn't know what. And Elena looked terrified. Good. Victoria studied me. You're enjoying this, shouldn't I be? For the first time in months, I'm not the one off balance. I'm not the one caught in a lie. I walked into my wife's lover's home, shook his hand, smiled at him, and he has no idea who I am or what I know. I took a sip of champagne. Yes, Victoria, I'm enjoying this very much. Just remember, the goal isn't just to make them uncomfortable. It's to take back our lives. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy watching them squirm along the way. We spent the next hour circulating. Victoria introduced me to people from her world, museum directors and gallery owners, collectors and artists. I was charming and interested and completely forgettable. Just another +1 at a party full of important people. But I was also watching, studying. I watched how Daniel worked the room, how he touched Elena possessive little gestures, his hand on her back, her shoulder, her waist, marking territory. I watched how Elena responded, leaning into him, laughing at his jokes, playing the role of the adoring younger woman who'd won the heart of a powerful man. I watched how Victoria navigated her own party like a stranger in her home. People greeted her politely but briefly, more interested in getting closer to Daniel. She was the CEO's wife, decorative but functionally invisible. And I watched how no one noticed the way Daniel's eyes lingered on a young woman from his marketing department. Or how he took a call and disappeared into his study for 15 minutes. Or how when he returned, Elena looked slightly less confident than before. Cracks, small ones, but visible if you knew where to look. Marcus. I turned to find a man in his 60s. Expensive suit. The kind of weathered handsomeness that suggested yacht clubs and golf courses. He extended his hand. Robert Ashford, Victoria's father. Ah, the Hotel Dynasty patriarch. Victoria had mentioned him in passing. Old money, old values. Deeply disappointed that his daughter had given up her career. Marcus Bennett, sir, pleasure to meet you. You're the architect Victoria's been spending time with. It wasn't a question. We've been to a few gallery openings together. Yes. Robert studied me with shrewd eyes that suggested he'd built his fortune by being underestimated. My daughter seems happier lately. More like herself. I don't suppose you have anything to do with that? I hope so, sir. She's been generous enough to share her knowledge of the art world. It's been illuminating. Has it? He glanced across the room to where Victoria was talking with a museum director. She was brilliant, you know, as a curator. Had a real eye. Could have been one of the greats if she'd stayed with it. She still could be perhaps. He turned back to me. Daniel's having an affair with someone here tonight. Probably multiple someones. I assume you know that. The directness surprised me. I had suspected. And you're still here at his party shaking his hand and drinking his champagne. I believe in understanding the terrain before making any moves. Rushing and angry would be satisfying for about 5 minutes, but building something strategic, something that lasts, that requires patience. Robert smiled. You know, I think I like you, Marcus. My daughter could use someone who thinks strategically. He glanced at his watch. I'm too old for these things. Tell Victoria I said goodbye and that I'd like to have dinner with both of you next week. I want to hear more about these gallery openings you've been attending. He left before I could respond, and I watched him make his way to the elevator. An ally potentially, or at least someone who wouldn't stand in the way if Victoria decided to blow up her marriage. Making friends. I turned to find Victoria beside me. 2 fresh glasses of champagne in her hands. She offered me one. Your father is interesting. He's direct. Think subtlety is for people who aren't confident in their positions. She sipped her champagne. What did he say? That he wants to have dinner with us next week. And that you were brilliant as a curator. Her expression softened. He never wanted me to marry Daniel. Told me I was trading my future for financial security. I thought he was being old-fashioned, that he didn't understand modern relationships. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. Turns out he understood perfectly. It's not too late, you know, to go back to curation, isn't it? I've been out of the field for 12 years. The art world moves fast. I'm probably obsolete. Or you're experienced, mature, you have connections and knowledge that younger curators don't. You just need to remember how to use them. Before she could respond, a commotion near the center of the room drew our attention. Daniel's voice raised slightly above the conversational hum. Absolutely not. I've told you before that project isn't happening. We moved closer. Daniel stood facing Elena, his jaw tight with barely controlled anger. Around them, other guests had gone quiet, pretending not to listen while straining to hear every word. I'm just saying, Elena said, her voice measured but with an edge underneath, that the market research supports expansion into Southeast Asia. If we wait another quarter, I don't pay you to question my decisions, Elena. I pay you to execute them. Daniel's smile was sharp. Or have you forgotten what your actual role is? The condescension in his voice was breathtaking. This was how he spoke to her. Not as a partner, not even as a valued employee, but as someone whose primary function was to agree with him and look good doing it. Elena's face flushed around them. I could see people exchanging glances. This wasn't professional disagreement. This was something more personal, meaner. Of course, Elena said finally, her voice tight. I apologize for overstepping. Good. Daniel's hand went to her waist, possessive and dismissive at the same time. Now smile. People are watching. She smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. Victoria and I exchanged a look. This was the man Elena had destroyed our marriage for. This was the relationship she thought was worth blowing up 7 years of shared history. I need air, Victoria said quietly. Come with me. We made our way to a terrace empty in the December cold, overlooking the city lights. Victoria leaned against the railing and I watched her shoulders shake. Victoria, I'm not crying, she said. I'm laughing. Did you see that? Did you see how he spoke to her? I saw. That's what she left you for. That's what I gave up my career for. Men who see us as accessories, as props in their perfect lives. She turned to me and her eyes were bright, but not with tears, with anger. I want him to hurt Marcus, not just lose me. I want him to actually feel something for once. Even if it's just the humiliation of being left, I understood. The rage underneath her calm, the need for him to understand what he'd thrown away. Then let's make sure he does, I said. But carefully, strategically, we build the foundations first. We make sure when we walk away, we're walking towards something better, not just away from something bad. How long? However long it takes, weeks, months, we do this, right? She nodded. I can wait. I've been waiting 12 years. What's a few more months? Through the glass doors, we could see the party continuing. Daniel holding court. Elena at his side with that brittle smile. All of them playing their roles, maintaining appearances, pretending everything was perfect. We should go back in, Victoria said. Can't have people thinking we're hiding. One more minute. I pulled out my phone and took a photo of the view. The city sprawling below us, lights spreading in every direction. I want to remember this moment when we decided to stop being victims. Victoria moved beside me and I took another photo. Both of us, the city behind us, something determined in our expressions that hadn't been there before. Send me that, she said. I will. We went back inside. The party had shifted. People were starting to leave. The energy winding down. Daniel was saying goodbye to a group of investors. Elena still attached to his side. As we approached to say our goodbyes, Daniel turned to us. "Leaving already?" "I have an early morning," I said. "Thank you for having me." "Beautiful home." "Marcus is designing a house for a couple in Connecticut," Victoria added. "Custom work, very innovative use of light and space." "Sounds fascinating," Daniel said in a tone that suggested the opposite. His attention had already moved past me to someone else. "Victoria, don't forget about the Grayson Gala." "I won't." Elena caught my eye as we turned to leave. Her expression was complicated fear, confusion, something that might have been plea. I smiled at her, friendly and empty. "Nice to see you again, Elena. Enjoy your evening." In the elevator going down, Victoria took my hand. "That was harder than I expected," she said. "Which part?" "All of it. Seeing him with her, watching him be cruel to her, and knowing I used to make excuses for that behavior, pretending everything was fine when I wanted to scream. But you didn't scream. You were perfect, controlled, exactly what we needed." "What happens now?" "Now we build. You start planning your pop-up exhibition. I keep designing houses for people who actually love each other. We become more ourselves and less the people they needed us to be. And slowly, carefully, we make them irrelevant to our happiness. And then we walk away and never look back." The elevator opened onto the lobby. We stepped out into the cold December night, and I felt something like freedom settling over me. We'd entered the lion's den. We'd smiled and played our roles and laid the groundwork for everything that would come next. And we'd walked out unscathed, stronger than when we went in. The game was accelerating, and we were winning. The days after the party felt electric, charged with possibility and danger in equal measure. I went through the motions of my normal life, meetings with clients, site visits, revisions to the Connecticut house design, but underneath it all, I felt like I was vibrating at a different frequency. Elena called 3 times the day after the party. I didn't answer. She left voicemails that progressed from confused to angry to something approaching desperate. "Marcus, what the hell were you doing at Daniel's party? Call me back. This is ridiculous. I know you're getting these messages. We need to talk. Please, just please call me. I need to understand what's happening." I deleted each one without responding. Let her wonder. Let her spiral. Let her feel a fraction of the uncertainty she'd put me through. Victoria texted that afternoon. "Elena's been trying to reach me. 5 calls so far. Should I answer?" I replied, "Your choice. But if you do, tell her the truth. We met at a gallery opening and became friends. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more." I stared at those 2 words for a long time before responding. "Not yet. But we're building towards something, aren't we?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, yes, we are. That evening, I was in my home office working on the Connecticut design when my doorbell rang. I checked the security camera and saw Elena standing on my porch, arms wrapped around herself against the December cold. I considered not answering, but curiosity won out. When I opened the door, she pushed past me without invitation. "We need to talk." "Hello to you, too." She spun to face me, and I saw that the polished woman from the party had been replaced by someone fraying at the edges. Her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. She wore jeans and a sweater instead of her usual designer armor. And there were circles under her eyes that suggested she hadn't slept well. "What were you doing at Daniel's party? Attending a party? Is that not allowed? Don't play games, Marcus. You know what I mean? How do you even know Victoria Whitmore? We met at an art gallery. Discovered we have similar interests. Started attending exhibitions together." I closed the door and leaned against it. "Is that a problem?" "Yes, it's a problem. She's Daniel's wife and you're Daniel's mistress. Seems like we're all connected now, doesn't it?" Elena's face went white then red. "How long have you known about your affair?" "Since 3 weeks before you had the courage to actually tell me. I came home early from Boston, remember? Found your laptop open with messages from Dee describing in detail how you tasted." She sat down heavily on the couch, our couch, soon to be my couch. "According to the mediation agreement, Jesus Marcus, I save it. I'm not interested in apologies or explanations. What I am interested in is why you're here freaking out about me being friends with Victoria. Because it's weird. It's calculated. You're doing something." I almost laughed. "You mean the way you calculated your affair? The way you scheduled hotel rooms and deleted messages and lied to my face for 4 months? That's different." "How?" "Because she stopped, realizing there was no good answer. Daniel's going to be furious if he finds out you're my husband. Almost ex-husband. And why would he be furious? I thought I was the understanding spouse who didn't matter anymore. You're being deliberately difficult." "I'm being honest." Something you might try sometime. I moved to the bar cart and poured myself a scotch. Didn't offer her one. Tell me something. Elena, does Daniel know you're here? That you're at your husband's house alone at night? I don't have to tell him everything. Interesting. Does he know you still have keys to this house? That legally half of it's still yours for another 60 days? Her eyes narrowed. What are you implying? Nothing. Just noting that you seem very concerned about Daniel finding out I exist, but not at all concerned about him knowing you're here, which suggests you haven't told him who I am. He knows I was married. He doesn't need to know the details like my name or that I'm friends with his wife. I sat down across from her. Let me guess. He thinks you were married to someone boring and inconsequential. Someone you left because he couldn't keep up with your ambition. And you've let him think that because the truth that you're still legally married, that your husband is friendly with his wife, that makes things complicated. Stop it. Stop what? Telling the truth. You spent months lying to me, Elena. I'm just returning the favor by being aggressively honest. She stood up, pacing. Victoria Whitmore is not your friend. You're using her to get to Daniel. Am I? Or maybe Victoria and I are two people who were betrayed by our spouses and found comfort and shared experience. Maybe we actually like each other. Maybe not everything is a scheme. I don't believe you. I don't care. I finished my scotch. Is there anything else? Because I have work to do. Elena stared at me and I saw something like recognition in her eyes. You really have changed. The Marcus I married would never be this cold. The Marcus you married was a fool who didn't see. His wife was unhappy. Who accommodated and compromised and made himself smaller so you could shine brighter. That Marcus is gone. Elena, I killed him the night you asked for a divorce. And what are you now? Someone who builds his own life instead of supporting someone else's. Someone who doesn't apologize for taking up space. Someone who's done being invisible. She moved toward the door, then stopped. For what it's worth, I never meant to hurt you, but you did it anyway. Which tells me everything I need to know about what I was worth to you. After she left, I stood at the window and watched her drive away. My phone buzzed. A text from Victoria. Daniel just asked me about you, who you were, how we met, what you do. I told him the truth. He seemed satisfied but suspicious. I replied, good. Let him be suspicious. Let him wonder. It'll make him sloppy. Are you trying to make him jealous? I thought about that. Was I? Did I want Daniel Whitmore to see me as a threat? No. I'm trying to make him uncertain. There's a difference. Jealousy is emotional and predictable. Uncertainty is destabilizing. It makes people make mistakes. Victoria's response came quickly. You're scary when you're strategic. Is that a bad thing? No, it's exactly what I need right now. The following week, I met with Robert Ashford at his club, one of those old money institutions in Midtown, where the leather smelled like cigars and inherited privilege. He was waiting in a private dining room, reading the Wall Street Journal with the kind of attention that suggested he was evaluating investments. Marcus, he said, standing to shake my hand. Thank you for coming. I hope you don't mind. I thought it would be easier to talk without Victoria present. She can join us for dessert. Of course, sir. We ordered him the filt, me the salmon, and for the first few minutes, we made small talk about architecture and real estate. The kind of conversation men like Robert used to assess whether you knew what you were talking about. Then over the main course, he got to the point. My daughter is planning to leave Daniel. I kept my expression neutral. She mentioned she was unhappy. Unhappy doesn't cover it. She's been dying slowly for 12 years, and I had to watch it happen. He cut his steak with precise movements. I told her not to marry him. Told her she was giving up too much. But she was in love or thought she was. And young people think love conquers all. It doesn't. No sir, it doesn't. She trusts you. I can see it in the way she talks about you. And my daughter doesn't trust easily, especially not after what Daniel's put her through. He looked at me directly. So, I need to know your intentions. The question was so old-fashioned, so patriarchal that I almost laughed. But Robert Ashford was serious, and more importantly, he was a man who could either help or hinder what Victoria and I were building. My intentions are to help her remember who she was before she became Mrs. Daniel Whitmore. To support her in reclaiming her career, her identity, her life, to be someone who actually sees her instead of what she can do for me. And when the divorce gets ugly, which it will, what then? Then I stand beside her, help her navigate it, make sure she doesn't compromise on what she deserves just to make it end faster. Robert studied me. You're going through your own divorce. Was yes, sir. Does Victoria know your wife is the woman Daniel's currently sleeping with? The question landed like a punch. I sat down my fork carefully. How did you? I have resources. When my daughter started spending time with a recently separated architect, I looked into you. Found out your wife works at Whitmore Industries. Put the pieces together. He sipped his wine. Does Victoria know? Yes. We've been honest with each other about everything, and you're not using her to get revenge on your wife and Daniel? The accusation hung between us. I could lie, tell him this was purely about helping Victoria, but he'd see through it. And more importantly, Victoria deserved better than me lying to her father. Not entirely, I said. Initially, yes. When I first met Victoria, part of me saw an opportunity for symmetry. Elena took Daniel. I could take Victoria. It was strategic and petty and exactly the kind of thing someone in pain does. I met his eyes, but that's not what this is anymore. Victoria is brilliant and kind and deserves better than being a pawn in anyone's game, mine included. What we're building now is genuine. It's messy and complicated and probably inadvisable, but it's real. Robert nodded slowly. I appreciate the honesty and the self-awareness. Does that mean I have your approval, sir? It means I'm not going to stand in your way. But Marcus, if you hurt my daughter, if you use her and discard her the way Daniel has, you'll find out exactly how much damage a man with my resources can do. Understood, sir. Good. He signaled for the waiter. Now, tell me about this pop-up exhibition she's planning. She won't give me details, says she wants to surprise me. I spent the next hour telling Robert about Victoria's plans, the artist she was considering, a young woman from the Bronx who did mixed media installations, exploring themes of displacement and memory, the space she'd found, a former gallery in Chelsea that was between tenants. The way her eyes lit up when she talked about it, how she became more herself with every decision she made. She's coming back to life, Robert said quietly. I haven't seen her this animated in years. She's remembering who she is, what she's capable of. Thanks to you, thanks to her. I'm just making space for it to happen. Victoria arrived as we were finishing coffee. She looked between us, trying to read the room. Should I be worried that you two had dinner without me? Your father was just threatening to destroy me if I hurt you. I said, standard father-daughter protocol. Robert laughed. I like him, Vicky. He's honest. Bit too clever for his own good, but honest. We spent another hour together, the three of us, and I watched Victoria interact with her father. The way she softened around him, let her guard down. The way he looked at her with a mixture of pride and regret. Pride in who she was. Regret that she'd wasted so many years on someone who didn't deserve her. When we left the club, Victoria linked her arm through mine. He likes you. He threatened to ruin me. That's how he shows affection. She smiled. What did you two really talk about? You, your exhibition, whether my intentions are honorable. Are they? I stopped walking and turned to face her. We were standing on a sidewalk in Midtown, people streaming around us. The city alive with its usual chaos. My intentions are to see where this goes without lying about what it is. To build something real with you, while also acknowledging that we're both still healing from what our spouses did to us. To be honest about the fact that revenge and connection are tangled up together. And maybe that's okay. Victoria's eyes searched mine. That's a very careful answer. It's an honest one. Good. She stood on her toes and kissed my cheek. Honesty is all I need. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Daniel Whitmore. We should talk. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. my office. Come alone. I showed it to Victoria. Her face went pale. He knows. He suspects there's a difference. What are you going to do? I stared at the message, feeling something like anticipation settle in my chest. I'm going to go talk to him. See what he wants. Find out what he thinks he knows. Marcus, that's dangerous. If he knows about us, there is no us to know about. We're friends. We attend art galleries together. That's not a crime. He'll try to intimidate you. That's what he does. He'll use his power, his resources. Let him try. I put my phone away. I'm done being intimidated. Victoria, by anyone. She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. Okay, but call me afterward and be careful always. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, in my house, in my life that was slowly becoming mine again, and thought about Daniel Whitmore, about what he might know, what he might want, how he might try to use this meeting to reassert control. He thought I was a threat. That much was clear. But a threat to what? His marriage, his affair with Elena, his carefully constructed image, or maybe he just didn't like the idea of his wife having her own life, her own interests, her own friend who wasn't vetted and approved by him. Either way, tomorrow I would walk into his office, his territory, his domain, And I would smile and be perfectly reasonable and show him that I wasn't afraid because I wasn't. Not anymore. Elena had taken my trust and shattered it. Daniel had taken my wife and turned her into his accessory. They both thought I would crumble, that I would be the victim in their story of self-actualization and forbidden romance. But I'd rebuilt myself, found Victoria in the wreckage, started constructing something new from the broken pieces. And tomorrow, I would look Daniel Whitmore in the eye and let him see exactly who he was dealing with. Not a victim. Not someone who could be intimidated or controlled. Someone who'd learned to build with the rubble of what had been destroyed. Someone who was done playing by their rules. I fell asleep with that thought and I dreamed of buildings rising from foundations made of truth and consequence. Tomorrow the architecture of revenge would take its next form. And I was ready. Whitmore Industries occupied 15 floors in a glass tower in Hudson Yards. The kind of building that looked like it was designed by someone who'd never met a hard angle they didn't want to make harder. All steel and glass and aggressive modernity. A monument to the future as imagined by people who'd gotten very rich betting on it. I arrived at 1:55 p.m. dressed in my best suit, charcoal gray, Italian wool, expensive, but not ostentatious. The kind of thing that said I belonged in rooms like this without trying to compete with people who had more zeros in their bank accounts. The lobby was minimalist to the point of hostility. White marble, chrome fixtures, a reception desk that looked like a spaceship's command center. A young woman with perfect posture and a tablet smiled at me with practiced efficiency. Marcus Bennett for Daniel Whitmore. She tapped her screen. Of course, Mr. Bennett, please take the elevator to the 14th floor. Someone will meet you there. The elevator was all mirrors like Daniel's penthouse elevator. And I wondered if this was intentional, making visitors look at themselves, evaluate themselves, feel small before they even reached his office. I looked at my reflection and saw someone who'd lost weight, gained edges, developed a kind of hardness around the eyes that hadn't been there 6 weeks ago. Grief and anger had carved something leaner out of me. Something that looked like it could survive what was coming. The 14th floor opened onto a reception area that screamed wealth and power. More glass, more chrome. Panoramic views of the Hudson River. A different assistant, this one male, maybe 25, stood waiting. Mr. Bennett, please follow me. We walked down a hallway lined with photographs of Daniel shaking hands with tech luminaries and politicians, accepting awards, speaking at conferences. A shrine to his own importance. The assistant opened a door at the end of the hall. Mr. Whitmore, we'll be right with you. I stepped into an office that was less a workspace and more a statement of dominance. Corner office, floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 walls. A desk the size of a small car made from some exotic wood I couldn't identify. Behind it, Manhattan spread out like a kingdom Daniel owned. I didn't sit in either of the chairs positioned in front of the desk. The lower chairs I noticed designed to make visitors look up at whoever sat behind the desk. Instead, I stood at the windows looking out at the city and waited. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. A power play, making me wait, establishing that this was his territory, his time, his control. At 15 minutes, the door opened. Daniel Whitmore entered like a man who owned not just the room, but the air in it. He'd changed from the party. Now he wore a suit that probably cost more than my car, no tie, that studied casualness, that actually required more thought than formality. He looked like every magazine spread about successful CEOs right down to the watch that could fund a small country's GDP. Marcus, he said, not apologizing for being late. Thank you for coming. I was curious about what you wanted to discuss. He moved behind his desk, but didn't sit. Another power play standing while I stood, but from behind the fortress of his workspace. I'll be direct. What's your relationship with my wife? We're friends. Friends? He said it like the word tasted wrong. How did you meet? At a gallery opening, we discovered shared interests in art and architecture. Started attending exhibitions together. And that's all. What else would it be? Daniel's eyes narrowed. I did some research on you after the party. Found out you're an architect, like you said. Small firm, residential work. Nothing particularly notable. Also found out you're going through a divorce. That's hardly a secret. Divorce records are public. What's interesting is that your wife works for me. Elena Martinez, VP of Brand Strategy. He watched my face carefully. Small world, isn't it? I kept my expression neutral. Interested but not defensive. Is it? There are thousands of people in New York. Coincidences happen. Do they? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you befriended my wife to get back at yours. Some kind of petty revenge scheme. That's an interesting theory. Requires me to have known Victoria before I knew about Elena's affair, which I didn't. Also requires me to have somehow engineered meeting her at a random gallery opening, which would be impossible without supernatural foresight. I moved away from the window closer to his desk. Or maybe Victoria and I are just two people who were both betrayed and found common ground. Maybe not everything is a conspiracy. I don't believe in coincidences. Then you must live in a very paranoid world. His jaw tightened. Point to me. I want you to stop seeing her. Excuse me, Victoria. I want you to stop attending gallery openings with her. Stop these little coffee dates or whatever you're doing. And the friendship. I almost laughed. You're asking me to stop being friends with your wife? I'm not asking. No. What are you doing then? Threatening because I'm curious what leverage you think you have over me, Mr. Whitmore. I don't work for you. I don't need anything from you. And last I checked, your wife is an adult woman capable of choosing her own friends. Everyone needs something, Marcus. Everyone has pressure points. He opened a folder on his desk. You have a firm, small, like I said, but it's yours. You've got 3 projects in development right now. One's with a developer who happens to use my company's software for project management. Another's with a couple whose husband works in finance. I know people in that world. Word gets around about architects who are difficult to work with, who miss deadlines, who create problems. Are you threatening my business? I'm pointing out that New York is a small town in a lot of ways. Reputations matter. And if someone wanted to make life difficult for a small architectural firm, it wouldn't be hard. I looked at him, really looked at him, and I saw what Victoria had been living with for 12 years. A man who wielded power like a weapon. Who couldn't imagine a world where people didn't bend to his will, who thought money and influence could control everything, including his wife's friendships. Let me tell you what I see, Daniel, I said, keeping my voice calm. I see a man who's so insecure about his wife having her own life that he threatens her friends. A man who's having multiple affairs, but can't stand the idea of his wife talking to another man. A man who's built his entire sense of self on control. And now he's panicking because something's slipping through his fingers. His face went red. You have no idea what you're talking about, don't I? I know you're sleeping with my wife. I know you've been sleeping with her for months. While pretending to be a devoted husband, I know Victoria is aware of it. All of it. Not just Elena. All the others, too. And she's finally done pretending she doesn't see it. You're lying. Am I? Ask her. Ask Victoria if she knows about Elena. About the consultant from Singapore? About the junior associate you've been mentoring in ways that have nothing to do with professional development. I leaned forward, hands on his desk. She hired a private investigator, Daniel. She has documentation, photographs, hotel receipts, everything she needs for a divorce that will make you look exactly like what you are. The color drained from his face. She wouldn't. Why? Because she's been so accommodating for 12 years that you think she always will be. Because you've convinced yourself she's too dependent on your money and status to leave. I smiled. Men like you always make the same mistake. You think submission is the same as loyalty. It's not. Submission is just fear with good manners. Get out of my office. Gladly. But understand something. I'm not going to stop being Victoria's friend because you're uncomfortable with it. She's reclaiming her life, building a career again, remembering who she was before she made the mistake of marrying you. And I'm going to support that. Not because I'm trying to hurt you, but because she deserves to be more than Mrs. Daniel Whitmore. If you think you can take my wife, I don't want to take anything from you, Daniel. I want to get Victoria back to herself. There's a difference. I moved toward the door. But here's something to think about. Elena left me for you because she thought you represented power and success and everything she wanted. But she's realizing the same thing. Victoria realized that you don't actually care about the women in your life. You care about how they make you look. And eventually that stops being enough. I opened the door and found Elena standing in the hallway, hand raised like she'd been about to knock. Her eyes went wide. Marcus, what are you? Elena? I nodded to her like she was a stranger. I was just leaving. Daniel's all yours. I walked past her without another word. Down the hallway lined with Daniel's achievements. Past the assistant, who carefully didn't make eye contact, into the elevator where my reflection stared back at me, looking satisfied and slightly dangerous. My phone buzzed before I reached the lobby. Victoria, are you okay? What happened? I stepped out onto the street and called her. Marcus, tell me everything. I just had a very illuminating conversation with your husband. He knows about us, or at least suspects. Tried to threaten my business if I didn't stop seeing you. Oh my God, Marcus, I'm so sorry. I never meant for you to. Victoria, stop. This isn't your fault. And frankly, it was worth it to see his face when I told him you knew about all his affairs and had hired a pie. Silence. Then you told him that. Was I not supposed to? No, I hadn't planned to tell him I knew. Not yet. I wanted to build my exhibition first, get my career restarted. So when I left, I'd be leaving towards something instead of away from something. I stopped walking. Victoria. I'm sorry. I got caught up in the moment in putting him off balance. I should have asked you first. It's okay. Actually, it's probably better this way. Now he knows I'm not the accommodating wife anymore. That I have evidence if he tries to make the divorce difficult. She paused. What did Elena say? Nothing. I left before they could talk. But she saw me leaving his office, so she knows I know. Knows. We both know this is getting complicated. It was always going to get complicated. We just accelerated the timeline. Where are you now? Standing on the corner of 10th Avenue and 33rd, watching tourists and wondering if I just made everything worse. Come to my studio. I'm at the Chelsea space working on the exhibition layout. We should talk about this in person. Your studio? You have a studio now? As of 3 days ago? Signed a 6-month lease on the gallery space. I haven't told Daniel yet or anyone except my father. Her voice softened. I'd like you to see it. 20 minutes later, I stood in front of a former gallery space in Chelsea, a ground floor unit with good light and high ceilings. Through the windows, I could see Victoria inside, measuring wall space with a laser measure, her hair pulled back, wearing jeans and a paint-stained shirt I'd never seen before. She looked like herself, not the society wife in designer dresses, the curator, the artist, the woman she'd been before Daniel Whitmore convinced her to be smaller. I knocked and she let me in. The space smelled like fresh paint and possibility. What do you think? She asked, gesturing around. The gallery was maybe 1,500 square feet, all white walls and blonde wood floors, track lighting that could be adjusted for different installations. Empty now, but I could see what it would become. It's perfect. When's the opening? 6 weeks. February 14th, actually. I thought there was something poetic about opening an exhibition about displacement and memory on Valentine's Day. Very poetic and very you. She walked to the center of the space, turning slowly. I forgot how good this feels, having a project that's mine, building something instead of just funding other people's visions. Tell me about the artist. For the next hour, Victoria talked and I listened. She showed me sketches of the installation pieces, explained the themes, walked me through her vision for how viewers would move through the space. She was animated, passionate, completely alive. This was the woman Daniel had tried to bury, the one Elena and I had inadvertently helped resurrect. I'm going to tell him tonight, Victoria said finally. About the studio, about the exhibition, about wanting a divorce. Are you sure? You don't have to accelerate because of what I said. It's not because of you. It's because I'm done waiting for the perfect moment. There is no perfect moment. There's just now and I'm ready. What do you need from me? Be available tonight. In case I need to talk after or in case it goes badly and I need somewhere to go. Of course. Whatever you need. She moved closer and I could smell turpentine and perfume. Work and elegance mixed together. Thank you for this, for seeing me, for giving me permission to be myself again. You never needed my permission. Victoria, maybe not, but it helped having someone believe I could do it. We stood there in her empty gallery, and I felt the weight of what we were building. Not just a friendship, not just revenge, something more complicated and honest than either of those things. My phone rang. Jeremy Morrison, I should take this, I said. Go ahead. I need to finish measurements anyway. I answered. Jeremy, Marcus, we have a problem. Elena's lawyer just filed an emergency motion claiming you're harassing her client and demanding supervised mediation. What? That's insane. I haven't contacted Elena at all. According to the motion, you showed up at her workplace today and had a confrontational interaction that left her feeling threatened. I closed my eyes. Daniel's office. Elena in the hallway. This was Daniel's doing. Using Elena's lawyers to create leverage to punish me for not backing down. Jeremy, I was there to meet with her boss about an unrelated matter. I barely spoke to her. Can you prove that? The boss can, Daniel Whitmore, though I doubt he'll volunteer to help me. This is getting messy, Marcus. I know, but I'm not backing down. After I hung up, Victoria was watching me. Trouble? Elena's lawyers claiming I'm harassing her. Daniel's trying to create leverage because you won't stay away from me. Exactly. She came and took my hand. Is this worth it? Fighting him, dealing with all this drama. I looked at her, at this woman who was rebuilding herself, who was brave enough to reclaim her life, even though it meant war with a man who had more money and power than both of us combined. And I knew the answer. Yes. Absolutely yes. Even if it costs you. Especially if it costs me. Because that means I'm building something that matters instead of protecting something that's already dead. Victoria smiled. Okay, then let's burn it all down and build something better in the ashes. Poetic. I'm a curator. Poetry is in the job description. That night, I waited by my phone. Victoria texted at 9 p.m. told him everything. He's furious. Threatened to destroy the exhibition, cut me off financially, ruin my reputation. I told him to do his worst. Currently at my father's penthouse. Feel strangely calm, I replied. Proud of you. That took courage or madness. Hard to tell the difference sometimes. Either way, you did it. You're free. Not yet. But I'm getting there. I sat in my house, my empty, soon to be actually mine house, and felt something like hope. Victoria was free or getting there. I was free. Legally divorced in another 60 days. And Daniel and Elena were probably in his penthouse right now, trying to figure out how their perfect affair had suddenly become very complicated. The game had changed. The stakes were higher, but I was ready. We were both ready. The emergency mediation session was scheduled for 3 days after Victoria told Daniel she wanted a divorce. I sat in the same gray conference room where we divided our assets the first time, but the atmosphere was different now. Charged, hostile. Elena sat across from me with Patricia Winters, and for the first time since this all began, she looked uncertain. Not the confident VP who'd asked for a divorce over Ricedo. Not the woman who draped herself on Daniel's arm at his party. She looked rattled. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, Susan Chen said, her mediator voice carefully neutral. Miss Winters has raised concerns about interactions between the parties that she feels constitute harassment. Mr. Bennett, would you like to respond? I haven't harassed anyone, I said calmly. I attended a party where my wife happened to be present. I had a business meeting at her employer's office. Neither of those constitutes harassment. Patricia leaned forward. You befriended Mr. Whitmore's wife and brought her to a company party knowing your own wife would be there. That's calculated and inappropriate. I brought a friend to a party. My relationship with Victoria Whitmore has nothing to do with Elena, doesn't it? Patricia's tone was sharp. You targeted Daniel Whitmore's wife as revenge for your wife's relationship with Mr. Whitmore. Jeremy cut in. That's speculation and irrelevant to these proceedings. Mr. Bennett is entitled to have friends. The fact that his friend happens to be married to Miss Martinez's employer is coincidental. Is it? Elena spoke for the first time, her voice tight. Marcus, you expect me to believe you just randomly became friends with Daniel's wife? After everything, I met her eyes. I expect you to recognize that you don't get to control who I spend time with. You made your choices, Elena. I'm making mine by trying to ruin my relationship. Your relationship with a married man who's been having multiple simultaneous affairs. That relationship. I kept my voice level. I'm not trying to ruin anything. Reality is doing that all on its own. Elena's face flushed. You told him. You told Daniel that Victoria knows about the affairs. I told him the truth. Something you might try sometime. That's enough, Susan said. Let's focus on the actual legal issues. Miss Winters, do you have specific instances of harassment to report? Patricia consulted her notes. Mr. Bennett showed up at Whitmore Industries on the 14th and had a confrontational meeting with Mr. Whitmore that left Miss Martinez feeling unsafe in her workplace. I was invited to that meeting. I said, Daniel Whitmore called and asked me to come to his office. I didn't initiate contact and I didn't speak to Elena except to say hello when I left. Is this true? Susan asked. Patricia looked to Elena who shifted uncomfortably. Daniel said he wanted to talk to Marcus about his relationship with Victoria. So, Mr. Bennett was invited to this meeting by Mr. Whitmore, not harassing anyone. Susan made a note. What else? There's the matter of Mr. Bennett using his relationship with Mrs. Whitmore to gain information about Miss Martinez's personal life and employment. Jeremy almost laughed. Are you seriously suggesting that two people who've both been cheated on can't discuss their situations? That's absurd. It's strategic and manipulative. It's friendship and mutual support. The mediation devolved from their accusations and counter-accusations, legal posturing, and barely contained hostility. By the time we broke for lunch, nothing had been resolved except that everyone was angry and the divorce had officially become ugly. Elena caught me in the hallway. Can we talk privately? I looked at Jeremy, who nodded. 5 minutes, I'll be in the lobby. We found an empty conference room. Elena closed the door and leaned against it. And I saw that under the anger, she was afraid. This is getting out of control, she said. You're the one who filed harassment claims. That was Patricia's idea. And Daniel's, they said we needed to establish boundaries. To protect, she trailed off. To protect what? Daniel's reputation, his marriage, both of which are already on fire because of his own actions. He's furious at you. At Victoria, at me for bringing you into his life. You brought me into his life. Elena, you're the one who started sleeping with him. I'm just a consequence you didn't plan for. She moved away from the door. Pacing. Victoria's filing for divorce. Did you know that? Yes. And you encouraged her. I supported her decision to stop living a lie. There's a difference. Daniel says she's trying to ruin him. That she timed this to cause maximum damage to his reputation. That she's going to take half of everything and destroy the company. I almost laughed. Daniel has $200 million. She's entitled to half of what they built together over 12 years. That's not ruining him. That's basic contract law. He's talking about contesting the prenup. Says she violated the fidelity clause by being friends with me. Good luck proving that. Elena stopped pacing and looked at me directly. Are you sleeping with her? That's none of your business. So you are. I didn't say that. I said it's none of your business. You gave up the right to know about my personal life when you started your boss. She flinched. I know you're angry. I'm not angry, Elena. I'm done. There's a difference. Anger requires me to still care about what you do, who you're with, whether you're happy. I don't. You're just the woman I used to be married to, who made choices that ended our relationship. That's all. Then why are you doing this? Why befriend Victoria? Why show up at Daniel's party? Why any of it if you don't care? Because I deserve to build a life that's mine. Because Victoria deserves to remember who she is. Because your affair doesn't get to define my next chapter. I do. I move toward the door. And because maybe, just maybe, you and Daniel need to understand that actions have consequences. That you can't just take what you want and expect everyone else to accommodate it. Marcus, wait. Her voice cracked. I never wanted to hurt you, but you did it anyway. Which tells me everything I need to know about what I meant to you. I left her in the conference room and found Jeremy in the lobby. We're done here. Tell Susan we'll review whatever agreement they propose, but I'm not sitting through any more accusations. Agreed. Though, Marcus, this is going to get uglier before it gets better. If Daniel Whitmore is involved, let it get ugly. I'm not backing down. That evening, I met Victoria at a wine bar in the West Village, somewhere dark and anonymous, where we could talk without being seen. She was already there when I arrived, halfway through a glass of red that looked like it cost more than the bottle. Rough day? I asked, sliding into the booth across from her. Daniel's lawyer sent a letter to the gallery owner, suggested that my exhibition might be funded with marital assets and therefore should be postponed until the divorce is settled. She took a drink. My father's lawyers responded within an hour, pointing out that the gallery lease is in my name, funded by my trust fund that predates the marriage, but it rattled the owner. She's nervous about being caught in the middle. Will she back out? No. My father made some calls, reminded her who my family is, what connections we have. She's committed. Victoria smiled without humor. Nothing like threatening someone's livelihood to secure their loyalty. That's not like you. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I've been too nice, too accommodating. Maybe it's time to use the resources I have instead of pretending I don't come from money. I studied her. She looked tired. The kind of exhaustion that came from constant vigilance rather than lack of sleep. Are you okay? Really? I don't know. I thought I'd feel liberated, free. Instead, I just feel exposed. Like I've been living in a gilded cage for so long that now that the door's open, I don't remember how to fly. You're remembering the exhibition, the studio, standing up to Daniel. That's all you're remembering. Is it? Or am I just trading one form of dependence for another? She looked at me. Be honest, Marcus. Am I using this whatever this is between us as a crutch to make leaving Daniel easier? The question landed heavy between us. I thought about it seriously because Victoria deserves serious answers. Maybe, I said, but I'm probably using you, too. Using our friendship as proof that I can build something new, that I'm more than just the husband Elena left. We're both broken people finding pieces of ourselves in each other. Is that using? Or is that just what connection looks like when you're healing? I don't know. Neither do I, but I know it feels real. And I know I care about you. Genuinely care in a way that has nothing to do with Daniel or Elena or revenge. Victoria reached across the table and took my hand. I care about you, too. That's what scares me. What if we're building something on a foundation of pain? What if when the divorce is over and the anger fades, we look at each other and realize we were just trauma bonding? Then we deal with that when it happens. But Victoria, I don't think that's what this is. I think we're two people who understand each other because we've been through the same betrayal. Yes, but we're also two people who genuinely like each other, who have real conversations, who support each other's growth. That sounds very healthy and mature. Are you disappointed? She laughed. No, just surprised. I expected revenge to feel more dramatic, more cinematic. Instead, it feels like therapy with better wine. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Victoria's number. Daniel has my phone. He's reading our messages. Be careful what you say. The best. I showed it to Victoria. Her eyes widened. He took my phone. When? Probably when you were asleep or in the shower sometime. He had access that manipulative. She stopped, took a breath. He's looking for evidence. Something to use against me in the divorce. Will he find anything in our texts? No. We've been careful. Friends discussing art and life. Nothing inappropriate. She paused. Though the subtext might be obvious to someone looking for it. Let him look. We haven't done anything wrong, haven't we, Marcus? We're planning to destroy our spouse's relationship. We're supporting each other through divorces that are at least partially motivated by revenge. That's not exactly innocent. It's not illegal either, and it's definitely not inappropriate compared to what they've been doing. Victoria pulled out a laptop from her bag. I hadn't noticed she'd brought it. I need to show you something. The PI I hired sent me the full report yesterday. She opened a folder of photographs, Daniel at hotels with different women, credit card receipts, calendar entries that didn't match his claimed locations. But what caught my attention was a series of emails between Daniel and Elena. Read this one, Victoria said, pointing to a message dated 3 weeks ago from Daniel Whitmore. 2. Elena Martinez. Subject: Reconcerns. Elena: Victoria suspects nothing. She's too absorbed in her charity work to notice I'm barely home. As for your husband, he's a non-issue small-time architect with no connections, no leverage. Even if he knew, what's he going to do? Stop worrying. Everything is under control.
D. I read it twice, feeling something cold settle in my chest.
Not hurt, I was past hurt, but anger. Not the hot, reactive kind. The cold, calculated kind that built plans. Non-issue, I said. Good to know what he thinks of me. There's more. Victoria clicked to another email from Elena Martinez to Daniel Whitmore. Subject: Reconcerns. I know you're right. It's just hard sometimes pretending. Marcus is being so reasonable about everything. And I feel guilty, like I should tell him the truth about us being serious, not just an affair. But you're right. Better to wait until my divorce is final. Less complicated. I love you. Victoria watched me read it. She loves him or thinks she does. She loves the idea of him. The power, the status, the upgrade from her boring architect husband. I closed the laptop. But Daniel doesn't love her. Look at how he talks about her. She's a concern to be managed, not a partner. They're using each other. Exactly. Elena thinks she's won some prize. Daniel thinks he's acquired a younger model. Neither of them sees the truth, which is that they're both fundamentally selfish people who mistake attraction for connection. They'll implode eventually. We don't even have to do anything. Victoria poured herself more wine. Then why does it still hurt? Why do I still care that my husband of 12 years refers to me as too absorbed in charity work to notice his affairs? Like I'm stupid, oblivious. Because you loved him once or loved who you thought he was. And it hurts to realize you were wrong about someone you trusted with your life. Did you love Elena? Really love her? I thought about it. I loved who she was when we met. Ambitious, brilliant, hungry for more than what she had. I loved being the person who supported that hunger. But did I love who she became? The woman who scheduled affairs in her calendar and deleted messages? I don't think so. I think I love the idea of our marriage more than I love the actual person she was. That's sad. It's honest. And maybe that's why this us, whatever this is, feels different. We're not in love with ideas. We're in love with truth. Victoria's hand tightened on mine. Are we in love? The question hung there. Dangerous and electric. Were we? Was this love or was it need? Healing or harm? Connection or convenient? I don't know. I said, but I know I care about you. I know I think about you constantly. I know I want you to succeed, to be happy, to remember who you are. If that's love, then yes. If it's something else, I'm okay with that, too. Marcus, my phone rang. Jeremy Morrison. I should take this. Go ahead, I answered. Jeremy, the divorce is final. Judge signed off this afternoon. You're legally unmarried as of 4:00 p.m. today. I looked at Victoria and something shifted in my chest. I'm divorced. Congratulations or condolences, whichever feels more appropriate. Jeremy paused. There's one more thing. Elena's lawyers filed a response to our settlement agreement. She's contesting the division of the Vermont property. Says she has stronger emotional attachment than initially claimed. Of course she is. Let her have it. I don't care about the property. You sure? It's worth close to $500,000. I'm sure. I want to be done. Jeremy, completely done. No strings, no shared assets, nothing that keeps me tied to her. Understood. I'll file the acceptance tomorrow. After I hung up, Victoria was watching me. You're free legally? Yes. How does it feel? Like standing at the edge of something. I could fall or I could fly. Not sure which yet. Victoria stood up and held out her hand. Let's find out. Where are we going? My studio. I want to show you the final layout for the exhibition. And I want to kiss you without wondering if we're crossing some line. My heart kicked. Victoria, we're both single now. Both free. Both building new lives. If we want to see where this goes, we can. No guilt, no betrayal, just us. I took her hand and stood. Just us. We left the wine bar and walked through the West Village. Two people who'd been broken by the same betrayal, finding each other in the wreckage. The night was cold, but I barely felt it. We were free, both of us. And whatever came next, love or healing, revenge or resurrection, we'd face it together. 3 months later, I stood in front of my mirror adjusting the same charcoal tie Elena had bought me, preparing for the moment I'd been building toward since that first bourbon with Victoria. Whitmore Industries Spring Gala, the company's biggest event of the year, and I was attending as Victoria Ashford's date, not Victoria Whitmore anymore. The divorce had been finalized 2 weeks ago, brutal in public, with Daniel forced to write a check for $85 million and watch his carefully constructed image crumble in the business press. Victoria's exhibition had been a triumph. Critics called it a resurrection of curatorial vision and the return of a major voice in contemporary art. She'd been offered positions at 3 museums. She'd turned them all down to start her own independent curatorial practice. She was in every sense herself again. My phone buzzed. Victoria, ready? Almost. You wearing the red dress? Daniel hates it. I smiled. Perfect. We arrived together and I watched heads turn as we entered. Victoria in red, stunning and confident. Me in my suit. No longer invisible. No longer the accommodating husband who made himself small. Daniel stood in his usual spot, center of the room. But something had shifted. People weren't orbiting him the way they used to. The divorce had damaged him, not financially. He had money to spare, but reputationally. The affairs had gone public. The business press had questions about his judgment. And on his arm, looking less radiant than she had 3 months ago. Elena, she saw us first. I watched the recognition, the fear, the complicated mathematics of seeing your ex-husband with your ex-lover's ex-wife. Then Daniel turned. Our eyes met across the room. I took Victoria's hand and walked straight toward them. Daniel, Victoria said, her voice pleasant and cold. Elena, what a surprise, Victoria. Daniel's voice was tight. Marcus, congratulations on the gala, I said. Beautiful event. Elena looked between us, trying to find safe ground. You two look happy. We are, Victoria said simply. Marcus, let me introduce you to some people. We moved through the party and I felt Daniel's eyes following us. Victoria introduced me to board members and investors and I was charming and professional and completely unbothered because that was the revenge. Not destroying Daniel. He'd done that himself. Not winning Elena back. I didn't want her. The revenge was standing in his territory with his ex-wife on my arm. Proving that I'd built something better from the ashes of what he'd destroyed. Later, Victoria and I stood at the bar. Daniel approached alone. Victoria, he said. Can we talk? We have nothing to discuss. Please 5 minutes. She looked at me. I nodded. I'll be here. They moved to a corner and I watched Daniel try to salvage something pride maybe or control. Victoria's face remained impassive. When she returned, she was smiling. What did he say? I asked. That he made a mistake. That he wants to try again. That he realizes what he lost. She took my hand. I told him I didn't care. That I'd already found something real. Have you? She looked up at me. And in her eyes, I saw everything. We'd built. Friendship and healing, revenge and resurrection, truth and connection. Yes, she said. I think I have. I kissed her then. In Daniel Whitmore's company party in front of everyone who'd watched our marriages crumble and our lives rebuild. When we pulled apart, I saw Elena watching from across the room. Not angry, not jealous, just sad, like she was beginning to understand what she'd traded for power and status. Ready to leave? Victoria asked. Absolutely. We walked out together, leaving the party behind. As we reached the elevator, I turned back for one last look. Daniel stood alone in the center of his kingdom, surrounded by people, but utterly isolated. Elena beside him, looking like she'd won a prize that was already tarnishing. And I felt nothing. No anger, no satisfaction, just the quiet certainty of someone who'd built something better. The elevator doors closed and Victoria leaned against me. Thank you, she said. For what? For seeing me. For helping me remember who I was. For being real when everything else was performance. I kissed the top of her head. Thank you for the same. We rode down in silence. And when we stepped out into the spring night, I felt like we were stepping into our actual lives. Not the ones we'd performed for other people, the ones we'd built for ourselves. Where, to? Victoria asked. Anywhere, everywhere. Wherever we want, she smiled. I like the sound of that. We walked into the night together. Two people who'd been broken by betrayal and rebuilt by truth. Leaving the past behind and stepping into whatever came next. Not revenge, not anymore. Just life. Real messy, honest life. And it was beautiful. Story 4. While I was enjoying my first approved break in 6 years in Paris, my wife's father, the CEO, called. What do you think you're doing? You're fired. We don't need a lazy pig. I laughed and hung up before he could finish his sentence. Then raised my glass and toasted with the man sitting next to me, the CEO of our biggest competitor, who happened to be staying at the same resort. When I returned, things got hysterical when the terrace overlooked the Seine like a painting I'd only ever seen in screensavers. The kind of view that exists in other people's lives, not mine. 6 years. 6 years of 60-hour weeks of skipped lunches and swallowed pride, of watching my wife's family treat me like expensive help they regretted hiring. And here I was finally with a glass of Chateau Margaux in my hand and the Eiffel Tower glittering in the distance like a promise I'd forgotten how to believe in. The wine was exceptional. I'd ordered it specifically because it cost more than my first car. And for once, for the first time in half a decade, I didn't feel guilty about it. You look like a man who just remembered he's allowed to breathe. The gentleman next to me said he was older, maybe early 60s, with silver hair and the kind of calm that comes from never having to check a price tag. His suit probably cost more than my monthly salary. Used to cost more than my monthly salary. I laughed. It felt strange in my throat, like a language I'd forgotten. Something like that. First time in Paris. First time anywhere in 6 years. He raised an eyebrow. The kind of expression that said he'd heard a story before it even told it. Let me guess. You work in corporate. They told you the company needed you. That taking time off would be selfish. That the team was counting on you. Close. I swirled the wine, watching it catch the light. Family business. Same script, different cast. He nodded knowingly. The golden handcuffs with a wedding band. I should have been offended, but he was right. I'd married into the Hartwell empire, Hartwell Industries, manufacturing and distribution, 32 facilities across 11 states, revenue in the high 9 figures. My father-in-law, Richard Hartwell, was the kind of CEO who appeared in business magazines with headlines like The Man Who Never Blinks, and how Richard Hartwell turned family values into profit. What they didn't write about was how he turned family into profit margins. How he dangled the CFO position in front of me like a treat for a performing dog, always just out of reach. How my wife Vanessa had slowly transformed from the woman I'd fallen for into a carbon copy of her father, all edges and expectations. No warmth left to spare. But I wasn't thinking about that. Not here. Not with this view. My phone buzzed. I glanced at it, saw Richard's name, and felt my stomach drop in that Pavlovian way it had learned over 6 years of conditioning. You going to answer that? The gentleman asked. I'm on vacation. Good man. It kept buzzing, then stopped, then started again. I picked it up on the 4th call. What do you think you're doing? Richard's voice came through so loud that the gentleman next to me could probably hear it. I held the phone slightly away from my ear. I'm in Paris, Richard, like I told you I would be. Like I put in the request for 3 months ago. Like you approved. I approved a weekend. Not how long has it been? 4 days. It's been 3 days of a 2-week vacation that was approved. I kept my voice level, but I could feel something shifting inside me. Like tectonic plates finally deciding they'd had enough. 2 weeks. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what's happening here? The Bergman contract is falling apart. The quarterly reports are due. And you're sitting in some cafe drinking wine like you don't have responsibilities. The gentleman next to me caught my eye and mouthed, "Family business." I nodded. He smiled and shook his head in sympathy. "Richard." I left detailed notes. "I trained Marcus on the Bergman account. Everything is handled. Marcus is an idiot. You're the CFO. I'm the senior financial analyst who does the work of a CFO for the salary of a senior financial analyst, and I'm on an approved vacation." There was a pause. In that pause, I could hear everything. His shock that I'd interrupted him, his rage building like a pressure cooker, the calculations running through his head about how to reassert control. "You're fired." The words hung in the air between us, between Paris and Connecticut, between the man I'd been and whoever I was about to become. "I'm sorry." "What?" "You heard me. You're fired. We don't need a lazy pig who abandons ship. The moment things get difficult, you're done. Don't bother coming back to the office. We'll have security pack your things." I looked at the sin, at the lights reflecting on the water, at the wine in my glass that tasted like freedom and cost like revenge, and I laughed. It started as a chuckle, then built into something fuller, something that came from a place so deep I'd forgotten it existed. I laughed like a man who just realized he'd been holding his breath underwater for 6 years and finally broke the surface. "Are you listening to me?" Richard's voice had gone shrill. "Oh, I'm listening. I'm just enjoying the moment. See, Richard, here's the thing. There's no thing." I hung up, just pressed the red button, and watched his name disappear from my screen. Then I turned to the gentleman next to me, raised my glass, and said, "I just got fired by my father-in-law." He studied me for a moment, then lifted his own glass with a smile. That suggested he understood more than I'd said. "Then this calls for a toast. To new beginnings." "To new beginnings," I echoed. We clinkied glasses and the crystal rang like a small perfect bell. "I'm James, by the way," he said. "James Morrison." The name registered immediately. James Morrison, CEO of Apex Consolidated, Hartwell Industries' largest competitor. The man Richard Hartwell had spent the last 3 years trying to destroy, outbid, and outmaneuver in every market they shared. I must have gone pale because James smiled wider. "I take it you recognize the name. You're Apex." "I am Apex." "Yes. And you are recently unemployed." He laughed. A genuine sound that made his eyes crinkle. I heard the whole terrace heard. "Actually, your father-in-law has impressive lung capacity. He practices yelling. It's like cardio for him. Tell me something." James leaned back in his chair completely relaxed. "In your professional opinion, and I'm asking as one finance person to another, not as competitors, what's H. Hartwell's biggest vulnerability right now?" I should have said nothing. Loyalty, even burned loyalty, should have kept my mouth shut. But loyalty is a two-way street, and Richard had just set fire to his end. "They're overextended on the Bergman contract," I heard myself say. "Promised delivery schedules they can't meet without massive overtime costs. The margins are going to be razor thin. And if there's any delay, which there will be because the equipment they need is backordered, they'll breach contract and face penalties that'll wipe out the entire profit." James nodded slowly. "And theoretically, if someone were to secure that backordered equipment first, Hartwell would be scrambling, probably have to subcontract, which would kill their margins completely. They'd either take a massive loss or breach contract. Either way, their Q4 numbers would be catastrophic." "Interesting." James took a sip of his wine. "Very interesting." My phone buzzed again. Vanessa, this time I let it go to voicemail. It buzzed again immediately. Text message. "Call me now." "Your wife?" James asked. "My soon-to-be ex-wife, I'm guessing." "Ah, she's upset about the firing. She's upset that I might have actually stood up for myself. That's not part of the script." The phone buzzed twice more in quick succession. I turned it face down on the table. "Can I tell you something?" James said. "In my experience, the best revenge isn't dramatic. It's not angry. It's precise. It's walking away with your dignity intact and watching them realize too late exactly what they've lost." "That sounds nice in theory." "I'm not talking about theory." He pulled out his wallet, extracted a business card, and slid it across the table. "I'm talking about an offer. Apex is opening a new division. We need a CFO who understands the manufacturing and distribution sector. Someone who knows the landscape, knows the players, knows where the opportunities are, someone who isn't afraid to take a vacation when they've earned it." I stared at the card. James Morrison, CEO, Apex Consolidated, a phone number, an email address. I can't you can't what? Accept a job offer? You're unemployed as if he checked his watch approximately 4 minutes ago. You're allowed to be employed again. It's not that simple. There's Vanessa and the family and they just fired you on your first vacation in 6 years while you were drinking wine in Paris. He leaned forward, his voice gentle but firm. Let me ask you something. If they valued you, would you be sitting here having this conversation? The truth of it hit me like cold water. No. If they valued me, Richard would have called to ask how Paris was. Vanessa would have sent photos of things she wanted me to see. I would have felt missed, not managed. Instead, I felt liberated. Think about it, James said, standing. No pressure, but the offer stands. We can discuss details when you're back in the States. For now, enjoy your vacation. You've earned it. He shook my hand firm. Brief, professional, and walked away, leaving me alone with the Seine, the wine, and a business card that felt like a loaded gun. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Vanessa. Dad says, you lied at him. What is wrong with you? I picked up the phone and typed, I'm on vacation. We'll talk when I get back. Her response was immediate. There's nothing to talk about. You're coming home now. I looked at the river, at the lights, at the half-full glass of wine that had cost as much as my first car and tasted like the beginning of something I didn't have a name for yet. Then I typed no, just that, one word, 2 letters, the smallest rebellion possible. I pressed send and watched the message disappear into the digital void. Then I ordered another glass of wine, the same bottle, the same vintage, the same beautiful excess, and I sat there on that terrace overlooking the Seine. And I let myself imagine what it would feel like to work somewhere I was actually wanted. The phone exploded with messages. Vanessa, Richard, Vanessa's mother, Susan, with a message about family loyalty and disappointing everyone. My brother-in-law Thomas with a surprisingly kind note asking if I was okay. I turned the phone off completely. The waiter brought my wine. The night air was perfect. Somewhere in the distance, a street musician was playing La Vie en Rose on an accordion, which should have been cliched, but somehow wasn't. And for the first time in 6 years, I felt like myself. Not the person they'd needed me to be. Not the role I'd been playing, just me drinking expensive wine, watching the lights on the water, holding a business card that might be a life raft or might be a grenade. Either way, I was done drowning. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd come to Paris to take a break from my life. And instead, my life had broken completely. But as I sat there, watching the city glow against the night sky, I realized something. Sometimes breaking is the only way to rebuild into something stronger. And I was ready to be strong again. The flight back to Connecticut felt longer than the flight to Paris had, even though they were the same duration. Funny how time works that way, how anticipation makes hours disappear and dread makes minutes stretch like taffy. I'd stayed the full 2 weeks every single day of my approved vacation. Despite the constant barrage of messages, voicemails, and increasingly unhinged emails from Richard, despite Vanessa's threats, then pleading, then cold silence, despite the part of me that whispered I was being childish, that I should just come home and smooth things over like I always did. But I didn't. I visited the Louvre. I ate at cafes where no one knew my name or cared about quarterly projections. I walked along the Seine every evening, sometimes alone, sometimes with James Morrison, who turned out to be staying at the same hotel for a European business tour. We talked about finance, about family businesses, about the particular hell of working somewhere that treated loyalty like a contract with fine print you weren't allowed to read. He never pressured me about the job offer. Never even mentioned it after that first night. But it sat between us like a third presence at every conversation possibility. Dressed in a tailored suit, sipping espresso. On my last night in Paris, James handed me a folder over dinner. What's this? Nothing official. Just some reading material for the flight. Details about the CFO position if you're interested. Salary range, benefits, the usual. He paused, cutting into his steak with surgical precision and maybe some information about Hartwell Industries that you might find enlightening. I opened the folder just enough to see the first page, a financial analysis of Hartwell Industries, complete with projections, market positioning, and several sections highlighted in yellow. Where did you get this publicly available information? Mostly some industry contacts. Nothing. You couldn't find yourself with enough time and the right questions. He met my eyes. I believe in making informed decisions. Whatever you decide about the job offer, you should know what you're walking away from or what you're walking back into. I tucked the folder into my carry-on. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You haven't read it. I read it on the plane. Every page, every footnote, every highlighted section that James had marked for my attention. And with each page, the picture became clearer and uglier. Hartwell Industries wasn't just struggling, it was hemorrhaging. The Bergman contract I'd mentioned was one of 7 major accounts that were underwater on margins. Richard had been bidding aggressively on contracts, undercutting competitors to win market share, but the actual costs of fulfillment were eating them alive. They were winning battles and losing the war. And someone had been cooking the books to hide it. Not cooking exactly, more like seasoning, creative accounting, optimistic projections presented as certainties, deferred maintenance costs, delayed equipment purchases that would come due eventually with interest. I recognized my own work in some of the reports, but twisted numbers I'd presented with caveats were being shown to the board without context. Conservative estimates I'd calculated were being reported as guaranteed outcomes. My careful hedging had been stripped away, leaving only the optimistic skeleton. And then I found the section about the life insurance policies. Every executive at Hartwell Industries had a Keyman life insurance policy standard practice for a family business. If something happened to a critical employee, the company would receive a payout to cover the cost of replacement and training. What wasn't standard was the size of my policy, $15 million, or the fact that it had been increased from $2 million just 8 months ago, right after I'd successfully renegotiated the supplier contracts that had saved the company $4 million in annual costs, or the fact that Richard was the sole beneficiary on behalf of the company, and that there was a clause I'd never seen before about suicide exclusions being waived after the first 2 years. My policy was now in year 6. I read that page 3 times. My coffee going cold in my hands, turbulence rocking the plane while my stomach rocked for entirely different reasons. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was standard. Maybe I was being paranoid. But I thought about the increasingly dangerous efficiency consultations Richard had sent me on factory floors where I had to inspect equipment, warehouses where forklifts zipped past within inches, site visits to facilities with questionable safety records. I thought about the time he'd insisted I personally oversee a late-night inventory at the chemical storage facility alone despite that being wildly outside my job description. I thought about how tired I'd been lately. How the coffee at the office had started tasting bitter. How I'd had that weird dizzy spell last month that sent me to the ER, where they'd found nothing wrong but suggested I was probably just overworked and should take a vacation. A vacation Richard had initially approved, then seemed surprised I was actually taking. The plane hit another patch of turbulence and I gripped the armrest. Maybe I was being paranoid. Or maybe 6 years of gaslighting had trained me not to trust my own instincts. I pulled out my phone, still in airplane mode, and looked at the last message Vanessa had sent before I stopped checking. "You're going to regret this. We gave you everything. Everything. A job where I did executive work for analyst pay. A marriage that felt like a performance review. A family that treated me like an asset on a balance sheet. Valuable until I wasn't and then disposable." The flight attendant came by with the breakfast service. I wasn't hungry, but I took the croissant anyway. Picked at it while I watched the sun rise over the Atlantic. Somewhere down there, Connecticut was waiting. Vanessa was waiting, Richard was waiting, and I was flying toward them at 500 miles per hour with a folder full of information that made my 6 years at Hartwell Industries look less like a career and more like a crime scene. The landing was smooth. Logan Airport, then a connecting shuttle to Hartford. I'd left my car at the long-term parking, and it started on the first try, which felt like a small miracle. The drive to our house, Vanessa's house, really bought with Hartwell money before we'd even married, took 40 minutes. 40 minutes of suburban sprawl and familiar exits of radio stations I'd programmed and coffee shops I'd stopped at 1,000 times. It should have felt like coming home. Instead, it felt like being a stranger in my own life. The house was a colonial revival in West Hartford. 4 bedrooms and 3 baths, professionally landscaped with a driveway that could fit 4 cars and usually held Vanessa's Mercedes and my significantly more modest Honda. Today, there were 3 cars in the driveway. Vanessa's Mercedes, Richard's Escalade, and Susan's Lexus. A welcoming committee. I sat in my car for a moment, looking at the house I'd paid the mortgage on for 6 years, despite Vanessa's name being the only one on the deed. Looking at the windows I'd replaced, the garden I'd painted. Then I grabbed my suitcase, the folder from James, and my laptop bag, and I walked up to my own front door like a man approaching a firing squad. I didn't need to knock. The door opened before I reached it. Vanessa stood there and for a moment I saw the woman I'd married. Dark hair, sharp cheekbones, the kind of beauty that looked expensive because it was. She was wearing a cream cashmere sweater and tailored slacks. The uniform of a woman who'd never had to worry about price tags. But her eyes were cold. "You have a lot of nerve showing up here," she said. "I live here." "Not anymore, you don't." She stepped aside and I saw them in the living room. Richard in the wing-back chair like a king holding court. Susan on the sofa with her spine straight and her pearls perfect. Both of them looking at me like I was a stain on their expensive carpet. "Welcome home," Richard said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "How was Paris? Did you enjoy your little tantrum?" I set my suitcase down carefully. It wasn't a tantrum. It was a vacation, one you approved. I approved a weekend, not a. He waved his hand dismissively. European sabbatical while the company crumbled. The company didn't crumble. I left detailed instructions. Marcus handled everything. Marcus is an incompetent fool who nearly cost us the Bergman contract. The Bergman contract was always a disaster. I told you that when you bid on it. I told you the margins were too thin and the timeline was impossible. You bid on it anyway. The room went quiet. You didn't contradict Richard Hartwell. That was rule 1 of working at Hartwell Industries, of being married to his daughter, of existing in his orbit. But I was tired of rules that only applied to me. You told me, Richard repeated slowly, that the Bergman contract was viable if we optimized our processes. I told you it was possible if everything went perfectly, which it never does. I also told you we should bid higher to account for contingencies. You overruled me. I overruled you because you're conservative to the point of cowardice. This is business. Sometimes you have to take risks. Taking risks with accurate information is business. Taking risks while ignoring your CFO's analysis is gambling. You're not the CFO, Vanessa cut in, her voice sharp. You're a senior financial analyst who's gotten too big for his position. There it was. The truth, finally said out loud. I looked at her, really looked at her, and tried to find the woman who'd once laughed at my jokes, who'd stayed up late talking about dreams and fears, who'd promised that her family would see my value eventually. She was gone. Or maybe she'd never existed. Maybe I'd just been in love with potential with the hope that someday I'd be good enough for them. You're right, I said quietly. I'm not the CFO. I just do all the work of a CFO for a fraction of the salary with none of the authority. My mistake was thinking that might change. Your mistake? Richard stood up. All 6'2" of him with his silver hair and his custom suit and his absolute certainty that he was right about everything was thinking you could embarrass this family without consequences. You hung up on me. You ignored Vanessa's calls. You stayed in Paris like some kind of a person on vacation. I offered. His face went red. You're fired. I told you that already. You're fired. And you're going to sign these papers. He gestured to the coffee table where a stack of documents waited, flagged with bright orange tabs. I didn't move toward them. What papers? Separation papers from the company and from Vanessa. We're making this clean. How efficient. Don't be snide. You're not in a position to be snide-eyed. You're going to sign. You're going to take your severance, which is generous considering, and you're going to leave this family alone. I walked over to the coffee table, looked down at the papers, non-disclosure agreement, non-compete clause, settlement and release. Divorce papers already filled out with Vanessa petitioning on grounds of abandonment and mental cruelty. Mental cruelty. That was almost funny. And if I don't sign, then you get nothing. Vanessa said, no severance, no recommendation. We'll make sure no one in this industry ever hires you. You'll be done. I thought about the folder in my laptop bag, about James Morrison's offer, about the life insurance policy with my name on it and 15 million reasons for me to have an accident. I need to think about it. There's nothing to think about, Richard snapped. Sign the papers today. Now, no. The word hung in the air like smoke. Susan finally spoke, her voice measured and cold. Don't be foolish. You came from nothing. We gave you everything. A job, a home, a place in this family. This is more than fair. Fair? I tasted the word. I worked 60-hour weeks for 6 years. I saved the company millions. I asked for one vacation and you fired me for taking it. But sure, fair. You abandoned your post. Richard said, I took an approved vacation after I told you not to after you initially approved it. You don't get to change the rules retroactively. I am the CEO of this company. I can do whatever I want. And there it was. The truth underneath all the corporate speak, all the talk about family values and teamwork. Richard Hartwell could do whatever he wanted. And everyone else had to smile and say, thank you. I picked up the divorce papers, flipped through them. Vanessa got the house, the car, the furniture. I got 30 days to vacate and a settlement of $50,000 contingent on signing the non-disclosure and non-compete. $50,000 for 6 years of my life. I'll think about it. I said again, there's a deadline. Vanessa said, you have 72 hours. After that, the offer is withdrawn and we file for divorce without settlement. You'll get nothing. I looked at her. This woman I'd loved who'd promised to be my partner. When did you stop being on my side? When you stopped being useful, she said. And at least she was honest. I picked up my suitcase. I'll be back for my things. You have 72 hours, Richard reminded me. I walked out of that house, out of that life. And I didn't look back. In my car, I sat with the engine running, looking at the folder from James Morrison. Then I pulled out my phone and dialed the number on his business card. He answered on the second ring. I was wondering when I'd hear from you. I need to know something, I said. That job offer, is it real? Not a pity hire, not a favor. Real. It's real. I need a CFO who understands this industry. You're the best person I know for the job. So, yes, it's real. When can I start? I could hear the smile in his voice. How soon can you get to New York? I can be there tomorrow. Then, let's say tomorrow. 10 a.m. My office. We'll discuss terms, go over the division structure, and if we're both happy, you can sign on immediately. What about the non-compete Hartwell will make me sign? Non-competes are tricky in Connecticut, especially when the firing was retaliatory and the employee was on approved leave. But we'll have our lawyers look at it. I'm not worried. I looked at the house one more time. At the life I'd built that had never really been mine. I'll see you tomorrow, I said. Welcome to Apex, James said, and hung up. I drove to a hotel in Marriott near the highway. Clean and anonymous. I ordered room service, spread the Hartwell documents across the bed, and started reading. By midnight, I had a list of 15 regulatory issues, 8 accounting irregularities, and 1 life insurance policy that made my blood run cold. By 2 meters, I had a plan. And by dawn, I was ready to burn it all down. Not with anger, not with drama, with evidence, with precision, with the kind of quiet revenge that Richard Hartwell would never see coming. The Apex Consolidated building in Manhattan was everything Hartwell Industries headquarters. Wasn't sleek glass and steel rising 40 stories above Midtown with a lobby that looked like modern art, had made it with architecture, and produced something beautiful. No wood paneling, no oil paintings of stern-faced founders, just clean lines, natural light, and a reception desk where the security guard smiled at me like I was a person, not an interruption. You must be Mr. Chen, she said, checking her tablet. Mr. Morrison is expecting you. 4th floor, suite 4000. The elevators are to your right. I'd worn my best suit, a charcoal gray I'd bought on sale 3 years ago, that still fit well enough to pass for expensive. My shirt was pressed. My shoes were shined. I looked like someone who belonged in a building like this, even if I didn't quite feel like it yet. The elevator was glass on one side, offering a view of Manhattan. As I rose through the building, I watched the city spread out below me. All those lives happening simultaneously. All those people who had no idea that my entire existence had just reshuffled itself like a deck of cards. The 40th floor was quiet in the way. Expensive places are thick carpet that swallowed sound, art on the walls that probably cost more than my car, and an assistant at a desk who looked up and smiled as I approached. Mr. Chen, good morning. James is finishing a call, but he'll be right with you. Can I get you anything? Coffee, water, tea? Coffee would be great. Black. Thank you. She returned with coffee in a real mug, not a paper cup, not a styrofoam disaster, and gestured to a seating area with a view that made my hotel room seem like a closet. Please make yourself comfortable. He shouldn't be more than a few minutes. I sat, sipped the coffee, which was excellent, and tried to calm the part of my brain that kept whispering, this was all a mistake, that I should go back to Connecticut and sign Richard's papers, and accept my place in the universe as someone who didn't get nice things. But then I thought about Vanessa's face when she'd called me useless. About Richard's smug certainty that I had no options. About that life insurance policy and all the convenient accidents that hadn't happened yet but might have eventually if I'd stayed long enough. No. I was done being small to make them feel big. David James emerged from his office, hand extended, smile genuine. He was wearing a navy suit with an open collar, no tie, which somehow made him look more authoritative, not less. Right on time. Come in. Come in. His office was corner positioned with windows on 2 sides, offering views of both Midtown and Central Park. The furniture was modern but comfortable, the kind of workspace that said its occupant actually worked here, not just held court. There were papers on the desk, a half-empty coffee cup, a framed photo of James with 2 college-age kids who had his smile. Your family? I asked, nodding at the photo. My daughter and son, both graduated now, both smarter than I was at their age. Rebecca's in medical school. Andrew's doing something with artificial intelligence that I only pretend to understand. He gestured to a conference table by the window. Please sit. Let's talk. I sat and he pushed a leather portfolio across the table to me. That's the formal offer. Take your time reading it. I'll give you the highlights, but the details matter, so don't just skim. I opened the portfolio. The first page was a letter on Apex letterhead. Offer of employment, Chief Financial Officer, Apex Manufacturing Division. The salary made me blink. $285,000 base with performance bonuses that could add another $100,000. That was more than double what Hartwell had paid me and almost exactly what a CFO should make in this industry. The base salary is competitive for the market, James said, watching my reaction. The bonus structure is tied to division performance metrics, EBITDA growth, cost savings, successful contract negotiations. You hit your targets, you make your bonus. Simple as that. I kept reading health insurance full coverage, no deductible, 401k matching at 6%. 4 weeks paid vacation starting immediately, not acred over time. 4 weeks, I heard myself say, and we actually expect you to take it. Burned out executives make bad decisions. I'd rather you take breaks and stay sharp. He leaned back in his chair. I saw what Hartwell did to you. That's not how we operate here. Stock options, professional development, budget, relocation assistance if I needed it. The division you'd be overseeing is our newest, James continued. We're expanding into precision manufacturing medical devices, aerospace components, high tolerance work. It's a different market than bulk distribution, but the financial principles are the same. You'd have a team of 4 initially with budget to hire more as we scale. 4 people reporting to me initially. I expect that number to grow. We're starting with about $60 million in projected revenue for the first year, scaling to $200 million by year 3 if we execute properly. Your job is to make sure we're profitable at every stage of that growth, not just chasing top-line numbers. It was everything I'd wanted at Hartwell. Responsibility, authority, respect. There's one complication, I said, pulling out the folder Richard had prepared. Hartwell wants me to sign a non-compete 18 months covering the entire manufacturing and distribution sector in the Northeast. James held out his hand and I passed him the document. He read it in silence, his expression neutral, then set it down and smiled. This is barely enforceable. You were fired while on approved leave. That's retaliatory termination. The non-compete is overly broad. And most importantly, you'd be working in a different sector. We're not competing for the same contracts. He slid the paper back to me. Sign it if you want the severance. Our lawyers can break it if Hartwell tries to enforce it, which they won't because they don't want a wrongful termination lawsuit. They offered me $50,000 as severance. Sign it, take the money, and start here next week. If Richard wants to make a fuss, we'll bury him in legal fees. Trust me, he'll back down. I wanted to believe him, but I'd spent 6 years watching Richard destroy people who opposed him, grinding them down with the sheer weight of his certainty that he was untouchable. You don't know Richard Hartwell, I said quietly. Actually, I do. We've been competing for 20 years. I've watched him bid aggressively on contracts he can't fulfill profitably, cut corners on safety to meet margins, treat employees like disposable assets. He's good at projecting strength, but his foundation is crumbling. James leaned forward, his voice gentle, but firm. I've seen the analysis you did in Paris. I know you understand exactly how weak Hartwell Industries really is. The question is, are you ready to stop protecting him? The question hung in the air between us. Was I? For 6 years, I'd covered for Richard's mistakes, massaged the numbers to hide his bad decisions, found creative solutions to problems he'd created through arrogance and ego. I'd been a good soldier, a loyal employee, a perfect son-in-law who knew his place, and it had gotten me fired, divorced, and nearly killed if my suspicions about that life insurance policy were correct. Yes, I said. I'm ready. James smiled. Good. Then let's talk about what happens next. You're going to sign Hartwell's papers, take your severance, and start here on Monday. We'll announce your hiring in the industry, press new CFO for Apex Manufacturing Division, impressive credentials, exciting future. Richard will see it and he'll be furious, but there's nothing he can do. He'll try something. Let him try. We're not Hartwell Industries. We don't operate on intimidation. We operate on results. James pulled out another folder. This one thicker than the employment offer. This is everything we have on Hartwell Industries. Market analysis, competitive intelligence, financial projections based on publicly available data. I want you to read it, not as a former employee, but as our CFO. Tell me where they're vulnerable. Tell me where we can compete effectively. Tell me how we can win without breaking any rules. I took the folder, felt its weight in my hands. This feels like corporate espionage. It's competitive intelligence. Everything in that folder is either public record or industry knowledge. I'm not asking you to violate any confidentiality agreements. I'm asking you to use your expertise to help Apex make better strategic decisions. He paused. If it makes you uncomfortable, we won't do it. But understand, Richard Hartwell wouldn't hesitate to do the same to us if our positions were reversed. He has multiple times. I thought about the Bergman contract, about the bids Richard had won by undercutting Apex only to bleed money on execution, about the way he'd used my analysis to undermine competitors, then turned around and ignored that same analysis when it suited him. Fair play was for people who had power. I'd been playing fair for 6 years, and it had gotten me here. Jobless, homeless, divorced. Maybe it was time to play smart instead. I'll read it, I said, and I'll tell you what I think. But I won't share anything proprietary. No client lists, no internal communications, nothing that would cross a legal line. That's all I'm asking. Use your knowledge of the industry. That's not proprietary. That's experience. And you earned it. He stood, extended his hand again. So, do we have a deal? I looked at the employment offer one more time. At the salary that would let me breathe, at the vacation time that was actually meant to be used, at the title that matched the work I'd been doing all along. Then I looked out the window at Manhattan spread below us. All those possibilities. All those people who'd built lives on their own terms. We have a deal, I said, and shook his hand. The contract signing took 20 minutes. James's assistant notarized everything, made copies, filed the paperwork. I walked out of that office with a start date of the following Monday. A temporary corporate apartment in Manhattan until I found a place of my own and a signing bonus of $20,000 that would hit my account within 48 hours. I felt like I was floating. In the elevator down, I pulled out my phone and looked at the messages I'd been ignoring. 17 from Vanessa, 9 from Richard, 3 from Susan, 1 from Thomas, Vanessa's brother that just said, "Good for you, man." Seriously. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I called the Marriott and extended my reservation for another week. Then I called a lawyer, not a Hartwell family lawyer, but someone independent I found through a Google search and 3 articles about wrongful termination. Her name was Patricia Chen, no relation, though I joked about it when I called. She agreed to meet me that afternoon. Her office was in a converted brownstone in Hartford, comfortable and professional without being ostentatious. She was maybe 50 with silver-streaked black hair and the kind of direct gaze that suggested she didn't waste time on, so she said after I'd explained the situation, fired while on approved vacation, pressured to sign a separation agreement within 72 hours, and they're offering you $50,000 to go away quietly. That's the summary. Yes. And you want to know if you should sign? I want to know what my options are. She leaned back in her chair, stapled her fingers. Option 1, you sign, take the money, and move on. It's clean, it's fast, and you avoid a legal battle. Option 2, you don't sign, and you sue for wrongful termination. Connecticut is an at-will state. But there are exceptions, retaliation being one of them. If you can prove they fired you specifically for taking approved vacation time, you might have a case. How would I prove that? Do you have documentation that the vacation was approved? Email approval from Richard. Dated 3 months ago. Perfect. Do you have evidence that he fired you specifically because you took the vacation? I thought about the phone call in Paris. He said it on the phone. I don't have a recording. Witnesses? A restaurant full of people, but they were speaking French mostly though. I paused, remembering. James Morrison was sitting next to me. He heard everything. Patricia raised an eyebrow. James Morrison of Apex Consolidated. That James Morrison the same. He's offered me a job as CFO. CFO, that complicates things. If you sue Hartwell and you're already working for their competitor, it looks retaliatory on your part, not theirs. The optics are terrible. So, I should just sign and let them win. I didn't say that. I said the optics are terrible for a lawsuit. But here's what I'd recommend. Sign the agreement, take the severance, and keep detailed records of everything. Every email, every text message, every communication. Because if Hartwell tries to enforce that non-compete against you, we'll have grounds to argue it's retaliatory and therefore unenforceable. We won't have to prove wrongful termination. We just have to show that the non-compete is being used to punish you for taking legal employment elsewhere. It made sense. Don't fight the battle they wanted me to fight. Wait for them to overreach, then strike. And the divorce, that's trickier. Connecticut is an equitable distribution state, meaning marital assets get divided fairly, not necessarily equally. How long were you married? 6 years. And you worked at Hartwell during that entire time? Yes. Did you contribute to the household income? I paid the mortgage, all the utilities, groceries, most expenses, but the house is in her name only. It was bought before we married with Hartwell money. Her name is the only one on the deed. Patricia made a note. That works in your favor. Actually, if the house is her separate property, you have no claim to it, but she also can't claim you owe her anything for it. What about retirement accounts, savings, Investments? I have a 401k from Hartwell with maybe 80,000 in it. She has significantly more family money. Then the divorce should be straightforward. You take your 401k, she takes her assets, you split any joint accounts, and you're done. Don't fight for things that aren't worth the legal fees. She's claiming mental cruelty, Patricia snorted. They always do. It's boilerplate language for no-fault divorce. Don't take it personally. What matters is the asset division and whether there's alimony. Alimony in a 6-year marriage where both parties worked. Unlikely. But if she asks for it, we'll counter with the fact that you were the primary breadwinner for household expenses while she had access to family wealth. It'll go nowhere. I left Patricia's office with a plan. Sign the Hartwell papers, take the severance, start at Apex, and let Richard make the first wrong move because he would. Men like Richard Hartwell always did. They couldn't help themselves. That evening, I sat in my hotel room and read through the Apex folder on Hartwell Industries. Page by page, section by section, I saw my former employer through new eyes. They were overextended in 7 markets. They'd deferred maintenance on critical equipment. They'd underbid on contracts to steal market share, but the actual margins were killing them. Their workforce was demoralized. I could see it in the turnover numbers, in the Glassdoor reviews, in the safety incident reports that were trending upward, and that life insurance policy. $15 million increased right after I'd saved them $4 million. I pulled out my laptop and started making notes. Not about proprietary information, I wouldn't violate my confidentiality obligations, but about patterns, about decision processes, about the kind of strategic thinking that led companies to chase short-term wins at the expense of long-term stability. By midnight, I had a 20-page analysis of where Apex could compete effectively without directly challenging Hartwell's existing contracts. New markets, different sectors, better margins. I sent it to James with a simple note. Preliminary thoughts. More to come. His response came back within minutes. This is excellent. You're going to do great here. Get some sleep. Monday's going to be busy. I closed my laptop and lay back on the hotel bed, staring at the ceiling. 72 hours ago, I'd been in Paris drinking wine and pretending my life wasn't falling apart. Now I had a new job, a new future, and a plan. Richard Hartwell had fired me thinking I had nowhere to go. He was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. The Hartwell Industries headquarters looked smaller than I remembered. Maybe it had always been small, and I just convinced myself it was impressive because I needed to believe I was working somewhere that mattered. The building was a converted mill from the 1922. All red brick and arched windows that Richard liked to call historic and authentic, which was corporate speak for outdated and expensive to maintain. I parked in the visitor section. They'd already deactivated my employee badge. Apparently, the security guard at the front desk, Marcus, who I chatted with every morning for 6 years, looked uncomfortable when he saw me. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I have to, I know. Visitor badge. I'm here to see Richard Hartwell. He's expecting me. Marcus made the call, his voice low, then slid a temporary badge across the desk. 3rd floor. But you know that already. Thanks, Marcus. How's your daughter doing? She was applying to colleges, right? His face softened. Got into UConn. Full ride. She's over the moon. That's wonderful. Tell her congratulations from me. I will. And Mr. Chen, for what it's worth. I'm sorry about how things went down. I clipped the visitor badge to my jacket. Not your fault. Take care of yourself. The elevator ride to the 3rd floor felt longer than the 40-story ascent at Apex had. Familiar territory is always harder to leave than new ground is to claim. I saw the water stain on the ceiling that facilities had been meaning to fix for 2 years. The motivational poster about teamwork that someone had hung ironically and that Richard had never noticed was ironic. The smell of burned coffee from the break room where the pot was always left on too long. This had been my life, my daily reality, and I'd thought it was normal. The executive suite was at the end of the hall behind double doors that were supposed to look impressive but mostly just looked heavy. Richard's assistant, Jennifer, who'd always been kind to me, glanced up from her desk with an expression I couldn't quite read. David, they're waiting for you in the conference room. They Mr. Hartwell, Mrs. Hartwell, and Vanessa. And the lawyers? Of course, there were lawyers. Thanks for the warning, Jennifer. She lowered her voice. I put together your termination paperwork. They didn't give me much to work with for the severance calculation. I'm sorry. You did what you could. I appreciate it. The conference room was the largest one in the building with a long mahogany table that could seat 20 minutes, but today held only 5. Richard at the head, Susan to his right, Vanessa to his left, and 2 men in expensive suits who radiated attorney-like cologne. Richard didn't stand when I entered. "You're late." I checked my watch. "I'm 2 minutes early, actually." I said 10 o'clock. "Your assistant said 10:30. He waved his hand dismissively, as if the contradiction was my fault somehow. "Sit down. Let's get this over with." I sat across from Vanessa, who wouldn't meet my eyes. She was wearing navy, a power color meant to make her look authoritative, but she just looked tired. There were circles under her eyes that makeup couldn't quite hide, and her hands were clasped too tightly on the table. One of the lawyers, the older one, with silver hair and a Rolex that probably cost more than my car, slid a stack of documents across the table. "Mr. Chen, I'm Robert Fitzgerald, representing Hartwell Industries. This is my colleague, Daniel Park. We've prepared the separation documents we discussed. I'll walk you through each section." "I've already read them," I said. My attorney reviewed them as well. Richard's eyebrow went up. "You hired an attorney? You hired two?" "I hired one." Seemed reasonable. "This doesn't need to be adversarial," Susan said, her voice syrupy with false warmth. "We're all family here." "We're really not," I said quietly. "But go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald. Let's hear the terms." Fitzgerald cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable with my tone. "The separation agreement consists of 4 components: termination of employment, severance package, non-disclosure agreement, and non-compete clause. Let's start with termination." He flipped to the first flag page. "Hartwell Industries is terminating your employment effective immediately, citing voluntary abandonment of position and breach of operational standards." I took an approved vacation. That's not abandonment. The approval was conditional upon operational needs, which changed during your absence. That's not what the approval email says. It's unconditional approval for 2 weeks, dated 3 months ago. Fitzgerald's jaw tightened. "Regardless, the termination stands. The severance package is $50,000 contingent upon signing the NDA and non-compete. The NDA prohibits you from disclosing any confidential information about Hartwell Industries, its operations, clients, or financial status. The non-compete prevents you from working in the manufacturing or distribution sector in the Northeast for 18 months. 18 months is a long time to be unemployed." I said. "You should have thought of that before abandoning your responsibilities," Richard snapped. "I took a vacation that you approved. I approved a weekend. The email says 2 weeks. Vanessa finally spoke, her voice brittle. "Can we just get through this, please?" I looked at her. This woman I'd shared a bed with for 6 years, who'd promised to be my partner in everything. "Are you okay?" "Don't," she said sharply. "Don't pretend you care." "I'm not pretending." "You look exhausted." "I'm exhausted because you've turned our lives upside down with your selfishness. Do you have any idea what this has done to me? To my reputation. Everyone's talking about how my husband abandoned me to drink wine in Paris. I didn't abandon you. I took a vacation. You ignored my calls. You stayed away for 2 weeks while I had to explain to everyone why you weren't here. You could have told them I was on vacation. That would have been accurate." Her eyes flashed. "You embarrassed this family." "I took a vacation," I repeated, keeping my voice level. "That's not embarrassing. That's normal." "Nothing about this is normal," Susan interjected. "Normal husbands don't disappear to Europe. Normal employees don't ignore their bosses' calls. Normal bosses don't call employees on vacation and fire them for taking approved time off." Richard slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. Are you going to sign these papers or not?" I pulled out my own folder, the employment offer from Apex, which I'd brought specifically for this moment. I slid it across the table to Richard. "I'll sign, but I want you to see this first." Richard opened the folder, scanned the first page, and his face went from red to purple. "You're working for Apex. I'm going to be starting Monday as their CFO." "The hell you are? You're signing a non-compete, which my attorney says is unenforceable given that you fired me for taking approved leave, but I'll sign it anyway because I want the severance money and because Apex's lawyers have assured me they can break it if you try to enforce it." You little Richard caught himself visibly struggling for control. "You can't do this. I won't allow it. You don't have a say. You fired me, remember? This is corporate espionage." "No, it's new employment. I haven't shared any proprietary information. I won't share any proprietary information, but my experience in this industry isn't proprietary. It's mine. I earned it." Fitzgerald jumped in, sensing danger. "Mr. Chen, if you sign this non-compete and then work for Apex, Hartwell Industries will have grounds to sue both you and Apex for breach of contract. The legal fees alone would be substantial." "I know. But here's the thing. My attorney also explained that wrongful termination lawsuits can be quite expensive, especially when there's clear documentation that I was fired for taking approved vacation time, especially when there are witnesses. I looked directly at Richard. How loud were you yelling when you called me in Paris? Loud enough for the whole restaurant terrace to hear? Loud enough that James Morrison, who was sitting next to me, heard every word. The room went very quiet. You're bluffing, Richard said, but his voice had lost its certainty. I'm not. I have the email approving my vacation. I have witnesses to your phone call. I have documentation of 6 years of exemplary performance reviews. And I have James Morrison willing to testify that you fired me specifically and solely for taking approved time off. I leaned forward. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to sign your papers. I'm going to take your $50,000 and I'm going to start work at Apex on Monday. And you're not going to do anything about it because if you try to enforce that non-compete, I will bury you in a wrongful termination lawsuit that will cost you 10 times the severance and legal fees alone. And that's before we get to punitive damages. Fitzgerald and Park exchanged glances. They knew I was right. Employment law in Connecticut was tricky, and retaliatory termination cases could get very expensive very quickly. You ungrateful? Susan started. Ungrateful? The word came out sharper than I intended. I worked 60-hour weeks for 6 years. I saved this company millions. I asked for one vacation and you fired me for taking it. And somehow I'm the ungrateful one. We gave you everything, Vanessa said, her voice breaking. A job, a home, a family. You gave me a job I was overqualified for at half the market rate. A home with my name on the mortgage, but not the deed. And a family that treated me like an employee they couldn't quite fire. I softened my voice. I'm not trying to hurt you, Vanessa. Any of you. I'm just done letting you hurt me. She looked away, blinking rapidly. Richard grabbed the Apex offer letter, scanning it more carefully this time. I watched his face change as he saw the salary, the title, the terms, everything I'd asked him for over the years and been denied. $285,000. He read aloud. Plus bonuses plus stock options. He looked up at me. This is what you think you're worth. This is what the market thinks I'm worth. It's what a CFO makes in this industry. You know that. You're not a CFO. You're a senior analyst. Who did all the work of a CFO? Who saved you $4 million on supplier contracts? Who fixed your accounting systems? Who covered for your bad decisions so many times I lost count? I kept my voice steady. You knew what I was worth, Richard. You just didn't want to pay it. Fitzgerald cleared his throat. Perhaps we should take a brief recess. No recess, Richard said. He wants to sign. Let him sign. But I want an amendment to the NDA, anything he learned while working here, any knowledge of our operations, our clients, our strategies. That's confidential. He shares any of that with Apex and we'll sue him into bankruptcy. I already agreed to that. I said the NDA is fine. I won't share client lists, internal communications, or proprietary processes. My attorney confirmed that's reasonable. What about the Bergman contract? Richard demanded. You worked on that. You know the details. I know you underbid by approximately 30% to win it and that you're going to lose money on fulfillment, but I don't know the specific terms. I don't have access to the contract documents and I won't share anything proprietary about it. What I will do is tell Apex not to bid on similar contracts because the margins are terrible. But that's strategic advice based on industry knowledge, not corporate espionage. Fitzgerald made a note. We should add specific language about the Bergman contract. No, I interrupted. The NDA covers all confidential information. We don't need special carve-outs for individual contracts. That just creates ambiguity. Park, the younger attorney, finally spoke up. He's right. The broader language is actually more protective. Specific exemptions create loopholes. Richard looked like he wanted to argue, but Fitzgerald nodded in agreement. Mr. Park is correct. The current NDA language is comprehensive. Fine. Richard shoved the papers toward me. Sign it. Take your money and get out of my building. I pulled out my pen, a M. Blanc I bought myself years ago, back when I still believed expensive things could make you feel valuable, and turned to the first flagged page, the termination agreement. I read it one more time, looking for traps. It said I was terminated for operational needs, not cause, which meant I could collect unemployment if I needed to. The severance was contingent on signing the other documents, but there was no clawback provision. If they later decided they didn't like what I was doing. I signed the NDA standard language about not disclosing confidential information. Nothing I hadn't already agreed to in my original employment contract. I wouldn't share client lists or internal documents. I could live with that. I signed the non-compete. 18 months manufacturing and distribution sector Northeast region. My attorney had already confirmed it was overly broad and likely unenforceable, especially given the circumstances of my termination, but I'd sign it, take the severance, and let Hartwell make the first move if they wanted to challenge my employment at Apex. I signed and finally the divorce papers. This was the part I'd been dreading, though I wasn't sure why. The marriage had been over long before Paris. Maybe it had been over from the beginning, and I'd just been too hopeful to see it. The terms were actually reasonable. No alimony, clean split of assets. Vanessa kept the house in her accounts. I kept my 401k in my car. We divided the joint checking account about $8,000 down the middle. No children, thankfully, to complicate things. I looked at Vanessa before I signed this one. She was staring at her hands, at the wedding ring she was still wearing, at the manicured nails and the diamond bracelet her parents had given her for our 5th anniversary. "Vanessa," I said quietly. She looked up and for just a moment, I saw something in her eyes that might have been regret or maybe just exhaustion. It was hard to tell anymore. "I'm sorry it came to this," I said. "Are you? Because you seem pretty happy about your new job." "I'm relieved about the job, but I'm sorry about us. I really thought we could make it work." "So did I." Her voice was barely a whisper. "But you changed. I took a vacation. You stopped being the person I married. Maybe I stopped being the person you needed me to be. Those aren't the same thing." She didn't answer. Just looked back down at her hands. I signed the divorce papers. Fitzgerald gathered all the documents, checking each signature, each initial, each flagged section. "Everything appears to be in order. Mr. Chen, you'll receive the severance payment within 5 business days. The NDA and non-compete are effective immediately." "Understood." Richard stood, which apparently meant the meeting was over. "You're making a mistake. Apex is going to chew you up and spit you out. And when they do, don't come crawling back here." "I wouldn't dream of it," I said, standing as well. "But for what it's worth, Richard, you should probably look into the equipment maintenance backlog and the safety incident trend line and maybe bid more realistically on your next few contracts. Just some friendly advice from someone who used to care about this company's success." His face went red again. "Get out." "I'm going." I looked at Vanessa one more time. "Take care of yourself." She didn't respond. I walked out of that conference room, past Jennifer's desk where she gave me a small sad smile, past the motivational posters and the water-stained ceiling and the burned coffee smell and out into the parking lot where my car was waiting. My phone buzzed as I unlocked the door. A text from James Morrison. "How did it go?" I typed back. "Signed everything. I'm officially unemployed for the next 4 days." "Perfect. Enjoy the break. See you Monday." I sat in my car for a moment, looking at the building where I'd spent 6 years of my life, where I'd worked late nights and skipped lunches and sacrificed weekends, where I believed that loyalty and hard work would eventually be rewarded. Then I started the engine and drove away. I didn't look back. Monday morning arrived with the kind of crisp autumn sunshine that makes New York City look like it's trying to sell you something. I stood outside the Apex building at 9:30 a.m., coffee in hand, wearing a new suit I'd bought over the weekend, navy blue, perfectly tailored. The kind of suit that said CFO instead of senior analyst pretending to be important. The difference was subtle but significant, like the difference between being invited to a party and crashing one. My phone buzzed. A text from my bank. "Deposit $50,000 Hartwell Industries severance payment." I stared at the number for a moment, feeling something complicated twist in my chest. $50,000 for 6 years of my life. It should have felt like an insult. Instead, it felt like freedom seed money for whatever came next. A cushion that meant I didn't have to be afraid anymore. I'd already moved most of my things out of the house in West Hartford. Vanessa had been gone when I came by with a U-Haul, which was probably for the best. There wasn't much to take. Some clothes, my books, my laptop, a few pieces of furniture that had been mine before the marriage. Everything else belonged to that life, and I didn't want it anymore. The corporate apartment Apex had set me up with was in Hell's Kitchen, a 1-bedroom with actual closet space and windows that didn't face a brick wall. It was temporary, 6 months, while I found a permanent place, but it felt like a palace compared to the hotel I'd been staying in. "David," I turned to see James Morrison approaching, also with coffee. Also looking ready to start the week. He was wearing a gray suit today, still no tie, still radiating that effortless authority that came from actually earning respect instead of demanding it. "First day nerves?" he asked, falling into step beside me. "Is it that obvious? You're early? You're wearing a new suit and you've been standing outside for 5 minutes like you're afraid the building might not let you in." He smiled. "It's normal. Come on, let's get you settled." The 40th floor looked different on a Monday morning, alive with people, voices, the hum of a workplace that actually functioned. We passed cubicles and offices where employees were settling in, Coffee cups appearing on desks, computers booting up, the ritual dance of a workday beginning. People looked up as we passed. Some nodded at James. A few smiled at me with curious interest. The new CFO probably discussed in break rooms and whispered about in hallways. I wondered what they'd been told. Probably not the full story, probably just experienced hire from the manufacturing sector or something equally vague. My office was 3 doors down from James' corner position, windows overlooking Midtown, furniture that was actually nice instead of corporate standard. There was a desk with a computer already set up, a conference table, bookshelves waiting to be filled, and a small couch by the window. Your team is meeting in the conference room at 10 o'clock, James said, leaning against the doorframe. I'll introduce you, give you some time to get to know each other, and then we'll have lunch to go over the division strategy. Sound good? Sounds perfect. Good. Oh, and David. He paused. Welcome to Apex. I'm glad you're here. After he left, I stood in my office for a moment, just taking it in. My name was already on the door, a temporary placard that would be replaced with something permanent once I proved I could do the job. But seeing it there, David Chen, Chief Financial Officer, made something settle in my chest that had been unsettled for 6 years. I wasn't pretending anymore. I wasn't waiting for someone to recognize my value. I was already recognized, already valued. The title on the door proved it. My computer password was on a welcome packet on my desk along with a stack of orientation materials, an organizational chart, and a handwritten note from someone named Sarah. Welcome to the team. I'm your executive assistant. Let me know if you need anything. Coffee preferences, meeting schedule adjustments, human sacrifice to the gods of finance. I'm here to help. Sarah, I laughed already. I liked Sarah. The computer logged in smoothly. No IT issues, no waiting for access permissions, no bureaucratic delays. Everything worked. It was such a small thing, but after 6 years of fighting with Hartwell's ancient systems and their IT department that treated every request like an imposition, it felt revolutionary. I spent the next 20 minutes reviewing the materials. The manufacturing division was indeed new, only 3 months old with projected first-year revenue of $60 million and aggressive growth targets. Current staff was lean, 42 employees across operations, sales, and finance. My team consisted of 4 people. A senior accountant, a financial analyst, a payroll specialist, and a cost accountant. Small, but that nimble meant we could build processes right from the start instead of trying to fix broken ones. At 9:55, I headed to the conference room. 4 people were already there chatting over coffee and pastries that someone had thoughtfully provided. They all looked up when I entered, and I felt that familiar flutter of first-day anxiety. Good morning, I said. I'm David Chen. I'm excited to be here. A woman in her 40s stood up first, extending her hand. Margaret Wu, senior accountant. We're excited to have you. We've been running without a CFO for 2 months, and it's been chaotic. Controlled chaos, corrected a younger man with hipster glasses and a Michigan hoodie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, financial analyst. Emphasis on controlled. Barely controlled, said a woman with gray streaked hair pulled back in a neat bun. Patricia Okonkwo, payroll specialist. And don't let Alex fool you. It's been a mess. A functional mess, but still a mess. The 4th person, a thin man in his 30s who looked like he survived on coffee and anxiety, just nodded. Tom Brennan, cost accounting. I have reports for you whenever you're ready. Lots of reports. So many reports. I look forward to reading them, I said, and meant it. But first, let's talk about what you need from me. James is going to stop by in a few minutes to do official introductions. But before that, what's keeping you up at night? What problems need solving? They exchanged glances, and I could see the calculation happening. New boss, first day. How honest should we be? You can be direct, I said, sitting down at the table instead of standing at the head of it. I just came from 6 years of corporate politics where no one said what they actually meant. I'd love to work somewhere people tell me the truth. Margaret smiled. Okay, truth. Our accounting software is barely functional. It was supposed to be implemented fully by now, but it keeps delaying and we're running half the processes manually in spreadsheets. Truth. Alex added, our revenue projections are aggressive to the point of fantasy. We're supposed to hit 60 million this year, but we're tracking at maybe 45. And no one wants to tell James that his baby isn't growing as fast as he hoped. Truth. Patricia said, payroll is a nightmare because we're hiring so fast that I'm constantly onboarding new people and HR keeps changing the benefits packages and I'm not sure we're actually in compliance with all the state regulations for our multi-state workforce. Tom just slid a thumb drive across the table. Truth. All of our cost data is on here and it's going to make you want to drink. We're losing money on 3 of our 7 active contracts because sales promise delivery schedules we can't meet and operations is bleeding overtime costs to try. I picked up the thumb drive, felt its weight. This was exactly the kind of honesty I'd been craving. Okay, I said. Here's what we're going to do. Margaret, get me details on the software issues, what's not working, what we need, timeline for fixes. Alex, I want to see the revenue projections and the actual tracking data. We're going to revise those projections to something realistic and present them to James together. Patricia, let's get a compliance audit scheduled. I'd rather find problems ourselves than have a state regulator find them for us. And Tom, I'm going to spend this afternoon going through your data and then we're going to have a long conversation about contract pricing and delivery schedules. They all looked slightly stunned. That's it, Margaret said. No angry speech about how we need to work harder. No lecture about loyalty and commitment. Why would I do that? You've been holding things together without a CFO for 2 months. You clearly work hard. What you need is support, not lectures. I paused. Unless you want lectures. I can do lectures if that's what motivates you. Alex laughed. Please don't. We've had enough lectures from sales about attitude and team spirit. No lectures then. Just solutions. The door opened and James walked in with another man. Tall, athletic build, expensive suit, practice smile. David team, good morning. I wanted to introduce you to Marcus Levy, our VP of Sales for the Manufacturing Division. Marcus, this is David Chen, our new CFO. Marcus extended his hand and I shook it. His grip was firm to the point of aggressive, the handshake of someone who thought strength was a substitute for competence. David, great to meet you. James speaks highly of you. His tone was friendly, but his eyes were calculating. Looking forward to working together. Likewise, I said, keeping my voice neutral. James clapped his hands together. Marcus, why don't you fill David in on the sales pipeline? Give them a sense of what we're working with. Marcus launched into a presentation that sounded rehearsed: number of active leads, conversion rates, projected Q4 closings. It was impressive on the surface, the kind of numbers that would make a board of directors smile. But I'd heard these presentations before. I'd given these presentations before, back when I'd been trying to make Richard Hartwell's bad decisions sound like good strategy. Those are strong numbers, I said when Marcus finished. What's the average margin on these contracts? Varies by contract, but we're competitive. That's the key. We're winning business by being competitive on price. How competitive? Well, the market, it's tight. We have to be aggressive to win deals. What's the average margin? I asked again more directly. Marcus shifted his weight. Depends on the contract specifics. Ballpark, 20%, 15, 10. Some contracts are lower margin, but we make it up on volume. What's the lowest margin contract we've signed? I kept my tone conversational, but I could see Tom and Alex exchanging glances. They knew where this was going. Marcus smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Look, I appreciate you wanting to dig into the details, but sales and finance have different priorities. My job is to win business. Your job is to make the numbers work. My job, I said carefully, is to make sure we're profitable. And if we're winning contracts at margins so thin that we lose money on execution, that's not good business. That's just expensive market share. The room went very quiet. James leaned against the wall, arms crossed, expression neutral. He was watching this play out with interest but not intervening. I think you're being overly conservative, Marcus said, the friendly tone fraying slightly. This is a growth phase. We have to be aggressive. Aggressive is fine. Reckless is not. Tom, what's the lowest margin contract we're currently executing? Tom looked at Marcus, then at me, then at James, then he said, the dentist contract. We're projected to lose about 8% on it after factoring in overtime and material cost overruns. We're not losing money, Marcus protested. That's just Tom's conservative accounting. That's accurate accounting, Tom said quietly. We underbid by 32% to win the contract. Even with perfect execution, we'd barely break even. With the delays we've had, we're underwater. Marcus' face flushed. James, I don't think it's appropriate for finance to be questioning sales strategies on David's first day. Actually, James interrupted, his voice mild but firm. I think it's exactly appropriate. David's job is to make sure we're building a sustainable business, not just a large one. If we're winning contracts that lose money, I need to know that. He looked at me. What do you recommend? Short term. Tom and I need to review every active contract and identify which ones are underwater. For those, we either renegotiate terms or we eat the loss and learn from it. Long term, we need a pricing approval process. Sales proposes contract terms. Finance reviews margins and risk. And we both sign off before we commit. No more surprises. That's going to slow down our sales cycle. Marcus objected. It's going to prevent us from going bankrupt. I countered. Fast growth is meaningless if we're losing money on every sale. James nodded slowly. I agree. David, work with Marcus to develop that approval process. Marcus, I want you to cooperate fully. We're building something sustainable here, not just chasing revenue numbers. Marcus' smile was tight. Of course, whatever the company needs. He left shortly after and the tension in the room eased noticeably. Well, Margaret said after a moment of silence. That was quite a first-day show. Too much? I asked. No, James said, pushing off from the wall. That was exactly right. Marcus is excellent at winning business. But he needs someone to keep him honest about pricing. That's your job, he looked at the team. David has my full support on this. Finance isn't an obstacle to growth. It's a partner in sustainable growth. Anyone have a problem with that? Heads shook. Alex was grinning. Good, David. I'll let you get acquainted with your team. We'll do lunch at 1 to discuss division strategy. Margaret, Tom, Alex, Patricia. Give him everything he needs. Transparency is our policy. After James left, the four of them looked at me with something between respect and amusement. You just went toe-to-toe with Marcus Levy on your first day, Alex said. He's going to hate you. Will that be a problem? Probably. But it was worth it. He's been running roughshod over operations and finance since the division started, and no one's had the authority to push back. Margaret stood up, gathering her materials. I like you, David. You're direct. We could use more direct around here. The rest of the morning was a blur of introductions, system login, document reviews, and coffee. So much coffee. Sarah, my assistant, turned out to be a cheerful woman in her 20s, who was frighteningly efficient and had already organized my calendar, scheduled follow-up meetings with each team member, and somehow procured my preferred coffee order without me telling her what it was. How did you know I drink black coffee? I asked when she delivered the third cup of the morning. I asked Margaret what she thought you'd drink based on the vibe you gave off. She said, black coffee, no sugar, like a man who's done with everyone's nonsense. Was she right? Disturbingly accurate. She's good at reading people. It's why she's lasted through 3 CFO searches before you. 3. The division is new, but we've had some false starts on leadership. You're number 4. But I have a good feeling about you. She smiled. You stood up to Marcus. The others didn't. At 1 o'clock, James collected me for lunch. We went to a small Italian place 2 blocks from the office, tucked into a side street that looked like it had been there since before the neighborhood got expensive. Owner's a friend, James explained as we were seated at a quiet corner table. Food's excellent, and it's private enough that we can talk business without worrying about who's listening. We ordered pasta for me, risotto for James, and then he pulled out a tablet and opened a presentation. This is where we are, he said, showing me charts and graphs. And this is where I want us to be in 3 years. The gap between current state and goal was significant, ambitious, but not impossible if we executed well. Here's what I need from you, James continued. I need financial discipline. I need accurate forecasting. I need someone who can tell me when we're about to make an expensive mistake, especially if it's a mistake I want to make. He paused. I saw what happened at Hartwell. Richard surrounded himself with these men, and now his company is bleeding. I won't make that mistake. What if I tell you things you don't want to hear? Then I'll listen and we'll discuss it and we'll make a decision together. But I need the truth first. Always the truth. The food arrived. And we ate in companionable silence for a few minutes before James spoke again. How are you doing? Really? That's a lot of change in 2 weeks. Divorce, new job, new city. I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be. Good. But if that changes, if you need support, my door is open. We take care of our people here. I believed him. That was the strange part. After 6 years of corporate doublespeak, I actually believed that James Morrison meant what he said. We spent the rest of lunch discussing division strategy, growth targets, and the kind of company culture James wanted to build. It was everything I'd hoped for and nothing I'd experienced at Hartwell. When we got back to the office, there was a flower arrangement on my desk. White lees and blue irises, elegant and expensive. The card read, "Congratulations on your new position. We're watching RH." I stared at it for a long moment, feeling my good mood evaporate. Sarah appeared in the doorway. Those just arrived. Pretty, right? Who's RH? Someone from my past, I said, pulling the card off and tucking it into my desk drawer. Sarah, can you have these sent to the hospital? Donate them to the children's ward or something. Sure, but are you okay? You look like someone just walked over your grave. I'm fine. Just old ghosts. After she left with the flowers, I sat at my desk and pulled up Tom's thumb drive. Time to see exactly how bad the contract situation was. But in the back of my mind, Richard's message echoed. We're watching. Let them watch, I thought. Let them see what happens when you actually value your employees. Let them watch while I built something better than they ever could. 3 weeks into my tenure at Apex, I'd settled into a rhythm that felt almost suspiciously comfortable. My team was responsive and competent. James trusted my judgment. The work was challenging, but not soul-crushing. I had weekends, again, actual weekends, where I didn't check email or feel guilty for existing outside the office. It felt too good to last. I should have known that Richard Hartwell wasn't the type to send flowers and then disappear quietly into the night. Men like him didn't accept defeat. They regrouped. They strategized. And they struck back when you least expected it. The first sign of trouble came on a Thursday morning. I was reviewing cost projections for the new aerospace contract. A legitimate opportunity that would actually make money, unlike the Denison disaster Marcus had saddled us with, when Sarah appeared in my doorway, looking uncharacteristically serious. David, there's someone here to see you. He says it's urgent. Do we have an appointment? No. He just showed up. Says his name is Douglas Brennan and he's a fraud investigator with the SEC. My stomach dropped. The SEC Securities and Exchange Commission. Should I call legal? Yes. And tell Mr. Brennan I'll be with him in a few minutes. After Sarah left, I sat very still, my mind racing through possibilities. The SEC didn't show up at your office for friendly chats. They showed up when they thought something illegal was happening. But what? Apex was a private company. We didn't have publicly traded securities. Unless someone had filed a complaint. Unless someone had suggested that I'd brought proprietary information from Hartwell. Unless Richard had decided to burn me down using federal investigators as his weapon. I picked up my phone and called James. We have a problem, I said when he answered. SEC investigator in the lobby asking to speak with me. There was a pause. I'll be right there. James arrived at my office 30 seconds before the legal team did. 2 attorneys I'd met briefly during orientation. Both now looking alert and focused. The lead attorney, Catherine Reeves, was a woman in her 50s with steel gray hair and the kind of calm that came from years of handling crisis. What do we know? She asked. Nothing yet. Just that there's an SEC investigator who wants to talk to me. Don't say anything without me present. In fact, let me do most of the talking. You confirm facts. You don't volunteer information. Understood. Understood. Douglas Brennan was a man in his early 40s with thinning hair and the tired eyes of someone who'd seen too many people lie to him. He was waiting in the small conference room, a briefcase on the table in front of him, everything about his posture radiating bureaucratic authority. Mr. Chen, he said, standing to shake my hand. Thank you for seeing me. I'm Douglas Brennan, senior investigator with the Securities and Exchange Commission. He produced credentials that looked official enough to make my palms sweat. This is Catherine Reeves, our general counsel, I said. And James Morrison, our CEO. Brennan nodded at them. I appreciate you making time. I'll try to keep this brief. Mr. Chen, I'm here regarding a complaint filed against you alleging securities fraud and theft of proprietary information. The words hung in the air like a guillotine blade. Who filed the complaint? Catherine asked. Hartwell Industries. Specifically, Richard Hartwell, CEO. Brennan pulled documents from his briefcase. The complaint alleges that Mr. Chen, while employed as senior financial analyst at Hartwell Industries, accessed confidential financial information with intent to use it for personal gain. Further, that upon his termination, he immediately joined a competitor and is currently using that information to harm H. Hartwell's business interests. That's absurd, I said. Catherine put a hand on my arm. Mr. Brennan, my client signed a comprehensive separation agreement with Hartwell Industries that included a non-disclosure agreement. He has not violated that agreement. Furthermore, Hartwell is not a publicly traded company. So, I'm unclear on the SEC's jurisdiction here. Hartwell Industries has publicly traded bonds, Brennan said. And if Mr. Chen had access to material information that could affect the value of those bonds. Information about the company's true financial status, for instance, and he used that information for personal benefit that falls under our jurisdiction. James leaned forward. What exactly is Hartwell alleging David did? Brennan consulted his notes. According to the complaint, Mr. Chen accessed confidential financial projections and shared them with Apex Consolidated prior to his employment here. Specifically, they allege he provided information about Hartwell's contract portfolio that allowed Apex to strategically underbid on several opportunities, causing financial harm to Hartwell. That's a lie, I said flatly. David, Catherine warned. No, I'm not sitting here while Richard Hartwell accuses me of crimes I didn't commit. I never shared proprietary information with Apex. Not before I was employed here and not after. Everything I've done has been by the book. Brennan pulled out more papers. Then perhaps you can explain these emails. He slid printouts across the table. I recognized the format immediately. Hartwell Industries' internal email system, but the content made my blood run cold. The first email allegedly from my Hartwell account to James Morrison's Apex account dated 2 weeks before I took my Paris vacation. James attached are the Q3 projections for Hartwell's manufacturing division. As you can see, they're significantly overextended on several contracts. This might be useful for your strategic planning, David. The second email allegedly from me to someone named M. Rodriguez at apexconsolidated.com with a subject line reading Hartwell client list. Marcus, here's the complete client list from Hartwell's distribution network. Should give you some targets for poaching. DC. I stared at the emails, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. I didn't send these, I said. They came from your email account, Brennan said. Then someone else accessed my account. I never sent these emails. I never attached those documents. This is fabricated. Can you prove that? Brennan asked, his tone neutral, but his eyes sharp. Catherine jumped in. Mr. Brennan, my client is entitled to examine the digital forensics on these emails before responding to allegations based on them. I'd like copies of the full email headers, server logs, and any authentication data. We're still gathering that information from Hartwell's IT department. Then this interview is premature. You're asking my client to respond to allegations supported by evidence he hasn't been allowed to examine. That's not how this works. Brennan nodded, unbothered. That's fair, but I will need to speak with Mr. Chen again once we have complete documentation. In the meantime, I'd advise against any communication with former Hartwell employees or access to Hartwell systems. I don't have access to Hartwell systems. I said I was terminated 3 weeks ago, and yet these emails were sent from your account, which suggests someone else is using my credentials, which means Hartwell has a security problem. Not that I committed fraud. Brennan stood collecting his papers. We'll be in touch. Mr. Chen, I'd strongly advise you to retain criminal counsel. This is a serious matter. After he left, the four of us sat in silence for a long moment. This is Richard, I said finally. This is him trying to destroy me. Can he do this? James asked Catherine. Can he just fabricate evidence and file SEC complaints? If the evidence is fabricated, no. But we'll need to prove it's fabricated, which means forensic analysis of those emails, server logs, authentication records. She looked at me. David, I believe you, but we need to build an airtight case. Did you have any communication with James or anyone at Apex before your employment? Just the conversation in Paris in person. Nothing in writing until after I was fired. Good. We can verify that through James' email records and phone logs. What about your Hartwell email account? Who had access to it? IT department. Obviously, Richard as CEO probably had administrative access to everything. Vanessa might have known my password. We shared passwords sometimes for household accounts. Could she have accessed your work email? I thought about it. Maybe she knew I used the same password for most things. I changed it after the divorce papers were filed. But before that, I trailed off, realizing how careless I'd been. Catherine made notes. Okay, here's what we're going to do. First, I'm bringing in a digital forensics expert to analyze those emails. Second, we're going to pull all of your communications records, email, phone, text to prove you had no contact with Apex regarding Hartwell information. Third, we're filing a complaint with the Connecticut Bar about Hartwell's attorneys. If they were involved in fabricating this evidence, what about the SEC investigation? I asked. We cooperate fully. We provide evidence of your innocence, and we make Hartwell look like the bad actors they are. But David, she fixed me with a serious look. You need to tell me right now if there's anything at all that could support their allegations. Even something small, even something you thought was innocent. I can't defend you if I'm blindsided. There's nothing, I said firmly. I never shared confidential information. I never accessed Hartwell systems after my termination. I never even talked to Apex about Hartwell beyond general industry knowledge. What about the analysis you did in Paris? James asked quietly. The folder I gave you about Hartwell's vulnerabilities? My stomach clenched. That was publicly available information. You said so yourself. It was. But if Hartwell is arguing, you had insider knowledge. The folder. I said to Catherine. James gave me a folder in Paris with public analysis of Hartwell Industries, market research, publicly filed financial data, industry reports. I reviewed it and wrote some strategic recommendations for Apex based on that public information. Could they use that against me? Did you add any information that wasn't in the folder? Anything from your time at Hartwell? I thought carefully. I made observations about Hartwell's bidding patterns and operational decisions, but those were based on industry knowledge, not proprietary data. I didn't share client names, contract terms, internal communications, nothing confidential. Catherine nodded slowly. That should be defensible. Industry expertise isn't proprietary. But we'll need to be very careful about how we present this. Brennan is going to try to blur the line between expertise and espionage. So, what do? I asked. You do your job. You don't contact anyone at Hartwell. You don't delete any emails or files. You document everything. And you let us handle the legal side. She stood. I'll start working on this immediately. James, I'll need authorization to bring in outside forensics experts. Whatever you need, James said. Blank check. We protect our people. After Catherine left, James and I sat in the conference room, the city sprawling below us through floor-to-ceiling windows. I'm sorry, I said. I never meant to bring this kind of trouble to Apex. This isn't your fault. This is Richard Hartwell being exactly who he is, a bully who can't stand losing. James turned to look at me. Are you okay? Honestly, I'm furious. I spent 6 years being loyal to that man, to that company, and this is how he repays me by trying to put me in prison. The SEC complaint probably won't go anywhere. If the emails are fabricated, Brennan will figure that out. And if Hartwell filed a fraudulent complaint, they'll face consequences, will they? Men like Richard don't face consequences. They have lawyers and money and connections. They just win always. Not always, James said quietly. I've been competing with Richard for 20 years, remember? And I'm still here, still profitable, still growing. He doesn't always win, David. He just makes you think he does. I wanted to believe him. But the fear was there, cold and tight in my chest. The SEC didn't investigate unless they thought there was something to investigate. And even if I was innocent, which I was, the process itself could destroy me. Legal fees, reputation damage, the suspicion that would follow me even after I was cleared. Richard knew that. That's why he'd done it. Not because he thought I'd actually go to prison, but because he knew the investigation itself was punishment. I need to see those emails. I said the full versions, not just Brennan's printouts. If they're fabricated, there will be evidence in the metadata. Catherine will get them. Trust her, she's the best. I spent the rest of the day in a fog, trying to focus on work while my mind spiraled through worst-case scenarios. Tom brought me the updated contract analysis. Alex presented revised revenue projections. Margaret asked about the software implementation timeline. I gave answers, made decisions, did my job on autopilot while internally I was screaming. At 6 o'clock, Sarah knocked on my door. David, you have a visitor. She says she's your ex-sister-in-law. I looked up confused. What? Emily Hartwell? She says it's important. Emily, Vanessa's younger sister. I'd always liked Emily. She was the only member of the Hartwell family who'd ever treated me like a person instead of an employee. She'd been away at graduate school for most of my marriage, studying environmental policy at Berkeley, and we'd only seen each other at holidays and family events. Send her in, I said, curious. Emily looked different than I remembered. Her hair was shorter, her clothes more professional, but she still had that same direct gaze that had always made her seem older than her 26 years. David, she said, closing the door behind her. I'm sorry to show up unannounced. But I need to talk to you about my father. If this is about the SEC complaint, it's not. I mean, it is, but not the way you think. She sat down across from my desk, her hands clasped tightly. Those emails, the ones the investigator showed you, they're fake. Dad had them created. The room seemed to tilt. You know this for certain. I was there when he talked to his IT guy about it. I wasn't supposed to hear I was visiting home last weekend. And I came down for water late at night. Dad and this guy, Brandon, were in his study. I heard Dad say, I need emails that look like they came from Chen's account. Can you do that? And Brandon said, yes. My hands were shaking. Emily, do you understand what you're telling me? Your father fabricated evidence to file a federal complaint against me. That's a crime. I know. That's why I'm here. What he's doing is wrong, David. I don't care that you left the company or that you're working for Apex. You don't deserve to be railroaded like this. Why are you helping me? I'm not family anymore. She smiled sadly. You never really were family to them, but you were always kind to me. You remembered my birthday. You asked about my research. You treated me like a person. She pulled a thumb drive from her bag. This has voice recordings from that night. I recorded the conversation on my phone through the door. It's not perfect, but you can hear Dad talking about fabricating the emails. I stared at the thumb drive like it was a live grenade. Emily, if you give this to me, your father will know you betrayed him. I know he'll cut you off financially, emotionally. You'll lose everything. I'll lose his money. I won't lose everything. She pushed the thumb drive across my desk. I have my own life, my own career. I don't need Hartwell money and I don't need to be part of a family that does this to people. I picked up the thumb drive. Felt its weight. Thank you. You have no idea what this means. Just promise me you'll use it. Don't let him win. He's been bullying people my entire life and everyone just takes it because he has money and power. But you don't have to take it. You have proof now. After Emily left, I sat alone in my office holding the thumb drive, watching the sun set over Manhattan. Then I called Catherine Reeves. I have evidence, I said when she answered. Evidence that Richard Hartwell fabricated those emails. And you're not going to believe how I got it. Catherine Reeves listened to the recording 3 times. Her expression growing more grim with each playthrough. We were in a secure conference room at Apex. She'd insisted on bringing her full legal team, plus the digital forensics expert she'd hired, a thin man named Dr. Marcus Webb, who looked like he'd never seen sunlight, but could probably hack into Fort Knox given enough Mountain Dew. Richard's voice crackled through the speakers. Tiny, but unmistakable. I need emails that look like they came from Chen's account. Can you do that? Brandon's response. Yeah, I can backdate them in the system. Make it look like they were sent before he left. But Mr. Hart. Well, if anyone does a real forensic analysis, they won't. The SEC doesn't have the resources to dig that deep on a complaint like this. They'll see the emails, talk to Chen, and even if they don't charge him, the investigation alone will destroy his reputation. That's all I need. Junis, there was a pause. Then Brandon again, what about the content? You want me to write the emails? I'll draft them. You just make them look authentic. And Brandon. This conversation never happened. Understood, sir. The recording ended. Emily had captured almost 4 minutes of conversation. Muffled, but clear enough to be damning. This is gold, Catherine said quietly. This is Richard Hartwell admitting to fabricating evidence for a federal complaint. That's obstruction of justice, wire fraud, potentially conspiracy charges. Can we use it? I asked. Emily recorded it without her father's knowledge. Is that legal? Dr. Webb looked up from his laptop where he'd been analyzing the audio file. Connecticut is a one-party consent state for recordings. As long as Emily was present during the conversation, even if the other parties didn't know she was there or that she was recording, it's admissible. But she recorded through a door. I said she wasn't technically part of the conversation. Doesn't matter. Catherine said she was in a place she had legal right to be her family's home. She overheard a conversation that she then chose to record. That's legal. The question isn't admissibility. It's what we do with it. We give it to the SEC, I said immediately. Eventually, yes, but we need to be strategic here. Catherine pulled up a document on her tablet. Right now, the SEC is investigating you based on Hartwell's complaint. If we immediately produce evidence that Hartwell fabricated the complaint, several things happen. 1. The investigation shifts focus to Hartwell. 2. Richard knows someone inside his organization betrayed him. 3. He goes into full defensive mode and probably destroys any other evidence. You want to wait? I couldn't keep the frustration from my voice. I want to build an airtight case. Dr. Webb, how long do you need to analyze those emails Brennan showed us? If I can get the actual email files with full headers and metadata, not just printouts, 2 days, maybe 3. Get them. File a motion if you have to, but get the complete email data. Catherine turned back to me. Here's what's going to happen. Dr. Webb will prove those emails are fabricated through digital forensics. We'll have technical evidence and testimonial evidence. Emily's recording. Then we go to the SEC with everything at once. We don't just defend you. We bury Richard Hartwell. James, who'd been sitting quietly in the corner, spoke up. What's Emily's exposure in this? If Richard finds out she's the source. That's why we need to move quickly. Catherine said once we hand this over to the SEC, Emily will need legal protection, whistleblower status, possibly a restraining order. If Richard retaliates, I can help arrange that. I'll cover her legal fees. I said whatever she needs. She risked everything to help me. Generous, but let's see what happens first. She may not need much. Whistleblowers in federal cases often get considerable protection. Catherine closed her tablet. For now, David, you continue business as usual. Don't contact Emily. Don't contact anyone at Hartwell. Don't do anything that could be construed as retaliation or witness tampering. Let us handle this through proper channels. How long? I asked. 1 week, maybe 2. Dr. Webb does his analysis. We package everything together and we present it to Brennan with a formal complaint against Hartwell Industries for filing a fraudulent SEC claim. It felt like an eternity, but I nodded. Okay, 1 week. The next 7 days were the longest of my life. I went through the motions at work, reviewed budgets, attended meetings, worked with Tom on fixing the contract pricing issues that Marcus had created. But the whole time, my mind was on that thumb drive, on Emily's recording, on Richard's voice admitting he was trying to destroy me. At night, alone in my Hell's Kitchen apartment, I'd pull up the recording and listen to it again. Not because I needed to. I had every word memorized, but because it was proof. Proof that I wasn't crazy. Proof that Richard Hartwell was exactly as terrible as I'd thought. Proof that leaving had been the right decision, even if it had led me here to this moment of legal limbo. On the 3rd day, Dr. Webb called with preliminary findings. The emails are definitely fabricated, he said, his voice crackling through my phone. I got the full email files from the SEC. They were surprisingly cooperative once Catherine explained we were cooperating with the investigation. The metadata is all wrong. The timestamps don't match the server logs. The IP address shows the emails originated from Hartwell's headquarters, not from any device you had access to. And this is the good part. They were created using administrative privileges in the email system, then backdated to look like they were sent earlier. Can you prove that definitively? I can prove it in a way that would hold up in federal court. The digital fingerprints are all over this thing. Whoever did it, this Brandon guy from the recording, he's competent enough to fool a casual observer, but not competent enough to fool a real forensic analysis. He left traces everywhere. How soon can you have a full report? 2 days. I want to be thorough, but Catherine should know. This is slam dunk evidence. Richard Hartwell is going down for this. I called Emily from a burner phone I'd bought specifically for this purpose. Catherine's advice to avoid creating any traceable communication. It's David, I said when she answered. I can't talk long, but I wanted you to know the recording you gave me. It's working. The forensics expert confirmed the emails are fake. We're going to the SEC within a week. There was a long pause. I'm scared, David. I know, but Catherine Reeves, my lawyer, she's going to help protect you. Whistleblower status, legal protection, everything you need. It's not legal protection I'm worried about. It's my family. My mother called yesterday. She knows something is wrong. She kept asking why I'd been at the house. What I was doing up so late. I think Dad suspects. My blood ran cold. Has he said anything directly? No. But Vanessa called, too. She never calls. She asked if I'd been in touch with you. What did you say? I said no. But she didn't believe me. She said Dad was dealing with a situation and that I should stay out of it. That family loyalty mattered. Emily's voice cracked. David, I don't know if I can do this. If they find out it was me, they won't. Not until we go to the SEC. And by then, you'll have legal protection. I promise, Emily. I won't let him hurt you. He's my father. I know. But what he's doing is wrong. You know that. That's why you came to me. Another long pause then. Okay. But David, when this is over, I don't think I can go back to the family. I mean, this is going to break everything. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be. I've been looking for an excuse to leave for years. You just gave me a good one. After I hung up, I sat in my apartment and thought about families. The ones you're born into and the ones you choose. The Hartwells had been my family for 6 years, and they discarded me the moment I stopped being useful. Emily was choosing to leave that family, to blow it up from the inside, because she believed in doing the right thing. I hoped that counted for something. I hoped it would be enough when everything came crashing down. On day 6, Catherine called an emergency meeting. Brennan wants to meet again. She said, tomorrow. He says he has new evidence. My stomach dropped. What kind of evidence? He didn't say. But David, I need you to trust me here. We go in, we listen. We don't volunteer anything. Dr. Webb's report will be ready by tonight. We're almost there. The meeting was set for 10 a.m. at the SEC's New York field office, a nondescript building in Lower Manhattan that looked like every other federal office building. All security checkpoints and fluorescent lighting and the particular smell of government bureaucracy. Brennan met us in a conference room with another investigator, a woman named Sandra Pacheco, who introduced herself as his supervisor. That was the first warning sign supervisors didn't attend routine interviews. "Mr. Chen, thank you for coming in," Brennan said, his tone more formal than it had been during his office visit. "This is Supervisory Agent Pacheco. She's taken an interest in your case." "Why?" Catherine asked bluntly. Pacheco smiled slightly. "Because it's gotten complicated. Mr. Chen, we've completed our preliminary analysis of the emails that formed the basis of Hartwell Industries' complaint against you." I kept my expression neutral, but my heart was racing. And Catherine prompted, "And we've found significant irregularities. The emails appear to have been created after the dates they claim to have been sent. The metadata doesn't match the content. The IP addresses are inconsistent with Mr. Chen's known devices and locations." Pacheco slid a folder across the table. "In short, we believe these emails were fabricated." Catherine and I exchanged the briefest glance. She'd been right. The SEC had figured it out on their own. "That's what we've been trying to tell you," I said carefully. "We know, and we owe you an apology for the inconvenience of this investigation." Pacheco's tone was professional, but there was something else underneath anger. Maybe or disgust. However, this raises a more serious question. Who fabricated these emails and why? "That's obvious, isn't it?" I said. "Richard Hartwell filed the complaint. Richard Hartwell provided the emails. They came from Hartwell Industries' email system. We're aware, which is why we're now opening a criminal investigation into Hartwell Industries for filing a false complaint, fabricating evidence, and obstruction of justice." Pacheco leaned forward. "Mr. Chen, I need to ask you directly. Do you have any information about how these emails were created? Any knowledge of who at Hartwell might have been involved?" This was it. The moment we'd been waiting for. Catherine spoke before I could. "Agent Pacheco, before my client answers that, I need certain assurances. If Mr. Chen provides you with evidence regarding the fabrication of these emails, evidence that leads to criminal charges against Hartwell Industries, will he be protected from any retaliation?" "He's already protected as a complainant in a federal investigation. If he becomes a witness in a criminal case, those protections expand considerably." "And what about other witnesses? If there are individuals at Hartwell who can provide testimony about the fabrication, what protections can you offer them in the fabrication?" "One pretty sense," Pacheco's eyes sharpened. "We have a robust whistleblower protection program. Anyone who comes forward with evidence of corporate fraud receives protection from retaliation and in some cases financial rewards if their information leads to successful prosecution or settlement." Catherine pulled out a flash drive, not Emily's original, but a copy Dr. Webb had made and certified. "Agent Pacheco, my client has come into possession of a recording made by a member of the Hartwell family. In this recording, Richard Hartwell explicitly discusses fabricating emails to frame my client. We also have a comprehensive forensic analysis of the emails in question prepared by Dr. Marcus Webb, a certified digital forensics expert. We're prepared to provide both pieces of evidence along with testimony from my client and the individual who made the recording in exchange for full immunity for Mr. Chen and whistleblower protection for the source." Brennan and Pacheco looked at each other. Something passed between them. Surprise, interest, maybe excitement. This had just become a much bigger case. "Let me hear the recording," Pacheco said. Catherine plugged in the flash drive and pulled up the audio file. Richard's voice filled the conference room, talking casually about fabricating federal evidence like he was ordering lunch. By the time it finished, Pacheco's jaw was tight. "Who made this recording?" she asked. "Emily Hartwell, Richard Hartwell's younger daughter. She overheard the conversation and recorded it. She came to my client because she believed what her father was doing was wrong." "Where is she now?" "Safe and willing to testify, provided she receives appropriate protection." Pacheco stood up, started pacing. "This is significant. If we can corroborate this recording with the forensic evidence, we have a case for multiple felonies, conspiracy to commit fraud, obstruction of justice, filing false statements to a federal agency." She turned to Brennan. "Get legal on the phone. We need witness protection agreements drafted immediately." "What about my client?" Catherine asked. "Your client is no longer under investigation. As of right now, he's a witness. And Miss Hartwell, assuming her testimony holds up, will be treated as a whistleblower with full protections." Pacheco sat back down, her demeanor completely changed. "Mr. Chen, I need you to tell me everything. Every interaction with Richard Hartwell, every detail about your employment at Hartwell Industries, everything that led up to this moment. Don't leave anything out." So, I told her all of it. The 6 years of overwork and underpay. The vacation Richard had approved and then used as an excuse to fire me. The separation agreement and the divorce. The suspicious life insurance policy that had been increased right before I was sent on increasingly dangerous site visits. The flowers with the threatening note. Everything. Catherine stopped me when I got to the life insurance policy. Wait, go back to that $15 million policy increased from $2 million 8 months before you were terminated. Yes, I found out when I was reviewing Hartwell's financial documents in Paris. James had given me public analysis and I noticed the disclosure about Keyman insurance policies and their bond offering documents. Pacheco and Brennan exchanged looks again. Mr. Chen, Pacheco said carefully. If Richard Hartwell substantially increased your life insurance policy and then began placing you in increasingly dangerous situations, that could suggest attempted murder, Catherine finished. Or at minimum, reckless endangerment. My hands were shaking. Hearing someone else say it, hearing a federal agent acknowledge that my paranoia might have been justified made it real in a way it hadn't been before. Do you have documentation of these site visits? Brennan asked. Emails assigning you to inspect facilities, visit warehouses, that kind of thing. I might. I'd have to check my old email archives. Check them. And Mr. Chen, don't go anywhere alone until we've talked to Richard Hartwell. If he's desperate enough to fabricate federal evidence, he's desperate enough to do something much worse. We left the SEC office 2 hours later with immunity agreements for me, whistleblower protection for Emily, and an active criminal investigation into Richard Hartwell and Hartwell Industries. In the car back to Apex, Catherine was on her phone coordinating with Emily's new legal team. I sat in the back seat watching New York slide past the windows, feeling like I was in someone else's life. David, Catherine said when she'd finished her call. You did good today. You and Emily, you stood up to a bully and you're going to win. It doesn't feel like winning yet. It will. When the indictments come down, when Richard Hartwell is arrested, when the truth comes out and everyone knows what he did, that's when it will feel like winning. I wanted to believe her, but mostly I just felt tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of looking over my shoulder. Tired of being afraid. My phone buzzed. A text from James. Catherine filled me in. Take the rest of the week off. Seriously, rest. You've earned it. Another text. This one from an unknown number. It's Emily. New phone. They're moving me to a safe house until the investigation is complete. Thank you for believing me and for protecting me.
I replied, thank you for being brave enough to do the right thing.
Stay safe. That night, I sat in my apartment with a glass of wine, not expensive Paris wine, just a decent Pinot Noir from the bodega down the street, and I thought about justice. For 6 years, I believed that working hard and being loyal would be enough. That Richard Hartwell would eventually see my value and reward it. That the system was fair, that good things happen to good people, that patience was a virtue. I'd been wrong about all of it. The system wasn't fair. Good things didn't happen to good people. Good things happened to people who fought for them. And patience wasn't a virtue. It was just another word for accepting less than you deserved. Richard Hartwell was about to learn that lesson the hard way and I was going to watch him fall. The news broke on a Tuesday morning. 3 weeks after my meeting with the SEC, I was in my office reviewing quarterly projections with Alex when Sarah burst through the door without knocking, a first for her, which told me immediately that something major had happened. Turn on CNBC, she said, already grabbing the remote for the television mounted on my wall. Right now. The screen flickered to life, showing a news anchor with the kind of serious expression reserved for market crashes and CEO arrests. Behind her, a chyron scrolled across the bottom. Breaking. Manufacturing CEO arrested on federal fraud charges. Richard Hartwell, CEO of Hartwell Industries, was taken into custody this morning by FBI agents at the company's Connecticut headquarters. Federal prosecutors have charged Hartwell with conspiracy to commit fraud, obstruction of justice, and filing false statements to the Securities and Exchange Commission. According to the indictment, Hartwell allegedly fabricated emails to frame a former employee in an attempt to damage that employee's career and harm a competitor. Alex let out a low whistle. Holy, the footage cut to shaky cell phone video of Richard being walked out of the Hartwell Industries building in handcuffs. FBI agents on either side of him. His face was red, his mouth moving, probably yelling, though there was no audio. Behind him, I could see employees watching from the windows, their expressions shocked. Joining us now is legal analyst Jennifer Kwan. Jennifer, how serious are these charges? Very serious, Tom. We're talking about multiple federal felonies here. Conspiracy to commit fraud carries up to 5 years in prison. Obstruction of justice, another 5 years. Filing false statements to a federal agency. Another 5. If convicted on all counts, Richard Hartwell could be looking at 15 to 20 years in federal prison. My phone started ringing. James, then Catherine, then a number I didn't recognize. Then another. Sarah muted the TV. I'm guessing you knew this was coming. I knew it was possible. I didn't know it would be today. The phones are going crazy. Every business reporter in New York wants a statement. What should I tell them? Tell them no comment for now. Route everything to Catherine Reeves. After Sarah left, I sat down heavily in my chair. Alex was still staring at the television where they were now showing old footage of Richard at industry conferences, smiling and confident. The very picture of success. That's your father-in-law, Alex said. Your ex-father-in-law, I mean. Yes. And he tried to frame you for securities fraud. Yes. Jesus. David, why didn't you tell us? Because it was being handled and because I didn't want to be defined by it. I looked at him. I'm the CFO of Apex Manufacturing Division. That's what matters. Not Richard Hartwell's crimes. Still, Alex shook his head. This is going to be everywhere. Every trade publication, every business news site, Hartwell Industries is going to be in free fall. He was right. By noon, the story had exploded across every platform. Bloomberg, Reuters, The Wall Street Journal, all running variations of the same headline. Manufacturing CEO arrested in fraud scheme targeting former employee. Some outlets had already connected the dots. I saw my name in several articles. Sources indicate the former employee in question is David Chen, who left Hartwell Industries in September and is now CFO of Apex Consolidated's manufacturing division. My phone kept ringing. I ignored most of it, but I took Catherine's call. Have you seen the news? She asked. Hard to miss it. The U Attorney's Office will be making a formal statement this afternoon. They'll lay out the charges in detail. You should know they're also charging Brandon Keller, Hartwell's IT director, as a co-conspirator. He's already cooperating in exchange for a reduced sentence. What about Emily? Safe? The whistleblower protection is holding. Her name hasn't been mentioned in any public filings, and it won't be unless she chooses to go public. Right now, she's the SEC's star witness, and they're keeping her identity sealed. Has Richard said anything? His lawyer issued a statement calling the charges baseless political persecution and insisting he'll be vindicated. Standard stuff. But David, the evidence is overwhelming. The recording, the forensic analysis, Brandon's testimony. The prosecutor told me this morning they have him dead to rights. When's the trial? Probably not for months. These things take time, but the arraignment is tomorrow. He's being held without bail because the prosecutor argued he's a flight risk. He has significant assets and international business connections. The idea of Richard Hartwell spending the night in jail was almost impossible to imagine. He was a man who stayed in 5-star hotels and flew first class. The closest he'd come to roughing it was probably business class on a transatlantic flight. How are you doing? Catherine asked. Really? I don't know. I thought I'd feel triumphant. Instead, I just feel tired. That's normal. This has been a lot. But David, you won. He tried to destroy you, and instead he destroyed himself. That means something. After we hung up, I tried to focus on work, but it was impossible. Every few minutes, Sarah would buzz to tell me about another call, another reporter, another request for comment. Finally, at 2 o'clock, James appeared in my doorway. Walk with me, he said. We took the elevator down to the ground floor and walked out into the crisp November air. James led us to a small park 2 blocks from the office, one of those pocket green spaces, Manhattan, sprinkled between buildings like an afterthought. You're handling this well, he said as we sat on a bench. I'm pretending to handle it well. There's a difference. Fair enough. Listen, I want you to know that Apex is your back on this. Whatever you need, media training, security, legal support, it's yours. We don't abandon our people when things get complicated. I appreciate that, but I also need to know, are you okay to keep working? Because if you need time, if this is too much, I want to work. I interrupted. I need to work. If I sit at home thinking about this, I'll go crazy. At least here I have something productive to focus on. James nodded. Okay, but the offer stands. Doors always open. We sat in silence for a moment, watching pigeons squabble over a discarded sandwich. You know what the irony is? I said, I never wanted revenge. I just wanted to be left alone. I wanted to do my job, build a career, move on with my life. Richard's the one who couldn't let it go. Men like Richard never can. They see everything as a competition. Everyone is either a threat or a tool. You stopped being useful, so you became a threat. It's that simple to them. What happens to Hartwell Industries now? Chaos, probably. Board will likely force Richard out. Even if he's not convicted, the optics are too damaging. They'll bring in a crisis management team, try to steady the ship. Some of their clients will leave. Stock price will tank. It'll be ugly. Good, I said, and meant it. That evening, I went back to my apartment and found a package waiting outside my door. No return address, just my name written in familiar handwriting. Vanessa's handwriting. I carried it inside, set it on the kitchen counter, and stared at it for a long moment before opening it. Inside was a jewelry box and a letter. The jewelry box contained my wedding ring, the simple gold band I'd left on the bathroom counter the day I'd moved out. I'd wondered what happened to it. Apparently, Vanessa had kept it. The letter was written on expensive cream stationery, the kind she'd always used for thank you notes and formal correspondence. David, I'm writing this because I don't have the courage to say it to your face. I'm sorry for all of it. For how my family treated you, for how I treated you, for not standing up for you when it mattered. I knew about the emails. Not before Dad had them created, but after. He told me what he'd done. Told me it was necessary to protect the company, to protect our family. And I didn't stop him. I should have. I should have gone to you, warned you, done something. Instead, I stayed silent because that's what we H. Hartwells do. We protect the family no matter who gets hurt. I saw the news this morning. I saw Dad being arrested and I felt relief. Not sadness, not anger, relief. Because maybe now he'll finally face consequences for the things he's done. Not just to you, but to so many others over the years. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even want it. I just wanted you to know that you were right to leave. Right to stand up for yourself. Right to refuse to be small so we could feel big. I hope you're happy at Apex. I hope you found what you were looking for. I'm sorry it took me this long to see what you saw all along, that my family is broken. And I was too scared to admit it, Vanessa. I read the letter 3 times, looking for sarcasm or manipulation, but found only honesty. It was perhaps the most genuine thing Vanessa had ever said to me. I put the ring back in the box and set it on a shelf in my closet. Maybe someday I'd throw it away. Maybe I'd sell it. For now, it could stay there, a reminder of the man I used to be and the life I'd escaped. The next morning, I woke up to my phone buzzing with news alerts. Richard's arraignment was happening at 10 a.m. and apparently, the media circus was already in full swing outside the federal courthouse. I wasn't planning to go. What would be the point? But at 9:30, Catherine called. I'm at the courthouse. She said Emily's here. She wants to see you. Is that safe? If Richard sees her, he won't. She's in a secure witness area. But David, she's scared. She asked if you could come. You don't have to, but I'll be there in 20 minutes. I told Sarah to cancel my morning meetings, grabbed my coat, and caught a cab to the courthouse. The scene outside was exactly what I'd expected. News vans, reporters with microphones, protesters with signs I couldn't read from the cab. Catherine met me at a side entrance and led me through security to a small room on the 3rd floor. Emily was sitting at a table, her hands wrapped around a cup of coffee that had probably gone cold an hour ago. She looked exhausted, like she hadn't slept in days. When she saw me, she stood up. David, thank you for coming. Of course. How are you holding up? I'm terrified. The prosecutor keeps telling me I did the right thing, that I'm protected, that everything will be okay, but my mother won't speak to me. Vanessa sent me a text calling me a traitor. Thomas, he's the only one who's been decent. He said he understood why I did it, but that I couldn't come to any family events anymore because it would upset Dad. I wanted to say something comforting, but what could I say? She'd burned her family to the ground to do the right thing. There were consequences to that, and platitudes wouldn't make them hurt less. I'm sorry, I said instead. I know this is hard, but you saved my life, Emily. If you hadn't come forward, Richard would have destroyed me. Maybe literally. So, whatever happens, whatever you lose, you did the right thing. Did I? Because right now, it feels like I just blew up my entire life for nothing. Not for nothing. For justice, for truth, for the principle that powerful people shouldn't get away with destroying others just because they can. I sat down across from her. Your father tried to frame me for federal crimes. He increased my life insurance policy and sent me into dangerous situations. He fabricated evidence and filed false complaints. That's not family loyalty. That's criminal behavior. And you stopped him. Emily's eyes filled with tears. He's still my father. I know. And that makes what you did even braver. Catherine knocked on the door frame. They're bringing Richard in. Arraignment starts in 5 minutes. Emily, you don't have to watch if you don't want to. I do, Emily said, wiping her eyes. I need to see it. I need to know this is real. We went to the gallery, Catherine, Emily, and me. The courtroom was packed with reporters, Hartwell Industries employees, and curious onlookers. I recognized some faces from my time at the company. Jennifer, Richard's assistant, sitting in the back row looking shell-shocked. Marcus, the security guard, who nodded at me solemnly. A few board members I'd presented to over the years, all looking grim. And then they brought Richard in. He was wearing the same suit from yesterday, slightly rumpled now, without a tie. His hands were cuffed in front of him. His face was drawn, his famous confidence nowhere in evidence. He looked smaller than I remembered, older, almost fragile. The judge entered and we all stood. The arraignment proceeded with bureaucratic efficiency. Charges read, plea entered, not guilty. Bail arguments heard and denied. Richard's lawyer, an expensive suit from a white shoe Manhattan firm, argued passionately for house arrest with electronic monitoring. The prosecutor countered that Richard had the means and motive to flee the country. The judge sided with the prosecutor. Richard Hartwell would remain in federal custody pending trial. I watched Richard's face as the judge made her ruling. For just a moment, his mask slipped and I saw genuine fear. He was going to spend months in jail, maybe years, maybe the rest of his life, and he'd done it to himself. When they led him out of the courtroom, he looked up at the gallery. His eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Emily. Recognition flashed across his face, then shock, then rage. He knew. Somehow he knew it had been her. Emily grabbed my hand, her grip tight enough to hurt, but she didn't look away. She stared at her father, and her father stared back. And in that moment, something broke between them that could never be repaired. Then he was gone. Back through the door that led to the holding cells. We left the courtroom in silence. Outside, the reporters were shouting questions, but Catherine steered us away through a back corridor and out to a waiting car. It's done, Catherine said once we were safely inside. He's in custody. The trial will take months, but the evidence is solid. He's going to prison, David. It's over. But it didn't feel over. It felt like the beginning of something else, something I didn't have a name for yet. Emily leaned her head against the window. I need to leave Connecticut. I can't stay here anymore. Everyone knows what I did. Everyone hates me. Not everyone, I said. I don't. Catherine doesn't. And there are people out there who are going to see you as a hero for standing up to corruption. I don't feel like a hero. I feel like an orphan. I didn't have an answer for that. Some losses couldn't be fixed with words. Catherine dropped me back at Apex and I went up to my office in a daze. The television was still on, muted, showing footage of the courthouse. My phone had 43 missed calls. James appeared in my doorway. You okay? No, I said honestly. But I will be good. Because we have a company to run and I need my CFO focused. Think you can do that? I looked around my office at the desk with my name on it, at the windows overlooking Manhattan, at the work waiting for me that had nothing to do with Richard Hartwell or revenge or justice. Yeah, I said I can do that. And for the first time since the phone call in Paris, I believed it. 3 months after Richard's arrest, Hartwell Industries filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. I read about it in the Wall Street Journal over coffee on a Sunday morning, sitting in my apartment with winter sunlight streaming through the windows. The article was clinical in its assessment: over-leveraged contracts, mounting legal fees from the criminal case, loss of key clients who didn't want to be associated with the scandal. The board had forced Richard to resign from his CEO position 2 weeks after his arrest. But by then, the damage was done. Major accounts had fled. Credit lines had dried up. Vendors demanded cash up front instead of extending terms. The company my ex-wife's family had built over 3 generations was collapsing, and I felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not sadness, just a distant curiosity, like reading about a natural disaster in a country I'd never visited. The bankruptcy filing includes plans to sell off several divisions, the article continued. Industry analysts suggest that Apex Consolidated may be positioned to acquire some of Hartwell's more profitable assets at significant discount. My phone rang. James, tell me you're reading the journal, he said without preamble. I'm reading the journal. The Hartwell bankruptcy, their manufacturing division, the one we compete with directly. It's going to be part of the asset sale. I want it. I sat down my coffee. You want to buy pieces of Hartwell Industries, not pieces, the best pieces. Their flagship manufacturing facility in New Britain is state-of-the-art. Their client list in the aerospace sector is exactly what we need to scale our division. And with the bankruptcy, we can get it all for probably 60 cents on the dollar. James, the optics are that we're a smart company making a smart acquisition. Hartwell's creditors want to get paid. Their employees want to keep their jobs. We can provide both. This isn't revenge, David. This is business. But it felt like revenge. It felt like standing over the corpse of my former life and picking through the pieces that still had value. I need you to do the financial analysis, James continued. What's it worth? What can we pay and still maintain healthy margins? What's the integration cost? I want a complete picture before we make a bid. When board meeting is in 2 weeks. I want to present this as a done deal. Not a possibility. Can you do it? I looked at the article again at the photo of the Hartwell Industries building where I'd spent 6 years of my life. At the employees quoted as saying they were hopeful someone would buy the company and save their jobs. People like Jennifer, like Marcus the security guard, like the analysts I'd trained and the accountants I'd worked with. They didn't deserve to lose their jobs because Richard Hartwell was a criminal. I can do it, I said. But I have conditions. Name them. If we acquire the division, we honor the existing employment contracts. No mass layoffs, no gutting the workforce to reduce costs. These people didn't do anything wrong. They don't deserve to be punished because their CEO was a criminal. There was a pause. Agreed. Anything else? I don't want to be the face of this acquisition. Put someone else in charge of the integration. I'll do the analysis. I'll advise on strategy, but I'm not walking into that building as the conquering hero. It's too complicated. Also agreed. Though, for the record, you wouldn't be the conquering hero. You'd be the guy who's giving them a future. After we hung up, I spent the rest of Sunday pulling together every piece of public information I could find on Hartwell Industries' manufacturing division. Financial statements from their bond offerings, industry reports on their market position, news articles about their contracts and clients. By midnight, I had a preliminary assessment. The division was worth somewhere between $40 and $60 million as a going concern. But in bankruptcy, with the taint of scandal and the pressure to liquidate quickly, we could probably acquire it for $35 million. It was a steal. It was also deeply strange to be putting a price tag on a piece of my former life. Monday morning, I assembled my team, Margaret, Alex, Tom, and Patricia, and laid out the project. We're conducting acquisition due diligence on Hartwell Industries' manufacturing division. I said, I need complete financial analysis, profitability by product line, customer concentration risk, contract portfolio review, integration cost estimates. We have 2 weeks. Tom's eyes went wide. Hartwell, your former employer, Hartwell, the same. Are we? Is this? Alex struggled for words. Is this weird for you? Extremely, but it's also good business. So, let's focus on the business part and try to ignore the weird part. We dove in. The bankruptcy court had made Hartwell's financial records public as part of the filing, which meant we had access to data I'd never been allowed to see when I actually worked there. Detailed profit and loss statements by division, complete customer lists, contract terms and schedules, equipment inventories, employee compensation data. It was like performing an autopsy on something that was still technically alive but dying. Jesus, Margaret said on day 3, looking at a spreadsheet of contract margins. They were losing money on almost everything. How did they stay in business this long? Creative accounting, I said, and Richard's willingness to lie to the board about actual performance. They kept winning new contracts to generate cash flow, but each contract lost money, so they needed more contracts to cover the losses. Classic death spiral, except for the aerospace division, Tom noted. That's actually profitable. Good margins, solid contracts, excellent equipment. If we stripped away everything else and just bought this piece, that's exactly what we're going to do. I said James wants the aerospace division, not the whole mess. We let someone else buy the money-losing pieces. The work was intense but straightforward. Unlike the chaos at Hartwell, where I'd been constantly fighting for resources and authority, at Apex, I had everything I needed. A competent team, adequate time, access to information. It was a reminder of how much easier work was when people actually wanted you to succeed. On day 7, Catherine Reeves called with an update on Richard's case. Trial date is set. She said June 15th. The prosecutor is pushing for a speedy trial and Richard's legal team couldn't get it delayed any longer. Also, there's been a development with Emily. My stomach tightened. What kind of development? She's going public. There's going to be a 60 Minutes interview airing next Sunday. She's going to talk about why she came forward, what she witnessed, what it cost her. The producer reached out to me for comment. They want to interview you, too. Absolutely not. That's what I told them. But David, you should know this is going to bring everything back into the spotlight. Emily's brave for doing this, but it means more media attention, more questions, more scrutiny. Is she safe? If she goes public, she has security. The FBI is taking threats seriously, especially given Richard's resources and connections, but she feels like she needs to do this. She wants people to understand why she made the choice she made. I thought about Emily in that courthouse, watching her father being led away in handcuffs, about the text from Vanessa calling her a traitor, about how she'd said she felt like an orphan. She's trying to take back the narrative. I said, exactly. Instead of being the daughter who betrayed her family, she's the whistleblower who stood up to corruption. It's smart, actually. Difficult, but smart. Sunday night, I watched the 60 Minutes interview alone in my apartment. Emily looked different, older somehow. Though it had only been a few months, she sat in a nondescript room, hands folded in her lap, and told her story with a quiet dignity that made my chest ache. People ask me how I could betray my own father, she said to the interviewer. But what he was doing, fabricating evidence, trying to destroy someone's life, that's the real betrayal. He betrayed every principle he claimed to believe in. Family values, integrity, honesty. Those were just words to him. Words he used to control people. You knew that coming forward would cost you your relationship with your family, the interviewer prompted. I did, and it has. My mother won't speak to me. My sister sent me one text message in 3 months, and it was to tell me I was dead to her. My brother tries, but he's caught between loyalty to them and I don't know, maybe basic human decency. Emily's voice cracked slightly, but I had to ask myself, what kind of person would I be if I stayed silent? If I knew my father was trying to send an innocent man to prison and I did nothing. David Chen, your father's former employee. You knew him? I knew him. He was always kind to me. Remembered my birthday. Asked about my studies. Treated me like a person instead of a prop. That shouldn't be remarkable, but in my family, it was. She looked directly at the camera. David didn't deserve what my father tried to do to him, and I wasn't going to be complicit in that destruction. The interview went on for another 10 minutes with Emily describing the recording, the decision to come forward, the aftermath. She was articulate and composed, but I could see the cost in her eyes. The grief of losing her family. The fear of what came next. The loneliness of having made an impossible choice. When it ended, my phone immediately started buzzing. James telling me the interview was powerful. Catherine checking if I was okay. Sarah sending a simple message. Your ex-sister-in-law is brave as hell. And then, surprisingly, a text from Vanessa. I watched the interview. Emily's right. I'm sorry I called her a traitor. I'm sorry for a lot of things. I hope you're well. I stared at that message for a long time before responding. I hope you're well, too. Take care of yourself. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't reconciliation, but it was something in acknowledgement that we'd both been trapped in the same toxic system, and we'd both found different ways to escape. The next morning at work, the Hartwell acquisition analysis was ready. I'd compiled everything into a comprehensive presentation. Current state assessment, valuation analysis, integration plan, risk factors, financial projections. The aerospace division was worth acquiring at the right price. Everything else was a dumpster fire we should avoid. James reviewed it in his office, nodding as he flipped through the slides. This is excellent work, he said. Exactly what I needed. Board meeting is Thursday. I'll present this and if they approve, we'll submit a bid by end of week. What if Hartwell's board rejects our bid? There's bad blood there. They're in bankruptcy. They don't get to reject good faith offers based on personal feelings. The bankruptcy trustee will evaluate all bids based on value and likelihood of closing. We'll be competitive on both fronts. What about Richard? Even from jail, he might try to interfere. Richard doesn't get a vote anymore. He resigned as CEO and the board stripped his voting rights as part of the settlement with creditors. He's a defendant in a criminal case, nothing more. James closed the presentation. This is going to happen, David. And when it does, you're going to have saved dozens of jobs and built our division into a real powerhouse. That's something to be proud of. I wanted to feel proud. Instead, I felt like a scavenger picking over bones. Thursday's board meeting lasted 3 hours. James called me afterward with the news. Unanimous approval to bid $38 million for the aerospace division with employment guarantees for existing staff and a 90-day integration timeline. We're doing this, he said, and I could hear the excitement in his voice. We submit the bid tomorrow morning. If all goes well, we'll own it by end of March. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about walking into that New Britain facility as part of Apex, about seeing Jennifer and Marcus and all the people who used to be my colleagues, about the strange circularity of it all fired from Hartwell, hired by Apex, now facilitating Apex's acquisition of Hartwell. If someone had told me 6 months ago sitting on that Paris terrace that this is where I'd end up, I would have laughed or cried. I wasn't sure which. Around 2:00 a.m. I gave up on sleep and went for a walk. New York in winter in the middle of the night was a different city, quieter, harsher, more honest somehow. I walked through Hell's Kitchen down to Times Square, still bright and busy even at this hour. Then over to the Hudson River waterfront. I stood there looking at the water, thinking about all the versions of myself I'd been over the past year. The loyal employee who worked 60-hour weeks. The husband trying to be good enough. The man on vacation who laughed at his father-in-law and hung up the phone. The witness in a federal investigation. The CFO building something new. Which one was real? Maybe all of them. Maybe none of them. My phone buzzed. A text from Emily. Saw the news about the acquisition bid. I'm glad Apex is doing this. Those employees deserve better than what my family gave them. Thank you for taking care of them. I typed back. How are you doing? Really? Her response came a few minutes later. Some days better than others. The interview helped. Saying it all out loud. Owning my choice. It made it real in a way it wasn't before. I'm moving to Seattle. Fresh start. My advisor at Berkeley found me a research position with an environmental policy think tank. I start next month. That's wonderful. I'm happy for you. Are you happy? That's not a rhetorical question. After everything, are you actually happy? I looked out at the Hudson, at the lights reflecting on the water, at the city behind me that was starting to feel like home. Getting there, I typed. Some days better than others, but getting there. Good. You deserve it. We both do. The bid went in Friday morning. By Friday afternoon, we had confirmation that it was being seriously considered. By Monday, we were in negotiations with the bankruptcy trustee. By Wednesday, we had a deal $38 million for the aerospace division. Employment guarantees included closing date set for March 15th. James called an all-hands meeting to announce it. Apex Consolidated is acquiring the aerospace manufacturing division of Hartwell Industries, he announced to the assembled staff. This doubles the size of our manufacturing division, adds 65 talented employees to our team, and positions us as a major player in the precision aerospace components market. I want to thank David Chen and his team for the exceptional analysis that made this possible. Everyone applauded. I smiled and nodded, accepting congratulations from colleagues who had no idea how complicated this was for me. After the meeting, Margaret pulled me aside. You okay? This has to be weird. Weird is an understatement. For what it's worth, you're handling it with a lot of grace. I would have burned the place down. I thought about it, decided this was better. She laughed. Revenge via legitimate business acquisition. Very classy, but it wasn't revenge. Or maybe it was, but a different kind. The kind where you win by building something better, not by destroying what came before. That night, I treated my team to dinner at a nice restaurant in Tribeca. My way of saying, thank you for 2 weeks of brutal work. We ate well, drank good wine, and for a few hours, I forgot about the complexity and just enjoyed the victory. On the cab ride home, my phone rang. An unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. David Chen. A male voice unfamiliar. Speaking. This is Thomas Hartwell, Vanessa's brother. I hope you don't mind. I got your number from Emily. I sat up straighter. Thomas. Hi. What can I do for you? I wanted to thank you for the employment guarantees and the acquisition. My mother, she's been a wreck since the bankruptcy. Worried about all the people losing their jobs. When she heard that Apex was keeping everyone on, she actually cried with relief. It was the right thing to do. Those employees didn't do anything wrong. I know, but you could have gutted the place and no one would have blamed you. After what my father did to you, he trailed off. Anyway, thank you. And David, I'm sorry for all of it. The way our family treated you, the way I stayed silent when I should have spoken up, you deserved better. I appreciate that, Thomas. If you're ever back in Connecticut and want to grab coffee or something, I'd like that. No pressure, but yeah, I'd like that. After we hung up, I sat with that conversation, turning it over in my mind. The Hartwell family was fragmenting Emily gone to Seattle. Vanessa apologizing via text. Thomas reaching out. And at the center of it all, Richard sitting in a jail cell waiting for trial. I'd escaped that family. But they hadn't escaped the consequences of being that family. The wheel keeps turning, I thought. The wheel keeps turning and sometimes the people on top end up on the bottom and the people who were crushed find ways to rise. I was rising and I wasn't done yet. The trial lasted 3 weeks. I didn't attend. Catherine said I didn't need to. My deposition was entered as evidence and Emily's testimony was compelling enough without me sitting in the gallery as a reminder of Richard's crimes. So, I followed it through news reports and Catherine's daily updates, watching from a distance as the man who tried to destroy me was systematically taken apart by federal prosecutors. The verdict came on a Friday in late June. Guilty on all counts. I was in a meeting with aerospace suppliers when Sarah interrupted, holding up her phone with the news alert. The room went quiet as everyone checked their devices simultaneously. Sentencing in 60 days, Catherine texted. 15 to 20 years likely. It's over, David. You won. But it didn't feel like winning. It felt like closing a book I'd been forced to read. Relief that it was finished. Not joy at how it ended. That evening, James took me to the rooftop bar where we'd celebrated the Hartwell acquisition closing 3 months earlier. The aerospace division was already exceeding projections. The employees we'd kept had become some of our best performers. Marcus, the security guard, now ran safety protocols for our entire manufacturing division. To justice, James said, raising his glass. To new beginnings, I countered. We drank as the sun set over Manhattan, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. My phone buzzed. A text from Emily. Saw the verdict. How are you feeling? Free. I typed back and I meant it. That night, I stood in my apartment, no longer temporary, officially mine now, and looked at the life I'd built. Photos on the wall from a hiking trip with my team. Books I'd actually had time to read. A kitchen where I cooked dinner instead of eating takeout at my desk. A calendar with vacation do not disturb blocked out for 2 weeks in August. On my desk sat 2 objects. The Mont Blanc pen I'd used to sign away my old life and the business card James had given me in Paris, now framed. I picked up the card, remembering that moment, the wine, the view, the laughter that had started everything. 6 months ago, Richard Hartwell had called me in Paris and fired me. Thinking he was ending my story. Instead, he'd freed me to write a better one. My phone rang one last time. Unknown number, I answered. Mr. Chen, this is Douglas Brennan, Sec. I wanted to personally thank you for your cooperation in the Hartwell case. Your testimony was instrumental. I'm glad I could help. There's one more thing. The whistleblower reward program, you and Miss Hartwell are entitled to a percentage of the penalties assessed. It should be substantial. After he hung up, I laughed. Really laughed. The way I had on that Paris terrace. Richard had tried to destroy me with $15 million in life insurance. Instead, I'd helped destroy him and gotten paid for it. I raised my glass of wine to the empty apartment. To karma, I said, and to never settling for less than I deserve. The city glittered below, full of possibility, and I was finally ready to claim it. Story 5. My wife said where she went wasn't my business. Then at 2 a.m. her calls started flooding in. Emergency. Please answer. I'm scared. I read every text. Watched every call ring. Did nothing. She came home at 6 a.m., mascara streaked, heel broken. Found me eating breakfast. Why weren't you there? I took a sip of coffee. Your problems aren't my concern either. She told me her plans were none of my concern, said it right to my face before slipping out for yet another secret getaway with her wealthy boss. Then at 2:17 in the morning, my phone started lighting up with her calls, 18 of them back to back. I watched every single one go to voicemail. I read every frantic text she sent, every desperate plea for help, and I didn't lift a finger. That was the moment I made my decision. Mercy, forgiveness, being the stand-up guy, none of that was my concern anymore either. My name is Alex Carter, and what follows is the story of how I took apart 2 people's lives with the same cold precision I used to put up steel frames for skyscrapers. The slow-burning kind of rage, that's the one you have to watch out for. Not the kind that explodes in a flash and burns itself out. The calculating kind. The kind that doesn't react, it plans. That's exactly what was running through me the day I came home early from a month-long job out in Wyoming, flowers in hand, thinking I'd surprise Megan and maybe finally have that conversation about kids. What happened instead was I got the surprise of my life, and it wasn't anything close to good. I pulled my truck into the garage and just sat there for a second, and everything felt exactly right. The house we'd built together, the lawn we kept perfect, the beautiful suburban life we'd created in one of Denver's best neighborhoods. I grabbed my bag from the seat, already picturing the look on her face when she saw me. 7 years of marriage, and even with the distance my work sometimes created, I was sure about us. Rock solid. The kind of couple other people looked at with envy. I was dead wrong. The front door was already unlocked, which should have set off every alarm in my head. Megan obsessed over security. She checked the locks twice every night and had talked me into installing a $1,500 alarm system just the previous year because she said she felt vulnerable when I was away. Now I understood what she really needed it for, easy disabling. As I stepped into the entryway, My boots making no sound on the hardwood I'd laid myself, I heard something that stopped my blood cold. Laughter. Her laughter, but not the kind she ever used around me anymore. This was a different sound entirely. Unguarded, intimate, the sound of two people sharing a secret that had no business being shared. I stood right there in my own hallway, invisible inside my own home, while my wife casually mapped out her betrayal without a hint of shame. The other voice was smooth and self-assured, the kind of voice that comes from spending a lifetime getting exactly what it wants and never being challenged. They were in the living room, probably on the couch I'd hauled up 3 flights of stairs and assembled with my own hands, drinking wine my paychecks had bought, with time they'd stolen from me. "Next Friday is perfect," Megan was saying, her voice carrying that warm, flirtatious energy I remembered from when we first started dating, the way she used to sound when she looked at me. "Alex will be in Seattle at least 2 weeks, maybe longer if the project drags on like they always do. We can have the whole weekend at Silver Peak. I'll tell him it's some kind of client crisis that needs me there immediately. He'll buy it. He always does." The man laughed, a low, greedy sound. The kind of laugh that belongs to someone who takes whatever he wants and never pays the price. "You're getting real good at this, Meg. Makes me wonder what else you've been keeping hidden. What other stories you've got polished to perfection." "Don't even worry about it, Daniel," she said softly. I could hear the smile behind her words. Could see in my mind the way she'd be leaning into him, touching his arm the way she once touched mine. "You're my only secret. My most thrilling, most expensive secret. My way out of the dull little life I've been living." They laughed together after that, and something inside me split open. Not shattered, cracked. Like a dam that's holding on by a thread, pressure building behind it, force accumulating, waiting for the moment when it finally gives way and takes everything downstream with it. I could have walked in right then. Could have confronted them, started screaming, thrown punches, become every cliché of the betrayed husband falling apart in his own living room. But I didn't. Because standing there in the shadows of my own home with my bag still clenched in both hands, I remembered something true about myself that years of playing the devoted husband had buried. I was a builder, yes, but I also knew how to tear things down. I'd demolish structures before raising better ones in their place. That's what this moment called for. Demolition first. I backed out of that house one careful step at a time, the military muscle memory from years ago taking over without me asking it to. Got back into my truck. Drove with perfectly steady hands to the Red Canyon bar, where I knew my buddy James River would be a few drinks in by now. James and I had served together in Afghanistan. He'd saved my life on 2 separate occasions and once done something darker on my behalf without ever needing an explanation. He was the one person who would understand what I was about to become. The bar was exactly what I needed, dim and smoky despite the ban, full of people who'd seen too much and given up pretending otherwise. James was in his corner booth with a bourbon, those sharp eyes catching me the second I came through the door. He clocked everything before I even sat down. "You look like somebody just shot your dog," he said as I slid in across from him. "Except you don't own a dog." "So what happened?" I couldn't find the words right away. They were stuck somewhere between my chest and my throat like broken glass. Finally I got them out. "Megan is sleeping with her boss. They're in my house together right now. Probably in my bed." James didn't flinch or offer sympathy. He just nodded slowly, like he'd been bracing for this conversation for years. "How long have you known?" 20 minutes. Came home early. Heard them working out their next trip away. "And you walked out instead of putting him through the wall?" "Because I've got something better in mind," I said. And something in the way I said it made James smile. Not a warm smile. The smile of someone who recognizes their own kind. "I'm going to take them apart completely, financially, professionally, in every way that matters. I'm going to make them regret ever crossing paths with each other, ever crossing paths with me, ever waking up on the same planet I live on." James flagged the bartender for 2 more. "Tell me what you need." The following week was a masterclass in self-control that would have impressed my old drill sergeant. I played the part perfectly. Came home from the trip I'd supposedly been on, told a convincing story about delays and contractor issues. Kissed Megan on the cheek when she flinched just slightly at my touch. Noticed how she couldn't hold my eyes for more than a second. How her phone was always face down on every surface, always face down now. She was jumpy, constantly sneaking peeks at her screen with those quick, guilt-soaked glances that people think are subtle and never are. I watched her the way a scientist watches a specimen, noting every lie, every hollow smile, every mechanical laugh, every time she said she loved me while her phone buzzed with messages that lit her up in ways I hadn't seen in years. I never pushed. Never gave her the tears and accusations and big dramatic confrontation she'd probably imagined in her head. I was cold and methodical, quietly building a case she didn't even know was being built. James, using his military network and zero regard for legal niceties, ran professional surveillance. What came back made my stomach twist: photographs, timestamps exposing every lie she'd told, credit card receipts from hotel stays we'd never taken together. Daniel Hudson. 44 years old. CEO of Hudson Marketing Group. Married, 2 kids in private school, a net worth hovering around $40 million from what public records showed. My wife's boss. Pathetically, insultingly predictable. But here's what Megan had no clue about. What no one knew except my accountant Gerald and my attorney Lisa. 2 years back, right around the time Megan started pulling away, when the warmth left her eyes and our conversations turned into transactions, I'd started protecting myself. Not a conscious decision at first, just instinct. An animal sense that winter was coming and I needed to prepare. 15 years in construction and engineering had given me connections across 3 states, a reputation for finishing big jobs early and under budget, and skills that were always in demand. So I quietly built my own company, Carter Steel Solutions, structured through enough corporate layers that even a forensic accountant with a law degree would need a week and a flashlight to map it out. Custom metal fabrication for commercial construction, precision work that commanded premium rates. And business had exploded. $30 million in contracts already lined up, profits reinvesting faster than I could plan for. All completely invisible to Megan. She still thought I was just Alex the contractor, making decent money but nothing that would make her stay. She had no idea I was building an empire while she was building her lies. I spent hours behind my closed office door, supposedly working on estimates. What I was actually doing was documenting everything. Every dollar Megan spent. Every trip. Every emergency meeting that showed up as a hotel charge. James kept feeding me photos and recordings that made my hands shake, but I filed them away without blinking. Evidence. Ammunition. The bricks I'd used to knock down the life she thought was safe. I started catching details I'd chosen not to see before. The designer wardrobe that had appeared out of nowhere. The hours she spent getting ready for work versus the 30 seconds she gave me when she got home. The way she dropped Daniel's name into conversations constantly, like he was something special instead of a married man sneaking around on his own family. The obsessive mirror checking before she left each day, like she was performing for an audience that wasn't me. The tipping point came on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks after I'd first heard them together. I sat in the living room pretending to look at my laptop while she got ready to go out. She'd become bold lately, almost daring me to say something. The outfit she had on was stunning, all designer labels, a dress I'd never seen before that probably cost someone's rent payment. Paid for with money from our joint account I'd been quietly routing into my hidden company accounts. The irony was not lost on me. "I'm going out," she announced, taking one last look in the hallway mirror and turning slowly to make sure every angle looked right. For him. Her tone was sharp, testing me, hoping I'd push back so she could start a fight and use it to justify whatever she was doing in her head. I looked up from my screen, face completely blank, giving her nothing. "Where to?" She wheeled around and there was something in her eyes, guilt mixed with defiance mixed with contempt. "Where I'm going is none of your business, none of your concern, not your problem. Honestly, you've been impossible lately. So cold and checked out and buried in your work. Maybe if you actually paid attention to your own wife instead of running off to every project that comes along, I wouldn't need to find my own entertainment." The nerve of it. The absolute, breathtaking audacity of someone who's been cheating on you then turning it around to make you the reason, making you feel responsible for pushing them away. It almost made me laugh. Almost. Instead I nodded once, keeping my face flat and unreadable. "You're right," I said, my voice completely level. "It's not my business. Have a good night, Megan. Don't bother waiting up." She hesitated, clearly expecting fireworks, needing the drama and the tears to justify herself. But when I turned back to my laptop without another word, dismissing her like she was already a ghost, she grabbed her bag and left. The door slammed hard enough to knock a picture frame sideways on the wall. I sat alone in our beautiful home, counting to 100, letting the fury roll through me and then past me, until it settled into something colder and far more useful. Rage was hot and sloppy. What I had now was ice. Clarity. Intent. Then I picked up my phone and texted James, "It's time. Get everything ready. We move tomorrow." His reply came back instantly, "Been waiting for this. Both targets. No mercy." At 2:30 in the morning my phone started buzzing on the nightstand, that vibration unbearably loud in the dead quiet of the house. Megan's name flashed on the screen once, twice, 3 times, 4. I watched it ring from where I lay on top of the covers, propped on my pillow, wide awake, staring at the ceiling. counting each missed call like keeping score. I'd been expecting this. Daniel Hudson was a predator, but underneath that he was a coward, the type who takes what he wants right up until there's actual risk involved, and then vanishes. Something had gone sideways on their little getaway, and now she needed me. Now she wanted the man she'd been betraying to ride in and fix whatever mess she'd made, to play the dependable rescue plan she'd always kept in her back pocket. I let it ring. Let her panic. Let her feel what it was like to desperately need someone who simply wasn't there. After the fourth call, the text started. Alex, please. I need you. Emergency. Please answer. Then, I'm scared. Where are you? Then, with typos that gave away how shaken she was, please don't do this. I'm sorry. Please. I read every single one as they came in. Felt nothing but a cold, quiet satisfaction settling deep in my chest. Whatever was happening to her out there, she'd earned every second of it. She'd made her choices. Now she was living inside them. I powered off my phone and went to sleep, the deepest, most peaceful sleep I'd had in months. She stumbled back in around 6 the next morning, just as daylight was starting to color the sky. Mascara tracked down her face in dark streaks, one of her expensive Louboutin heels snapped clean off and hanging at a broken angle, the red sole catching the light like something wounded. Her dress was torn at the shoulder. She looked like the night had chewed her up and spit her back out. And when she walked into the kitchen and found me calmly eating breakfast, something between relief and terror moved across her face. Alex, she said, and her voice was raw from crying or screaming or both. I called you over and over. Why didn't you pick up? Why weren't you there? I looked at her over my coffee mug, took my time, let the silence do its work, took a slow sip before answering. The coffee was excellent. You made it pretty clear that where you were going was none of my business. So I figured where you were when you needed help wasn't my business either. Seemed consistent. I paused, watching it land. Tough night? You don't look great. Her face ran through a whole cycle of emotions before landing on barely leashed fury. You bastard. You absolute bastard. I could have been hurt. I could have been in real danger. Something terrible could have happened to me and you just sat there ignoring my calls. And yet here you are, I said calmly, another sip of coffee, the same tone you'd used to talk about the weather. Alive. Unharmed. Standing in our kitchen, having managed completely without my help. Funny how that worked out. Makes you wonder what else you've been managing without my knowing. She opened her mouth to go at me again, but I was already on my feet, grabbing my keys off the hook, walking past her without so much as a glance. I've got a meeting. Important one. Don't wait up. I paused at the door and looked back at her for just a moment. You might want a shower, Megan. You smell like someone else's cologne. The meeting was with Lisa Martin, the most feared divorce attorney in the state of Colorado. Her reputation arrived before her like a weather front. Her downtown office was all glass and chrome and hard angles, which suited her perfectly. When I sat down across from her and laid out everything I had, the documentation, the evidence James had gathered, all of it, she smiled. Not a warm smile. The smile of a shark that just picked up a scent. Alex, she said, leaning back in her chair and pressing her fingertips together, I've spent 20 years in family law. I've heard it all. Every betrayal, every story, every excuse. But what you've brought me today, she gestured at the spread of folders across her desk, this is extraordinary. A cheating spouse entangled in corporate fraud, a compromised executive with a trail of harassment settlements, and a client who actually had the foresight to document everything and protect his own assets. You're not just a victim here. You came prepared to fight. And I'm going to make sure you win. We worked through the afternoon and into the evening, ordering in food, going through every piece of evidence like military strategists, the secret company, the separate accounts, every cent Megan had spent and every trip she'd taken and every lie she'd told. James had done remarkable work, photos that made Lisa raise her eyebrows, recordings that pulled a low whistle from her, timestamp documentation that built an airtight case for systematic, deliberate betrayal. But Lisa always wanted more. That's what made her the best. This Daniel Hudson, she said, pulling up everything she could find on him, fingers moving fast across her keyboard. He's had complaints before. 3 harassment claims in 5 years, all buried under NDA agreements paid out of company funds. His books have some creative entries that I'm certain the SEC would find fascinating. If we can dig deep enough, if we can tie Megan directly to his financial crimes, we don't just end a marriage. We end 2 careers, 2 reputations, 2 lives. We don't just divorce them. We dismantle them. Perfect, I said, and my voice had no warmth in it whatsoever. That is exactly what I'm after. I want them to lose it all, the way they tried to take everything from me. This is going to get messy, Lisa said, looking at me seriously. Mutual friends will pick sides. People will have opinions. Your personal life becomes a public story. Are you truly ready for that? Because once we start, there's no pulling back. This is Scorched Earth, Alex. I thought about Megan's face the night she said my concerns weren't her problem. Thought about the two of them laughing on my couch in my living room while I was away working to support them both. Thought about her desperate calls I'd let ring in the dark. Thought about every lie she'd sold me so smoothly I'd started to doubt my own memory. I'm not just ready, I told Lisa. I'm looking forward to it. Let them see. Let everyone see exactly what comes back around when you betray someone who knows how to fight. Getting to Daniel Hudson directly was the next step, not to start something messy, but to fire a warning shot across the bow. To let him understand that the game had shifted, that he wasn't dealing with some oblivious husband anymore. He was dealing with someone who'd been trained for combat and didn't believe in doing things halfway. Using James's contacts and my knowledge of building systems and security layouts, I walked straight into Hudson Marketing Group dressed as a maintenance worker, worn toolbox, official-looking clipboard, a uniform that made me invisible to anyone who passed. Nobody looks twice at the repairman. I learned that years ago on job sites, confidence and purpose are the best disguise you can wear. Daniel's office was exactly what you'd expect from a man who mistakes expense for substance. $50,000 desk. Italian leather on every surface. Art on the walls that looked like it cost a fortune and meant absolutely nothing. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking downtown Denver, the kind of view that signals power to people who need that kind of signal. Daniel himself was on a call when I walked in, leaned back with his feet on the desk like he was the only important person on earth. The confusion on his face when he registered me would have been funny if I were in any mood to find it funny. He wrapped up his call fast, switching from confusion to irritation. Who are you? You can't be in here. I'm calling security. I closed his door behind me slowly, then crossed to his desk at my own pace and set a flash drive down next to his keyboard with a soft, deliberate click. My name is Alex Carter, I said, quiet and perfectly steady. I believe you're well acquainted with my wife. Megan. Quite intimately, in fact. Every drop of color left his face at once. He tried to recover, pasting on a calm he clearly didn't feel. I have no idea what you're referring to. I think you have me confused with someone else. I held up one hand to stop him. Don't. We're both too intelligent for that. On that drive, photographs of you and Megan across 4 different hotels over 3 months. Recordings of your phone conversations laying out your plans in detail. Time-stamped videos of you coming and going from those hotels on the exact days she told me she was working. Credit card records showing who paid for the rooms. Transcripts of over 3,000 text messages between your personal phone and hers. Emails where you two discuss not just your affair, but also confidential material she forwarded from my own private files. Every piece of it documented and organized in a way that would make any prosecutor in this state weep with gratitude. On that same drive is 7 years of your company's financial history, the offshore accounts and the Caymans you kept off the books. The shell company contracts you've been awarding yourself. The harassment settlements you paid out using company funds. The insider trading patterns. All of it. Meticulously documented. I've been very thorough, Daniel. Now he was genuinely frightened, that wall of arrogance finally crumbling. What do you want? Money? You want to be paid? Name a number. I could have laughed at how predictable it was. This has nothing to do with money. I'm not here to cut a deal. I'm here to give you a choice, one time, so pay attention. You can walk away quietly. End things with Megan immediately. Take the professional fallout heading your way without trying to drag her down harder than necessary. Cooperate when the time comes. And maybe, I keep the worst of what I know to myself. Maybe you just lose the corner office and the reputation instead of your freedom. And if that's not what I do? He asked, reaching for bravado and coming up short. I leaned forward over his desk, close enough that he had nowhere to look but at me. Then I reduce your entire world to rubble. The company, the reputation, the marriage, the freedom, everything. I make sure every partner, every client, every reporter in this city knows your full story. I make sure your wife learns about your other women, because Megan isn't the first, is she? I make sure your children find out who their father actually is. I show up and testify against you in person. I spend every cent I have ensuring you never work in this industry again. And that's before I hand it all over to the authorities and let them pick through what's left. Are we clear? I straightened up, picked up the empty toolbox, and headed for the door. I stopped with my hand on the frame. One more thing, if you warn Megan, if you try to get ahead of this or coordinate with her in any way, I'll know immediately. I have people watching you. Serious people. And I'll treat it as a declaration of war. Trust me when I say you do not want that. I learned from professionals. The door clicked shut behind me, and I walked out of that building knowing I'd just lit the fuse on something that was going to level everything they'd built together. Now I just had to wait for the blast. Patience was never a problem for me when the outcome was worth it. Megan grew more desperate by the day after that, like a creature that senses the trap tightening but can't figure out which direction the danger is coming from. She worked through every tool she had, dressed up in lingerie I hadn't seen in years, which I deflected with polite neutrality, picked fights over my distance, which I answered with nothing but calm, cried and apologized past the point where it could have mattered, which left me completely cold. She couldn't understand what had changed, why the patient, forgiving Alex she'd counted on for years had been replaced by this stranger who looked at her like she was already gone. She started trying to get into my finances, my email, my phone, growing increasingly frantic when she found every door locked, every password changed, every path blocked. IT professionals had helped me seal everything down tight. Every dead end she hit made her more erratic. I could see the panic building behind her eyes. The realization that whatever control she thought she had was gone, and she had no idea how to get it back. One afternoon I came home early on purpose to find her in my home office, digging frantically through a drawer of files. Fake files I'd deliberately placed and left unlocked, showing a business hemorrhaging money, debts I didn't owe, accounts that didn't exist, loans in free fall. When she looked up and found me standing in the doorway watching her, she didn't even bother pretending. The desperation had burned past shame. "What is going on, Alex?" she demanded, papers in her hands like she was holding evidence. "Where did the money go? Why is everything locked down? Why can't I access anything?" "I don't know what you mean," I said, perfectly innocent. "Everything is fine. Right where it should be." "Don't lie to me," she shouted, losing what was left of her composure. "My card got declined at Nordstrom today. You know how humiliating that was? The bank told me you moved everything into business accounts I'm not on. They said the house is in your name alone. When did that happen? What did you do?" "My company needed investment capital," I said, keeping my shrug casual. "Big growth opportunity. I'm sure it'll sort itself out, nothing you need to worry about." Her eyes narrowed and I could see the calculations running. "What company? Since when do you have a company? You're a contractor. You work for other people." "Since I started taking my future seriously," I said evenly, letting her own words come back to her. "You told me to pay more attention to my work, right? Stop being so predictable. Build something real. I'm just taking your advice, Megan. Being less boring. Building an empire while you were busy building your lies." She stared at me like she was meeting me for the first time. Maybe she was. The man she'd learned to walk all over, the one who apologized reflexively, absorbed her criticism without pushing back, bent himself into whatever shape she needed, was gone. Standing in his place was someone she couldn't read, couldn't manage, couldn't even begin to understand. And that terrified her more than anything else could have. "You're punishing me," she said, and her voice had gone quiet. "You know something." "What do you know?" "No," I said, keeping my voice even and cold. "I'm not punishing you. I'm protecting myself. Those are two completely different things." The final confrontation, the one I'd been orchestrating for weeks the way a conductor shapes every note before the performance, happened at Silver Peak Resort. James had intercepted an email Daniel carelessly sent from a work account giving me the exact dates. I booked my own room under a different name, paid cash, and left no footprint behind. I wasn't going up there to catch them in the act, that moment had passed. I went because I needed to finish this face-to-face, in the place where they felt safest. I drove up into the mountains alone on a Friday afternoon, winding roads cutting through thick pine, glimpses of snow-capped peaks between the trees. The resort was exactly the kind of place Megan loved, polished and exclusive and priced so high that regular people only ever read about it. 5-star dining, a spa with treatments that cost more than car payments, suites with views that belonged on magazine covers. All of it probably running through Daniel's company account, since Megan's personal credit had been quietly cratered by my very deliberate management of our shared finances. Getting into their suite was almost insulting in how simple it was. $50 to a housekeeper with no curiosity, and I had a key card and a room number. I waited until evening, until the last light was dying behind the mountains, until I knew they'd have settled in with their drinks and their guard fully down, feeling untouchable inside their bubble. Then I walked through their door like I'd paid the bill. They were out on the balcony, backlit by the last of the sunset, champagne catching the final light, looking like a scene from a luxury travel ad. Megan in a stunning black dress I'd never seen, bought for exactly this occasion with money she assumed was still partly hers. Daniel had his arm around her waist with the casual ownership of someone who thinks he's already won. They looked like people who'd never faced a consequence in their lives. Hell of a view, I said from the doorway, and my voice cut right through whatever moment they were sharing. Megan's glass slipped from her fingers and shattered across the balcony tiles, champagne spreading like something spilled at a crime scene. Daniel spun around fast, face moving through shock, then anger, then something that looked a lot like fear. "Alex," Megan breathed, her voice barely forming the word. "What are you doing here? How did you find us?" I walked into the suite at my own pace, taking stock of everything around me with unhurried appreciation. Egyptian cotton sheets on a king-sized bed. A hot tub on the balcony. Vintage champagne in an ice bucket. Just wanted to see where my money was going. Where my wife's time was disappearing to. Nice choice. Very tasteful. Is that the Dom Perignon 08? Excellent selection. I hear it pairs well with broken vows and borrowed time. Daniel stepped forward, positioning himself between us, trying to summon the executive authority he used in conference rooms. "Get out. Now. This is private property. I will call security." I smiled at him, and there was nothing friendly anywhere in it. "What you need to do, Daniel, is stop talking and start listening. Because right now, as we're having this conversation, emails are being delivered to every member of your board detailing 7 years of financial crimes. By the time the sun comes up you'll be terminated, under federal investigation, and looking at criminal charges that carry real prison time." The blood left his face like a light being switched off. "You're lying. You don't have anything." "Already sent," I said, glancing at my watch. "About 43 minutes ago. Lisa Martin doesn't do anything halfway. I'd check your phone. Something tells me it's having a very eventful evening." He grabbed his phone with shaking hands and what he found there wrecked him. Notification after notification from board members, lawyers, partners, everyone scrambling at once. He kept scrolling, hoping it would stop, and it didn't. I watched the arrogance drain out of him in real time. Megan found her voice and it came out desperate and high-pitched. "Alex, can we just talk? The two of us, alone? We can work through this. Talk?" I turned to face her, and whatever she saw when she looked at my eyes made her step back. "The way we talked when you told me where you were going wasn't my concern? Or all those other times you looked me in the face and lied, about late nights, about business travel, about loving me, about keeping your vows?" "I do love you," she said, and tears started cutting through her makeup. Real ones, maybe. I no longer had the energy to care either way. "You love what I provided," I said flatly. "You love the house and the income and the fallback plan. The actual human being named Alex, the man you made vows to, him you never loved. Because love doesn't coexist with what you've done. Love doesn't look like this. Love requires basic respect. And you never had that for me. Not once in 7 years." Daniel had recovered enough of himself to try one more lunge. "You think you're righteous? The hero? You're just a bitter man who couldn't hold his wife's attention, inadequate in every way that counted." I crossed the room before I even made the decision to move, grabbed him by the collar of his expensive shirt, and put him flat against the wall hard enough to rattle the framed art. I got my face close to his and dropped my voice almost to a whisper, and somehow that was more frightening than shouting. "I could finish you right here and make it look like an accident. But that would be too fast. Too easy. Too merciful. I want you to watch your life come apart slowly. I want you to lose the company, the title, the freedom, the family, every single thing, one piece at a time. And I want you to remember me every single day you spend in prison. I want you to remember the man you thought wasn't worth worrying about." I let him go. He slid against the wall, every bit of fight gone, just a frightened man in an expensive suit that didn't fit the moment. I turned to Megan and pulled a folder from inside my jacket, dropping it onto the coffee table with a sound like a gavel. "Divorce papers. Already filed. Already processed. You're walking away with nothing. Zero. The house is in my name, has been since before we married. Smart move, in hindsight. The car, the investments, the savings, the retirement accounts, all mine. You'll leave with whatever's in your personal checking, which was sitting at about $3,000 last I checked." "That's not legal," she said, but her voice had no strength behind it. "Community property. I have rights." "Already done," I said pleasantly. "Lisa Martin is handling it. You should find your own attorney, though I'll warn you, most reputable ones won't touch this case once they look at the details. You're being investigated for conspiracy to commit fraud, industrial espionage, and money laundering. Forwarding confidential documents from my files to your boss's competitors, that's a federal crime. Helping structure illegal offshore accounts, also a federal crime. Opening accounts in my name without my authorization, identity theft. You've been busy, Megan. Busier than I ever knew." Her legs gave out and she sat down hard on the couch, her perfect dress wrinkling, her mascara running in dark rivers down her face. I never meant for any of this to happen. I finished for her. But it did happen. And now both of you get to live inside what you built. I headed for the door. One more pause, one more turn. You remember that night you called me at 2 in the morning? All those calls in a row? All those texts begging me to respond? I was in bed. Phone right beside me. I read every message as you sent them. And I made the deliberate choice to do nothing. To let you panic. To let you feel abandoned and ignored, because you had told me, in no uncertain terms, that where you went and what you needed and who you turned to were none of my business. I simply took your advice. I applied your philosophy. Turned out it worked just fine. The look on her face in that moment, the full weight of it landing all at once, was worth every sleepless hour I'd spent getting to this point. I walked out of that suite and drove back to Denver with the windows down and the music up, feeling lighter than I had in years. Like I could finally fill my lungs all the way. What followed was a spectacularly satisfying collapse. Daniel's company imploded within days. The board voted unanimously to remove him without severance. Criminal charges came fast after that, SEC investigations, IRS warrants, the whole machinery of consequence rolling over him at once. His wife filed for divorce immediately and took what she could before the legal battle stripped everything bare. Smart woman. Megan tried to contest the divorce. Borrowed money from her parents to hire an attorney, but going up against Lisa Martin with borrowed money was like bringing a kitchen knife to a gunfight. Her attempt to rally friends around her ran straight into the wall of social media. News about the affair and the federal investigation had already spread. The dinner party crowd suddenly stopped returning her calls. What I hadn't anticipated, what genuinely caught me off guard even though it probably shouldn't have, was how fast Daniel turned on her. When prosecutors showed up with plea offers tied to cooperation, he opened up completely. Gave them everything. Threw Megan so far under the bus she left a shadow. It was her, he told investigators, told lawyers, told anyone with ears. She manipulated me. She seduced me. She was the source, forwarding her husband's confidential information, suggesting the offshore structures, helping design the illegal transactions. She was the architect. I was just going along with what she'd set in motion. Megan hadn't seen that coming at all. The man she'd burned her life down for turned on her without blinking. Her attorney called my attorney begging for contradicting testimony. I laughed and hung up. She was on her own. The investigators found hundreds of emails she'd sent Daniel, forwarding documents I'd deliberately left accessible in my home office once I knew what she was doing. Financial projections, contract details, competitive intelligence. Months of it, all time-stamped, all provable. What she'd done had long since crossed the line from an affair into something considerably more serious. The day her criminal charges were filed, I was in Lisa's office signing the final divorce papers. Lisa's phone rang mid-signature, and the smile that spread across her face when she hung up told me everything before she said a word. My contact at the DA's office, she said, barely containing herself. Conspiracy to commit fraud, industrial espionage, money laundering, identity theft. If she's convicted on all counts, 10 to 15 years federal, possibly more if they add RICO. I signed the last page and nodded. Daniel is facing 20 to 30, Lisa added. Fraud, embezzlement, money laundering, tax evasion, obstruction. His plea deal collapsed when they caught him lying too many times. His lawyers are in full panic mode. It's genuinely beautiful. The house felt different once I changed the locks. Like it had been holding its breath for years and could finally let go. I brought in contractors to gut Megan's walk-in closet and turn it into a home gym, convert her bathroom into a sauna, strip her office down to the walls and build a library in its place. Every last trace of her was removed, donated, given away, or in some cases simply destroyed because the satisfaction was worth more than whatever it would have sold for. 3 weeks later it was as if she'd never set foot in the place. James came by one evening with a bottle of Macallan 25, the good stuff, reserved for moments that actually meant something. We sat out on the back deck watching the sun go down over the mountains in brilliant shades of orange and deep purple. Neither of us said much. We didn't need to. He knew what it had cost me to get here. You did what needed doing, he said finally, pouring us both a generous measure. I know, I said. Not a single regret. 2 months after the divorce closed, Carter Steel Industries won its biggest contract yet, $65 million to supply custom metalwork for a new NFL stadium in Phoenix. Success, it turned out, was the most satisfying form of revenge available. While Daniel and Megan's worlds dissolved, mine was climbing to heights I hadn't planned for. 80 new employees. Offices in 5 states. Fortune 500 companies calling because they wanted to work with someone they could trust. 6 months out from the divorce, on a cold November evening that smelled like the first snow was coming, someone knocked on my door. I opened it to find Megan standing there, barely recognizable as the woman I'd spent 7 years married to. The designer clothes were gone. Worn jeans, a cheap jacket, hair limp around a face that had aged a decade in less than a year. Dark circles carved deep under her eyes. She looked like she'd been broken down to the frame. "Alex," she said, and her voice cracked on the single syllable. "Please. Just 5 minutes." I stood in the doorway without moving back. 2 minutes. "Starting now." She looked past me into the house, into what used to be hers, and I could see the tears forming. "I've lost everything. My job, my apartment, they repossessed my car. My friends won't talk to me. The trial starts next month and my attorney says I'm probably going to prison for 8 to 12 years. Daniel's legal team is painting me as the mastermind who engineered the whole thing and used him. Everything is gone, Alex. All of it. And you want what from me exactly?" My voice was somewhere below freezing. "Sympathy? Money for a better lawyer? A character witness? I want you to tell them the truth," she said, reaching toward me but not quite making contact. "Tell them I didn't understand what Daniel was doing. Tell them I was just having an affair and had no idea about the fraud. Tell them I was a victim too." I let out a short, harsh laugh. "That would be a lie, wouldn't it? You knew exactly what you were doing when you forwarded my documents. You knew what those offshore structures were. You helped open accounts in my name without my knowledge. You weren't an innocent bystander, you were a willing participant. An active one." "I was in love," she shouted, desperation cracking into anger. "I wasn't thinking straight. He told me we had a future together. Told me I was special. Told me he'd leave his wife and we'd build a life. I was stupid. I was wrong. But I don't deserve prison for falling for someone." "You were in love," I repeated, tasting each word. "So that's your defense. You destroyed our marriage, helped commit federal crimes, hurt everyone around you, but you were in love, so it shouldn't count. That's what you're going with." She dropped to her knees right there on my front step, grabbing both my hands with both of hers. "Please, Alex. Please. I will do anything. Pay you back however long it takes. Work for you. Sign whatever you need. I cannot go to prison. I won't survive it. Please." I looked down at her, this woman I'd once stood before and made promises to that I'd meant with everything I had. I remembered her laughing with Daniel in my own living room. Remembered her telling me my concerns weren't her problem. Remembered her calls ringing in the dark while I lay there and let them. Remembered every lie, every humiliation, every quiet moment she'd made me question my own sanity. I pulled my hands back and stepped away from her grip. "You made your choices, Megan. Now you live with them. Same as I'm living with mine. You're really going to stand there and let me go to prison?" She whispered. "I'm not letting you do anything," I said, flat and final. "You did this to yourself. Both of you. I only made sure you actually faced the consequences instead of buying your way out of them the way people like you usually do. I made sure accountability happened. That's all I did. I loved you," she said, her final card, played face up on the table. "I know I didn't show it the way I should have. I know I hurt you badly. But I did love you once. And I think somewhere underneath all of this, part of you still loves me too. Otherwise, why would any of this hurt?" I looked at her for a long moment, really looked, and felt absolutely nothing stir in the place where something used to live. "You're wrong. I don't love you anymore. I don't hate you either. I don't feel anything for you at all. You're just a lesson now, a reminder of what happens when you mistake someone patient and principled for someone who'll never push back." Her face collapsed and she began sobbing, shaking, broken sobs that she couldn't control. "Please, Alex. I have nowhere else to go. No one left to ask. You are the only option I have." "No," I said, and it landed like a door closing. "I'm not your option. I'm not your fallback. I'm not your husband. I'm just the man whose life you tried to dismantle, and the man who's walking back inside while you go face what you deserve. You're cruel," she spit, the grief curdling into something sharp. "You're vindictive and hollow, and I hope you know that what you did to me, what you're doing right now, is worse than anything I ever did to you. You're a monster." I felt my jaw tighten. Felt heat flare for just a fraction of a second before the ice reasserted itself. "You want to talk about cruel? You cheated on me for months. You brought him into our home while I was away making money that supported both of us. You helped him steal from people. You told me my feelings weren't your problem. And when you needed someone in the middle of the night, I did to you precisely what you had been doing to me all along. I treated you like you didn't matter. Because to me, by then, you didn't. You stopped mattering the moment you decided I wasn't worth your loyalty. I started closing the door and she grabbed the frame with both hands. "I'll tell everyone what you did, how you engineered the whole thing, how you trapped us, how you manipulated every piece of this. I'll make sure everyone knows who you really are." "Go ahead," I said easily. "Tell them how I protected myself from a cheating spouse and a corrupt executive. Tell them how I documented the crimes and handed the evidence to the proper authorities. Tell them how I made sure actual justice happened. I'm sure that'll really help your case." Her hands dropped from the doorframe. All of it gone out of her at once. "I hate you," she whispered. "Good," I said. "Now you know how it feels. Now we're square." I closed the door. Turned the deadbolt. Listened to her footsteps and her crying fade as she made her way down the driveway and out of my life. Then I walked to the living room, poured a drink, and sat down in the quiet of my home. My phone buzzed. James. Saw her leave. "You okay?" I typed back, "Better than okay. It's done." Megan went to trial 4 months later. The evidence against her was overwhelming enough to bury any hope she had. Daniel testified against her under oath, cutting her loose at every opportunity to carve a few years off his own sentence. She was convicted on 7 of 9 counts and sentenced to 9 years in federal prison. Daniel received 22. Their great romance, that thrilling, world-burning love affair they thought justified everything, had lasted exactly 7 months. 7 months that cost both of them everything they had and everything they would ever have. Meanwhile, Carter Steel Industries kept climbing. 120 new employees. Offices in 8 states and 2 Canadian provinces. A downtown penthouse with views that made Daniel's old office look ordinary. I started seeing a structural engineer named Rachel, someone who heard my whole story and didn't blink, who understood that sometimes good people do hard things just to survive. 2 years after the divorce was finalized, we got married quietly, surrounded by people who actually knew us. No drama. No complications. Just 2 people deciding to build something real. When Megan's sister reached out years later asking if I'd write a character reference for a parole hearing, I declined. Politely but without ambiguity. Some things that get burned down were never meant to be rebuilt. Some decisions carry permanent weight. Some people spend their first chance like it cost them nothing, and that's why there isn't a second one. Standing on my penthouse balcony with Rachel beside me, company thriving, future wide open, I raised my glass one last time, not to forgiveness, not to closure, not to moving on.